Through the interaction between Shumang and Guyu, the narrative beautifully illustrates the bittersweet essence of youthful campus life, as well as the emotional journey of the two characters from misunderstanding to understanding. The novel is currently updated to Chapter 79, depicting the entire progression of Shumang and Guyu's relationship from acquaintance to love. Chapter 1. Have you ever seen a rogue wearing pants? Guyu, alone and pulling a small, pure orange suitcase, squeezed through the throngs of people before finally boarding the ride-hailing car she had reserved half an hour earlier. Driver, to Qingshui Bay. Though Guyu's home was not far from Dihai, the humidity here was far more oppressive than that of Huaqing. Within half an hour of her arrival, she was already drenched in sticky sweat, rendering her quite uncomfortable. Leaning her head against the window, her eyelids growing heavy, Guyu felt drowsy. As her gaze wandered, a massive oil painting by the roadside flashed past like a vivid slideshow, its colors bright and clear. In the next moment, Guyu's drooping eyes focused, following the painting's position as it receded. The driver, noticing her reaction in the rearview mirror, asked, "Do you like that?" After a brief pause, he continued, "They seem to be everywhere these days. I wonder what trend is behind it." Guyu gave a slight hum in response, choosing not to elaborate further. The blazing sun scorched the earth, while the lush white birch trees swayed gently in the breeze. Below, in the garden, the sound of cicadas could still be heard. The five-story building stood silent at this moment. At a glance, every dormitory door was tightly shut, save for a few sporadic sounds emanating from a corner on the third floor. Shumang placed the flight route map for the opening ceremony into his folder, casually pulled out a blank A4 sheet, and folded it into a makeshift fan, waving it by his ear. Glancing around the tidy room, he locked the door and made his way next door. The neighboring dormitory appeared more lively, with Guishan and Jiang Liwei present. The door ajar, Shumang strode in with long strides, and Jiang Liwei tossed a bottle of water from the table towards him. "Sang Shu Ge." Shumang caught it steadily, twisting the cap off and gulping down, his appealing Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Due to the heat, beads of sweat began to form at his temples. After sitting for a while, the heat dissipated considerably, and he stood up, preparing to leave. The annual opening ceremony at Dihai University was always grand, and this year coincided with the centennial celebration, prompting the school to decide to kick off the event with an aerial display. Guishan inquired, "Shu Ge, where are you headed?" "I'm staying at Qingshui Bay today." After Shumang departed, Guishan and Jiang Liwei chatted idly. "Dawei, with this latest stunt by the school, do you think we'll gain countless admirers?" Jiang Liwei immediately shot him down. "Save it, all we can do is parade around in a civilian plane. When the excitement hits, the throngs of fans will definitely not be for you." Following the flight path, 9 planes arranged in AV formation soared over the school before the lead plane turned back, performing a flashy maneuver before flying low over the playground. As it passed the podium, the aircraft immediately released fireworks and colored smoke in succession. Guishan, holding a mirror, grinned at his reflection. "If I were a soldier, I'd surely attract a myriad of fans." Dawei habitually scoffed at him. "The nation's decision not to select you is undoubtedly wise." Just as Guyu alighted from the car, Jiangman's call came through, prompting her to hesitate before answering. Jiangman's voice was cool and detached. "Have you arrived at Qingshui Bay?" "Almost there." Before arriving at Dihai, Jiangman had arranged for a single apartment for Guyu near Qingshui Bay through a friend. As Guyu opened her mouth to respond, it seemed someone was urging Jiangman on the other end. After acknowledging, she stated, "I have some matters to attend to. I'll hang up." Guyu stared at the call-ended screen for a few seconds, a self-deprecating smile soon gracing her lips. Even though Jiangman had pulled the phone away, Guyu could still hear her legal father's voice in the background. Her father, Gu Jiasao, had passed away less than 3 months ago, and her mother had promptly remarried without hesitation. Perhaps they had been together long before that. Guyu tucked her phone away, stealing her emotions as she sought out the unit number one by one. The apartment young man found for her was on the top floor of a small building. After some twisting and turning, Guyu finally located the right building number. The elevator had not budged for nearly 10 minutes, and she could distinctly feel the discomfort of her short sleeves clinging to her front and back. The building attendant, with a leisurely demeanor, informed her, "Miss, the elevator is under maintenance today. If your place isn't too high up, you might as well take the stairs." Guyu inquired, "How long until it's fixed?" The attendant replied, "No idea." Shumang had arrived home just 10 minutes before the elevator maintenance began. After sweating profusely in the dormitory, he quickly grabbed a change of clothes to take a shower. Warm water cascaded from above, flowing down his cheeks, collarbone, and abdominal muscles, before continuing downward. After a refreshing shower, the sticky sensation that had clung to him vanished, and his mood improved significantly. He slipped on only a pair of underwear, and as he reached for his clothes, he suddenly realized his wallet was missing. Shumang tossed his previously worn clothes into the washing machine and headed towards the door. 18, 19, 20. At last, Guyu spotted the 21st floor number. The maintenance workers had yet to arrive, and the attendant had gently reminded her 3 times, prompting Guyu to abandon her wait for the elevator. It was just the 21st floor, wasn't it? Surely she could manage the climb. Having packed lightly from Huacheng, her suitcase was not heavy, though it was not light either. A girl of 1.65 meters, she resolutely ascended the 20 floors with her 22-inch suitcase. Bending over, she rested her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Large beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, falling directly onto her chest due to gravity. Her skin, pale and smooth, glistened under the heat, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe peaches. Guyu gritted her teeth with only 1 floor remaining. She steeled herself and hoisted her suitcase upward. Determined to embody the diligent spirit of the working class, she counted the steps without lifting her head. 5, 4, 3, 2, she nearly exclaimed, "Pervert!" Before Shumang ventured out to retrieve his wallet, he hadn't pondered much. The 2 suites on the top floor had been birthday gifts that Shoyu had purchased for him, and Shumang rarely visited Qingshui Bay. With the elevator out of service, who would willingly climb 21 flights of stairs to reach the top? Guyu's voice was high-pitched, and after being startled, her volume escalated, making her voice resonate even more on the otherwise tranquil top floor. Shumang reacted swiftly. Though the suitcase had struck his leg painfully, he could still endure it. Before Guyu could call the police, he needed to stabilize her emotions first. Who was the rogue? That scoundrel seemed entirely unfazed by his own misconduct, even questioning who the rogue was. A drunken person never admits to their inebriation similarly. A rogue never acknowledges their depravity. Guyu found herself in a position that felt almost surreal. She dared not ascend further, yet retreating would expose her entirely. "You," she retorted, adding, "You're not wearing pants." Shumang suddenly chuckled, finding her rather amusing. She had come to the top floor only to call him a rogue. His laughter unsettled Guyu further, resembling the unrestrained grin of a lecher. No more thinking, run. Guyu shut her eyes and turned to flee, but the next moment, Shumang deftly caught her, determined not to let her escape and tarnish his reputation as a model student. She struggled and shouted, "Let me go," her frightened demeanor resembling a cornered rabbit, reedied and desperate. Yet it was rather endearing. Shumang grasped her firmly, stating, "Have you ever seen a rogue wearing pants?" Upon hearing this, Guyu ceased her struggles and slowly opened her eyes, meeting a pair of amber eyes, corners slightly curved, lips alluring. He seemed quite handsome, but that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that upon hearing his words, Guyu found herself glancing downward. Down, further down. Indeed, he was not indecent. All areas that ought to be covered were concealed, while those that shouldn't be, such as his abdominal muscles, were gradually revealed. Guyu's first reaction was that he had a decent appearance and a great physique, but her second reaction was to bite down hard on Shumang's wrist. He winced in pain and released her, granting Guyu the opportunity to escape swiftly. Puffed. A rogue is a rogue, regardless of status, appearance, or any other attributes. Shumang clutched his bitten wrist, noting that although the girl appeared petite, she possessed quite a bite. A glance revealed her glaring orange suitcase rogue. It was the first time in his life that he had been labeled as such. What a disgrace to his impeccable student image. Chapter 2. What could recognition entail? It was not until Guyu rushed downstairs that she realized she had inadvertently entrusted her suitcase to a shameless naked man. Dehigh University had explicitly stated that freshmen were not permitted to arrive early. Given that she could not stay at Qingshui Bay, Guyu pondered briefly and reserved a hotel nearby with a 5-star safety rating. As Shumang was applying medication to herself, she received a call from Zhouyu. Mom. Shumang remained silent, and Zhouyu, assuming her son was feeling guilty, raised her voice. Shumang, do you even realize that an elder is speaking to you? Having endured Zhouyu's incessant chatter for decades, Shumang finally spoke after applying the ointment. The school's opening ceremony requires a pilot. He paused before adding, you are the elder. Zhouyu continued her admonishment, but midway through her lecture, she seemed to suddenly recall something and shifted the topic. Oh, by the way, your Aunt Zhang has a daughter who is studying at Haida this year. I gave her the key to the apartment across from yours. I heard she has already arrived. That girl's name is Guyu. He keenly picked up on the key phrase. Guyu. Why did that name sound so familiar? Shumang quickly found Zhang Liwei's WeChat and initiated a voice call. Having served as the student council president for 2 years, he was now in his junior year. During the summer break, he had enrolled in a helicopter flying course abroad, but due to time constraints, he had applied to complete the practical training domestically. Consequently, he resigned from his presidential position, leaving the student council affairs temporarily in Zhang Liwei's capable hands. Before long, Dawei sent over Guyu's information. Guu, from the School of Arts, majoring in Chinese language and literature. In the photograph, she donned a blue and white school uniform, her high ponytail swaying, her lips curved upward, and her eyes sparkling, exuding a gentle and pure demeanor that surpassed her peers. She had a remarkable foundation. With a touch of makeup, she could undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. Yet, the image of her just moments ago, resembling a red-eyed rabbit, lingered in his mind. The Flight Academy, where Shumang studied, was the university's flagship program. A few years prior, to maintain a balanced progression between the arts and sciences, the university had relocated the School of Arts adjacent to the Flight Academy. This meant that the apartment Guyu resided in was situated just behind the boys' dormitory. Guyu, that name resonated with an uncanny familiarity. Where had he encountered it before? He saved Guyu's photo on his phone. And after a period of deep contemplation and reflection, he suddenly smacked his thigh in realization. He was truly remarkable for having made that connection. During the freshman orientation, dozens of banners adorned the entrance of Dehigh University to welcome newcomers. The area outside the school gate bustled with activity, a lively scene indeed. Dehigh University comprised 2 campuses. The East Campus, expansive in size, served as the long-standing headquarters of the Flight Academy, while the West Campus housed departments such as biology, chemistry, and foreign languages. Senior Huyang was particularly enthusiastic, and before Guyu even set foot in Dehigh, she had shared all the intricate details about Dehigh University's various quirks. Originally, Huyang intended to fetch Guyu to the apartment, but this morning, her boyfriend had been newly elected as the student council president, necessitating her assistance. Not far from the apartment stood a 2-story supermarket. During the freshmen's enrollment period, the supermarket displayed all essential supplies at its entrance, ranging from bedding to toothbrushes. It was as though a prestigious institution had transformed into a bustling wholesale marketplace. During the summer vacation of her 6th grade, Guyu witnessed a remarkable event. A painting depicting a water buffalo by Gu Jiasua sold for an astonishing 7-figure sum. From that moment onward, it was as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm, with each subsequent artwork fetching an ever-increasing price. Guyu, too, found herself living a life akin to that of Cinderella transformed into a princess. However, a decade has elapsed since those days of enchantment, long enough for Guyu to have forgotten how to be self-sufficient. Miss Guyu was basking in the shade of a tree when a middle-aged man clad in a camouflage shirt and denim jeans approached her. Squinting slightly, Guyu recognized him as the fine craftsman they had hired for their recent home renovations. Uncle Lee was even shorter than Guyu, with darkened arms and cheeks, and when he smiled, his broad lips created 2 deep dimples on either side of his face. Following him was a girl who towered over him, standing at a solid 1 meter 70 with a warm smile. Uncle Lee asked, "Is Miss Gu also attending university at D-High?" He gestured towards his daughter, beaming with pride. "This is my daughter, Li Xiang. She is studying at the same university." Upon learning that Gu Yu, an underage child, was managing the renovations alone, Uncle Lee had felt an inexplicable pang of compassion, further intensified by Gu Yu's delicate and gentle visage. His inherent kindness seemed to permeate every corner of Gu Yu's home. Now, seeing her alone and sharing the same major and dormitory as his daughter, his enthusiasm and good-heartedness surged once more. An hour later, Uncle Lee had taken it upon himself to procure all necessary supplies for the two young ladies. Shouldering numerous bags and parcels as he made his way to their dormitory, after arranging his daughter's bed, he hurried off due to pressing work demands, but not before handing Gu Yu 2 apples. Gu Yu's mind was in disarray as she pondered the logistics of her suitcase. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Of course, by the afternoon, all the dormitory occupants would be present. Sharing a bunk with Li Xiang was Han, who was seated at a chair perusing the campus confession wall. "Have you heard? The school's opening ceremony will commence with an airplane." He perked up immediately. Yes. The confession wall is buzzing about it. I even heard someone saw a formation flying over the school playground the other day." And Han and successfully connected their conversation, burying their heads together in animated discussion. "That I heard the student council president is involved." And chimed in, though her intel paled in comparison to Han's. "So what?" And Han nearly shouted, as if to announce to the world, "His name is Shumang. The pictures are stunning. He has incredibly long legs. And he can fly a plane." Intrigued, and joined in as they began to search for photos of Shumang on the confession wall. Gu remained speechless. The flight academy trained only civil aviation captains. How could one compare to such flamboyant displays? And Han and were thoroughly engrossed in their quest for handsome photographs when Li Xiang suddenly expressed hunger. "Shall we go out to eat?" Gu deftly removed her earbuds, saying, "I'll go, just wait for me." At that moment, and Han and Yi's minds were elsewhere, and Han casually remarked, "And I won't be eating." Li Xiang, rising from her bed to accompany Gu Yu out, heard Han change her tune. "Li Xiang, could you bring us something to eat?" As it was their first encounter, Li Xiang was reluctant to refuse anyone. After jumping down the stairs and standing upright, she nodded in agreement. After the two emerged from the dormitory, and in a daze, remarked, "Sister, is it really appropriate to ask someone for help right after we've just arrived?" And Han chuckled. "Did you not notice the beds used by her and Gu Yu? Besides, with Li Xiang's physique, any additional running could serve as a means of weight loss." The following noon, Li Xiang had a package to collect, which had mistakenly been sent to the West Campus due to an error in the address. Upon learning of Li Xiang's intention to head to the West Campus, Gu Yu resolved to accompany her, and Han seized the moment to interject. "So you're off to the West Campus? I have a package there as well. Could you fetch it for me?" Feeling unable to decline, Li Xiang acquiesced. On the way, Gu Yu and Li Xiang had not spent much time together, having only shared a meal. But some form of conversation was still deemed necessary, wasn't it? "Gu Yu, the West Campus is quite far. What do you intend to do there?" Gu Yu fiddled with the hem of her clothing and replied, "Looking for someone." Li Xiang observed that although Gu Yu appeared soft and gentle, she was, in fact, quite aloof, speaking very little. Li Xiang went to the express station to retrieve her package. During the school term, it was inevitable that there would be a greater volume of parcels. Gu sat in a nearby milk tea shop, waiting for her, and then took out her phone to call Lu Shi. "Oh my, is this person out of their mind? Jumping straight into the fray. Do they even know how to play? See, sure, let us hit the road." Minutes later, a 5v4 battle concluded in failure. "Damn, what's wrong with this Jiaochan? Does she even have hands? Always charging to the front. It's like she's wearing a sign that says, 'I'm a noob, come hit me.'" With a thud, the phone was tossed onto the table. Expressing Haichang's profound dissatisfaction, I sure retorted, "Hey Shu Go, where were you looking? You didn't even offer to help your brother out." Just then, Haichang noticed that Shumang had not uttered a single word throughout. Following the direction of Shumang's gaze, he and Shi turned to look. Seated on a high stool in the milk tea shop was a girl clad in a pink dress. Her inky hair cascading in soft waves to her shoulders. With only a profile visible, her petite, well-defined nose stood out strikingly as she leisurely sipped a blush-pink beverage, accompanied by an unopened cup of iced milk tea. Beautiful. It had been ages since he had seen such an innocent young girl. Haichang was the first to react. "Shu Gu, do you like her?" Sishi's gaze lingered on Guyu, pondering the meaning of familiarity. Not Shugo, whether one knows her or not. What does it matter? Shumang succinctly replied, the literal meaning. Si sure, uninterested in Shumang's wordplay, began his analysis. If you ask me, that girl probably has a boyfriend. Just look at that iced milk tea. It might very well be for him. Shumang playfully tossed a book at Sishi's head. Are you going to retrieve your package or not? Oh right, the package. That's why I came. 10 minutes after Sishi departed, Guyu set her phone down and rose to leave the milk tea shop. She scanned the vicinity but still could not spot Li Xiang. Just as she exited the shop, Li Xiang appeared. Clutching a large box, Guyu inquired, what on earth did you buy that is so enormous? Li Xiang, with a resigned expression, replied, it's an Han-s. Having spent 2 days with an Han, Guyu could distinctly sense her disdain towards both Li Xiang and herself as for the reason behind it. She could not quite articulate as they approached the school gate. Li Xiang suddenly recalled and inquired of Guyu, did you manage to locate the person you were searching for in the West Campus? Lu Xia, who majored in Japanese, was assigned to the foreign language department located in that very area. Guyu had attempted to contact Lu Xia by phone, but without success. Lu Xia was Guyu's elder brother, tall in stature, and notably skilled in combat. She mentally compared Lu Xia's physique to that of a certain individual with a peculiar demeanor. They appeared to be of similar height, both possessing broad shoulders, narrow waists, long legs, and defined abs. However, Lu Xia had a darker complexion, lacking the fair and delicate appearance of the other person, whose hands seemed less elongated. That individual's eyes were remarkably bright, gazing with an inexplicable clarity, and, wait, why did she remember so vividly? She shook her head in frustration. The registration period was fleeting, and without her suitcase, she would be unable to enroll. Unfortunately, Lu Xia's whereabouts were unknown, that he was incessantly reachable when she didn't require him, yet utterly unhelpful when she did. What a bothersome brother! She pointed at her own head and solemnly informed Li Xiang. I have a rather foolish brother on the West Campus who cannot manage his daily life, suffering from incontinence. I must check on him. Li Xiang, persuaded by Guyu's earnest gaze, kindly asked, should we report to the authorities if he remains unaccounted for? It took Li Xiang a few moments to comprehend that Guyu was speaking in jest. Initially, upon their first meeting, Li Xiang perceived Guyu as somewhat difficult to approach and hesitated to converse with her, as Guyu's expression seemed to exude a clear keep your distance sentiment. Yet, it now appeared that she possessed a more relatable side, which was quite endearing. Guyu intended to call out to an Han to descend and assist with the luggage. Just as she reached the doorway, an Han's voice echoed, those country bumpkins, both of them from our dorm. One a complete rustic, and the other believing that donning a designer dress can mask her lack of sophistication. They're not here. I asked them to fetch my package. It's beneficial for them to run errands. After all, there's plenty of farm work to be done. Growing impatient while waiting downstairs, Li Xiang decided to carry the suitcase up alone. Guyu took the heavy box from the staircase, the shipping label still visible on its side, revealing the seller's address, handed over, without allowing Li Xiang a moment to react. Guyu had already entered the dormitory. Her father had once informed her that Guyu's family background was not one that an ordinary person could fathom, a girl yet to reach 18. Possessing a nearly 700 square meter traditional house in a first-tier city like Flower City, her father was a renowned painter, and the home held several unsold masterpieces, each an invaluable work of art. Consequently, Li Xiang had always assumed Guyu was a pampered princess. Guyu, who appeared youthful and delicate, was one of the few descriptors Li Xiang could conjure to characterize her. Now, she simply could not imagine where Guyu derived the strength to carry such a large suitcase and slam it against the door. Chapter 3. I've been waiting for you for ages. And Han, who had purchased a limited edition bag from a certain brand just a week prior, was taken aback as Guyu unceremoniously tossed it onto the floor. She sprang up, her hair bristling in indignation, exclaiming, what are you doing? That bag is quite expensive. Guyu maintained a stoic silence, her gaze slightly lowered as Han, visibly distressed, began to unwrap her parcel. The box was unwrapped layer by layer, its contents spilling forth in a cascade of foam, until Han finally unearthed the bag she had purchased from amidst a pile of white refuse. Though the bag remained unscathed, she could not swallow her indignation. Rising to her feet, she glared at Guyu, exclaiming, this is a globally limited edition bag co-designed with a renowned artist. Do you think you can treat it carelessly? Han held aloft a bucket bag from an oil painting series, questioning Guyu as if she were a judge interrogating a nonchalant bystander. Li Xiang, not wishing for the situation to escalate, intervened, for she was naturally inclined to downplay conflicts. Han, Guyu didn't mean today. She's not strong enough to carry it, she hurriedly explained. Anhan erupted, her voice soaring above the fray. Had it not been for Li Xiang's restraint, she might have resorted to physical confrontation. What do you mean by that? Do you have any idea how much this bag costs? You, a country bumpkin, have never laid eyes on something so expensive in your life. Guyu raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and retorted, how much is it? 99 with free shipping. Guyu's lack of awareness took Anhan aback, prompting her to enlighten her on the significance of luxury brands. A country bumpkin simply lacks worldly experience. The artwork on this bag is the original piece by the illustrious artist Ice. Guyu seemed incredulous. An original, painted a year ago. Anhan, now infuriated, continued along the thread of Guyu's words. I specifically commissioned him to paint it a month ago. Guyu, uninterested in prolonging the discussion, bluntly informed her, Dihai University only admits those with intellect. I truly wonder how you gained admission. You. Anhan stammered. Guyu pressed on. The internationally acclaimed oil painter Ice achieved fame at 35. And by 40, his works resonated around the globe, fetching bids in the 8-digit range. His colors are vivid, and his themes are clear. Since rising to prominence, he has refrained from interviews, as he has a daughter to care for. Unfortunately, 3 months ago, he perished in Huaqing due to an earthquake. At this juncture, even the dimmest among them could discern the underlying insinuation in Guyu's words. The artist had been deceased for 3 months. Yet Anhan claimed to have commissioned a piece just a month prior. Instantly silenced, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The bag, in truth, was something she had haphazardly purchased online, the seller exploiting the allure of a famous painting to market the bag as high-end, luxurious, and subtly sophisticated. A perfect trap for someone as vain as Anhan. Ice's reputation was well known, and nearly everyone was familiar with him to some extent. Just moments ago, she had intended to belittle Guyu, only to discover that her counterpart possessed superior knowledge. Li Xiang, maintaining a calm demeanor, had noted Anhan's earlier derogatory remark about country bumpkins and understood her underlying sentiment. At this moment, she, too, could no longer hold her tongue. Anhan, apologized to Guyu. Your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Anhan, her facade crumbling, wore a face mottled with shades of blue and white, akin to a theatrical performance. Ultimately, her thin skin prevailed, and she sought to salvage what little dignity remained. Her earlier fervor waning. Even if I misspoke, you cannot recklessly damage my belongings. The Taobao store selling the bag was named Xingxing Chaobao, following the viral success of the painting titled Water Buffalo Grazing by a certain Gujiaso. This store had unlawfully infringed upon the artist's rights by unlawfully printing the artwork onto a particular bag without permission. They still publicly claim exclusive authorization from IC. Initially, the boss intended to ride the wave of popularity. But the artwork became so sensational that the issues of plagiarism and counterfeiting were magnified in an instant. As a result, Gagasuo even engaged in a lawsuit, emerging victorious, while helping Li Xiang move boxes. Guyu inadvertently glimpsed the order information and the description of the bag on the exterior of the box. The fervor surrounding Gagasuo's passing had just begun to wane, yet the starry seized the moment to capitalize on the situation. Guyu composed herself, adjusted her hair, and inquired, how much? Without waiting for Anhan to quote a price, Guyu directly transferred 500 yuan to Anhan via WeChat. As the notification of the successful transaction chimed on her phone, Guyu swiftly tossed the bag into the trash bin. After the events of the day, Anhan could no longer suppress her tears, prompting an E to take her out for comfort. Before leaving, Guyu called out to them, insisting they tidy up before departing. Unable to endure the humiliation, Anhan ultimately succumbed to Yi's encouragement to clear the scattered cardboard and foam. As the night deepened, Guyu and Li Xiang dined at a clay pot restaurant outside the campus. Tomorrow marked the final day for new students to report, and most had completed the series of reporting procedures on the first day, leaving the subsequent time for newcomers to familiarize themselves with the campus. In their chat group, Senior Hu Yang had urged Guyu several times to report early, especially since she had stood her up last time. And the senior had intended to treat Guyu to a meal. Senior, I will report tomorrow. Good. Setting her phone down, Guyu let out a heartfelt sigh. Li Xiang promptly noticed the change in her expression. Guyu, are you still thinking about what happened today? Guyu shook her head. Li Xiang, having perfectly inherited her Uncle Li's sociable nature, opened up. When I was little, many boys teased me because of my size. Whenever I heard them, I would hit them. Later, when I couldn't win anymore, I joined the Taekwondo class in town for 2 years. Guyu paused her meal, her eyelids lifting and intrigued. Li Xiang continued. In my first year of high school, There was a delinquent who took a dislike to me. One Friday after school, he blocked my path to hit me, and I couldn't resist his deliberate provocation, inadvertently sending his friends to the hospital. For that, my father had to pay a hefty amount. Some choose to retreat not out of fear, but out of consideration for those around them. She grasped Li Xiang's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes, which were round and wide, brimming with compassion. Li Xiang was taken aback, but quickly recovered to comfort her. Hey, it's nothing. I've never lost a fight since I was little. Don't worry, I won't be bullied. She waved her fist. Guyu interrupted her. No. Li Xiang froze. After 3 seconds, Guyu said, I have a side job for you. Would you like to take it? The side job Guyu referred to was actually to accompany Li Xiang for courage to Qin Shui Bei. If that pervert dared to act, with Li Xiang's combat prowess, victory would be assured. They dared not take the elevator directly to the 21st floor. Instead, they stealthily climbed the stairs after the elevator stopped at the 20th. Prior to this, Guyu had meticulously prepared, equipped with pepper spray and a stun baton, fully ready for a confrontation. However, upon reaching the 21st floor, they were taken aback that a small box sat securely at her doorstep. Showing no signs of being tampered with, its vibrant colors always enticing the eye, and the surrounding silence seemed to echo the box's unspoken words. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why have you only just arrived? Upon returning to school, not a single item in the box was missing, nor did it bear any signs of disturbance. Guyu momentarily attributed this situation to her little orange's excessively high anti-theft coefficient, rendering it impossible to unlock. Thus, out of frustration, she simply abandoned it at the doorstep. After successfully registering, the next event was the opening ceremony. The date for the ceremony was chosen on a Saturday, characterized by a cloudless sky and brilliant sunshine. The night before the ceremony, Hai University officially released a post on Weibo outlining the entire schedule of the event, with the most anticipated highlight undoubtedly being the aerial display team. Once the official announcement was made, the confession wall was instantly overwhelmed, leading to its temporary suspension for maintenance. Without the pre-event chatter online, the atmosphere on-site became exceedingly lively. Adjacent to the College of Arts was the Flight Academy, where students donned matching blue hats and white tee-shirts. Guyu felt faint under the scorching summer's sun. As the familiarity of the sensation washed over her, her irritability intensified. Not far off, a few ladies were conversing. Hey, did you see? Right next to us are the students from the Flight Academy, and each one is more handsome than the last. Standing beside them makes it feel as if the sun has been eclipsed. They must be sophomores, right? I heard that this flight team includes some seniors from the 3rd year, one of whom is named Shumang. I've saved his pictures on the confession wall. He is incredibly handsome. I really want to see him in person. Pictures, pictures. 10 minutes later, the distant hum of engines grew closer, and one aircraft after another ascended into the right side of the sky, the lead aircraft prominently positioned at the center. With the 2 trailing wings gradually taking their places, all prepared and awaiting instructions, ready to launch at any moment. He Guangli spoke to Xia Shumang via the communicator. Xiao Xia. Xia Shumang in the command room wore an increasingly pronounced smile as he gazed up at the impeccably aligned military aircraft in the sky. The sunlight was intense, causing him to squint slightly. The broadcast echoed with the host's impassioned voice. The opening ceremony for the new students of Hai University for the year XXXX officially commences. Chapter 4. Lu Shi and having a girlfriend. The sky was a pristine blue, as if freshly washed, with the playground flanked by tall, straight white poplar trees. Lush and verdant, the gust of wind rustled through, resonating in everyone's hearts. The V-shaped formation approached, beginning to release colored smoke at the designated position, revealing a vibrant rainbow from the inside out. The absence of blue cotton further accentuated the brilliance of this striking display. As the rainbow arced across the sky and past the podium, the smoke ceased, and 3 seconds later, the lead aircraft dove and turned, flaring its wings. The tiny ants on the playground instantly became restless. The riding was completed, and the colored smoke dissipated. He Guangli flew above the upper right side of the podium, accelerating at low altitude as he passed over it. As the silhouette of the aircraft swept across the canopy, prearranged colored shells and fireworks burst into the sky, creating a vivid display that spelled out Hai University in colorful smoke. The applause and cheers from the playground were deafening, persisting even after the aircraft became invisible. Sisher and Hai Chong leaned over the railing outside the building, utterly amazed. This maneuver was incredibly impressive. I wish I had become a pilot too. Why am I studying computer science? What do I need a bicycle for? Sisher remarked, clicking his tongue at the airport. He Guangli maneuvered his aircraft to a halt, being the last to return that he appeared slightly older than Shumang, his skin having taken on a somewhat dusky hue due to prolonged training. Xiao Xia. Shumang approached him, addressing him as Li Gu. They settled outside the control room, having executed their commands with commendable precision. The requisite points had been reported on time, and their actions flowed seamlessly. Just a few commands, He Guangli remarked lightly, though there was an undertone of reproach in his voice. How has your time at the flight academy been? The civil aircraft isn't as impressive as that behemoth outside. Is it? Shumang merely smiled, retorting, what's wrong with civil aviation? I'm delighted to serve the people. He Guangli was 5 or 6 years older than Shumang and had grown up in the imperial capital's courtyard. Later, he joined the Air Force in the Northeast. During Shumang's senior year in high school, He Guangli had encouraged him to pursue a career in the Air Force as well. The entrance assessments for the Air Force were notoriously stringent, particularly the medical examinations, yet Shumang had managed to excel, boasting the top scores in all evaluations, much to He Guangli's envy. Following the release of the college entrance examination results, Shumang's first choice was the Air Force. Glancing at his application form, he deemed the flight academy at Dehai University to be a respectable second choice. When the admission results were announced in July, everyone was taken aback. Shumang did not secure a spot in his first choice and was instead enrolled at Dehai University. Many of his peers, who had scored significantly lower than him, were admitted, while he was left out. He Guangli urged him to try again the following year, but Shumang declined. Had you taken that extra year, you might very well have been my junior by now, He Guangli lamented, his words tinged with a hint of bitterness for Shumang's missed opportunity. What a pity to waste such good potential. Shumang raised his cup to clink with He Guangli's, then quipped, as a pilot, you still need to impress the beautiful flight attendants. Do you have any in your squadron? There were few female military pilots. And given He Guangli's years in the military, he had not had the chance to pursue romance. This remark hit home, leaving He Guangli momentarily speechless. The two had not seen each other for quite some time and engaged in a wide-ranging conversation. Eventually, due to time constraints, He Guangli had to leave early. After bidding farewell to He Guangli, Shumang made his way to the instructor's office. The so-called freshman meeting was merely a briefing on military training arrangements, an introduction to campus life, and a showcase of performances. Next Monday, Lucy would officially take charge, and it was just a freshman meeting, so it would not take up too much of Shumang's time. The ceremony finally concluded, and the school's confession wall resumed its function. A staff member from the student council passing by revealed that Shumang would continue to host the freshman orientation, urging everyone to arrive early for the best seats, with the first row allowing for a close-up view of eyelashes. After a busy afternoon, Guyu did not forget to transfer 2,000 yuan to Li Xiang. Uncle Li's bed was a standardized model provided by the school, with coarse fabric, and Guyu, accustomed to a comfortable mattress, had endured a few nights of discomfort. Only now did Guyu feel a sense of resolution settling in. The girls' dormitory was particularly tranquil after lunch, the cicadas chirping intermittently, while the scorching sun beat down on the drooping willows below. On the steps, the school mascot, Ah Huang, lay with its head drooping, tongue lolling out. Shumang crouched beside Ah Huang, casting a shadow over it, reaching out to stroke its head before unscrewing a bottle of purified water and pouring it all over Ah Huang. The biting chill invigorated Ah Huang, who excitedly shook its body, splattering droplets of water onto Shumang. He leaned back slightly, waiting for Ah Huang to calm down before it let out a joyful bark with its glossy black eyes fixed on Shumang. Only then did he produce a sausage to feed it. Guyu, waking with a hint of morning grumpiness, sat on the bed lost in thought for a few minutes before feeling more alert. Guyu, I bought dinner for you. Hurry down to eat. It's too late to go to the cafeteria now, Li Xiang said while playing with her phone. Seated comfortably in a chair, Guyu descended the stairs. Finding a portion of braised chicken and a can of peach cocktail, her favorite, laid out on the table. Thank you, there's no need for thanks, Li Xiang remarked as Guyu transferred the payment. Counting the sum 3 times to ensure accuracy, the total for those beds amounted to merely a few hundred yuan, and with a mindset of being cared for, Li Xiang felt compelled to treat Guyu with extra kindness. Guyu swiftly finished her meal, tidied the table, and glanced at the time. There was still enough for her to apply some makeup. She chose a light orange knee-length shirt dress from the wardrobe, cinched with a diamond belt, and paired it with a black hat. Her evening makeup was not overly heavy, just a refreshing summer soda look with peach and pink hues, perfectly complementing her radiant skin. Li Xiang sat across from Guyu, taken aback by the transformation. The fresh look before makeup and the cool, trendy appearance after were striking. Guyu, you don't happen to like Shumang, do you? and Han and Yi rarely stayed in the dormitory, and Guyu typically spoke little. However, Li Xiang had become quite familiar with the girls in the neighboring dorm over the past few days. She had heard that Shumang would continue to temporarily preside over the new student meeting that evening, prompting discussions among many girls about how to dress up. Guyu was putting on earrings. Barely catching what Li Xiang said, "Who, Shumang?" After fastening her earrings, Guyu checked her reflection in the mirror and replied, "I have someone I like." Li Xiang immediately pulled her chair closer, curiosity piqued. Who? Who? It was hard for Li Xiang to fathom that the ethereal Guyu would express such sentiments about a crush. Guyu had no intention of keeping it from her, and stated plainly. "The president of our student council." Li Xiang gasped, and Guyu turned to her, looking at her as if she were foolish. Isn't that Shumang? Given that Guyu had not closely followed the confession wall's updates, she was unaware of the situation concerning Lu Shi and the yet-to-be-appointed role, promptly correcting Li Xiang. Not in point 10 seconds later, Li Xiang added, "If I'm not mistaken, Lu Shi has a girlfriend, a direct senior from our department, named Hu Yang." Chapter 5. Why did you just kiss me? Jiang Man left Guyu when she was merely 8 years old. The bus trudged slowly along the muddy road, the rear wheels skidding to the right. The driver, failing to react in time, sharply turned left, causing the vehicle to overturn. Torrential rain poured down like a deluge, and small as she was, Guyu crawled out from the wreckage. Ominous clouds loomed, interspersed with flashes of lightning. As raindrops struck her face painfully, mud coated her body, and with blood and rainwater mingling in her mouth, she could not spit it out cleanly. During the flip, the driver was ejected through the window. Dying instantly, his body crumpled in a grotesque position on the ground, his lifeless gaze chillingly fixed on Guyu. She was utterly terrified as a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, sending shivers down Guyu's spine. Her cries were drowned out by the relentless downpour, and the road to the town, already desolate, felt even more chilling and foreboding. When Lu Shi and her friends passed this way during their outing, Guyu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Xiang had refrained from speaking to Guyu throughout the journey. Even without makeup, Guyu exuded an air of aloofness. However, her inherent cuteness rendered her less intimidating. Once adorned with makeup, she seemed like a different person altogether, her usual silence replaced by an expression that clearly conveyed, "Do not speak to me. You are unworthy." Li Xiang enjoyed a good rapport with the girls from the neighboring dormitory, who had secured prime seats at the front for optimal viewing. As soon as Guyu sat down, Li Xiang eagerly engaged in lively conversation with the girls next door, having stifled her excitement throughout the journey. After a while, one of the girls suddenly remembered something and inquired, "What about that adorable girl from your dorm? She didn't come?" Li Xiang glanced to her left and replied, "There she is." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming loudly, "No way." Her voice was so loud that the surrounding crowd instinctively turned to look at Guyu, who slightly turned her head, making eye contact with the astonished girl. The new students, having just endured the rigorous pressures of the college entrance examination, were few in number who could present themselves well with makeup, and their fashion sense left much to be desired. Guyu's outfit resembled something straight off a fashion runway, drawing the attention of many. Behind the curtain, Sisher sensed something amiss and asked Hai Chang beside him, "Who is that girl? She's quite the showstopper." Hai Chang followed Sisher's gaze, quickly scanning his memory for any familiar face but found none. The visage felt strangely recognizable yet remained unplaced. At 7 o'clock, the meeting commenced punctually. The freshman orientation at High University was traditionally organized entirely by the student council, with no interference from the administration. The auditorium was vast, with tiered seating that ascended high. The cacophony of chatter filled the air until Shumang took the stage, silencing the crowd, clad in a sleek black suit with a fresh hairstyle complementing his long trousers. He exuded an aura of charisma that permeated every corner of the hall. Striding confidently to the podium, he began, "Hello, fellow students. I am Shumang from the Flight Academy." The applause erupted, resonating so powerfully that it seemed to shake the very rafters of the auditorium. Amidst the fervent applause, only Guyu wore a forced smile, her expression reminiscent of a neglected boy. Even darker in demeanor, he briefly outlined the structure of the student council at High University before shifting the topic to the military training details, eliciting a wave of murmurs from the audience. A week of military training. Is that for real? My goodness, what kind of extraordinary institution is High University? Mang gestured for silence, continuing, "That concludes today's speech. I hereby declare the XXXX Year D High University Freshman Gala officially open." The event was prepared by 2nd and third-year seniors. High University was renowned for its talented individuals, and the initial performances of modern dance and crosstalk received enthusiastic responses from the audience. After the gala, Shumang returned to the stage to express his gratitude. Once again, thank you for choosing High University. This concludes today's event. I appreciate everyone's attendance. The applause erupted once more. Is that all Shumang had to say? I thought he would be hosting the event. Have you noticed how Shumang's attire closely resembles that of the girl from the literature department? Where? The other party pointed it out to her. At this very moment, their gazes met, and Shumang suddenly broke into a slight smile, causing Guyu to gasp in surprise. A small turtle donned a shell, sprouted wings, and even dyed itself a shell. What a curious choice of clothing. Is orange truly a color befitting a small turtle? Instinctively, she averted her gaze from his, gripping her phone even tighter. Jiang Man had just messaged her, stating that she had faxed the important documents to Qingshui Bei. After Gu Jiasua's passing, Guyu's household registration was merged into Jiang Man's family. The new household registry had just been obtained. Jiang Man has always shown little concern for Guyu's matters, likely obtaining the fax number from Aunt Zhou for her convenience. She is perpetually self-serving. The excitement at High had yet to wane, and the cacophony of discussions around her only added to her agitation. She had not informed Lu Shi of her presence at High, enduring 3 months merely for today's fleeting moment. Yet now that the moment had arrived, it seemed to soar high above her, like a flower blooming only to vanish. The thought of flying brought Shumang to mind. What a pretentious boy. When in truth, he is nothing but a creep. The impending visit to Qingshui Bei filled her with further dread. Her relationship with Jiang Man was strained. The fewer entanglements, the better. After the event concluded, Shumang entrusted all subsequent tasks to Haichang. Sishi, munching on an apple, sidled up to Shumang, draping an arm around his neck with a playful grin. Brother Shu, who have you been fixating on tonight? Haichang's ears perked up at the remark. Shumang evaded his grasp, retorting, no one. Sishi, unconvinced, insisted, don't lie. I saw it. The girl in the same style and color as you. Swallowing a bite of apple, Sishi continued, Brother Shu, we've shared a bed for 3 years now. What exactly do you fancy? Last time it was that sweet girl, and now you've switched to a trendy one. They both look good, but surely you must have a preference? Shumang adjusted his bag, uninterested in explaining. There was no need for outsiders to know about the salacious details, and he walked away, exiting the hall. A figure in the same hue as his flashed past along the garden path. 2 glaring silhouettes arrived at the same unit, one after the other. Guu arrived 5 minutes early, heading straight to the 21st floor. As the elevator doors opened, Shumang unexpectedly appeared before Guyu. His form obscured the overhead light, casting uneven shadows from his sharply defined features, rendering him dark and cunning. Shumang was not here to frighten her. The matter would eventually require clarification, and tonight, her gaze upon him was akin to that of a judge regarding a most heinous criminal. Guu's body stiffened, unwilling to step out of the elevator, and her right hand stealthily slipped into her pocket, unseen by Shumang. Observing this, Shumang spoke in a flat tone. You step out first. A hissing sound from a spray continued for 5 long seconds, leaving Shumang gasping for breath, unable to inhale or exhale, only capable of opening his mouth wide to draw in the remnants of oxygen. As choking particles invaded every corner of his mouth, his chest heaved violently, and he coughed deeply, each spasm intensifying his discomfort, nearly suffocating him. Guu, while spraying, had tightly shut her eyes, summoning every ounce of strength she possessed to confront the naked little turtle. One must make him aware of the harsh realities of society. Guyu, in order to complement her edgy makeup for the day, had meticulously applied a matte lipstick in a shade reminiscent of a deep crimson. After a night had passed, the dark red hue had faded by half. She sat upon the fabric sofa of Shumang's home, the pearlescent light illuminating the entire room, allowing one to distinctly perceive the forced calmness mingled with embarrassment and guilt upon her face. Shumang, seated across from Guyu, tilted his head back and downed 3 large glasses of cold water before feeling a slight relief in his throat. The sound of the glass colliding with the coffee table resonated crisply, and a faint, glaring lipstick mark lingered on the rim of the glass he had just used. With his throat finally moist enough to speak, he succinctly clarified the misunderstandings that had transpired earlier. Guyu, unnaturally biting her lower lip, responded with a soft acknowledgement after he finished speaking. Just moments ago, as Guyu hurried to the garden below to call the police, Jiang Man had preempted her with a phone call to remind her of the last time she forgot to introduce Shumang to her. After elucidating the entire situation, Xia Shumang took a deep breath, the numbness and tingling in his cheeks still apparent, a flush vividly evident. This is partly my fault for not being thorough. I apologize. Considering you doused me in capsaicin, let us consider this matter settled. Is that agreeable? Guyu, of course, found no objection and nodded immediately. Well, since you have no objections, I have one. Gu raised her eyes to meet his. After a 3-second silence, Xia Shumang inquired, "Why did you kiss me just now?" Chapter 6. Do you wish to kiss again? As an aviator, Guyu's instinct for emergency response activated the moment she pressed the canister of pepper spray. She composed herself, realizing that her well-meaning intentions now seemed somewhat ambiguous in light of his question. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I thought you were having difficulty breathing, so I was administering artificial respiration." To her surprise, halfway through her explanation, he suddenly opened his eyes, and their gazes locked, creating an awkward tension. She cautiously glanced at Xia Shumang, eager to salvage her dignity, but her words lacked any authority. "I was merely trying to save you," Xia Shumang countered. "Should I then express my gratitude?" She reflexively responded, "No need." Xia Shumang reclined back, his body limp upon the sofa, his face still bearing a swollen redness. Resembling a pig's head after a beating. Gu could not suppress a laugh, though she quickly stifled it, sensing it was inappropriate. Xia Shumang observed her every expression, just as reproachful words hovered on his lips. He suddenly fell silent, unable to articulate a single word that he genuinely found her amusing. Infuriated to the core, Gu had expected Xia Shumang might retaliate. With wide eyes, she asked, "Is that it? This girl? What else could there be?" Guyu hastily covered her mouth, shaking her head vigorously. Like a steadfast revolutionary heroine, as night descended, the moon hid behind the clouds, taking a leisurely rest. Just a wall apart, Xia Shumang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. His face felt as if it were inflating and tightening like a balloon, both swollen and numb, while an inexplicable warmth simmered within him, causing an incessant itch. This peculiar sensation was entirely foreign to him, arriving without warning. Ultimately, he took a cold shower, and it was only at 1 in the morning that he finally drifted into a slow slumber. During that week of military training, the weather was merciful, remaining overcast for 4 days. On the morning of the performance report, dark clouds loomed overhead, and a damp chill swept through the air, as the weather forecast predicted heavy rain. The school hastily concluded the reporting ceremony, a trial of human will through military training, while the novices flailed their arms, muddling through. A notification appeared in the group chat, informing the freshmen to collect their books in the afternoon, as classes would commence the following day. The weather in Dihai was capricious. Just days prior, the sun had blazed brightly, yet now a fierce wind whipped through the dark clouds, bending the willows as torrents of rain cascaded down. The balcony door of the dormitory was tightly shut, isolating them from the outside world. That Gu, cocooned under her silk quilt, buried her head within, with the volume of her headphones cranked to the maximum. The metallic electronic beats resonating through her eardrums. Throughout these days of military training, she had maintained this routine, never parting with her headphones, alternating between listening to AP and blasting electronic music. Li Xiang found it perplexing. The daughter of an artist might have inherited some essence of Gujiasa. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the world outside tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Li Xiang called for Guyu to join her in retrieving the books, prompting Guyu to switch off the music and rise from her bed. The first semester of freshman year consisted primarily of foundational general courses, with few specialized classes, resulting in a modest number of books. He remained as he had always been, carefree and nonchalant, a faint scar above his left eyebrow, and a mischievous grin that suggested a rogue charm. Gu. As she conversed with Li Xiang, a voice called her name, momentarily interrupting their dialogue, and Guyu turned to the sound, her heart involuntarily tightening. That he feigned ignorance, attempting to brush it off. "I thought you had been accepted to Peking University." Li Xiang assessed Lu Shihe from head to toe, realizing he must be Guyu's brother who scavenged for trash. Gu took a moment before begrudgingly replying, "Dihai is close to home." The cold indifference she had maintained suddenly quivered upon hearing the mention of a shopping cart. Though she did not overtly display her reaction, never mind, she thought. She would rise above it and not hold it against him. With her peripheral vision, she noticed no trace of Lu Shihe, maintaining her poise akin to a noble concubine. Extending her hand, "Give it to me." Gu chose not to dwell on the matter, providing Lu Shihe with a sense of relief as he began to search his person for the shopping cart. 3 minutes later, he was nearly at a loss. Having found nothing, Gu's patience wore thin as she finally met his gaze, confronting Lu Shihe with an expression that conveyed her sincerity. I truly possess a shopping cart. I simply forgot to bring it, and I am not deliberately deceiving you." She grasped Li Xiang's arm and shot a fierce glare at her trash-collecting brother. "Lucia, you might as well perish." Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Xiang dared to inquire, "Guyu, do you genuinely harbor feelings for Lucia?" Although Li Xiang was introverted, she was not naive. Their previous conversation had made it clear that Guyu held some interest in Lucia. Yet today, it appeared they were not entangled in a flirtatious relationship. Guyu did not particularly like Lucia. When Li Xiang had previously asked her if she fancied anyone, Guyu had reflected and concluded that only Lucia had treated her decently. And that day, she had adorned herself with makeup solely to confront her trash-collecting brother in a cool demeanor. Yet again, she had been let down. Following that, there had been the incident with Shumang. She could not fault Shumang, as it was her own impulsiveness that had initiated the situation. Upon contemplation, Guyu identified Lucia as the root of her grievances, disposing of the trash in her hand into the bin. She now regarded the trash can with great disdain. The days passed with a leisurely rhythm, as Lucia, through various means of persuasion, managed to gift Guyu several shopping carts, prompting the young lady to reluctantly forgive him. Although Shumang refrained from reproaching her, Guyu still felt a twinge of guilt. She believed it necessary to offer a more formal apology to the former president of the student council. Lacking Shumang's contact information for the time being, she decided to visit Qing Shui Bei, hoping to chance upon him. Chapter 7. So, shall we sleep? After taking a shower in the evening, he organized everything that needed to go into the refrigerator, selecting a few items from the plastic bag that did not require refrigeration to bring into the bedroom, compared to Guyu's room. His was brightly lit. As he approached the door to his bedroom, faint sounds gradually reached his ears, confirming the source of the noise. He opened the door and stepped inside. The layout of the two apartments on the top floor was entirely symmetrical, with only a wall separating Shumang's bedroom from Guyu's. Guyu had probably never stayed in Qing Shui Bei before. The rustling sounds emanating from the other side indicated she was tidying up her belongings. In a cheerful mood today, she had purchased numerous clothes with the shopping cards from Lucia and was hanging them in the wardrobe, humming a little tune with delight. Shumang reclined on his bed, holding a cup of iced cola, listening to her sing. Guyu's voice, as soft and sweet as her appearance, radiated her joyful mood today, with her songs exuding a lively and uplifting tone. After an indeterminate time of listening, Guyu abruptly ceased singing. Once Shumang confirmed that silence prevailed on her side, he leaned closer to the wall, pondering intently. Guyu? Was someone calling her? Was this house haunted? She discreetly picked up a broom, took a few deep breaths to appear formidable, and declared, "Who are you? Show yourself. I assure you, I'm not afraid of you." Shumang, thinking he had startled her, quickly interjected, "It's the place where the wallpaper meets the pocket of the robotic cat." That voice sounded so familiar, almost as if it were Shumang's own. After all, he was the only one residing on the other side. Guyu, curious, decided to investigate what mischief was afoot. She moved towards the spot he indicated, tightly gripping the broom in her hand. Uncertain whether Guyu had processed his words, Shumang continued, "Poke it open." It was then that Guyu noticed a faint glow emanating from the wallpaper at the pocket's location. The wallpaper's opacity usually concealed this detail, but upon closer inspection, it became clear. With her index finger, she gently prodded the pocket area, and to her surprise, she punctured a hole, revealing an opening the size of a fist. Bright light streamed directly onto Guyu's finger, casting a vivid beam. Initially, when they contemplated merging the two rooms, they had drilled a hole only to discover that electrical wiring ran through the wall, preventing a complete demolition. Following the previous incident, he was particularly concerned about whether Guyu perceived him as a pervert. Silence enveloped them, and 30 seconds later, Guyu heard faint sounds filtering through the hole. The light was mostly obstructed, and something began to slide through. With a soft thud, a bottle of sweet milk landed on Guyu's bed, followed by lollipops, cotton candy, milk candies, and nougat. Shumang's voice rang out clearly and brightly, and after a brief pause, he invited, "Guyu, would you like to watch a movie together?" Recognizing Shumang's voice, Guyu's heart ceased its frantic beating. If only he had said so earlier. It had made her grip the broom so tightly. Guyu could not fathom why a perfectly intact wall would suddenly give way. She swiftly grabbed a broom and struck at the wall opposite her. Shumang. Shumang had opened up the wall that originally separated the living room from the dining area, seamlessly connecting the left side with the dining room and the secondary bedroom, transforming it all into a spacious living area capable of accommodating 2 cars. The wall was adorned with an oversized, melodramatic Western cowboy comic mural, complete with a faux bullhorn for added three-dimensionality. Although it appeared barren, it was laden with intricacies that a curtain gradually descended from the ceiling as Shumang turned off the lights, leaving only the glow from the screen visible. That it was a film depicting Japan's surprise attack on Pearl Harbor during World War II. The two were nestled in opposite corners of the sofa. Gu was thoroughly engrossed, seemingly untouched by the emotional turmoil, as if the fiercely combative version of herself moments ago had been merely a figment of Shumang's imagination. Fortunately, Shumang was quicker to react, stabilizing her just in time to avert a potentially painful confrontation. The room's temperature was perfectly balanced, not too cold nor too warm, but Gu felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, a large plush toy was thrust into her arms, a soft, fluffy mass that was immensely comforting to hold. Gu raised her eyes to meet Shumang's gaze as he remarked, psychologically speaking, holding a plush toy while watching a movie significantly enhances the viewing experience. Gu felt as though she could sink into the depths of the Pacific Ocean from embarrassment. She had come to apologize to him today. How had the narrative veered off into realms it ought not to have? Previously, she had mistaken him for a pervert, armed with pepper spray, and today, she wielded a broom. What was she to do? She felt a pang of sympathy for him. Shumang merely responded with a soft from Guyu's vantage point. Shumang sat quietly on the sofa, clad in a white t-shirt that rendered him impeccably clean. His jawline was perfectly sculpted, his eyelashes thick and long, his nose elegantly prominent, and his Adam's apple distinctly visible. His hand, holding the phone, was slender, and his temperament was remarkably gentle. The longer she watched, the more her heart swelled with affection. Such a person deserved to be cherished and cared for, with tender embraces and kisses. What a fine visit should not go to waste, right? Ah, she suddenly recalled that she had indeed kissed him before. She felt like a rogue, having initiated a forceful kiss while contemplating an assault. She could hardly contain herself any longer. Focus on the movie. Focus on the movie. She was here to watch a film. Shumang took out his phone, adjusted the brightness to the lowest setting, and messaged Sure. Turning back, he observed Guyu in her pajamas, the neckline slightly larger than usual, her neck delicately luminous. With her collarbone faintly visible, though her body was stiff and somewhat discordant, from Shumang's angle, he could only see half of her face, her long lashes fluttering as her gaze remained fixated. Her lips slightly puffed, occasionally darting out her tongue to lick the glossy lollipop. Less than 2 kilometers away, in a certain male dormitory, Sure raised his voice, pulling Hai Chang's attention, displaying their WeChat chat interface. Did you see? Shuj claims he has a sex life now. I can't believe it. He normally speaks in riddles, trimming his words to the bare minimum. Unbelievable, unbelievable. For the sake of our brother's great joy, we must celebrate with great fanfare. Hai Chang mused that Shumang must have been bored and had taken the time to engage with him. He had never seen Shuj with a girlfriend before. How could he suddenly soar to such heights? Sure had ample reason to refute him. Are you foolish? Our Shuj is a master at flying planes. Hai Chang heard the incredulous words and exclaimed, What? I beg your pardon, that I meant piloting. Meanwhile, on this side, the two individuals who had just finished watching the film were not particularly enthusiastic. Gu curled up in a corner of the sofa, clutching a pillow and sipping yogurt. Taking slow, deliberate sips, Shumang found this situation rather uncomfortable. An idea struck him, and he picked up the game controller from under the coffee table, asking Guyu, Shall we play a game? The two pilots formed a pair. With the system automatically matching them against enemies, victory was achieved by eliminating the opponent. Shumang, with the sole intention of teaching Guyu how to play, unobtrusively settled beside her. Move up, down, left, right, and press this to launch missiles. Shumang elaborated extensively, while Guyu did her utmost to grasp the general idea. In a moment. Follow my lead. I'll direct your flight. All right. The game commenced. Guyu's aircraft trailed closely behind Shumang's. The first level was relatively simple, and Guyu hardly fired a shot before Shumang swiftly advanced to the next stage. By the 10th level, the difficulty increased, prompting a change in strategy. Due to Guyu's lower level, they decided to use her aircraft as bait. With Shumang following closely to mount a surprise attack, Guyu gradually found her footing and began to feel the thrill of gaming. Which way should I fly? Go straight, then navigate around that mountain ahead. 3 minutes later, Guyu began to shout, They're closing in on us. They're closing in. She was so anxious that she could hardly discern her surroundings. Clearly flustered. Don't panic. First, circle around the forest, then return after a lap. I'll be waiting for you halfway up the mountain. In the boys' dormitory, Sisher lay on his bed, pondering Xia Shumang's recent words. Xia Shumang usually smoked little, drank sparingly, and refrained from crude jokes. Why was he acting so differently today? Haichang laughed at him, saying, "What? You want to know? Just make a call and find out." Though somewhat unethical, Sisher's nosy heart stirred with curiosity. "Xia Shumang, I'm coming over. Be ready." The two pursuing planes closed in tightly, and Guyu's nerves were taut, fearing she might miss a single moment of the game. "Let us go." Xia Shumang had prepared for the ambush. Just then, his phone rang. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike, Xia Shumang had no time to answer. He immediately switched to speaker mode. At that moment, Guyu's plane was making a final sharp turn. While Xia Shumang lay concealed behind the mountain, "Shuge, you better explain yourself to your brother. What are you up to so late at night?" He and Haichang had wagered 15 yuan on this call. Victory was within reach, and Guyu's heart raced to her throat, her words barely coherent. "Xia Shumang, shoot, shoot, shoot him." Sisher and Haichang exchanged bewildered glances. A woman's voice, "Shoot," faced with the direct queries from his friends in Guyu. Xia Shumang decisively chose to first deal with the troublesome situation at hand. "I'm piloting here. Stop interrupting." Bang. The game screen erupted in a burst of crimson fireworks. They had lost in that final moment. As Xia Shumang realized the ambiguous nature of his words, he was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting second of distraction, the opponent detected Xia Shumang and swiftly took him down. He and Guyu were both tragically killed amidst the fireworks. 1 second, 2 seconds. All four of them fell into silence. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. While the participants were bewildered, the bystanders remained clear-headed. It was Sure who first regained his composure. Reassuring, "It's fine, Shuge, please continue. Continue. You must be joking." The gazes of Xia Shumang and Guyu locked onto each other, neither willing to break away, as if they were intent on piercing through each other's souls. Xia Shumang stiffly turned his head, clearing his throat. "Would you like some water? I can get you some." The pressure of the situation was palpable. "Drink. Even if it's hard. You must swallow." Xia Shumang poured a cup of hot water for Guyu, who took a few token sips. It was already late into the night. It seemed a bit. "Shall we sleep then?" "All right." Chapter 8. Shugu is not fond of women. After playing games until 3 in the morning, Xia Shumang slept until the sun was high in the sky. For the 2 o'clock training, he was constantly adjusting his state, but his biological clock resisted his efforts to impress the fairer sex, making him feel uncomfortable all afternoon. Guoshan's small head was filled with great confusion. The dormitory next door had been quite peaceful last night. How could Shugu have not slept well? Guoshan, being rather thick-headed, pondered this question all day until he encountered Sure while playing basketball in the afternoon. Sure embellished his own imaginative tales for Guoshan. Suddenly, Guoshan understood. He comprehended. That evening, while having a late-night snack, both Sure and Guoshan looked at Xia Shumang with strange expressions, but Xia Shumang had no intention of explaining. "Don't go spreading rumors." "Okay." Guoshan and Sure nodded vigorously in agreement. What one thinks in their heart is often reflected in their gaze. Xia Shumang felt that being with them would only lead to further corruption. There was no limit to how scandalous it could get. Having been hungry all day, Xia Shumang was eager to devour the beef rice bowl before him. Guyu was dragged by Li Xiang to a street filled with snacks. During military training, time was tight, and Li Xiang hadn't had the chance to truly enjoy the culinary delights. Now that classes had commenced, Li Xiang vowed to take Yu to savor every corner of Haida. After meandering through the streets, they finally located a rice bowl shop. "I'm sorry, ladies, but the last beef rice bowl was taken by that young man over there." Li Xiang and Guyu turned to look in the direction of the owner, and Li Xiang was the first to react. "Xia Shumang. It's Xia Shumang." Guyu, puzzled, asked, "How do you know he ordered the beef rice bowl? It was depicted in the promotional advertisement. It's the very bowl in front of him." Haichang was engrossed in conversation with them when his gaze drifted to Guyu at the bar. Today, Guyu was not wearing any makeup, dressed in high-waisted jeans and a cropped top. Resembling a typical student. It suddenly dawned on him that she was the girl Xia Shumang had been staring at in the milk tea shop, sitting next to Xia Shumang. Haichang nudged him. "Shuge, do you know that girl?" Xia Shumang's eyelids lifted, coincidentally meeting Guyu's gaze. The moment Haichang spoke, the gossip whirlwind sensed something amiss, and Sure halted his incessant chatter. Turning his attention to Guyu, "She is coming over." She initiated the greeting. "Xia Shumang." Xia Shumang cast a glance at Haichang, and in an instant, Guoshan, seated on the opposite side of Haichang, grasped the unspoken cue, pulling Haichang closer to the other side. Within a mere 5 seconds, several burly men graciously relinquished their spots for Guyu and Li Xiang. Shi was the first to break the silence. Inquiring, "Brother Shu, aren't you going to introduce us?" Shumang, unfazed, replied, "Guyu, my neighbor." The others, not entirely satisfied with this lackluster revelation, felt a twinge of disappointment, only for Shumang to add, "She's the one from yesterday." Even Guyu, not lacking in acumen, could sense the awkwardness of the moment and clarified, "It's just gaming." Shumang succinctly elaborated on his connection to Guyu, casually pouring her a glass of water. "My mother and her mother are friends. She conveniently lives right across the hall." Shi, perhaps starved for affection, seized upon this tidbit, remarking with a knowing look, "Ah, so she's your little sister. Quite nice indeed." Yet, Shumang felt no warmth emanating from Shi. Casting a warning glance that urged him to refrain from any further antics, Haichang, an avid gamer with a knack for various skill-based games, displayed a more discerning focus than Shi. "Brother Shu, speaking of games, haven't we gone too long without teaming up?" Shi, ever the carefree spirit, swiftly shifted topics, soon engaging Haichang in a discussion on gaming strategies. Ultimately, they resolved to play together. Shi, eager for Shumang to join in, exclaimed, "Come on, Brother Shu, it's been ages since we all played together." Shumang felt a stir of excitement at the invitation. Guyu, a novice in the gaming realm, opted not to participate, while Li Xiang, having only begun playing in university, feared she would drag the team down. Nevertheless, Shi, reveling in his role as the self-proclaimed leader, assured Li Xiang, "No worries, Big Brother will carry you to victory." In attendance were Shumang, Li Xiang, Shi, and Haichang, but they were one player short. Noticing Jiang Liwei was online, Shi swiftly sent him an invitation. Shumang's gaming skills were remarkable. His fingers were long and nimble, allowing him to navigate the game with agility. Guyu could not decipher the vibrant interface, yet she sensed the palpable intensity radiating from Shumang, whose swift actions far outpaced the voice notifications from the game. Li Xiang struggled to keep up with the pace of her companions, and the few kills she managed to secure were largely due to her own missteps, the only exception being Shi's protective intervention. Mere seconds later, she faltered once more. However, after a few rounds, anxiety began to creep in. She realized that her team's low scores were often a result of her underperformance. Though unspoken, an air of guilt lingered among the group, particularly within Li Xiang. Meanwhile, outside the game, Jiang Liwei, unaware of the circumstances, sent a voice message to Shi. "Shi, have you set your sights on some gaming-loving girl, and are you asking the rest of us to play wingman?" Shi, sitting close to Li Xiang, worried that Jiang Liwei might use coarse language, opted to read the text instead. Observing Jiang Liwei's voice message, Haichang assumed something urgent was afoot and pressed play. As the message concluded, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Liwei quickly followed up with another message, the timing so close that the system automatically played it. "Bro, if you need help, just give a shout. In our dorm, Su Boyu has a girlfriend, and Brother Shu isn't into women, so it seems it's just the two of us left to fend for ourselves." Jiang Liwei could not help but utter a few more words. "Brother, if you truly have someone in mind, I will certainly lend my assistance. Do you still remember that girl I fancied during our freshman year? I pursued her for half a year, yet she never even spared me a glance. Oh, how my heart ached." His lamentations were abruptly cut off. Guyu's gaze was suddenly drawn to Shumang's phone, where a group chat named Three's Company must have my wife displayed a line of small text. Jiang Liwei has been muted by the group owner for 1 day. Jiang Liwei's poetic musings were stifled in their infancy by Shumang, prompting him to privately message her, "Shu Gu, why did you kick me out?" Jiang Liwei's chat interface lingered on his conversation with Shu Gu, revealing a line of text he had just encountered. "You are not friends with the other party." Message sending failed. A few boys escorted Li Xiang and Guyu downstairs, and after bidding farewell, Li Xiang pulled Guyu aside, whispering, "Does Shumang really not like women?" Guyu chuckled softly, pretending to ponder seriously. "He seems to belong to the type that is attracted to both genders." Upon returning to the dormitory, and Han was applying a facial mask and did not even lift her eyelids upon the entrance of Guyu and Li Xiang, as if the two were invisible. Li Xiang's original bunk was on the same side as Han's, and one day, Han suddenly messaged her about moving an E over, prompting Li Xiang to shift. Reluctant to sleep on the same side as Han, she and an E exchanged bunks. After washing up, Guyu lay on her bed reading a book at her pillow's edge, a habit she had cultivated since childhood. Regardless of how tired she felt, she would always read for a few minutes before sleep. The dormitories at Dehai University were all outfitted with lofted beds and desks, with a cabinet ladder between the two spots on the same side, making it quite convenient to access the loft. The cabinets also provided ample space for miscellaneous items. Gu owned a plethora of clothes, her wardrobe brimming with garments, while her bookshelf was filled with skincare and cosmetics. Although her relationship with Jiang Man was ordinary, she could not deny the significant influence Jiang Man had on her image and demeanor. Every evening, she dedicated an hour to skincare and meticulously organized her outfit for the following day. Considering even the color of the earrings she would wear. And Han outwardly displayed disdain for Guyu's daily rituals, yet inwardly, she felt a pang of jealousy. Her taste did not match Guyu's, and she could never exude the same aura. Aside from a few exceptional students like Guyu, most university students had a monthly allowance ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 yuan. And Han was somewhat better off, yet Li Xiang only received 1,000 yuan monthly. Li Shu, working as a seamstress, earned a modest income, and in her pursuit of financial independence, Li Xiang decided to sell water at the basketball court. Dehai University had a strict rule requiring students to run a minimum of 70 kilometers per semester, tracked via a wristband. The nearest store to the playground was 800 meters away. But with bottled water available in the stands, who would run 800 meters to the supermarket? Selling water at that moment would surely be profitable for Li Xiang. Just as Guyu placed her book on the bedside, a message from Li Xiang came through. Guyu, when we go running at the playground next week, I'll run for you if you help me watch the stall, okay? Guyu, who was not fond of exercise and was troubled by the arrangement, readily agreed without a second thought. Sure. Li Xiang exited the chat with Guyu and immediately turned to begin a discussion with Sisher about the upcoming STAR seminar. Sishi is the group administrator, and he frequently changes the group name every few days to highlight its uniqueness compared to others. While Shumang has grown apathetic to the changes, today, Guyu inadvertently caught a glimpse of his chat interface. And after a commotion caused by Zhang Liwei, the carefully crafted image he had established crumbled into ashes. His brothers were unreliable, and the girls harbored misunderstandings about him. That a wave of unnamed resentment surged within Shumang, prompting him to furiously tap a few times in the group before shutting off his phone and retiring to bed. Sishi and Li Xiang chatted until the early hours of the morning before exchanging goodnights in preparation for sleep. Just before drifting off, he suddenly felt an urge to listen once more to a voice message from Zhang Liwei. A red notification drew his attention. Upon opening it, he found, "The group owner has revoked your administrator status." In the previous notification, the group owner has upgraded the group to VIPX. Exiting, he searched for the dormitory group and discovered that Shumang had not only topped up his soft sister currency, but had also renamed the group to something flamboyant yet profound. Stylish yet brimming with passion, adorned in a striking red hue. Qinglong Learning Group. Chapter 9. Call You 55, 205. Monday morning heralded the ancient Chinese language fundamentals class, with no afternoon courses scheduled. Guyu intended to borrow a copy of Appreciation of the I Ching from the library. After a brief respite post-lunch, she rose to head to the library. After spending the entire afternoon there, she deemed it time to make her way to the playground. The orange sky was painted with delicate pink clouds, transitioning from light to deep, reminiscent of the skies depicted in Japanese manga. On the bleachers, Li Xiang had arranged the bottled water neatly, all pristine, with varying prices. Satisfied with her little stall, Li Xiang stood up and clapped her hands. The temperature at the afternoon Dehai was not too high, and the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. Numerous individuals were jogging on the playground, and Guyu could no longer spot Li Xiang in the crowd, growing somewhat bored while seated. She took out Appreciation of the I Ching and began to read. Guyu's hair cascaded down to her waist, glossy and dark. A few strands of bangs framed her face, dancing freely in the wind. At that moment, the poetically enchanting sky transformed into her backdrop. When she reached passages she cherished, an involuntary smile graced Guyu's lips, her bright eyes and exquisite features resembling a delicately animated comic. Occasionally, out-of-breath girls approached to purchase water. As night fell, Li Xiang's earnings were quite decent, her phone buzzing with incoming transactions as she counted her money with delight. After tidying up her stall, she returned Guyu's fitness wristband. Having been busy all afternoon, neither had eaten dinner, so they decided to venture out for a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, a short and slender boy approached, and Li Xiang, unaware, brushed shoulders with him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, they both exclaimed in unison. Upon looking up, Li Xiang was astonished. Senior, Su Boyu adjusted his black-framed glasses and remarked, "It's you too." Noticing the wristband in Guyu's hand, he inquired, "Here to clock in for jogging?" Li Xiang responded affirmatively. Su Boyu hesitated briefly, gesturing towards the mineral water at Li Xiang's feet, asking, "Then what's this?" Su Boyu nodded, his expression revealing a sense of competitive ambition, as if the younger generation were surging forth, driven by the ambition to earn. Sounds good. In the dormitory, aside from him, the other three boys were purely science enthusiasts. Their conversations revolved solely around academic performance. Su Boyu announced his ranking, prompting Haichang to exclaim, "Bro, fourth in the nation is quite impressive." The linguistic proficiency of Shi pales in comparison to that of Haichang. He had always believed that Su Boyu had merely participated in a local competition. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Fourth in the nation, Su Boyu, have you been secretly preparing for the Zhongtai behind our backs?" Haichang interjected. Bo Gu mentioned long ago that he intended to take part in the poetry and prose conference. Shi clicked his tongue a few times, pulled over a chair, and sat down facing Su Boyu, squinting his eyes mischievously. "Bo Gu, since you've won an award, we must celebrate, right?" Su Boyu inquired. "How shall we celebrate?" Shi, with great conviction, replied, "By dining. Of course, what other gathering could we have? We can't engage in illegal activities, can we?" The chosen venue for their meal was a barbecue fish restaurant located off campus. In keeping with the theme, each seat was fashioned from repurposed small boats. Guoshan selected the largest sailboat, a round table, and everyone took their seats in turn. Typically, their meals were comprised solely of boys. But today, they were joined by Li Xiang, arousing curiosity among the group. One of Guoshan's roommates asked, "Shi, is she your girlfriend?" Li Xiang, seated beside Shi, promptly denied, No, I'm just here for the free meal." Li Xiang had been brought along by Shi, and there were also a few friends from the neighboring dormitory attending. Frustratingly for Shi, each of them had brought their girlfriends along. He felt compelled to assert himself as well, but, regrettably, lacked a girlfriend. After some contemplation, he tentatively inquired if Li Xiang would be willing to join him. Naturally, she agreed. She was saving up to buy concert tickets and wanted to economize wherever possible. However, upon arrival, Li Xiang quickly regretted her decision, feeling out of place among the 8 boisterous boys, as if needles were pricking her from all sides. She excused herself to the restroom and called Gu Yu for help. "Gu Xiaoyu, where are you?" "Come out for dinner." Fearing that Li Xiang might change her mind, she promptly hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, as more people began to arrive, Li Xiang soon realized that her worries were unfounded. Among the newcomers were several senior students she had added on WeChat during freshman orientation. She wished fervently for Gu Yu to arrive quickly at the round table. The conversation flowed intermittently. After all, everyone was gathered to celebrate Su Xiaotsai, yet none of them were well-versed in literature. Guoshan could only ask casually, "Bo Gu, how did you narrowly miss third place by just 1 point?" Reflecting on the matter, Su Boyu felt a twinge of regret. His luck had faltered, as he had drawn an obscure literary question from the I Ching, which asked about the origin of the phrase, "Heaven gives birth to water, and earth forms it." The celestial signs are a natural expression, and though Su Boyu had perused the I Ching, its content was notoriously complex, and he had only skimmed it without deep exploration. In his memory, he recalled having heard that phrase, but could not quite place it as the time for answering approached. He ultimately guessed Luo Shu. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "The loss of Jingzhou due to carelessness." After a brief pause, he began his literary discourse. "This question is rather esoteric. Both the river map and Luo Shu originate from celestial signs, one derived from the dragon horse, the other from..." Guoshan promptly interrupted him. "Hold on, brother, we don't want to know how obscure the question is. We want to know the answer." Su Boyu replied, "River map." Guoshan asked, "River map? Who created it? What is its worth?" Upon hearing their discussion, Li Xiang, now seated, realized belatedly, "Li Xiang, aren't you studying Chinese language? How much is this river map worth?" Li Xiang waved her hand in haste, declaring, "I was reassigned, and I am at a loss." Suddenly, she thought of Gu Yu and added, "But someone must certainly know." Su Boyu's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "Who?" "Gu Yu," she replied. "She reads this book every day. She's almost finished it." The distinction between merely finishing a book and truly comprehending it lingered in Su Boyu's mind. Just then, Li Xiang's phone buzzed, prompting her to leap up. "Perfect timing. Gu Yu has arrived. I will go down to greet her." After experiencing the previous gathering involving the beef feast, Shi eagerly exclaimed, "Shu Gu, did you summon her?" Shumang's eyelid twitched slightly. He didn't even have Gu Yu's contact information, so how could he have called her? By carrier pigeon. Li Xiang moved swiftly, returning in 3 minutes with Guyu in tow to the round table. She had changed her hairstyle, sporting a bun, and the delicate bangs on either side made her already petite face appear even more adorable. Xia Shumang's eyelid twitched again. Guyu took her seat next to Li Xiang, 2 spaces away from Xia Shumang. Once seated, the conversation resumed. I sure began. Guyu, Li Xiang mentioned that you've been studying the I Ching lately. Could you enlighten us about the value of the river diagram? Hai Chang playfully nudged him, saying, Money, money, money. Our dorm has produced a scholar. Can we not maintain a more artistic atmosphere in our discourse? After pondering for a moment, Hai Chang rephrased his question. Guyu, is the river diagram difficult to draw? Guyu contemplated for a while before responding. The river diagram? Quite simple. With that, she picked up her cup, poured a bit of water onto the table, dipped her fingers into it, and began to sketch. In less than a minute, a seemingly orderly array of dots and lines emerged, a river diagram. Fragments of Su Boyu's memories began to coalesce, and as Guyu completed her drawing, he exclaimed, Exactly. This is the river diagram. Everyone present leaned in to examine the symbols before Guyu. The drawing was uncomplicated yet chaotic, lacking any aesthetic appeal. I sure, sitting closer to Guyu, couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. This is the river diagram? I expected it to be a priceless treasure. Shifting the conversation, he directed his remarks to Su Boyu. Bogo, were you confounded by these few dots? Su Boyu retorted. The river diagram encapsulates the secrets of the natural phenomena of the world. These dots and lines hold profound significance. This time, Su Xiaozai refrained from elaborating on grand principles, as he, too, was unable to articulate the meaning behind each point of the river diagram, upholding his commendable quality of asking when in doubt. Su Boyu queried, Guyu, what do these dots and lines signify? Guyu smiled and elucidated. The river diagram is also a branch of mathematics. She pointed to the northern section of the diagram. 1 white and 6 black represent water. Su Boyu eagerly interjected, Yes, yes. 1 heaven signifies water, and 6 earths complete it. That was on my exam. Guyu sequentially indicated the east, south, and west. 3 whites and 8 blacks represent wood. 2 blacks and 7 whites signify fire, and 4 blacks and 9 whites denote metal. Seashore hastily inquired, What about the center? 5 whites and 10 blacks represent earth, and what do the black and white signify? Aside from Su Boyu, the only one present with a rich literary background, Xia Shumang, remarked, Yin and Yang, perhaps? Guyu looked at him in surprise. Indeed, it is Yin and Yang. Su Boyu was eager to learn more. While he grasped the concept of the 5 elements, he was curious about the significance of the numbers. Guyu paused momentarily and explained. 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 represent Yang, while 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 denote Yin. The sum of the aforementioned Yin and Yang amounts to 5. A new question arose from Su Boyu. What does it signify that their sum is 5? Guyu, with a calm demeanor, replied, The number of heaven and earth is 55. Everyone present appeared utterly bewildered, prompting Guishan to inquire of Xia Shumang. Shu Gu, what on earth is this young lady talking about? This topic gravely encroached upon the knowledge blind spots of the science and engineering gentlemen present. Xia Shumang, nonchalantly, remarked, Perhaps she means 55 and 250. Chapter 10. The desire to establish a kinship with Guyu. The literary discourse came to a halt as Li Xiang, sitting beside Guyu, clapped apathetically. Tiske, I previously thought you were merely an ordinary person. Guyu regarded her and replied, Now I realize you are extraordinary. With those words, she could easily set up a stall outside and offer fortune-telling. Were it not for her ignorance of such matters, Li Xiang would have been tempted to amass wealth through this. The gateway to a new realm opened for Su Boyu as he promptly asked Guyu for her WeChat. Guyu produced her phone and provided him with her QR code. From 2 seats away, Xia Shumang watched with bated breath as Guyu's screen revealed a flurry of black dots, followed by a chime. Su Boyu had scanned her WeChat. Although Guyu had been summoned by Li Xiang, her appearance was nonetheless linked to him. He had already mentally aligned Guyu with his own faction. Xia Shumang raised his left eyebrow slightly, discreetly taking a sip of water. One can never fathom the extent of a childish man's seriousness. He needed to devise a plan to have Guyu personally ask him for his WeChat. Only then could he demonstrate his uniqueness. Perhaps, in some unseen way, he could elevate himself above others. Guyu wiped the water from the table, signaling the conclusion of this small class on metaphysics. Half of those present were oblivious to which celestial being this soft-spoken girl, well-versed in both astronomy and geography. Was related. Jiang Li casually inquired, and Sure Hui quickly replied. Ask Shu Gu. Attention shifted to Xia Shumang, who paused for 3 seconds before saying, She is the daughter of my mom's middle school desk mate's father's neighbor's youngest sister. Sure Hui gasped in astonishment and retorted, Shu Gu, why go around in circles like that? In truth, he sought nothing more than to establish a tenuous familial connection with Guyu Boyu. Still grappling with the convoluted familial ties, asked Guyu, is what Shu Gu said true? Guyu was uncertain but thought, what if he wasn't mistaken? After all, she was not well acquainted with Jiang Man's side. Feeling somewhat guilty towards Xia Shumang, she chose to echo his words, saying, it seems so. Many individuals at the dining table were Xia Shumang's classmates, and soon someone inquired about when Xia Shumang would join the airline company. Yaoxing Airlines stands as the largest aviation company in the nation, with its headquarters nestled in the capital. Each year, Yaoxing selects 10 individuals from the Dehai University Flight Academy to sign long-term contracts. And many of those previously signed have ascended to the rank of captain. Even those who do not reach the level of captain enjoy a rather substantial annual income as co-pilots. In other words, anyone who secures a contract with Yaoxing is destined for a life of comfort and contentment. The students fortunate enough to study at Dehai University all meet the requisite standards in both academic performance and physical examinations. However, Yaoxing's criteria are even more stringent, with more than half of the aspirants vying for a spot at the flight academy ultimately being cut, leaving only a select FEW at this juncture. A roommate inquired, Shu Gu, Yaoxing Airlines is collaborating with the school this year, and we all submitted our applications. Why haven't TI seniors? Naturally, Xia Shumang was aware of Yaoxing's agreement with Dehai University. Even the faculty had approached him regarding it. I do not intend to sign a contract with Yaoxing, he replied. Washan pressed him further. Shu Gu, your physical attributes and inner qualities rank among the best in the academy. You would be more than capable of competing. Why not take the opportunity? Washan then pointedly remarked. Shu Gu, having grown up in the capital, how did you come to favor the South? Guyu had been listening intently to their conversation from a short distance away. Having observed Xia Shumang's unconscious gesture of biting his lip, this subtle action exuded a certain allure. As the dinner concluded, Guyu waited by the door for Li Xiang and happened to encounter Xia Shumang as he approached the exit. Aren't you going to join them? She asked. Xia Shumang responded, they are heading to karaoke, but I have training tomorrow. Guyu nodded in understanding. The moon hung round and bright in the night sky, and a few stars twinkled faintly. Xia Shumang wore a black cap with a low brim that obscured 2/3 of his eyes. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of barbecued delicacies. And as he lifted the brim of his cap slightly, his striking eyes were revealed. Guyu, he called. Guyu replied. Xia Shumang instinctively bit his lip in a nervous gesture. During dinner, you were quiet. Were you feeling unwell? Aside from her limited understanding of the matters concerning he too and Luo Shu, she struggled to contribute to the conversation that it wasn't that she felt unwell, but rather that she was naturally reserved. After a moment's thought, she responded, yes, she indeed felt uncomfortable, a sense of unease settling in her heart. While dining, Li Xiang had messaged Guyu, and she had just learned from the class monitor that this year, Dehai University implemented a new policy to ensure balanced development among students. Humanities students must complete a certain number of elective courses in the sciences or participate in science-related competitions to earn credits. And the same applies to science students. The GUU, who struggled with science subjects and held a strong aversion to them, had discussed this matter with Li Xiang during dinner, yet Li Xiang had no solutions to offer. With her head hung low in silence, she did not expect Xia Shumang to notice her demeanor. As a model student, Xia had spent 21 years in a solitary existence, and, though inexperienced, was not entirely oblivious to the ways of the world. A science-oriented young man instinctively assumed that when a girl expressed discomfort, it must pertain to her menstrual cycle. To avoid any ensuing awkwardness in their conversation, Xia Shumang chose to remain silent. Li Xiang lingered in the restroom, embodying a universal truth. With so many people tonight, queuing was inevitable. The campus food street remained bustling with life, and across from the grilled fish restaurant stood a convenience store, where the clerk was vociferously promoting a spend 100, save 30 deal. The school was merely a street away, yet Guyu acquiesced to Xia Shumang's suggestion. Xia Shumang stepped over to the convenience store, while Sisher and the others strolled out after finalizing their karaoke location. Isher glanced around, sensing something amiss. Had Shu Gu left early? Hai Chong remarked. He said he needed some fresh air. Having had a few drinks, Sishi's mind was somewhat foggy, so he decided to disregard it. Forget it. Let's just take ACAB.SI sure, and his companions bid farewell to Guyu. And it was a full 10 minutes before Li Xiang finally emerged. Taking her time. Guu. It's quite crowded tonight. We've dawdled a bit. Let's go. Wait. Li Xiang paused, confused. Are we waiting for someone? Sishi had already messaged her that they had left. Guu gestured towards the opposite side, where Shumang approached, carrying 2 bags that he had purchased several bottles of water, encased in the store's unique, sleek black packaging. Handing the bags to Guyu, he remarked, the fish tonight was excessively salty. Drink more water. Guyu had no reason to decline and accepted the bags. Thank you. At the bottom of the bag, she distinctly felt a hard object resembling a sandbag. Curious, she emptied the contents to reveal 3 substantial packages of brown sugar. As she beheld the items, a sudden realization struck her, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. After placing the brown sugar from Shumang aside, Guyu completed her nighttime skincare routine before settling into bed, preparing for sleep. How could Shumang be so endearing? With his charming looks, meticulous nature, kind temperament, and thoughtful demeanor, Guyu felt she owed him yet another favor. Surely, she ought to express her gratitude. Flipping through her contacts, she discovered that she lacked Shumang's information. At that moment, a message from Lucia popped up. Hey girl, call me after class tomorrow. I have 2 boxes of cherries to send your way. Both Lucia and Shumang had once held the position of student council president, so they must have been acquainted and exchanged contact information, she speculated. After a brief hesitation, Guyu inquired, Hey, do you have Shumang's WeChat? They indeed knew each other, but what did that imply? Did many people seek Shumang's contact details? A hint of displeasure washed over her, just as Guyu began to clarify. Lucia bombarded her with dozens of contact card recommendations. The topmost was Shumang, accompanied by a note from Lu X. As Guyu scrolled through, she noticed that nearly all the profiles belonged to males aged between 18 and 25. In her perplexity, Lucia sent an explanation. Shumang is a bit too reserved. Your personalities don't quite match. Well, perhaps that was acceptable. Another message popped up. I'll introduce you to some lively, cheerful, and open-minded individuals. All around charming, with long legs and abs like a Korean oppa. Guu pondered. When did her brother establish a matchmaking service? Chapter 11. Who are you looking for? Outside the expansive training ground, 4 or 5 small helicopters were parked on the tarmac. The entire fuselage was predominantly a shade of grayish-black, with a striking white stripe elegantly tracing the outline of the door. The thunderous roar erupted as the rotors transitioned from a slow spin to a rapid whir, ultimately forming a vast circular plane. Inside the cabin, the pilot confirmed a flawless takeoff and skillfully executed a series of launch maneuvers. In a matter of moments, the helicopter ascended smoothly into the sky. The training model at the base was the S-300C, and the helicopter soared gracefully, completing 3 circuits while diving at speeds that could reach an astonishing 400 kilometers. The deafening sound of the helicopter gradually reverberated through the air, the rotors still whirling at high velocity as the craft gently descended, landing flawlessly at the original takeoff site. Shumang unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and, with a gentle yet firm motion, leaped from the helicopter. Seated in the rest area, he raised a water cup to his lips, tilting his head back while his gaze remained reluctant to part from the screen of his other hand's mobile device. A girl named Xiaoyu had sent him a friend request. His Adam's apple bobbed as his eyes slowly narrowed into slits, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, setting down the cup. The moisture glistening on his lips, he smiled broadly, a droplet of water hanging precariously, which he licked away. This seemingly casual gesture, in Feng Xingyan's eyes, exuded a charming combination of sexiness and confidence, radiating a captivating allure. Shumang consistently arrived for training before the others. Among this group of trainees, the boys outnumbered the sole girl, Feng Xingyan. She was known for her belief that women should not be overshadowed by men. Having aspired since childhood to become a female pilot at Yaoxing, her pursuit of helicopter training purely for enjoyment, but on her first day at the base, she noticed Shumang, not for his looks, but for his impressive scores. Feeling a sense of rivalry, one day she boldly challenged him during his training session, while she watched his live-stream performance from the base. Some individuals possess an innate sensitivity to colors. Others are born numerical prodigies, but Shumang undoubtedly belonged to the latter category, seemingly destined to excel in aviation. His keen instincts in flying enabled him to execute a series of maneuvers straight flying, spinning, and diving flawlessly. As an insider herself, Feng Xingyan compared their performances internally, and, before Xia Shumang had even landed, she discreetly slipped away. Upon returning home, she requested all of Xia Shumang's assessment videos from her instructor. In addition to honing her skills, she found herself increasingly drawn to his appearance. With a latte in hand, she made her way towards Xia Shumang, her confidence soaring as if her little wings could already touch his face. Shu Ge. This was what those familiar with Xia Shumang affectionately called him. On the first day of his freshman year, he had engaged in an intense gaming session with Si Shi and others, undeniably showcasing his prowess with lightning-fast reflexes. Later, during the end-of-term exams for the first semester, Xia Shumang once again secured the highest theoretical score in the entire department, solidifying his reputation as Shu Ge. In D-High City, there were few places to learn flying, and no matter how one navigated, they could not escape a limited aviation circle. Those who had any connection with him referred to him as Shu Ge, while acquaintances would address him by his full name without concern. However, Feng Xingyan was the first to directly call him Ge without ever having met him. He promptly accepted Xiao Yu's verification, glancing at the girl before him with curiosity. "Is there something you need?" Xia Shumang was typically reserved, maintaining a cold demeanor towards outsiders, except for a few close friends like Si Shi. Feng Xingyan had heard of him and was indifferent to his attitude. She cleared her throat gently and said, "I would like to inquire about the operation of some buttons in the helicopter cockpit." Just moments ago, Feng Xingyan had noticed that Xia Shumang was in good spirits and seemed eager to strike up a conversation. Before she could send her message, a string of texts arrived from Xiao Yu. "Hello, Senior Xia Shumang. I never expected you would truly accept my friend request. My name is XXX, and I am a freshman at XXX. Senior, you looked incredibly cool flying the plane at the last opening ceremony." Xia Shumang could not bear to read any further into her flattery and, without a second thought, clicked on her profile to unfriend her. He had not flown a plane at all. The long-anticipated, or perhaps the initially unanticipated, event had suddenly descended upon him, and before a minute of excitement had passed, he discovered that the pie falling from the sky was nothing more than a counterfeit product made of stone. This was more disheartening than purchasing a fake pair of AJ sneakers. Xia Shumang's mood fluctuated between elation and despair, leaving Feng Xingyan somewhat at a loss. After facing rejection, her proud nature was bruised. She was a person who valued her dignity. As she turned away, a mixture of anger and an unfamiliar sense of humiliation washed over her, causing her to accidentally bump into the bookshelf beside Xia Shumang's head. With a loud crash, a pile of thick foundational theory books tumbled down, and beneath the avalanche of books lay Xia Shumang. Time ambled along leisurely, and by the end of September, only a week remained until the 7-day mini-holiday. The weather was beginning to cool, yet due to geographical factors, it still felt rather humid. Yu had adapted to university life. Her excursions were limited, attending classes when scheduled and spending her free time in the library. She had not signed up for any of the freshman club recruitment activities, preferring to avoid the noisy crowds and instead enjoy her quiet solitude on this particular day due to a minor issue with Li Xiang's mineral water supply. She had gone to the store early to resolve it. As Guyu exited the cafeteria alone, she ran into Si Shi, who was preparing to enter with his lunchbox in hand. Si Shi spotted Guyu first and greeted her. "Hi, Junior. Are you busy right now? Could you do me a favor?" Guyu, with no classes in the afternoon, asked, "What kind of favor?" Si Shi handed her the lunchbox and said, "Please help me get a serving of beef casserole. I need to submit an application, and I'm running out of time." A few minutes later, Guyu emerged from the cafeteria, having completed Si Shi's request to Si Shi. Noticing her resting in the shade of a tree, hurried over and thanked her. "Thank you so much, Junior." He took the lunchbox from her. It was already past mealtime, and Guyu curiously inquired, "Senior, are you only just eating now?" Si Shi hesitated for a moment before explaining. "I already had my meal. This is for Shu Ge, Xia Shumang?" she asked. "Yes," Si Shi replied. Yu was puzzled, prompting Si Shi to elaborate. "You might not be aware, but Shu Ge sprained his wrist." Then he recalled. "He hasn't even managed to practice his left sand palm yet." Too proud to show his face outside the dorm, Yu remembered the comments from Lu Shi about Xia Shumang. "Xia Shumang is quite reserved, and your personalities don't quite match." She stifled a laugh at the thought. As Shi glanced at the time and realized he was running late, hastily bidding farewell to Guyu. Back in her dorm, Guyu continued to ponder about Xia Shumang. Just how severely had he sprained his wrist to be too lazy to even visit the cafeteria? Guyu had not yet succumbed to slumber. Clutching a Stitch plush toy while perusing her phone, Li Xiang, intrigued, climbed into bed and inched closer to inquire. Guyu, what are you looking at? The curiosity that piqued the daughter of a great artist surely hinted at something captivating. Guyu uttered a soft acknowledgement before replying, "Oh, nothing much, just chatting with friends. Then I shall sleep," Li Xiang responded. Just as Li Xiang settled down, she turned to Guyu once more and asked, "What time do you plan to rise?" Guyu pondered momentarily before answering, 1:30, oh early. Typically, on afternoons devoid of classes, Li Xiang could blissfully sleep until dinner time. She briefly marveled at Guyu's astonishing self-discipline, lamenting her own perceived laziness for a fleeting 3 seconds. Due to the incident with the wrist, Si Shi and his companions seized every opportunity to mock Shumang. Normally, they were at the mercy of his swift hands. But now he could hardly manage chopsticks. Unfazed, Shumang picked up his phone and softly remarked, "I forgot to mention, the dormitory will be without power this afternoon." Si Shi, what the heck? Hai Chong. Good grief. Subo Yu. Alas, oh dear. In the afternoon, the dormitory was enveloped in silence. With only the faintest whispers of breathing, Yu removed her eye mask, tiptoed out of bed, gathered her textbooks for review, gently closed the door behind her, and exited the school grounds. Jiu Jiatsao had once fractured his right hand, prompting Guyu to purchase a versatile spoon online, allowing her to eat with her left hand. Typically unavailable in small supermarkets, Guyu decided to take a chance and hailed a taxi to a nearby chain store. Fortunately, she found the spoon she sought. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Guyu finally arrived at Qingshui Bay. Uncertain if Shumang was present, her friend's request had even been declined. Was he truly that grudging? Surely his good temper was not a fade, was it? The elevator halted at the 21st floor, and Guyu stepped out, hesitating at Shumang's doorstep for what felt like an eternity. She crouched by the door, glancing left and right, akin to a scout surveying a path before entering a village. Suddenly, she paused. What was she doing? Crouching at someone's door like a lunatic? Was she out of her mind? Yet, upon reflection, it was perfectly normal for neighbors to care for one another. Henti the television always advocated for community engagement and harmonious living. With her left hand grasping a shopping bag, Guyu extended her right hand to press the doorbell. The chime resonated for a full minute before the door finally swung open. A girl clad in a black A-line mini dress stood at the threshold, asking Guyu, "Whom are you looking for?" Chapter 12. I actually am quite well. It seemed that men possessing even a modicum of charm were often quite the philanderers, much like her brother, Lu Shi. But what of men like Shumang, who seemed to have limited options by nature? Did they not understand the lengths to which one could go? How had she overlooked this? When Shumang was misunderstood and nearly doused with pepper spray, he exhibited not a hint of anger. The mere recollection of this incident made Guyu feel he was incredibly gentle and warm. She was utterly ruthless to have inflicted harm upon such a delicate soul. Despite her careful calculations, how could she have failed to recognize him as a charming rogue, lost in her reverie? Guyu was jolted back to reality as Shumang, seated on the sofa, turned his head upon noticing her silhouette, rose, and made his way to the door to welcome her inside. Feng Xingyan stepped aside, observing as Shumang ushered Guyu into his home. Before Feng Xingyan arrived at Shumang's home, he had sent numerous apologetic messages, expressing his desire to pay him a visit. Feng Xingyan's persistence left Shumang somewhat exasperated, yet it would be impolite to turn away a guest who came under the pretense of making amends. Jiu and Shumang sat to one side, while Feng Xingyan occupied the opposite seat. Jiu's sudden appearance surprised Shumang. He handed her a glass of orange juice and inquired, "What brings you here unexpectedly today?" Feng Xingyan, sitting across from them, interjected, "Why do I have nothing to drink?" Guyu replied, "I intend to take a shower here and then review my studies." Although she did not elaborate, her true intention was to convey the pure and harmonious affection that exists between neighbors. Shumang nodded in acknowledgement. Shumang's living room was exceptionally spacious, having been enlarged by knocking down several walls. The last time Guyu visited, it had been evening, and the dim lighting during their movie and gaming session had obscured the room's layout. Furthermore, this time she entered through the front door. Throughout the visit, Guyu did not utter a single word to Feng Xingyan, as she was reluctant to disturb his work when no one was paying attention. She discreetly glanced at Feng Xingyan and, striving for a tone of normalcy, asked, "Shumang, where is your bedroom?" Feng Xingyan, sitting on the sofa, responded, "Bedroom. Here." Where? Xia Shumang's bedroom. Does Xia Shumang have a girlfriend? But how could he not know where his own bedroom is? A multitude of questions flooded Feng Xingyan's mind. Learning from previous experiences, he resolved to clarify matters before pursuing Xia Shumang. She relished the feeling of triumph achieved through her own efforts, as the immense joy it brought offered profound psychological satisfaction. Of course, if he discovered through others that Xia Shumang indeed had a girlfriend, it would be far more comfortable than hearing it directly from the person involved. Before leaving, she vowed that if Xia Shumang was single, she would surely be his next girlfriend. After Guyu retreated to her bedroom through a concealed door, she pressed her ear against the wall in an attempt to catch any useful information. After 10 minutes of silence, she ultimately surrendered her efforts. When Guyu emerged from her shower, Xia Shumang was seated in her chair, perusing the Book of Changes. Noticing her presence, he smiled and offered her a yogurt, saying, "I don't have your contact information, so I wanted to ask if you would like to join me for hot pot this afternoon. You have no contact information for me, yet you rejected my friend request?" "It seems even a sea king can falter," Guyu replied, drying her hair as she settled onto the bed. She felt compelled to clarify the situation, asking, "Xia Shumang, why did you reject my friend request?" Xia Shumang's mind raced. When had he ever rejected Guyu's friend request? In disbelief, he asked, "When did you add me?" To alleviate his skepticism, Guyu produced her phone, displaying the friend request screen. Xia Shumang's eyes widened in astonishment. There was his profile picture and username in recent days. He had only declined one friend's request, recalling that it was from a junior who had been persistently trying to connect after he had blocked her. She had sent him 4 requests, and without a second thought, he had rejected the last one. Could it be that the last request was from Guyu? If memory served him correctly, he had been playing on his phone when he saw the 4th friend request from her and had clicked decline without hesitation. The moment of truth arrives. A swift refusal. "This is not a rejection of you." After much contemplation, he finally uttered those words that in fact, prior to you, a junior had added me, and I mistakenly assumed the same situation and declined. Refusing a junior's WeChat? Is he truly so principled? Women can sometimes be beguiled by appearances. Xia Shumang's sincerity is both genuine and strikingly innocent. As pure as a pristine white flower, Guyu felt utterly hopeless. Her gaze fixated on him. Sometimes, a man's good looks can be a double-edged sword. She decided to trust him this once. Standing in the spirit of friendly and harmonious neighborliness, she brushed her hair aside. Her face remarkably composed though. Xia Shumang nodded, closing his book, and it was then that Guyu noticed his hand. Out of a concern born of friendship, she inquired, "What happened to your hand?" Xia Shumang explained that his right hand had been struck by the corner of a book, resulting in a scrape. It wasn't fractured, but it was swollen. The doctor had wrapped it in a bandage. That my hand is fine, he clarified succinctly. Upon hearing his explanation, Guyu not only ceased to misinterpret Xia Shumang, but also felt a twinge of shame for her boundless daydreaming that it was only natural for a young lady to visit Xia Shumang. How could such a perfect individual be labeled a sea king? He was clearly a diligent student, excelling both academically and morally. "I must go," Guyu responded with remarkable swiftness. "Yes, I absolutely must go. I haven't even sent the spoon I bought." On the last weekend before the National Day holiday, a certain singer was set to hold a concert. During military training, Li Xiang had mentioned her 10-year-long admiration for the artist, insisting that she must see him live this time. The most expensive ticket on the ticketing app was priced at $12.80. Li Xiang couldn't afford it just yet, having gathered a meager sum of over 500 from her earnings since starting university. "Guyu, you have 10 minutes. When the time comes, rush in to buy the 480 ticket." Li Xiang's voice crackled with excitement, and Guyu sensed in her tone an exhilaration that hinted at her having secured a ticket. It was now 3:56 p.m., and the purchasing window would open at 3:58 p.m. Guyu opened the ticketing app, entering right on time. The status was either exceeding the purchasing limit or the front was overcrowded. After a grueling 45 minutes of ticket snatching, the concert was sold out. Completely empty, she called Li Xiang, apologizing, "I couldn't grab a ticket at Guyu. Do you know? I enlisted the help of 14 people to buy tickets. Did anyone succeed?" Li Xiang exclaimed, her voice on the verge of tears. "In the end, we all failed." A merciless ticket war left the already financially strapped Li Xiang even more devastated, and as she wept, she couldn't help but criticize the organizers. Ultimately, she lamented sincerely, "My dear child is truly innocent. To have to deal with such organizers. Guyu. But after hanging up, Guyu glanced at the clock. It was nearly sixed. Li Xiang's fighting spirit was indeed off the charts as the time drew near. She dressed herself appropriately and went to knock on Xia Shumang's door. Xia Shumang had been preparing hot pot for quite a while. Managing it with one hand proved to be quite cumbersome. And by the time he finished washing the vegetables, he was on the brink of frustration. When Guyu arrived, the table was meticulously set with an array of vegetables and meats. Taking a deep breath, Guyu asked, "Where did you order such ample takeout from?" If Xia Shumang had practiced, at this moment, his Ren and Du meridians would undoubtedly be unblocked, causing his blood to surge forth. "This was personally washed by me." How remarkable he is! Despite his physical limitations, he steadfastly perseveres and even washes vegetables himself. Xia Shumang wore a self-satisfied expression, eagerly awaiting praise from Guyu. Today, Guyu donned a delicate blush pink blouse, styled her hair in a bun, and thoughtfully matched it with a red hairband. Xia Shumang gazed at her in a dazed Guyu picked up a piece of tofu from the hot pot, blew on it gently, and took a bite. Xia Shumang used the spoon gifted by Guyu to scoop up fish balls, as he only consumed fish balls, perhaps still unaccustomed to using the spoon. Observing this, Guyu handed him a versatile spoon. Xia Shumang's heart leaped with joy. "Is this for me?" Guyu nodded. "Of course, we are neighbors after all. I just wanted to check on you." Xia Shumang leaned slightly forward, using his functional hand to brush aside the bangs from Guyu's forehead, his tone serious. "Guyu," he paused momentarily. "If you are willing, you could also show a bit more concern for me. I am, after all, quite well." Chapter 13. I have something to tell you. Li Xiang ultimately did not manage to secure a ticket. The day before the concert, she pleaded for tickets in a fan group and, to her surprise, found a fellow fan willing to sell one. Li Xiang conversed with this fan for quite some time, even saving adorable emoticons of their idol, who promised to bring her a signed photo when they met to exchange the ticket. Upon seeing the signed photo, Li Xiang felt a surge of excitement. The other three roommates turned to gaze at her, and he once approached Li Xiang and asked, "We've known each other for nearly a month now. Would you like to go out for a meal together?" Li Xiang, being soft-hearted as always, agreed to the meal, though she wondered if Guyu would join them, and he had just finished washing her feet and was about to head to the bathroom to fetch water when Li Xiang's exclamation nearly caused her to spill a basin of water off the balcony. "Li Xiang, what's the matter?" And Han and Guyu's thoughts were also drawn to Li Xiang's excitement. Li Xiang leaned over the railing, her eyes ablaze with fervor, her voice ringing with clarity. "I'm going to the concert. And I can even get a signed photo." And he was genuinely happy for Li Xiang. "How did you manage to get it?" Li Xiang recounted the general course of events. An Yi's face gradually reflected envy. "How fortunate you are." Li Xiang was utterly consumed by the allure of the ticket, blinded by her eagerness, while An Yi quickly realized, "Are you certain that the other party is a genuine fan?" Li Xiang hesitated for a moment. The concert was tomorrow, and the individual requested an initial payment of 300, promising to hand over the ticket and collect the remaining 180 upon meeting. An Yi replied, "Then you should meet them tomorrow and only transfer the money after you've received the ticket." Li Xiang responded, "I am wary of them, just as they might be of me," fearing a verbal agreement. She wrestled with her thoughts, recognizing that the other party likely had their concerns as well. What if she agreed and then stood them up the next day? And he was swayed by her reasoning. For a fan, attending a concert of their beloved idol is an obsession, especially for longtime fans like Li Xiang, who have anticipated this moment for ages. Guyu glanced at the clock, noting that it was time for bed, and advised Li Xiang to take care of herself. An Yi, seeing that Guyu was about to sleep, hurriedly gave Li Xiang a knowing glance. Li Xiang eagerly suggested, "Guyu, let us go out for a military hot pot together from our dormitory. There's a newly opened Korean restaurant at the snack street. I've been to the one next door once, and everyone says the food is delightful." Guyu's motion of preparing to cover herself with a blanket suddenly halted. Having spent considerable time with Li Xiang, Guyu was aware that her friend was averse to conflict, possessing a gentle disposition. In short, excessively kind-hearted. Guyu remained silent, and both An Yi and Li Xiang instinctively concluded that this meal was unlikely to materialize. After a brief pause, Guyu remarked, "I have time." Guyu understood Li Xiang thoroughly. She would never propose a gathering in the dormitory unless it involved Han and An Yi, the two sisters. While An Yi would occasionally engage in brief conversations with Guyu, and Han would not, the fact that Han had not uttered a word at this juncture indicated that the idea for this gathering had been initiated by her, albeit she felt too shy to voice it. Under these circumstances, Guyu was curious to discover Han's true intentions, and he decisively stated, Then I will ask Kai Jing for a discount coupon right now. Kai Jing was from the adjacent dormitory and was the same person who greeted Guyu last time. No need. Guyu replied, having charged her power bank that I know the owner of that restaurant. I'll treat you all. When Guyu was in school, her residence was somewhat distant from home, and Gu Jiasu had rented her an apartment in the city, as he was reluctant to let her travel far. This led to a quarrel between Jiang Man and Gu Jiasu. Ultimately, Jiang Man contemplated purchasing an apartment for Guyu, but Guyu declined the offer. She had been residing in the rented accommodation for half a semester. And it was only then that Jiang Man remembered she had a daughter. The discord between the couple was not solely attributable to Gu Jiasu. Xia Yufei was a friend Guyu had made during that period. Residing in a different building, Xia Yufei was warm and welcoming towards new classmates and neighbors, frequently inviting Guyu over for meals. However, after Guyu moved out of the rental property due to academic commitments, they had not seen each other again, though they maintained contact. After entering university, Xia Yufei began dating a graduate student from Macau, who was quite skilled in poker, mahjong, and dice games. His family had some standing and had invested in a new driving school, while also having a foothold in the restaurant industry, one of which was the Korean dining establishment. The following morning, after Guyu had tidied up, she received a WeChat message from Shumang. Do you have any plans for the National Day? His hand was injured, making it inconvenient for him to carry luggage. Guyu hesitated for a moment, recalling that she had a relative left outside, and typed on the screen, Are you planning to visit Flower City? Upon posing this question, Guyu suddenly realized it might be inappropriate, as it could be perceived as a veiled invitation to her home. However, the prospect of spending 7 days alone in Flower City was indeed rather dull. Moreover, Mang was easygoing and amiable. If she asked him to assist with something, he would undoubtedly not take offense. Mang sat up abruptly in bed, startled by his own vigorous motion, causing Shi to widen his eyes in disbelief, mumbling through the foam in his mouth. Shu Gu, don't be so alarmed. I thought you were resurrecting at this early hour. Hai Chong, less sarcastic than Shi, remained focused on understanding the situation. What is going on? Guyu had called her numerous times, yet she had not answered. Concerts typically ran late, and Kai Jing had mentioned to Li Xiang during her last visit to the dormitory that she would find a hotel near the stadium, which was quite a distance from the school, necessitating a 3-hour trip. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Kai Jing posted a photo from a concert on her Moments, and it is likely that the two of them are currently catching up on sleep in the car. An Han and an E have both arrived, and the atmosphere at the table has grown so frigid that it feels as if it could freeze. Meanwhile, Guyu remains remarkably composed, seemingly unaffected by the tension. And Han, being perceptive, sits before Guyu, who had once sharply criticized her, with an air of restraint. 10 minutes later, Guyu receives a call from Li Xiang, who informs her that she is feeling unwell and will not be attending. It seems that only Guyu's inner world remains undisturbed at the table. Pouring herself a glass of water, Guyu finally breaks the silence. Shall we eat then? And Han and an E exchange glances. Their face is a canvas of mixed emotions. Throughout the meal, Guyu appears disinterested in conversation, and E has long wished to befriend Guyu. Yet her cold demeanor, coupled with her good rapport with Han, has deterred her from speaking. Today, thrust into the limelight, she must utter something. Guyu, where are you planning to travel during the National Day holiday? She had made plans with Han to go to Hainan. Having purchased the tickets 2 weeks prior, Anne suddenly realizes that she has no idea where Guyu hails from. Where are you from? Huacheng. Both Han and an E are from Shaanxi, while Li Xiang's family is from the northeast. In fact, Guyu is a quintessential southerner. Huacheng and Dihai are both first-tier cities, and while their climates are somewhat similar, the weather here is vastly different from that of the north. A fact that an E still struggles to acclimatize to. You're so fortunate. When my sister and I first arrived here, we nearly suffocated from the humidity. Han retorts. That's you. I'm not as delicate as you. Last time, you said Dihai was lacking in this and that, not at all as comfortable as home. Am I not allowed to vent my frustrations? Absolutely not. The two unexpectedly begin to bicker over this. Just as Guyu is about to intervene, she is suddenly enveloped in a massive bear hug. Oh my, is that my Nua? Xia Yufei bursts through the door, rushing over to embrace Guyu without a moment's hesitation. Guyu's hairstyle is thrown into disarray, and only after Xia Yufei releases her does she notice an Han and an E. The two cease their quarrel and focus their attention on the exuberant Xia Yufei. Guyu tidies her hair and settles back into her seat. After a moment's reflection, Xia Yufei asks, Nua, are they your roommates? Yes, Xia Yufei exudes a much more cheerful disposition than Gu Yu. Her face lit up with a perpetual smile, radiating vitality. Hello, I'm Xia Yufei, a friend of Gu Yu. Han, and an each introduced themselves that Guyu's bangs have been left in a disheveled state by Xia Yufei's exuberance. And she excuses herself to the restroom to tidy up with some water to go on. I'll entertain your roommates in the meantime. Xia Yufei ushers Gu Yu away. With her arrival, the table is finally free from having to bear the brunt of the conversation alone. Observing that the hot pot is nearly dried out, Xia Yufei gives it a stir with a ladle that on her right wrist. She wears a watch featuring an artwork by Ice, which Han immediately recognizes. This artwork is the same as the one on her counterfeit bag, but due to the smaller scale, many of the original still life elements have been omitted. Hasn't Gu Yu always been an ardent supporter of authentic products? Now her friend is sporting a knockoff. One wonders how Gu Yu will react upon discovering this. Han inquires, "Is that your watch?" Xia Yufei turned her wrist, "And you mentioned this." Xia Yufei called for a waiter to refill her water, which I had purchased a long time ago. Han quickly shook her head, wanting to express that the painting above was quite beautiful. Xia Yufei smiled and remarked, "Right? I also find this painting lovely. Yet, my boyfriend insists it is ugly." If both Xia Yufei and Han had used a counterfeit, why was Gu Yu only making a fuss over her? And Han had to clarify that for the past month. Every time she saw Gu Yu, her heart would race, fearing that she would expose her purchase of the counterfeit, living in trepidation for a month. Now, she had a perfect opportunity to grasp Gu Yu's weakness. "This painting above, is it painted on?" Xia Yufei candidly admitted. "Indeed, it is merely a small version. The original is far more exquisite." And Han instantly seized upon the information she desired and tentatively inquired, "So, this isn't an authentic piece?" Xia Yufei's expression shifted slightly. "Did Gu Yu not inform you?" She added, "This painting was created by her father. Her father is the artist I see." Han felt her world crumbling. Gu Yu was Ice's daughter, who had passed away only a few months ago, and here she was flaunting the legacy of someone else's father before Gu Yu. Amidst the chaos, she mustered her last bit of composure and asked, "Then what about this painting on your watch?" Xia Yufei openly acknowledged, "This was painted on by Uncle Xia." Han completely broke down. Who was aware of the situation, was left speechless, unable to utter a word. "You've arrived. Then you can attend to your roommate yourself." Before leaving, Xia Yufei warmly greeted Han and then dashed upstairs. After the meal, Han sent away and called Gu Yu aside privately. "Wait a moment. I need to speak with you." Chapter 14. "Then let us go to the hotel." Gu Yu gazed at her, and Han fidgeted with her hands, hesitating for a long time before speaking. "I apologize for the incident with the fake bag last time. I had no idea Ice was your father, nor did I know he passed away a few months ago, aside from a hint of snobbery." And Han was generally amiable. She enjoyed showcasing her status. Back in high school, her family was affluent, which fostered a somewhat materialistic nature. However, upon arriving at D-High, she realized that there were always greater heights beyond her own. A male student dressed in a tank top and shorts could very well drive a Mitsubishi adorned with an 8 million sound system. She continued, "I genuinely apologize this time. I merely intended to flaunt that bag, but later discovered that many at school were wearing and carrying authentic items. If it weren't for you, I might have lost face in the Pacific." She hesitated for quite some time. "Gu Yu, let's reconcile." Gu Yu sighed inwardly. This was likely the true intent behind her apology. Gu Yu remained silent, leading Han to believe she would not forgive her, prompting her to nearly cry. After a while, Gu Yu stated, "You should apologize to Li Xiang. His vacation was either spent playing with friends from the capital or flying northeast. This year was different. He was staying in D-High. A whole week off." Before leaving, Sure kindly reminded him, "Shu Go, why don't you join us?" Yet, Shumang merely lifted his eyelids in silence. "No, I want to go." Why? For Stone simply cannot fathom why Shumang remains at school. Seemingly courting trouble, Shumang, with a book clutched in his hand, displayed an enigmatic smile, speaking in a leisurely manner. "I shan't delay you." 4 Stone truly had it coming for being so talkative. The first day of National Day dawned bright and sunny. Yet Shumang found himself at a loose end. However, he was not one to remain idle. Recalling that Yin Jianyi had recently been wandering about D-High, he invited Yin Jianyi to the new car exhibition. In Macau, familial ties are of paramount importance, a legacy of historical reasons, and family enterprises are among the news that captivates the onlookers. Yin Jianyi, a legitimate heir, stood as the sole scion of his family. At the age of 25 or 26, or perhaps 27. Shumang found himself a bit hazy on the details that it was indeed perplexing, for there were no boys of his age in the courtyard. All the brothers he knew were a few years his senior. Shumang felt distressed, having to address everyone as brother, during his freshman year, after he had bested them with his speed for an entire day. For Stone and the others willingly bowed to him, calling him Shu Yi with genuine respect. Shumang felt this was rather unseemly, so he decided to simply call them brother instead, as he was indeed older than they. It was akin to the feeling of a peasant rising up to sing that he had not seen Yin Jiani in many years, and with the plethora of luxury cars at this exhibition. Shumang assumed Yin Jiani would surely have time. Elated, he dialed Yin Jiani's number, only to be informed that he was accompanying his girlfriend and had no time to take his little brother to the car exhibition. Jian, you're being unreasonable. Yin Jiani's Mandarin was impeccably standard, and his voice came through the radio, calling him brother. Shumang clenched his fists, reluctantly uttering the word brother. Well then, in light of you calling me brother, you can go to the exhibition yourself, and let me know what catches your eye. Shumang raised an eyebrow. What? Are you buying it for me? Yin Jiani chuckled dismissively. I'll inform your father to purchase it for you. Go to hell. Who wants to spend his money? After hanging up, Yin Jiani was neither angry nor upset. Rather, a triumphant smile graced his face. Just then, Xia Yufei arrived, and they both took their seats in the back of the car. Boyfriend, allow me to introduce you to Guyu. Yin Jiani, clad in a sharply tailored suit with gleaming golden cuffs, exuded an air of sophistication. He was strikingly handsome, embodying the quintessential Eastern visage, with captivating phoenix eyes that were both slender and spirited. Exuding a maturity that was nearly palpable. Guyu suddenly posed a question about how they had met. Yin Jiani appeared as composed as an aged tofu, while Xia Yufei was like a chili pepper ready to explode at any moment. The contrast between the two was quite striking. Guyu and Yin Jiani exchanged pleasantries. Yin Jiani fastened his seatbelt and glanced in the rearview mirror at his girlfriend. Aren't you coming to sit in the front? Xia Yufei leaned towards Guyu, her tone playful. No, I want to sit with the beauty. Yin Jiani chuckled, a hint of jealousy evident. Once you have a woman, you forget about men. Xia Yufei seized the opportunity. Exactly, so I want to be needing you. Very well, I shall seek another woman tonight. You should find a man that would create balance. So this is how they interact. The trio's outing was entirely managed by Yin Jiani. On the first day of National Day, everywhere was bustling with people. Popular tourist spots were to be avoided, and even amusement parks were teeming with crowds. After a long day, Guyu felt as though her legs might give way. Not a single destination from her planned itinerary had been realized, as the majority of the day was spent ensnared in traffic. By the time the three of them finally arrived at the gates of Dihai University in the evening. Guyu, having played the role of a third wheel all day, felt too embarrassed to intrude further and excused herself, claiming fatigue. Summer Yufei could easily discern Guyu's sentiments. She also recalled that she had originally promised to spend a sweet Qixi festival with her boyfriend, only to abandon him on the very first day. Thus, Summer Yufei and Guyu agreed to meet again. Have you finished accompanying your woman? She inquired. Oh dear, she hurriedly urged, fastening her seatbelt. The driver must accelerate. My boyfriend is cheating tonight, and I'm in a rush to catch him in the act. Yin Jiani, with a playful gesture, ruffled Summer Yufei's hair and suggested, then let us proceed to the hotel. A fleeting glance caught Yin Jiani's eye as he noticed a nearby convenience store, and he inquired, shall we purchase a durian for him to kneel before? Summer Yufei narrowed her eyes, her tone becoming earnest as she patted his shoulder. Driver, I've come to realize you possess quite the zest for life. Chapter 15. It's late. You should sleep. Guyu had arranged to meet Shumang at 7 o'clock the following morning. They boarded an old-fashioned bus from the 1990s, its windows of ordinary glass allowing half of one's body to be visible from the outside. The paint on the bus was severely chipped, and the two-person seats were merely flat benches with iron handrails. For this extraordinary voyage, Shumang had painstakingly selected the most expensive pair of shoes from an entire wall of AJ sneakers. Observing the vehicle, which seemed barely capable of starting, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Guyu patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Let us board. Amidst the disarray of the wind, Shumang felt a sense of trepidation and tentatively proposed. Why don't we take the high-speed train instead? He had just seen someone board with a live chicken. Guyu regretfully informed him. The high-speed train cannot reach our destination. This is our only option. Having already boarded, Shumang, feeling like a prey caught between predators, reluctantly followed Guyu onto the bus. The old man with the chicken conveniently occupied the row right in front of Shumang. The rooster's round, dark eyes fixated on him, as if he were some extraordinary specimen. Shumang, appearing as a refined young gentleman who had never faced hardship, always donned impeccably clean attire, devoid of any trace of disorder. Gyu suddenly felt a pang of guilt for bringing Shumang to such a place, akin to leading a well-behaved child astray for mischief and games. Shumang glanced up gently, catching Guyu's intense gaze upon him. What's wrong? The morning sunlight filtered through the bus's tattered curtains, casting golden shards of light that flickered upon Shumang. Backlit, the halo lent a golden sheen to his hair. Guyu felt a bit odd, often finding herself lost and staring at Shumang. He seemed even more handsome than their last encounter. Could it be attributed to some celestial blessing? The journey proceeded smoothly, and within half an hour, they arrived at their destination, a bustling farmer's market. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, the sounds rising and falling like waves. There were no private stalls. Instead, the market was a tapestry of eggplants and tomatoes laid out atop woven bags, and potatoes freshly unearthed from the soil, still adorned with dirt. The old man, clutching his chicken, made his way directly to the poultry section, exchanging pleasantries with familiar faces along the way. The vendors' faces bore the depth of ripples in muddy waters. Should an earthquake suddenly strike now, one cannot ascertain whether it would be the beams of the house that would crush us or the dust and debris that would suffocate us. Guu and Shumang navigated deftly through the bustling marketplace, weaving in and out with the familiarity of seasoned travelers. Shumang voiced a profound existential query. What are we doing here? Have we arrived? Guyu gestured towards another direction, suggesting that crossing through there would lead to their destination. Upon glancing over, Shumang felt a wave of dread wash over him. The poultry section paled in comparison to the vegetable area, a chaotic amalgamation of chickens, ducks, and fish. He even caught sight of an elderly rooster. Noticing Shumang's pallor, Guyu offered a comforting reassurance. We are almost there. Who exactly were her relatives in this place? A duck cousin? A chicken aunt? A fish uncle? With a steely resolve, Shumang pressed onward. Taking measured steps toward the unknown. In a corner of the market, two men were lurking. One donned a floral headscarf while the other brandished a large camera. Brother, we've been staking out here for several days without capturing anything. Are you certain this place possesses the ethereal quality to yield exceptional realism? The man with the headscarf inquired. Patience, replied the camera wielder. The deceased painter who was said to have emerged from this very spot could create such expensive works of art without venturing far. There must be a breakthrough here, the camera wielder scoffed. What kind of breakthrough could be worth 2 dimes? Hand me a knife. I might as well self-destruct. Enough of the bickering, look over there. Clearly skeptical, the camera wielder asked. Look where? The man with the headscarf pointed to a young lad clad in yellow and white striped attire, coupled with blue shorts, cradling a pure white lamb in his arms. The lamb, gently resting its head on the boy's shoulder, curled its little hooves, resembling a fluffy cotton candy. Beside him stood a girl, slightly shorter than himself, her eyes sparkling with laughter, unadorned with makeup, dressed in a mochi-colored dress that revealed her long, porcelain-like legs. Her flowing hair was as soft as the lamb's wool, and she reached out to stroke the lamb's dense fleece, radiating warmth and joy. The camera wielder chuckled. Is it true? There really is a fairy in this place? Quick, take the shot. The farmer's market, where I frequently shopped for produce, now boasts stunning young men and women, a sensational opportunity for an eye-catching photograph. Shumang's expression darkened. He realized that a mere turn of his head could result in an unexpected kiss with the lamb. Feeling uneasy, he asked, will it kick me? It's asleep. It won't move, Guyu assured him. Skeptical, Shumang replied. Are you sure it's asleep and not just biding its time to boot me? It's still so young. Hardly longer than your arm. Besides, it can't understand what you're saying, Guyu countered, unable to argue further. After bidding farewell to the vendor, the two proceeded toward another exit. Is this the relative you spoke of? Amir, what behind the ears lamb? Shumang mused. One creature belongs to another, he added, observing the meticulously groomed lamb, devoid of any unpleasant odor. So, you consider it family? Guyu paused. Indeed, I have no family. And it has none either. Aren't we akin? No family. Shumang recalled a phone call from Zhou just last week, inquiring about Guyu's well-being. Son, have you been keeping an eye on that girl, Guyu? Is she all right? After some contemplation, Shumang replied, she's fine. Zhou sighed in relief. That's good. That's good. Guyu's father has just passed away. and she has grown up alongside Uncle Gu since childhood. The situation is quite. Zhou Yu hesitated on the phone, attempting to comfort her son while expressing her concerns. You should be more vigilant and ensure that no one bullies you or makes you feel wronged. The girl is quite endearingly peculiar. We must prevent any unscrupulous boys at your school from taking an interest in her. From her mother's words, Xia Shumang could detect a hint of regret about marrying off a daughter. Zhou Yu's comments became increasingly absurd. Your school doesn't harbor any perverts, does it? The last news report mentioned a maniac roaming about without clothes, terrifying several passing female students. Xia Shumang clenched her fist and interjected. All right, Mom, it's getting late. You should rest. Good night. Chapter 16. I haven't done anything yet. Xia Shumang, cradling her plush sheep, walked alongside Guyu without complaint. Suddenly, Guyu halted, tugging at Xia Shumang's sleeve and pointing towards a vendor selling mooncakes. She rarely spoke of her own affairs, but she reminisced. That old gentleman has been making mooncakes since my father was a child. Back then, you could get 4 for a dime. Now, they cost 10 yuan for 4. Guyu had tasted handmade mooncakes when she was very young. Simple black sesame mooncakes. The flaky crust melded perfectly with the sweet, sticky filling, the two fragrances complementing each other beautifully, with the sesame carrying a wholesome wheat essence and the crust offering a hint of sweetness. They were nothing like the factory-made mooncakes of today, where the skin is merely skin and the filling is just filling, forced together as if by sheer will. Xia Shumang, momentarily lost in thought, nudged Guyu and suggested, "Shall we buy a few?" Guyu immediately nodded. "Wait for me here." She broke off a small piece and fed it to herself, relishing the sweet, yet not overly cloying taste, which brought her immense satisfaction. Guyu, her cheeks puffed out, wore an expression of pure bliss. When in a good mood, she was especially chatty. She gently tore off another piece and offered it to Xia Shumang, encouragingly saying, "Try this." With no free hands to accept the mooncake, Xia Shumang had no choice but to open her mouth and bite into the small morsel. It was soft, sweet, and fragrant. In the shadows, the camera guy, wearing a headscarf, became impatient and urged his companion. "Hey, get that shot." "I'm working on it," he replied. The camera guy glanced at the scene through the lens, exasperated. "What are you capturing?" "The scenery is completely blocked by this girl." Upon closer inspection, they noted that a plump girl occupied half the frame. Positioned at a distance, the long shot inevitably captured passers-by obstructing the view. "Reshoot," the headscarf guy yelled. They took a taxi to Guyu's home. Outside the window, the buildings transitioned from modest to grand, from low to high. This was the heart of Flower City, an ancient capital steeped in rich history and poetic charm, a place capable of nurturing a water lily like Guyu. The taxi wound through several turns before stopping in front of a large courtyard. The entrance was a quintessential classical structure, with a majestic door made of zhongbang red rosewood, featuring 2 circular locks and a roof of glazed tiles. Surrounding the inner courtyard were eaves extending outward, leaving only a square patch of sky above. Venturing further inside revealed a conventionally styled living room, a duplex with a more modern aesthetic and unpretentious decor. It was starkly different from the tightly knit courtyard homes of the capital, where in winter, the streets were filled with vendors selling candied hawthorns, often making it impossible to navigate through the alleyways. Behind the living room lies the backyard, adorned with a sprawling garden and a verdant lawn, complete with a swing. After placing the sheep in the backyard, Xia Shumang took a refreshing bath and changed into a different outfit. Descending the stairs, he found Guyu busily engaged in the kitchen. Much of the day had been spent on the road, and the night fell punctually, shrouding the sky in darkness. He settled at the central island and inquired of Guyu. "What are you preparing?" Cutting fruit. On the bar of the central island rested a doll, its refined demeanor accentuated by a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, which were elegantly chained to its frame. Xia Shumang took the glasses and adorned himself with them. "What charm does a doll possess?" "Xia Shumang, could you please fetch a watermelon from the refrigerator?" Of course, he changed into a crisp white t-shirt and black trousers, and Guyu could only catch a glimpse of half his face, framed by the golden-rimmed glasses, as he held 2 small watermelons for comparison. Sensing Guyu's presence, he turned to ask, "Which one do you prefer?" His voice was not as deep as that of other young men, carrying a hint of gentleness. The glasses made him appear less like a university student and more akin to a genteel office worker signing documents. Xia Shumang was truly handsome. Had he been born in another dimension, he would have made an entrance accompanied by a cloud of dry ice. You casually selected one, the one on the left. Very well, that he was originally supposed to train at the base. But alas, an injury thwarted his plans. Dehai owned an airline, not as grand as Yaoxing, but still considerable in size. Each year, the campus recruitment by OE commenced a month or two after that of Yaoxing. And after the National Day festivities, applications would gradually open. Shumang needed to recuperate while balancing both helicopter training and his internship. Guyu munched on fruit. She watched him intently. Can you really pilot a helicopter? Shumang possessed an extraordinary talent for flying. Had it not been for this injury, he would have likely obtained his license swiftly. Yes, of course, Guyu had never boarded an airplane in her life, and she was filled with curiosity about a man capable of flying. Can you fly me to Africa? Why? Because the men there tend to have longer legs. Their proportions are quite appealing. Shumang retorted without hesitation. Are my legs not long enough? He had passed the military's physical examination, meeting the national standards for height. Guyu scrutinized him. They are acceptable. Is that all it takes to meet your standards? Shumang, no longer interested in cutting fruit, playfully challenged her. Come here. Let us measure if you're indeed 1 meter 80. He attempted to seize her, but Guyu nimbly evaded him, managing to escape. Shumang took a few steps forward, catching her in his grasp. Due to inertia, Guyu tumbled into his embrace. Now that I've caught you, what's next? Measure leg length. To ensure accuracy, shall we remove our pants? The last time they had gazed at each other so intently was during their first meeting, when he certainly had been wearing pants. No, he had. He was not some deranged idol. Shumang's voice grew hoarse. And Guyu distinctly sensed his Adam's apple move. They were very close now. Shumang, momentarily dazed by Guyu's proximity, let his gaze drift downward, landing on her lustrous lips. Guyu realized the situation was veering in an unexpected direction. She surprisingly did not shy away, watching as Shumang gradually lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. As soon as they made contact, a sudden phone call rang out with an urgency akin to a death knell. The two of them instinctively recoiled from one another. Guyu's face flushed a deep crimson. She offered a polite smile before dashing off to fetch her phone. Shumang, momentarily taken aback, found himself pushed aside by Guyu. In that fleeting moment, he braced himself for the sting of a slap. Once Guyu steadied her emotions, she answered the call. It was from Kai Jing. Their communication had been sparse, save for the class meeting on the first day when the class monitor had urged everyone to exchange contact information, lest they find themselves receiving a call from a classmate they barely knew. Kai Jing's voice was frantic. Guyu, are you with Li Xiang? Her tone was near collapse. Li Xiang is missing. Li Xiang had stayed on campus during the National Day holiday, spending all her money at a concert. Seeking a part-time job, with her phone unreachable and her whereabouts unknown, Kai Jing was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. The hard sleeper had been converted into 3 hard seats. Shumang had opted to purchase 3 adjacent hard seats. He and Guyu arrived at the platform first. The train had yet to arrive, and Guyu glanced around anxiously from time to time. Shumang felt her impatience. Yet he was not the director of the Railway Bureau and had no means to remedy the situation. His gaze wandered until he spotted a hand-powered railcar behind 3 tracks, a miniature, unpowered locomotive once utilized on European and American railways in the mid-19th century. The two had left home in silence, neither mentioning the impulsive and fervent kiss they had shared. Shumang's mind was in disarray. He licked his lips, his thoughts swirling like dandelion fluff with no place to settle, and humorously proposed, "How about we do that?" Guyu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "No need. The train is coming." The train's interior was cramped. The aisle of the hard sleeper car resembled a narrow pathway, barely accommodating a single suitcase. Guyu sat by the window, with a small folding table suspended before her, while those traversing the aisle were all huddled in the limited space between the 2 lower berths. After a challenging 10-minute wait, the train finally set in motion. Once on board, Guyu's thoughts drifted like wispy clouds. The platform soon vanished from view as scenes outside the window streamed past. Where could Li Xiang have gone? A wave of self-reproach washed over Guyu. Li Xiang had accompanied her to class every day, reminding her of various announcements. Yet she had failed to notice that something was amiss. The kiss that had come out of nowhere lingered in her mind. She had felt as if a layer of oil paper had shrouded her thoughts, rendering her unable to discern what was truly on her mind. Only recalling that she hadn't particularly wanted to shy away. When Kai Jing's call came through, a tinge of impatience had flitted across her heart. Guyu's thoughts meandered, tangled in a web of myriad threads, constricting her heart until it felt as if it might cease to beat. Shumang sat closely beside her. There was ample space in the sleeper section, yet he chose to remain here. Guyu turned her face toward the window, obscuring her expression from Xia Shumang's view. Influenced by the atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market, Xia Shumang felt utterly grounded, even envisioning the hand-powered railcar. How disappointing! He leaned closer to Guyu, playfully prodding her arm with his finger. Guyu turned her head. Xia Shumang's tone was imbued with a sense of melancholy, akin to a matchmaking aunt gazing at her wayward daughter while imparting life lessons. He let out a long sigh. Guyu, he thought to himself, wishing to shift the conversation with Guyu. However, in his foggy state of mind, Xia Shumang once again found himself at a loss. With unabashed audacity, he inquired, "I haven't done anything yet. Is it really necessary for you to wear such a troubled expression?" Chapter 17. The search and reflection. By the time they reached D-High, it was already past 8 in the evening. Kaijing mentioned that a classmate had seen Li Xiang on campus the afternoon of National Day, with numerous reports of university students being deceived in their pursuit of stars. This was a positive sign, indicating that at the very least, she had not fallen victim to a scam. Yet, they were still unable to contact her. The capabilities of the two were limited, prompting Xia Shumang and Guyu to each call Yan Jiani and Xia Yufei. As the four gathered, Xia Yufei seemed to perceive a melodramatic scenario reminiscent of an elder brother falling for his younger sister. She exclaimed excitedly, "Fate!" Yan Jiani gave her a gentle pat on the back of her head. Adopting a parental demeanor, "Let us reflect once we find her. Silence now." Thus began the first day of Xia Yufei feeling ignored. She was filled with anger and frustration, wishing to vent her feelings but unable to articulate her grievances. Xia Shumang was the first to inquire, "What did the police say?" Yan Jiani's tone carried a hint of disappointment. The time since her disappearance is still short, and evidence is lacking. The D-High was vast, making it truly difficult to locate someone. Xia Shumang decided to call Haichong, their local acquaintance, who might be of assistance in a critical moment. Haichong arrived promptly after receiving the call. Xia Shumang noticed that Sishi was absent. "Where's Sishi?" he asked. Haichang replied, "He left on National Day, citing family matters." Xia Shumang lowered his gaze and asked, "Did Sishi mention what family matters?" It was known that Shirley's mother had a heart condition, which had flared up during their freshman year, causing Sishi to dash out of class that day. Everyone had become aware of this incident. Li Xiang frequently played games with Sishi, and Guyu had hoped to glean some clues from him. But that avenue was now futile. The five sat in the hot pot restaurant, exchanging blank stares. Guyu countered, "But why didn't she take her phone?" Xia Yufei, feeling guilty, hastily added, "Maybe she forgot that in today's world, carrying a phone is as essential as wearing clothes, especially in a bustling metropolis like D-High, where being without a phone could prove quite inconvenient." Yan Jiani, unable to bear the thought of his girlfriend embarrassing herself outside, declared, "From now on, you should stop talking and just play with your phone." Xia Yufei's enthusiasm was once again dashed. She pouted and replied, "Oh, fine, boyfriend," before genuinely picking up her phone to check Weibo's trending topics. Feeling idle was unproductive, so Xia Shumang proposed checking the school's surveillance footage to ascertain Li Xiang's last known location. Followed by contacting the police to investigate social surveillance, they meticulously planned their steps and were about to rise. Xia Yufei, clutching her phone in her right hand, suddenly stood up with determination and confidence, exclaiming, "I found Li Xiang." Everyone turned to her in unison. The 15th trending topic on Weibo read, "The Heavenly Brother in the Flesh," surging with momentum and showing signs of boiling over. Inside a small rental apartment in D-High, a figure with a floral scarf and a tattooed arm grinned widely at the rising heat. Smiling like a bag of Ms. He meticulously edited the photographs of Guyu and Xia Shumang before posting them online. Additionally, he engaged a few marketing accounts, promoting the notion that the place where ice has never departed truly possesses a celestial aura, which garnered significant attention. With this newfound popularity, their studio is likely to receive numerous invitations in the future. The collection consists of 3 images. In the first, Xia Shumang cradles a small sheep, while Guyu stands beside him, gently stroking the sheep's head, and Xia Shumang gazes at her with a smile. The second image captures Guyu feeding Xia Shumang a mooncake, with Xia Shumang looking down, yet lifting her gaze to Guyu as she bites into the delicacy. The third image features more characters. Guyu walks alongside Xia Shumang, and in the foreground, a girl in a big-mouthed duck sweatshirt hurriedly passes by, her expression one of urgency as she rushes along. DePeo, reflecting on the seemingly ruined photograph he had taken, found that a slight touch of Photoshop imbued it with an almost candid realism, as if a passerby had inadvertently stepped into the frame. He adjusted the filter and penned a poetic yet refreshing caption, conveying an ethereal atmosphere where beauty and purity are harmoniously intertwined in a simple yet profound scene. The underground comments flooded in. That young man's gaze at his girlfriend is simply enchanting. Oh, how I wish to be looked at like that. The stomach says, I want to eat mooncakes. The eyes punch the stomach. What I see is love. Did you notice how the young man pulled the little sheep aside when he lowered his head to eat the mooncake? Is he shielding the lamb from inappropriate sights? Little sheep, just minding my own business. By the way, that little sheep is exceedingly well behaved, so tiny and adorably fluffy. I just want to hug it. That young man appears remarkably tall, cradling such a small sheep in his arms. What a delightful contrast. I'm in love. This man is holding one while flirting with another. What a scoundrel. Upstairs, do you want the sheep or the girl? Draw your sword. While the entire internet busied itself praising Shumang's beauty, the 5 individuals who had been seated at the OU Hot Pot restaurant just 5 minutes prior had vanished. The sleek black luxury vehicle shot out like an arrow, racing down the expressway at as the saying goes. Curiosity piqued. What business do Xia Yufei and Li Xiang have at the market? Guyu recalled that Li Xiang had never mentioned any connection to Yin County, leaving her puzzled and uncertain. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the headlights of the black sedan illuminating the path ahead. Nothing was visible through the car windows on either side, among the occupants of the vehicle. Guyu was the most concerned about Li Xiang. Her expression was grave as she stared intently out of the window. Shumang gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Jian has already dispatched someone to investigate. If Li Xiang is at a hotel, they will surely locate her. Jian remained focused on the road ahead, glancing at Shumang in the rearview mirror without uttering a word. The car came to a steady halt at the entrance of the market. Simultaneously, a dark figure darted past the market entrance. Guyu's keen eyes caught sight of it, and she exclaimed, over there. She was the first to dash outside. The group followed suit. As the figure turned a corner, ultimately entering a building that Guyu pursued and genuinely heard the voices of Si Shi and Li Xiang. Li Xiang was clearly in distress, crying out, how could you do this to me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why am I here? Her voice, typically loud, resonated even more powerfully in her anguish. Outside, Guyu's heart tightened. What had happened to Li Xiang at the hands of Si Shi? Guyu found herself at a loss, grappling with a sudden and fierce determination to protect Li Xiang from any form of bullying. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward by the time Shumang and the others arrived. An unusual scene had already unfolded. Guyu stood sideways, her face turned away from the light, rendering her complexion, a peculiar blend of pale and green, indistinct. Opposite her, the tear-streaked visage of Li Xiang remained starkly visible under the dim glow. The most pitiable of all was Cixi, whose right cheek bore a ghastly red mark. Cixi felt quite wronged. After receiving a call from Li Xiang, he had rushed to her aid, securing her a place to stay and providing her with meals, even postponing his own competition entry in the process. Just as he was about to utter some comforting words to Li Xiang, Guyu kicked open the wooden door and, without a word, slapped Cixi across the face. She then shielded Li Xiang protectively behind her, her gaze piercing as if it could emit infrared rays, poised to obliterate Cixi in an instant. Rarely did she exhibit such emotional fervor. It was as if she had been bewitched since that fateful kiss. The room, already cramped with 2 individuals, now felt even smaller with the addition of 5 more, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Shumang, observing the mark on Cixi's face, silently lamented how fortunate she had been to keep her distance during her first encounter with Guyu. For otherwise, her own face might have swollen for weeks. Thus unfolded the tale. I had been duped by a con artist and lacked the courage to reveal it to you all. With thoughts of seeking a part-time job during the National Day holiday, I recalled Cixi mentioning a small residence near the market, so I called to inquire if I could stay for a few days. What began as a search for a missing person swiftly devolved into a farcical misunderstanding. After a few moments of silence, Guyu rose, acknowledging her impulsiveness, and solemnly bowed her head in apology to Cixi, saying, I am truly sorry, Senior. Just as Cixi was about to express his own grievances regarding his unjust predicament, his words nearly spilled forth, but he resignedly muttered, forget it. You didn't mean to. The atmosphere descended into an unprecedented silence. After a prolonged pause, Yin Jinni, who had not spoken for quite some time, finally broke the quiet. declaring that there was no shame in having been deceived. It was precisely because so many students felt too embarrassed to speak up that such fraudsters found ample opportunity to thrive. Li Xiang then noticed Yin Jiani in the corner, impeccably dressed in designer labels, his speech somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of individuals from the other side of the world. Li Xiang, if you don't mind, could you lend me your phone? I can help you trace the address of the perpetrator and report it to the local authorities. Xia Yufei was taken aback. When had her boyfriend become so altruistic? Given her clandestine eavesdropping on his meetings, she knew him to be a miserly businessman who would not part with even a dime of profit. After all, how else could the wealthy maintain their fortunes? Li Xiang's jaw dropped in astonishment. She had only lost 300 yuan. How could it escalate to involving the police? I don't need It's not a significant amount, she stammered, her voice dwindling as she realized how burdensome it would be for others. When one is consumed by desire, a sense of luck often entangles them in the dilemma of choice versus refusal. In most instances, it is the allure of choice that prevails, not the decision to reject temptation, but rather the choice to believe in it. A myriad of excuses bombard one like a downpour, leading ultimately to compromise and a choice to trust that a single lesson often proves insufficient. The cycle tends to repeat itself, leading to endless repetition. Spending money to avert misfortune often leaves many in silent lamentation after being deceived, fearing ridicule, and swallowing their pride due to concerns about face. Some individuals exploit this psychological vulnerability, repeatedly causing distress. Thank you. She is unsure how to address Yin Jiania. Li Xiang has encountered Xia Yufei before. Occasionally, when Guyu engages in video calls with Xia Yufei, Li Xiang might inadvertently appear on screen to greet her. However, she has never met Yin Jiani. Unfazed, Yin Jiani expresses gratitude towards Xia Shumang. This place is conveniently close to Guyu's home, and glancing at the clock reveals that it is nearly midnight. Guyu suggests, let us go to my house. There is plenty of room. Upon hearing this, Xia Yufei remembers that she has a spacious 700 square meter house that she has yet to visit, eagerly insisting they go. Let us go. Let us go. Guyu's place is enormous. After a brief drive of around 10 minutes, they arrive at a miniature Suzhou garden. There are 2 guest rooms downstairs, where Yin Jiani and Xia Shumang will sleep separately. Just as she is about to drift off, Xia Shumang receives a voice call from Yin Jiani. Does this count as me owing you a personal favor? Yin Jiani astutely remarks, regarding the matter of tracing the other party's IP address and contacting the local police. Yin Jiani can only assist with the former. Having come to Macau to expand the market for 2 years, he is constrained by the differing systems, which prevent him from acting freely. However, when prominent figures from the mainland are involved, the situation changes considerably. Yin Jiani understands Xia Shumang fairly well. Why not just ask Uncle Xia for assistance? You've gone in circles only to end up owing me a favor. Xia Shumang would rather owe Yin Jiani 20 favors than utter a word to Xia Ji. He shifts the conversation in another direction. It's fine. I've already accumulated many debts. Let us leave it at that. I'll treat you to dinner next time. He abruptly ends the call. Yin Jiani puts down his phone and shakes his head, letting out a sigh reminiscent of an elder who has seen through the world's tribulations. This child at the phase of adolescence has been prolonged too much. Chapter 18. Walking with him, Yin Jiani and Xia Yufei departed early in the morning. While Li Xiang had to continue her part-time job at the market, the 3 of them stepped out together. Today marks the 3rd day of the short holiday, with a gentle rain falling and low-lying areas quickly becoming riddled with puddles. The air feels as if it is enveloped in a steamer. With temperatures soaring. As the rain intensifies, it merges into a continuous line that connects with the puddles. The light rain eventually ceases, and Guyu and Xia Shumang step outside together. The Flower City post-rain feels significantly cooler, as if the steamer has suddenly been opened, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep through, caressing their faces. They are in the city center, and having just stepped out of their home, towering buildings emerge in succession, making the recent misty rain of Jiang seem like a mere figment of a dream. The moment Guyu extends her invitation, she is somewhat taken aback by her own initiative. Yet, she cannot bear to leave her fluffy sheep behind. During the 7-day holiday, remaining at home alone leaves her feeling aimless, and the thought of residing in a 700 square meter house evokes a sense of loneliness. Thus, she decides to bring Xia Shumang along. The 2 take the subway, and then switch to a bus headed for Zaihezaji, with blue stone slabs underfoot and white walls adorned with dark tiles. The narrow alley stretches deep and long, built alongside the Grand Canal. Walking side by side, Xia Shumang's mind wanders to the matter of the photographs. Who could possess such a lack of professional ethics to take such exceptional photos? He and Guyu appear to be perfectly matched. If he were to find out, Shumang would surely treat him to some Shandong scallions, those that are taller than a person. Point 3 of them. No, 10. It is imperative that the other party feels his fiery passion. With this thought, he smiled. Beside him, Guy remained speechless, while Shumang inquired, "What are you laughing at?" As the two walked together, one suddenly burst into laughter. An occurrence that felt rather peculiar, though. How inexplicable. He suddenly recalled yesterday's kiss. What is the point of bringing up that kiss? She awkwardly turned her head away, attempting to ignore his words. Shumang clearly did not wish to be disregarded. Guyu's already pale face, soft and delicate, now sported flushed ears, resembling an obedient little white rabbit. Shumang felt an urge to embrace and kiss her once more. Noticing his gaze, Guyu huffily exclaimed, "Shumang, you must not speak." Yet, if they were not to converse, wouldn't that leave them without any topics to discuss? A thought struck him. "Guyu, why do you always call me by my full name?" After all, he was 2 grades her senior. Other junior girls sweetly referred to their seniors as senior brother or senior. Guyu halted her steps, closed her eyes as if making a significant decision, and turned to face him. Suddenly, Guyu wrapped her arms around Shumang's neck, drawing him down closer, their faces mere inches apart. While public displays of affection are frequently observed in short videos, and the mindset of the citizens of Huaqing is notably open-minded, was it not a tad too hasty to put this into practice? Guyu's cheeks remained rosy, yet her gaze was less evasive, now tinged with a hint of seduction. Softly, she called out, "Brother." Shumang's spine stiffened, a shiver coursing through him. Guyu's long eyelashes fluttered as she offered a sweet smile. "Brother, from now on, I shall address you like this. Can we refrain from mentioning that kiss in the future? A counterattack with poison, a curveball." He felt awkward. Guyu, once more in a playful tone, asked, "Is that all right?" Shumang's throat tightened, and after a moment, he managed to utter a single word, "Fine." Upon receiving the desired response, Guyu suddenly let go, her face now even redder than before. Guyu felt as though she would lose face entirely. As a child, she often indulged in playful antics with Gu Jiasuo, but as she grew older, such behavior had ceased. After Jiang Man departed, she and Gu Jiasuo relied on each other, and she once believed that without her mother, her father was her sole family in this world, until one day, she saw him holding another woman in his arms. After that day, she realized that her father was not just hers alone. Guyu had walked quite a distance when Shumang finally came to his senses. Did she truly dare to flirt with him? Had he not kept himself in check? The two had dined on noodles at a nameless restaurant on Xiahezaji during lunch. After a brief respite, Guyu led Shumang to another location. With the holiday crowd swelling, even the subway became overcrowded. After half an hour of squeezing, they finally boarded the train. Guyu found herself pressed against the door, with no handrail to grasp, while Shumang, towering half a head above her, reached for the highest pole. As another wave of people boarded, Shumang drew closer to Guyu, nearly pressing her face against his chest. The subway was packed to capacity, the doors closed, and it was ready to depart. Suddenly, with a jolt, Guyu's head collided with Shumang's. That to say it hurt would be an understatement. Shumang glanced down and said, "Hold me. Tighten your grip. The doors will open soon, and we mustn't get separated." He spoke with considerable reason. After all, they had already embraced, so why not indulge in a brief hug? Guyu raised her hand and encircled his waist. During their first encounter, she had noted his impressive physique. The training at the flight academy included numerous dizzying exercises, and physical conditioning was also a mandatory component. His waist was firm, devoid of any excess flesh. She hadn't observed closely last time. Did he perhaps possess those alluring vilines? Guyu only reached up to his chest, and the delightful scent of his shower gel wafted around them. It was a woody, oceanic fragrance, imbued with a carefree essence reminiscent of sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Guyu wondered what expression adorned his face as she held him close. Thus, she tilted her head slightly upwards and caught sight of Shumang, who was licking his lips. Amidst the crowd, he turned his head to the side, gazing out at the swiftly passing shadows outside the window. An inadvertent gesture from him radiated an enticing allure. Ironically, that pink object had been tasted by her less than 24 hours ago. What was its flavor again? The intoxicating essence. Oh heavens! She had forbidden Shumang from broaching that subject again, yet it lingered in her mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Outside the car window, the dark walls of the tunnel reflected Shumang's triumphant smile. His position allowed him to glimpse the scenes within the subway. He had witnessed Guyu's little expressions just moments ago. Indeed, such flirtation ought to be the domain of men. Girls merely await the allure. His mood inexplicably lifted. He even felt as though he had triumphed in some unspoken contest, though he knew not against whom. Upon reaching their destination, another half-hour passed. Shumang had yet to inquire where Guyu was taking him. Upon exiting the subway, a chilling wind swept through, dissipating the warmth they had just shared. The stark contrast in temperature making it feel even colder, he covertly shivered. Where are we going? The subway had indeed taken over half an hour. Guyu tucked her chin into her collar. It was a bit chilly, but fortunately, she had donned a long-sleeved shirt. That I'm taking you to meet another family member. Brother Mouse? Second brother Nyo? Third brother who? Little sister too. Upon arrival, Shumang was taken aback. This was a cemetery. Jiang Man was still alive. So was this grave her father's uncle only passed away, and it was then that Aunt Jiang remarried, which explained why Guyu mentioned she had no family. Was that the implication? Musing, they approached the grave of Gu Jiasa. Shumang tentatively asked, "Is this your father?" The man in the photograph appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting long hair and exuding an artistic aura. Shumang was meeting his father-in-law for the first time, and in such a manner that he solemnly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, uncle." His gesture was grand, prompting Guyu to remark, "My dad isn't that formal." Shumang straightened up, asserting, "It's important to be respectful on a first meeting." After lingering for a while, Guyu shared some anecdotes about her university life with Gu Jiasua, ultimately concluding, "Dad, I'm doing quite well." Shumang patted his chest, reassuringly declaring, "Don't worry, uncle, I've got your daughter covered." Guyu looked at him. "Shumang, why do you sound like a school bully?" He raised an eyebrow at Guyu, gesturing to himself. "Didn't anyone inform you? Your older brother was once a streetwise character. Guyu couldn't help but be amused. He clearly resembled a model student, far from the persona of a streetwise thug." Just as she was preparing to retort, a gentle and mature female voice resonated, soft and endearing, that it was none other than Jiang Man, who had come to Huaqing to visit Gujiakeo. Considering the timing, she ought to be on her honeymoon with her newlywed husband. Guyu's previously relaxed expression tightened once more. Jiang Man did not arrive alone, for a gentleman accompanied her, appearing somewhat younger than Gujiakeo. Standing nearly at the same height as Jiang Man in her high heels, possessing an air of refinement akin to that of a scholar. "Xiao Man, is this Guyu?" The scholar, with a voice imbued with literary charm, smiled warmly, exuding a fatherly demeanor. Guyu, uncertain of how to address him, chose not to inquire about Jiang Man either. Jiang Man stepped forward. "Haven't you even asked about Uncle Chen?" She maintained her original expression. But Jiang Man seemed poised to utter more. Observing this, Chen Shushan quickly intervened. Nua has not met me before. It is only natural she does not recognize me." He gently pulled Jiang Man to stand before Guyu, saying softly, Nua, I am Chen Xing, your mother's current husband. You may call me Uncle Chen or Chan Bio. Guyu took a step back, retreating to stand beside Shumang, seemingly disinterested in him. Her refusal to acknowledge Chen Sheng was, in essence, a slight to Jiang Man as well, prompting her to lean slightly forward, intending to speak. Yet, Chen Sheng obstructed her path, whispering in her ear, "She is still young." Given the inappropriate setting, and knowing Jiang Man was inclined to heed Chen Sheng's words, she suppressed her ire and relented. "Yes, Auntie." Jiang Man's eyes flickered with surprise as she glanced at Guyu, her mind racing with suspicion. "Are you her boyfriend?" Before he could respond, Guyu interjected, "It has nothing to do with you." Jiang Man's previously subdued anger flared anew. "What did you say?" Guyu repeated, her voice at a volume that ensured all present could hear. "I said it has nothing to do with you." Jiang Man was genuinely incensed by Guyu's retort, while Chen Sheng, well acquainted with Jiang Man's temperament, restrained his wife. The amiable Chan Sheng attempted to soothe the situation. Let us refrain from saying too much in front of the child's father. Jiang Man and Chen Sheng were traveling in South City, a mere 300 kilometers from Huaqing. Chen Sheng had suggested they pay Gujiakeo a visit along the way, and if not for unforeseen circumstances, he and Jiang Man would not have been able to be together so openly. Reluctant to come, Jiang Man had been persuaded by Chen Sheng for quite some time. Upon their arrival, they discovered Guyu was also present, and the mother-daughter duo exchanged only a few words before an argument ensued, something Chen Sheng had not wished to witness. When he arrived, Chen Sheng had brought flowers, which he placed before Gujiakeo's memorial, bowing deeply. Nua, where are you headed next? Your mother and I drove here. We can give you a ride," Chen Sheng offered, addressing her with a familiarity that made it seem as though Guyu were his own daughter. Jiang Man's impatience surged again. Uncle Chin is asking you a question. Luo Shui Manor, also known as 700 Ping. Guyu replied. Perfect. We will take you there, and perhaps enjoy a meal together. Chen Sheng proposed eagerly, wishing to foster a good relationship with Guyu. Having lost her father, and with her mother remarrying, he felt compelled to make amends wherever possible. Since they had crossed paths, it seemed only natural for a mother and daughter to share a meal together. Xia Shumang nudged Guyu with her arm, prompting her to compose herself. Believing Guyu had acquiesced, Chen Sheng smiled amiably. All right then, I will make a reservation now. Jiang Man remained silent as they were about to depart. Guyu suddenly grasped Xia Shumang's hand, her demeanor resolute that I won't eat. All eyes turned to Guyu, yet no one uttered a word. Moreover, I came with Xia Shumang, and I intend to leave with him as well. Chapter 19. The inexpensive brother in the end. Jiang Man did not take Guyu away. Chen Sheng was acutely aware that his presence was the catalyst for this discord, and hastily suggested they reconvene another time, refraining from disrupting the plans of the younger generation. The subway had changed direction. The crowd was not as dense as before, yet there were still no available seats. Xia Shumang gripped the handrail, raindrops coalescing at his temples, cascading down along the contour of his jawline. His hair, dampened by the rain, fell limply, losing its previously unremarkable rigidity. It had just rained at the cemetery. Guyu tugged at the zipper of his jacket, striving to maintain her balance. Her head hung low, drooping like a sunflower deprived of sunlight. With the subway swaying, she found herself inadvertently leaning into Xia Shumang's embrace. Eventually, feeling a bit bashful, Guyu looked up at Xia Shumang and tentatively inquired, Shall I hold on to you? Did Xia Shumang have any objections? None at all, he nonchalantly replied. Go ahead and hold on. With his consent, Guyu pressed her face closer, enveloped by the familiar scent of wood and the fresh aroma of grass after the rain. The warmth radiating from their closeness quickly dispelled the chill of the subway. Guyu's face flushed with heat, as if she were absorbing the warmth emanating from Xia Shumang. The appropriate ambience invited suitable gestures. And after the rain, leaning against Xia Shumang, Guyu found herself feeling a touch drowsy. Her breath, warm against Xia Shumang's chest, amplified the intimacy between them, enhancing even her auditory perception that he kindly reminded her. Did you not promise to call me brother? Guyu, ever obedient, gently uttered, brother. Xia Shumang succumbed to her charm, his mind devoid of any other thoughts upon hearing her call. Hold on tight. Guyu wrapped her arms more securely around him, burying her face against his chest, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand at a tilted 90-degree angle. The subway was once again filled with a bustling flow of people. The cacophony of voices mixed various local accents with the awkward tones of southern dialects that a diverse array of individuals engaged in conversations about myriad topics. Unbeknownst to her, a popular celebrity had posted on Weibo, causing a nearby young girl to bounce with excitement like a boiling kettle. Most of the seats were occupied by elderly patrons, their eyes half closed, appearing to be in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Curiously, they never seemed to prefer sitting over standing. Young people clutched their phones, discussing with fervor the audacity of travelers who dared to venture out during the National Day holiday, as if they were the enlightened ones with prophetic insight. Guyu paid no heed to their chatter. She simply leaned against him, feeling an immense sense of comfort within her heart. For reasons unknown, she harbored an unwavering trust in him. Guyu did not truly inconvenience Xia Shumang. Once the subway reached their stop, she awakened. After a brief moment of drowsiness, she felt much more alert. For dinner, they ordered takeout. Xiaomai, xiaolong bao, duck blood vermicelli soup, and beef rice noodles. The delivery arrived somewhat late, with the delivery person repeatedly apologizing. Unfazed, he departed with a casual wave of his yellow-tinged ears. There was too much to carry, and Xia Shumang could not manage it all alone, so Guyu assisted him by taking a few items. The trajectory of the delivery man's journey reveals his current state of mind. The exhaust that escapes seems not to be mere gas, but rather a cascade of colorful confetti. You might wonder why he is so jubilant. Guyu set down the small steamed bun in his hand, preparing to open the plastic bag, while posing the question. Not having faced any difficult customers means that he won't have deductions from his pay this month, which certainly brings him joy. Sometimes, happiness is as simple as that, so simple that it can be perplexing to others. After the meal, having cleared away the remnants, Guyu noticed that it was getting late. Yet he felt no inclination to sleep. Xia Shumang appeared equally alert. Guyu suggested, how about we play some poker? Sure, what game? Replied Xia Shumang. Though this requires 3 players, and options for 2 are rather scarce. I have an idea. Let us play train. Last time it was airplanes, this time it's trains. Sounds good. The living room table was movable, and with the press of a button, it descended automatically, pulling the carpet out from the narrow seam on the left. Guyu and Xia Shumang lay head-to-head on the carpet, quietly arranging their cards. Their conversation flowed intermittently. I'm sorry, Xia Shumang remarked, momentarily puzzled as to why the apology was warranted. Guyu played another card. This afternoon, my mother was in a foul mood. She sighed. She is always like that, only believing what she sees. Adults tend to be that way. He empathized. My relationship with my father isn't great either. For many high school seniors, choosing schools in other provinces is often a means of escaping a situation they feel they can no longer control. Guyu inquired further. Did you have a quarrel with your uncle? Not a quarrel per se, but we nearly came to blows. Guyu's cards, now stacked in his hands, revealed a restrained smile. You two fight upon meeting? Xia Shumang feigned contemplation. We fight even without meeting. How so? In dreams. What kind of deep-seated grudge is that with a multitude of cards in hand? Guyu appeared poised for victory. Xia Shumang placed his last card, which bore no resemblance to the previous ones, and lost. He rolled over onto the carpet, playfully declaring, I'm done. I'm done. This is a game for elementary school kids, so childish. Guyu ruthlessly countered, but you lost. Xia Shumang continued his shameless retort. My brother let you win. If we truly played, I would annihilate you in a heartbeat. Winning at train relies on luck, doesn't it? Clearly, it's you who is having a streak of bad luck. Guyu mimicked his posture, lying on the carpet with wide eyes gazing at the 10-meter-high ceiling. Xia Shumang, hands clasped behind his head, queried, Do you live here alone? Over 700 square meters, Guyu replied, nodding in a place where he couldn't be seen. What made you think to bring me here? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? If one were to classify him as a bad person, he had indeed harbored some fear. Yet after the misunderstandings were resolved, Guyu felt less apprehensive, even guilty towards him. The chili molecules sprayed directly in his face were far more potent than the sourness of sauerkraut beef noodles. How did he end up bringing him here? After much contemplation, perhaps it was simply because loneliness had become unbearable. The presence of the sheep was merely an excuse. Reflecting on this, she stated, because two people are always more interesting than one. Xia Shumang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am quite an interesting person. A certain narcissist suddenly turned around, one hand propped against his head, gazing down at Guyu, who lay upon the carpet. Guyu, if you find yourself alone in the future, would you consider partnering with me for life? He leaned in close, the backlight casting an ethereal golden glow around him, with shadows dancing through his hair. In this posture, he appeared even more enigmatic than during the day. Evoking a fluttering sensation within her heart, Guyu tensed, his final rising in pitch, laced with a teasing allure. Stunned and at a loss for words under his gaze, an odd feeling swelled within her. She dared not meet his eyes, fearing he might discern her thoughts. Why would she wish to live with him? After much contemplation, that was the only question she could muster. Shumang leaned in closer, leaving Guyu no escape, compelling her to look into his eyes. His smile radiated brilliance, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a rabbit, imbued with an air of inevitable conquest. Just as the pressure of his gaze became nearly unbearable, Shumang lifted his other hand to caress Guyu's face. In that moment, his hand felt like a match igniting in the cold of night, the heat gathering the surrounding air. He stroked her cheek delicately, as though cherishing a precious gem. Suddenly, he leaned in, closer and closer, on the brink of a kiss. Instinctively, Guyu shut her eyes, but Shumang's breath shifted, whispering against her in the silence of their expansive 700-square-meter home. He nonchalantly remarked, because housing prices in Huaqing are high, my coming here will save me years of struggle. Little rich lady, will you support me? Free delivery to your doorstep, a worthy investment. Guyu found herself disinclined to engage with him any further. Over the following days, neither of them ventured outside. The rain in Huaqing intensified, leading to the closure of numerous tourist attractions, leaving visitors disappointed. On the evening of the 7th, and Han and Annie arrived at the dormitory shortly after Guyu. Li Xiang blinked in confusion, offering a thank you as she accepted their presence. That day marked the most harmonious moment in the dormitory's history, following the National Day holiday. As per the custom of Dihai University, an autumn sports meeting was scheduled. Han had connections with Sun Ji Li, a senior from the law school, having met through the Hanfu Association. This time, Sun was in charge of the sports meeting's props, making her somewhat of an insider with access to numerous inside scoops. Han, known for being the most informed about gossip, inquired eagerly, Our class is to nominate a representative for the torch relay. Does anyone wish to sign up? Such matters were typically predetermined, with selections made from those who had recently become acquainted, usually among the more prominent individuals or those of striking appearance. He spoke up first. I think I'll pass. I've heard it requires a 2-kilometer run. Li Xiang felt a twinge of interest, but, upon reflecting on her physique, ultimately decided against it. What about you, Gu? Do you want to go? Guyu's interest in the sports meeting was non-existent. She preferred the tranquility of solitude. I won't go. The selection of the torchbearer was essentially a gathering of the most attractive individuals at Dehai University. Perhaps Summer Shumang would attend. Even if he did not, Lu Shi, as the student council president, would be present. Thus, she could strive to secure resources for Senior Sunday. Recently, the Gufeng Society has acquired a new batch of styles, among which there is an outfit that Han has taken a fancy to but cannot afford. That on the day of the great cold, there is an outdoor social gathering, and Han is quite eager to attend. If Guyu chooses not to go, there will be hardly anyone in the class who can match Han. With an answer forming in her heart, she politely inquires on the surface, "Why aren't you going?" Guyu, who has never been fond of those who pry too deeply, does not wish to lie, so she simply replies, "A date." That moment, her phone rings, and Guyu goes to retrieve it from the table where it is charging. And Han watches her retreating figure, refraining from further questions. A message from a certain prospective date reads, "Noa Nua. This week, Lu Shi and I are celebrating my girlfriend's birthday. Care to join?" Lu Shi and he. It seems she has not seen her dear brother in over a month. Guyu turns to ask Li Xiang. Li Xiang, is that trashy brother of mine really celebrating his girlfriend's birthday this week? Shall we go? Chapter 20. Whose Buddhist skills are superior? On that Tuesday afternoon, the class monitor held a meeting. The monitor, Wang Kai, is a tall fellow with a warm disposition but a penchant for flattery. During military training, he often sang praises behind Su Boyu. Fortunately, he is relatively straightforward and does not harbor any major flaws. The class's enthusiasm for the sports meeting is tepid, and despite his fervent pleas, he is met with indifference. After the meeting concludes, he desperately intercepts Guyu in the cafeteria. Guyu, have you considered the sports meeting? Wang Kai grins slyly, resembling someone trying to borrow money. I'm busy. When the time comes to refuse, one must do so decisively. Hesitating only creates a fade of possible acceptance. No, proud as I am, Guyu, once I say I want to go, I mean it. Recognizing his efforts are in vain, Wang Kai is on the verge of begging. Just as he is about to make one last attempt, he catches sight of Su Boyu. Su Boyu, dressed in a plaid shirt, has an arm draped around his neck, and to the left is the claw of Seashore. He is engaged in conversation with Su Boyu, glancing around and occasionally speaking, likely ordering food. Perhaps the senior can persuade Guyu. The wisdom of experience is always worth considering. He shouts loudly, Senior, look here, Li Xiang has signed up for the anime club. And today is the first gathering for the society. A and Han and an E have gone together to the Gufeng Society, where a senior mentions that newcomers can experience Hanfu for free on the first day, prompting the two to rush to select outfits. Meanwhile, Guyu finds herself once again ensnared by Wang Kai. With Su Boyu now present, there is no escaping today. Si Sure and Su Boyu order fried chicken rice and sit down nearby, with Si Sure next to Guyu and Wang Kai alongside Su Boyu. As the assistant for the freshmen, Su Boyu is well informed about school activities and straightforwardly asks, "What is going on?" Suddenly, he recalls that the list for the sports meeting has yet to be submitted by their class. Wang Kai, hoping to steer the conversation in that direction, is caught off guard as Su Boyu hits the nail on the head. Grateful, Wang Kai responds, Thank you. Si Sure, quick to speak, remarks, "Isn't it obvious? There's a beautiful one right here." Guyu feels overwhelmed. The sensation of being thrust into the spotlight is quite uncomfortable. As she contemplates how to decline, a moment of inspiration strikes her. Clever as she is, she devises the perfect excuse. "I am allergic to certain flavors." Wang Kai perceives a turning point in the situation, words bubbling forth from his very eyes. No. This time, the torch is crafted from special materials. Absolutely hypoallergenic. As Guyu's mouth opened to speak, Wang Kai had already made a decision on her behalf, sealing the matter with a resolute tone that "I will send you the route when the time comes." "All right, 3 knocks, farewell." Wang Kai's legs moved as if propelled by a jet engine, his words barely keeping pace as he dashed away, vanishing without a trace. The deeply rooted essence of Chinese culture is indelible. No matter what, seizing the moment, the second round of the national selection looms large. The school recently received a notification, preparing to hold a promotional event after the sports meet, to take place at the Grand Auditorium of the College of Arts, with Su Boyu delivering a speech to stir the latent literary passion within everyone. Upon learning this news, Su Boyu was eager to recommend Guyu for the competition. Si sure, observing Su Boyu's hesitance, anxiously inquired, "Bro, you've been chewing on that fried chicken for 3 minutes now. Could you spare the chicken, please?" Su Boyu waved him off, embodying the demeanor of a literary figure as he rubbed his hands together. Finally addressing Guyu, "Guyu, there's a competition I think you should consider participating in. What kind of enchantment is at play today that everyone seems to seek her out?" A small cloud had already gathered above her head, and now it felt as though rain were imminent. Su Boyu continued, "It's the poetry and essay competition. Guu. I have seen your Gaokao results, 149 in Chinese, the highest in the province. I believe you would be a perfect fit for this competition." Si sure, seated nearby, abruptly halted his chewing, turning his head rigidly, his eyes wide as saucers. "Sister, have you been reincarnated from Lu Sun? 149. Is there a malfunction with the machine? Or am I the one malfunctioning?" As for Guyu, she found it difficult to explain the matter of her 149. Her scores in the humanities had always been remarkably high, but the sciences had never been her strong suit. Her mock exam scores hovered around 140, and on the first day of the Gaokao, Gu Jiasu had sought a blessing for her math score at a temple. However, when the results were released, she barely passed math, scoring about 5 points lower than usual. Regardless, the undeniable fact of her 149 is etched firmly on the honor roll, irreplaceable by anyone. Due to her exceptional Chinese score, a television station had conducted an interview with her, and Guyu vividly recalled the scene. The host, feigning sincerity, emphasized, "Classmate Guyu, your Chinese score not only ranks first in the province but also nationwide. Is it not due to Mr. Ice's diligent guidance and exemplary teaching that you have thrived in such a conducive learning environment?" Guyu, sitting before the camera, offered an awkward smile, unable to utter a word, as if a fly were lodged in her throat. The host, mistaking her shyness, continued to rationalize, "Surely, your profound love for the Chinese language must be the reason behind your outstanding Gaokao results. It must be that diligent study late into the night has led to your commendable achievements. The life of a top student is indeed fraught with challenges. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes." At that moment, Guyu longed to address the camera with a cheeky advertisement. "Do you wish to become wealthy overnight? Do you aspire to encounter countless admirers? Do you want your child to start ahead in life? Do you desire to achieve the highest score in Chinese? The paradise of the Chinese people, the Eden for dreamers. Where can one find the best techniques in seeking Buddha? In Shandong, China? I seek to know. That is incorrect. It is at Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou where I reign supreme." Regarding Su Boyu's suggestion, Guyu felt a fleeting stir of interest. After witnessing a competition, he found himself awake until the early hours, barely managing 4 hours of sleep, only to be met at dawn by the television crew, armed with cameras, blocking the entrance. How could he possibly avoid dark circles under his eyes? The significance of the competition was immense. This time, the victor was a sophomore girl from Nanjing who, upon making the shortlist, secured a direct path to graduate studies. She was particularly fond of the competition's format, which posed questions from various perspectives, flexibly testing participants' mastery of classical poetry and prose. That Guyu's wavering thoughts did not escape Su Boyu's notice. He remarked, "Guyu, with your abilities, reaching the finals should pose no challenge. This is merely the beginning of the selection process. With the finals scheduled for next year, there's ample time for preparation. Why not give it a try?" As Higashino Kigo once said, "When you hesitate over whether to undertake something, your heart has already made a choice. You simply lack sufficient reasons to persuade yourself. Senior, I will consider it." Very well. Chapter 21. Xia Shumang's mood is exquisite. The thrum of the helicopter's rotor blades grew louder as it approached. Finally settling on the helipad, the expansive lawn was graced by a solitary helicopter, and once the blades ceased their rotation, Xia Shumang unfastened her seatbelt, leaping from the cockpit and striding confidently towards the base. The instructor was a robust Russian man, his eyelids seemingly endowed with muscle. Through their interactions, Xia Shumang learned that he had spent his entire life in the gym alongside his father when he exerted his strength. His arm appeared as formidable as if it were composed of solid muscle, exuding an intimidating presence. Guu, following the directions provided by Xia Shumang, took half an hour to locate the training base. Upon her arrival, Xia Shumang was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by Ivan. Xia Shumang waved to her, and Ivan also noticed her. The coach nudged Xia Shumang with his elbow, catching a whiff of something familiar. Girlfriend? Xia Shumang slightly lowered her head, offering a faint smile before looking at Guyu, who was running towards them under the blazing sun. No, Ivan, not receiving the answer he sought, expressed concern. You Chinese men are so slow. Xia Shumang merely shrugged as autumn approached. This marked the first day of brilliant sunshine, with temperatures rivaling those of her early university days. The base had already closed its gates, and the entrance was rather narrow. Casting a shadow barely half a meter wide, Ivan's upper body was fully exposed to the sunlight, while Xia Shumang managed to find a sliver of shade. Once they reached the shaded area, Guyu took a moment to catch her breath, the training base sprawling endlessly, devoid of even a single tree. She positioned herself on the opposite side of Xia Shumang, the three of them standing side by side. Resembling Russian nesting dolls. Ivan's comprehension of the Chinese language was fairly decent. From his remarks, it was evident that Xia Shumang held little interest in the young girl. Yet, each time she sought him out, he willingly followed her lead. Recently, Ivan had been studying contemporary slang, and he could now confidently label Xia Shumang's behavior as that of a scumbag. Yes, indeed, a scumbag. When Guyu first met Ivan, she cheerfully greeted him, further solidifying Ivan's belief that his dear protege was indeed a scumbag who preyed on young girls. At that moment, a vehicle arrived at the base, resembling those found at tourist attractions. With several staff members aboard, his massive frame squeezed into the cramped seat, exuding an inexplicable charm. The largest matryoshka was about to depart. Once settled, Ivan turned to Shumang and remarked that in half a month, the young girl would no longer need to chase him here every day. Guyu, bewildered, turned to glance at Shumang. Leaning against the large glass of the building, Shumang donned a dark green hoodie with wide shoulder straps slung across his body. Hands tucked into his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion, even capable of appearing enigmatic if adorned with sunglasses. The enigmatic figure slightly lifted his head, bidding farewell to Ivan before resuming his pose. Gu politely said goodbye to Ivan, her smile transforming her crescent-shaped eyes and curving lips into an embodiment of cuteness. Ivan mused that his wife must have possessed such an adorable smile during her university days. After Ivan's departure, Guy recalled his words and inquired of the enigmatic figure what Ivan's statement meant. The enigmatic figure glanced towards Ivan's direction, and once the vehicle was out of sight, he promptly detached himself from the wall and retrieved a sunshade from his bag. As the umbrella unfurled, the space around them expanded significantly, allowing Shumang to elucidate Ivan's earlier remark. In half a month, he would officially qualify to pilot a helicopter. The two sheltered under the umbrella as they made their way to the adjacent garage. Following their high school graduation, many classmates had immediately enrolled in driving schools, with some even having obtained their licenses and hitting the road. Guyu, timid by nature and having faced familial upheaval during the summer, had not pursued lessons until a week ago when a newly opened driving school came to the campus for promotional activities, prompting her to sign up. In the garage, a Harley motorcycle stood, its fuel tank of vivid crimson and its tires broader and larger than the usual. The overall body was compact, barely accommodating two individuals. Shumang handed a helmet to Guyu, who asked him how many licenses he possessed, adorning the sleek black helmet. Revealing his striking eyes, Shumang replied with pride, "I can operate anything that flies in the sky or runs on the ground." Though this statement carried an air of bravado, it was not devoid of truth. Guyu effortlessly mounted the motorcycle, and Shumang secured her, holding her tightly. She relished the embrace. Ever since their outing from the cemetery, she had discovered her infatuation with the scent that lingered on Shumang. Throughout the past week, as he trained at the base in the mornings and she visited him post-lunch, Shumang had been escorting her to driving practice. The motorcycle surged down the base's road, its speed exhilarating, the roaring engine sound reverberating through the air, the vibrations almost numbing. During sharp turns, they nearly grazed the ground, prompting Guyu to shut her eyes tighter and clutch Shumang more fiercely. After several thrilling moments, the speed stabilized, and Guyu realized they had exited the base at a traffic light. Shumang tightened his gloves and slightly turned his head to ask Guyu if she still remembered the answers to the first theory test. "Rest assured, my memory is excellent." "Just kidding, 149 points. Is that a score an average person could achieve?" Shumang turned his attention to the traffic light, resting one leg on the motorcycle, his body leaning back, encroaching upon Guyu's already limited space. She complained, "Why don't you buy a larger motorcycle?" Although the vehicle appeared sufficiently spacious, Shumang remarked that it belonged to his sister. His sister, too, hailed from the esteemed precincts of the capital. She had only resided there for a brief period during her childhood before moving away. Upon hearing that new neighbors were arriving, Shumang eagerly anticipated the prospect of having a girl in the vicinity, perhaps even a younger sister, thus relieving him of the title of the youngest in the community. However, when the family moved in, he discovered that she was in the same grade as Guangli, and even 2 months his senior, that he remained the youngest in the compound. His sister's profession was rather unique, as she spent extended periods in the desert. This vehicle had been entrusted to him for safekeeping before her departure. Guyu instinctively inquired if she was a soldier. Shumang shook his head, clarifying that she was a desert rescue pilot. Guyu nodded in understanding. Though he could not see her, the car sped swiftly towards the examination center. Unexpectedly, there was an unusually large crowd for the first subject examination today. With people queuing outside, Guyu alighted from the vehicle, removed her helmet, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead, with no trees to provide shade. Shumang unfurled an umbrella to shield her from the sun. Guyu fanned herself with her identification card, exhaling heavily in the heat. Despite it being autumn, the climate in Dihai seemed oblivious to the season. After standing for approximately 10 minutes, the examination center had yet to announce entry into the testing room. "Shall we sit in the car for a while?" Shumang suggested. Guyu shook her head, explaining that the motorcycle's fuel tank was quite elevated, making the seats significantly lower and leaving limited space to sit comfortably. During the ride, she would need to cling tightly to Shumang to avoid falling off. Shumang tapped the fuel tank cover with his middle finger, questioning if it was suitable to sit on. Aside from its height, the tank presented no other issues. It seemed they would have to wait a bit longer for the first examination. And Guyu nodded in agreement. Shumang switched the umbrella to his other hand and extended his right hand to assist Guyu. She turned sideways to sit, keeping her knees together and grasping the handlebars. "Are you secure? I shall let go now." The texture of the fuel tank felt slick, and due to gravity, she slid down effortlessly. Shumang remained seated, but as she slid, she ended up right in front of him, her hand awkwardly resting on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Shumang used the umbrella to shield them from the gazes of others, creating a small, secluded space for the two. Upon looking up, Guyu found herself gazing into Shumang's gentle eyes. His were the quintessential peach blossom eyes, with elongated outer corners and deep double eyelids, their unexpressive curve resembling a peach petal. Yet when he smiled, they exuded an alluring charm. That moment, Shumang was indeed smiling at her, showcasing his beauty to its fullest extent. It was truly an unrelenting display. After staring for a moment, Guyu pushed him away, her words tumbling over themselves. "You, don't keep looking at me like that." Guyu turned her face away, sitting up straight. Shumang, undeterred, leaned closer, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean?" Just then, a loud voice boomed from a distance. "Attention all candidates for Subject 1. Please line up to enter the examination hall." Relieved, Guyu escaped the umbrella's cover, made a face at him, and dashed off to join the queue. Shumang folded the umbrella and called after her retreating figure, "I'll come to pick you up in 2 hours." Guyu turned back to glance at him, surprised to see him still wearing that smile. So annoying. So annoying. Should she pass away today, not a single hair on Shumang's body would be innocent. After teasing the younger girl, Shumang felt an exquisite joy. Today marked the day he would sign a contract with OE, followed by a routine health examination. Subsequently, he was to undergo unified training with OE, given his past military inspections were so stringent. He met every standard without issue at times. Shumang pondered if he was simply too flawless. Aside from his impressive physique, he possessed a face that could cause nations to fall. If Seashore were to pursue a girl in such a manner, he would wager half a pack of spicy strips that Seashore would end up getting beaten. The mere thought of this further enhanced Shumang's delightful mood. Chapter 22. Did you just say you liked me? When Guyu exited the examination hall, Shumang was already awaiting her. His motorcycle stood steadily at the roadside, supported by a single kickstand, as he reclined on it in a posture reminiscent of an elderly man. Legs crossed atop the handlebars, his entire form forming a diagonal line. It was unclear where he had procured a black hat that obscured his face. His arms crossed over his chest as he dozed. His sense of balance was truly impressive, managing to sleep in such a position. The area outside the examination hall was devoid of students, as Guyu awaited a senior who was delayed. Hence it was no wonder Shumang had succumbed to slumber. Upon entering the examination hall, she encountered Sun Jili, a sophomore from the law school. This same senior had been responsible for organizing the order when Guyu previously went to collect her books. Sun Jili sported a bob that grazed her ears. With monolid eyes and skin as pale as spring onions, she appeared rather slender, leading Guyu to question whether Sun Jili was receiving adequate nourishment in this era of striving for a better life. Sun Jili recognized Guyu, not due to her past book collection, but rather because she had spotted Lu Shi and Guyu while conversing with a truck driver about unloading goods. Both the law school and the Translation Institute were situated in the Western campus, which was somewhat distant from the Eastern campus, resulting in minimal interaction and no one ever making the effort to traverse to the opposite campus. That day, due to a shortage of personnel at the Eastern campus, she, as a member of the student council, volunteered to assist in order to leave a favorable impression on the teachers and enhance her chances for graduate school recommendations. The Flight Academy at the Eastern campus was renowned for being a gathering place for strikingly handsome young men, while the Western campus could only boast of Lu Shi and a few others. It was not to say that the Flight Academy was filled with universally attractive individuals, but in terms of physique and demeanor, they certainly appeared more robust than the average male. Lu Shi, in particular, embodied the quintessential image of gallantry, with sharp brows, a buzz cut, and thin, elongated lips. His presence had brought a sense of equilibrium to many of the Western campus's female students, with Sun Jili being one of them. Lu Shi also possessed a motorcycle, rumored to have been purchased in conjunction with a senior named Yi Mingxin, a renowned desert rescue pilot who had participated in a globally acclaimed rescue operation. In an interview, she was depicted in a fitted black outfit, her wavy, ash-gray hair cascading down to her waist, and the only splash of color being her classic matte red lipstick, just as she dismounted her motorcycle. Eager to rush to the hospital, she was halted for an interview. The moment she raised her gaze, she resembled a sorceress of the night. Chilling yet enchanting, Yi Mingxin was strikingly captivating, her beauty undeniable, with bright eyes and radiant teeth. However, the reports only referred to her as a rescuer, neglecting to mention anything about those she had saved. Eventually, gossip surfaced revealing that the individual she had rescued was, in fact, her first love. Yet, regardless of how the rumors circulated, no information about the rescued individual ever emerged, due to the overwhelming heat. When Yi Mingxin and Lu Shiha made their appearance together at the club, she swiftly noticed Lu Shiha, mistakenly believing him to be the enigmatic figure she had heard about. It was only later that she learned Lu Shiha and Yi Mingxin were merely friends, and that he had a girlfriend named Hu Yang. Thus, from the very beginning, Sun Jili remained an outsider, unable to interject or possess the qualifications to do so. They all shone like brilliant stars, possessing both striking appearances and formidable talents, while she, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on her teacher, was compelled to don a facade of positivity and an optimistic smile. The notion of equality among all is a fallacy. Individuals are not born equal, and the best one can achieve is mutual respect to the best of their abilities. She worked in the student council and had researched Guyu's background. With a Gaokao Chinese score of 149, a liberal arts score of 290, and an English score of 145, only her mathematics hovered precariously near the passing line. Additionally, her father was a world-renowned oil painter, Ice, and her mother, in her youth, was a celebrated socialite in the capital. Even now, the Zhang family's reputation in the capital remains unattainably lofty. Originally, she had no hope for illumination. Those basking in sunlight always radiate a golden glow. Yet where there is light, shadows inevitably lurk. Sun Jili discovered the dark shadows. Before Rice rose to prominence, he had lived in the countryside with Guyu. She had visited Yun County, known for its picturesque scenery, where a certain relative resided. One day, as you tread through the desolate expanse of tall grass, with no end in sight, you suddenly realize that even the divine is exploring the future along this path. A sense of intimacy arises, an inexplicable magnetic force drawing her closer to Guyu. Shumang was still in a languid state, like a lord lounging in a rocking chair, when a little devil with a red devilish headpiece suddenly appeared by Guyu's ear. The little devil, baring its sharp teeth, urged Guyu, "Go scare him, scare him." Having roughly planned her approach, she turned to Sun Jili and said, "Senior, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Sun Jili hesitated for a moment, responding ambiguously, okay. In the next instant, Guyu skipped away from her side. After taking a couple of leaps, she suddenly turned around, giving a thumbs-up gesture. "Senior, you will definitely pass next time. Go for it." Guyu's smile was sweet and radiant, devoid of any menace. If not for her assured full score in the first subject today, how could she smile so blissfully? Some people are simply more attractive than her, more academically gifted, come from better families, and enjoy better health. Yet, she struggled to pass even this straightforward first subject. Sun Jili's gaze lingered on Gu Yu's departing figure. Initially, she ran swiftly, but as she approached the motorcycle, she slowed down, creeping up to Lu Shiha like the wolf grandmother stalking Little Red Riding Hood. Sun Jili averted her eyes, choosing not to look any further, when Xia Shumang arrived at the examination venue. The first subject exam had yet to conclude. He scanned the surroundings, finding no available seating, and settled for lying on the motorcycle. Gu emerged from the first subject exam room, conversing with another girl, then joyfully bounded over to him, only to slow her pace, preparing to frighten him. Gu inched closer, her devilish little claws barely revealing their sharp tips, when suddenly, Xia Shumang sprang up from the motorcycle, accurately seizing Gu Yu's hand, which was intent on mischief. Gu Yu instinctively exclaimed. Xia Shumang steadied her, his tone teasing. You wanted to scare me? As Gu Yu deflated like a balloon, imbued with disappointment and a hint of grievance. You must have seen it all. How utterly dull. Xia Shumang chuckled softly, patting her hand to soothe the little imp. All right, that he handed her the helmet, suggesting they visit the newly opened Kobe beef restaurant in the city center. Gu Yu accepted the helmet from his hands and, with an air of certainty, replied, Of course, but you must treat me. Xia Shumang smiled and agreed. Once she donned the helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle, she poked his back playfully, her voice slightly muffled due to her hands covering her face. She asked, Why don't you ever ask if I passed? Xia Shumang, still without his helmet, pretended not to understand. What? Did you say you like me? Gu Yu's face flushed crimson from the carbon dioxide she exhaled, and as she opened her mouth to retort, no words came forth. Truly, Xia Shumang found her utterly boring. Her cheeks burning, he confirmed certain thoughts in his mind, his spirits lifted by her flustered demeanor. He tapped her helmet playfully, exclaiming, Your results are written all over your face. Am I that obvious? Gu Yu pouted. Xia Shumang adjusted his black helmet, shifted his weight, and with a swift kick, propped the bike upright. Hold on tight. Big brother will take you for a ride. The motorcycle surged forward like an arrow, and as it passed, the wind lifted Sun Jili's skirt, revealing her discontent. Wow, that motorcycle is so cool, Li Ji exclaimed sincerely. Noticing her displeasure, Sun Jili's expression was unmistakably unhappy. Lig quickly adopted a serious demeanor. It's all right. One day I'll buy a motorcycle like that and take you for a seaside ride. Sun Jili had little hope for him. He was in his senior year, studying chemistry, struggling to find an internship, with no plans for further studies and no vision for the future. Having missed passing her first subject by a single point, she felt increasingly irritable and snapped back. Who asked you to buy one? I don't care. She brushed past him and stepped out alone. With the myriad of issues in the student council weighing on her, her mood was decidedly poor today. That he said nothing, simply following her lead. Japanese restaurants often feature a wooden aesthetic, with wooden dividers between booths adorned with floral carvings. The Japanese value a sense of freedom and ease, dining on the floor with simple, elegant tables. Kobe beef, famed as the world's most expensive wagyu, melts in the mouth, leaving an unforgettable impression. That Li Xiong was right. Indulging in exquisite cuisine is one of the best remedies for the soul. Gu Yu savored a piece of perfectly cooked beef. The velvety texture enveloped her heart, lifting her spirits. Feeling cheerful today, she became more talkative. Xia Shumang, how did you meet my brother? She had long wished to ask this question, intrigued by their seemingly amicable bond. Tinged with a hint of mischief, the tale of their acquaintance was indeed amusing. Lu Shi and Xia Shumang entered the university in the same year, one radiating like a blazing sun, the other as gentle as moonlight. They belonged to two separate campuses, akin to rival bandit leaders on adjacent hills, initially indifferent to each other's domains. However, a mischief maker in their second year concocted a beauty ranking of the two, allowing the entire student body to vote on whose looks prevailed at that time. It was revealed that during the Air Force selection a year prior, Xia Shumang had overwhelmingly surpassed the second-place contender. Though the reasons for his subsequent enrollment at D-High University's Flight Academy remained unclear, coinciding with the grand military parade celebrating the nation's jubilee, the patriotic fervor among the students was palpable and undeniable. Xia Shumang's decision to forego military service in favor of pursuing his studies in this inconspicuous locale was an act of serendipity that inexplicably garnered him a substantial following. With a visage reminiscent of the reincarnation of Su Gong from the Northern District, Xia Shumang entered the flight academy as a clear top achiever. This silent rivalry culminated in Xia Shumang leading Lu Shihe by over 3,000 votes. Lu Shihe, who was deeply invested in all matters concerning herself, found her heart weighed down by a sense of imbalance and indignation upon learning of her defeat. As time went on, Lu Shihe and Xia Shumang became increasingly acquainted. It was during this familiarity that Lu Shihe discovered that Xia Shumang had once grown up in the same neighborhood as Yimingxin, who was also the head of their parachuting club. Lu Shihe silently applauded herself, convinced that destiny had intertwined her life with that of a potential ally. If you were to cast a vote, she too would support Xia Shumang, who appeared far more composed and appealing compared to Lu Shihe's own demeanor. The narrative may be brief, yet it is captivating. Guyu, desperate to hear more, endured a pressing urge to relieve herself. Clenching a fork, her gaze was fixed intently, though she endeavored to conceal her urgency. Xia Shumang raised an eyebrow, the direction of his gaze indicating the restroom. Guyu set down her fork, giggling softly before hastily making her way to the facilities. Xia Shumang smiled indulgently, took a sip of tea, and decided to settle the bill in the interim. Just as he completed the transaction, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. A brightly adorned individual, resembling a flamboyant peacock, stood before him, sporting a floral headscarf. The peacock-like figure, seemingly in their 30s or 40s, wore shoes that gleamed as brightly as the tiled floor, if not more so. Xia Shumang lowered his gaze and inquired nonchalantly, "Is there something you need?" The flamboyant figure, confirming they had found the right person, removed their sunglasses to reveal eyes glinting with avarice, their tone laced with a deceitful allure. "Hey there, young man. Interested in making some extra cash?" Chapter 23. The foolishness of love-struck minds as autumn firmly established its presence. The night air grew suddenly crisp. The bustling city quieted with the arrival of the cool breeze, and the neon lights along the roadside flickered, weaving the beauty of the night. Riding slowly on a black motorcycle, it took over half an hour to reach the university. Dehai University boasted impressive greenery, with the path leading to the dormitory known as Maple Road, bordered by towering rows of Japanese maples and red ribbons. The autumn ambience was vibrant, with many maple leaves already tinged with hues of crimson. As mid-autumn approached, the scenery transformed once more. Guyu crouched at the curb, one leg bent as she leaned forward, positioned perfectly behind a tree at the corner. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to spot Xia Shumang, she pondered whether he had simply lost his way. A girl's imagination is boundless. Within mere minutes, Guyu had concocted an elaborate narrative titled 108 Theories on Xia Shumang's Disappearance. The chill in the air, coupled with her grand opus, imbued her with a sense of dread that perhaps Xia Shumang had been kidnapped. Resolute, she decided to take one last peek. If she failed to find him again, she would not hesitate to call the authorities. The slight curve of her forehead just barely revealed itself, and a pair of pristine off-white XAI Joda 1 sneakers came into her line of sight. This collaboration, one of the most remarkable between Off-White and Nike, was released in limited quantities across Europe, rendering it both priceless and unobtainable. The Asian pop sensation Jay Chou had donned these shoes prior to their official release. Attending a show in Paris, that Guyu instinctively looked up, craning her neck repeatedly, but still failed to catch a glimpse of Xia Shumang's face. In a rare display of compassion, Xia Shumang bent slightly, his gaze unfocused, and with a soul-searching question, he inquired, "What are you doing?" Guyu tilted her head back, revealing her porcelain-white teeth, and met his gaze with a smile that was disarmingly innocent, capitalizing on his physical advantage. Xia Shumang seized her by the collar of her shirt, lifting both her and the fabric effortlessly. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in surprise. As he hoisted her up, there was a fleeting moment when Guyu felt suspended in mid-air, before Xia Shumang swiftly wrapped his arm around her back, guiding her forward. Finding her voice too loud, Xia Shumang admonished her, "Quiet down, or I'll toss you into the river." Instantly, she fell silent. In this peculiar manner, she was carried to the entrance of the dormitory. With a gentle yet firm motion, Xia Shumang set her down on the steps, adjusted her clothing with a tender touch, and, in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, said, "All right, we're home now. Go on in." With a subtle push, he nudged her through the door. Guyu shook her head to regain her bearings, turning around only to find Xia Shumang already walking away. What on earth was that bizarre maneuver? Was he herding sheep? She shook her fist at his retreating figure, muttering to herself. Xia Shumang's silhouette stood tall and resolute, his stride steady, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an inexplicable charm. Guyu felt a twinge of madness within herself. As she watched him fade into the distance, her irritation inexplicably dissipated. What was even more infuriating was the memory of how she had once embraced his appealing figure, which somehow brightened her mood. She realized she was becoming increasingly eccentric. Li Xiang's anime club would host a convention next month, and after trying on several outfits that failed to meet her standards, she devised a weight loss plan to ensure she could fit into one of them. Gu changed into her pajamas, preparing to wash her face, only to find the bathroom occupied by an Han, who had brought some peaches. As Gu approached the door, and Han was just finishing up, ready to head out. The thin-skinned, juicy peaches had a delightful roundness, their creamy white flesh gradually blushing pink. Quite adorable. Han had splurged on these today, denying an eager and even a taste. Upon seeing Gu, and Han felt a flicker of joy and promptly asked, "Would you like one?" The sweet, fragrant aroma of the peaches wafted into Gu's nostrils, and she resisted the urge to sneeze, politely declining, "No, no, thank you." After washing her face, Gu emerged, still feeling a lingering tickle in her nose and throat. Passing by Li Xiang's bunk, she noticed 2 oranges she had purchased that day, thinking they might help alleviate her allergy, and deftly picked one up. After settling into bed, she peeled an orange while dialing Li Xiang's number. Inquiring about her day. Li Xiang, panting as if she had just completed a lap, replied, "I've already finished all my steps for the month." Her pace slowed, her breaths heavy. Gu tossed a segment of the orange into her mouth, mumbling praises. Impressive, impressive. Li Xiang remained on the playground, the rubber track now deserted except for her. She looked around, the white poplars swaying in the wind, dark clouds looming ominously, and with a thunderous roar, a lightning bolt cleaved the sky in two. Rain was imminent. Gu Xiaoyu, "It's about to rain. I must hang up now." Li Xiang hurriedly stuffed a bottle of mineral water and a towel into her bag and sprinted towards the dormitory. The torrential rain was fast approaching, and in her haste, she collided with Shumang. Shumang was on a call, and, after the collision, quickly apologized to the other party before ending the call. Another deafening crack of thunder echoed. Shumang, unhurried, glanced at the sky, then lowered her gaze and remarked, "Just dry thunder." Li Xiang nodded. "I must take my leave now. Gu is still waiting for me." "All right," Shumang replied, continuing her stride as her phone rang again. Another call from the one with the floral headscarf. Her tone turned slightly frigid. "I've already declined you numerous times." Sensing that Shumang was about to end the call, the floral headscarf quickly interjected, Wait, young brother, just hear me out." Shumang, with the last vestiges of her patience, listened. A few minutes later, the floral headscarf contentedly hung up, casually rolling up a stack of newspapers to strike Pao Gu on the head, exclaiming, "Brother, await your fortune." The day when Li Xiang and Gu went to collect their books was also a rainy one. That day, Gu had wrapped herself in a blanket, listening to electronic music. From that moment on, Li Xiang realized that Gu was afraid of thunder. Indeed, Gu was on her bed. She lifted the blanket and slipped in beside her. Gu felt her presence and turned to face her. Li Xiang began, "Where did you go today?" Gu produced her phone, which she cradled as if it were an antique. Although the screen lacked brightness, Li Xiang could still discern the joy that could not be concealed on Gu's face. She leaned closer to Li Xiang's ear and whispered, "I'm going to show you a photo, but you mustn't shout." "All right." Li Xiang steeled herself, preparing to confront the unknown. On the screen was a photo of Shumang's back, her attire identical to what Li Xiang had seen earlier, indicating it was taken that very day. Although the photo was slightly blurred, Shumang's exquisite silhouette remained evident. Gu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Waiting for compliments, Gu Xiaoyu," she began, but was interrupted by Gu. "Isn't he handsome?" Li Xiang conceded that Shumang was indeed handsome, yet this somewhat blurred image could at best be categorized as an ordinary photograph of a handsome man amidst beautiful scenery. Noticing Li Xiang's expression shift, Gu quickly reassured her, "I was a bit frightened earlier, but soon the thunder subsided, and I felt no fear." Li Xiang lowered her eyelids, feigning a smile as she asked, "Don't tell me you were staring at this photo the whole time you were scared." Gu shrank back slightly, her gaze evasive, tacitly affirming the implication. When it comes to the topic of handsome men, Li Xiang holds her own opinion. What is so captivating about this photo that you can't seem to look away? Clearly, the one of you and your brother is far more heartwarming. With that, she swiped left on Guyu's phone, retrieving the picture of Guyu and Lucia. This photograph was taken during the summer vacation of Guyu's second year of junior high when she went to watch Lucia play basketball. That day, he won first place and was in high spirits, casually pulling Guyu into his embrace for the photo. Beaming with joy, you felt compelled to rescue Li Xiang's taste, snatching the phone to swipe right and finding a picture of Shumang holding a sheep. Look, Shumang is undeniably more handsome. Li Xiang was taken aback by this image. Shumang's features were flawless from every angle, complemented by a soft, elegant color tone in post-editing. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. But she was also concerned about her pride, determined to engage Guyu in a debate over this matter. Otherwise, how could she justify her ongoing worries? She swiped left, exclaiming, "Lu Shihe is handsome," Guyu countered. Shumang, Lu Shihe, Shumang, Lu. And couldn't quite decipher the nature of their argument. But she had an early start the next day. Guyu, Li Xiang, my sister, and I have an ancient style club activity tomorrow morning. So we need to sleep early. Sitting up, Guyu apologetically replied, "We'll go to bed right away." She climbed down from Li Xiang's bed and found herself at eye level with Li Xiang. Sticking out her tongue and making a face, Han, seated in her chair, caught a glimpse of Guyu's phone as she passed by, noticing the photo of Lu Shihe and Guyu. She recalled vividly that the club president, Sun Jili, had a fondness for Lu Shihe, and Han had put considerable effort into helping her senior pursue him in hopes of participating in the activities. Halfway through, Hu Yang discovered her little schemes and warned her once. Fearful of causing trouble, she refrained from any further contact with Lu Guyu. Lu Shihe, what kind of relationship did they share? Guyu's playful expression ignited Li Xiang's competitive spirit, not one to back down. Guyu produced a sheet mask from her cosmetics, exclaiming, "Shumang." Li Xiang glanced at her with the same disdainful look. She gave a plastic bag containing an orange. Retorting, Lu Shihe, Guyu, undeterred, brandished a bottle of SK2, declaring, "Shumang." Fine. Li Xiang decided not to engage in a futile argument with a love-struck brain, extending her hand, waiting for Guyu to offer her something. And Han observed the entire exchange. Feeling a bit miffed, she noted that the bottle of fairy water was a limited edition from Japan, with only 100,000 globally. The sheet mask was also pricey, costing dozens for just one. Guyu directly handed Li Xiang a whole box, and Han slammed the cosmetics she was holding onto the table, her expression stern as she retreated to bed. Chapter 24. Daring to use this photo as leverage. Young Master Lu's birthday party had but one defining characteristic: it must be grand, with an imposing atmosphere. Perhaps it was a quirk from his adolescent years. On his birthday, the number of attendees had to exceed that of people attending an emperor's funeral. This made him feel considerably more esteemed. Guyu thought he was simply being ridiculous in recent days. And Han and had been preoccupied with preparations for the club activities, while Sun Jili, as the president, would occasionally drop by the dormitory, though Guyu was mostly absent. This was due to her beloved, esteemed, and cherished brother entrusting his annual life event to her. Regardless of whether there is one more or one less, it matters not. Everyone is merely filling the numbers. Sun Jili and Han both nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to attend. Guyu spent an entire day searching for a venue, and just as she was about to settle into her chair, a call from Li Xiang interrupted her. She had purchased 2 boxes of chicken breasts, 2 boxes of whole grain bread, and a box of milk, which she simply could not manage to transport. After Guyu departed, Sun Jili and Han exchanged glances. Lu Shihe came from a family engaged in real estate, with 3 generations of business people behind him. It is said that a building at their school was donated by his father after graduating. Thus, Han was determined not to miss the birthday celebration of the affluent. Sun Jili, perplexed, neatly folded her horse-faced skirt and inquired of Han why Guyu was so familiar with Lu Shihe. Han possessed some knowledge, albeit not comprehensive. It seemed that Guyu was Lu Shihe's sister, though not by blood, yet their bond was exceptionally close. Sun Jili paused, pondering. Sister, indeed, they had known each other for a long time. Akin to childhood sweethearts, Han felt a pang of jealousy as she recalled this. Did not the circles of the wealthy all know one another? Sun Jili attended a junior high school with a less than stellar reputation, where many delinquents congregated to obtain a diploma. The atmosphere in her class was rather poor, with fights being a common occurrence and early romances rampant in private. The terms of endearment exchanged were increasingly sweet. If discovered, it was simply dismissed as a sisterly bond. Sun Jili was still wearing the outfit she had donned for her driving test, and the wind from the motorcycle that day had lifted her skirt, leaving vivid memories of Guyu embracing Lu Shihe. The wind seemed to act as a catalyst, gradually accelerating the thoughts swirling in Sun Jili's mind. Even in matters of affection, she felt overshadowed by those born with advantages. Wang Kai, with his mediocre grasp of chemistry, tended to the reagents at school, assisting others with equipment and organizing the lab. Following recent events, he had been displaying a renewed sense of ambition, frequently visiting the lab to help prepare materials for the torch. She had previously been too timid and weak, lacking the inherent confidence and poise that others possessed. Thus, she resolved to take action this time, regardless of the outcome. Dehigh University maintained strict entry regulations. Outsiders required prior approval to enter the campus. Ensuring a secure environment free from intruders, Gu shook her head, realizing that her prolonged exposure to Lu Shiha had diminished her own intellect. Li Xiang appeared to have lost some weight recently, though it was not yet particularly noticeable. As she began to see results, Li Xiang was particularly elated, especially since she had been using the magical elixir Gu had provided. Her skin feeling notably smooth. For the sake of her roommate's weight loss endeavor, Gu made a resolute decision to accompany Li Xiang for a salad at noon. This Western restaurant was a recent investment by Yan Jinni. Having just opened its doors and already bustling with patrons, the decor adhered predominantly to the Rococo style, enveloped in warm yellow tones. With each table adorned with European crafts, the restaurant exuded a sense of abundance, delicate, gentle, intricate, and grand. One must admit, Yan Jinni's taste was indeed discerning. Upon being seated, a gentle server promptly presented their drinks. Li Xiang placed her order first, while the server patiently waited and explained, with nothing to occupy her. Gu surveyed her surroundings, noting the many students visiting to take photos, including groups of girls clad in Lolita fashion. As her gaze wandered, a strikingly bright yellow headscarf came into view. The avant-garde hue seemed utterly incongruous in this setting. Yet Gu instantly recognized him. It was the very same floral headscarf she had seen the last time she dined on Japanese cuisine with Shumang. After settling the bill, Shumang's phone had incessantly rung. A persistent sound that accompanied him all the way to the dormitory before he hurriedly departed. The individual in the floral headscarf also noticed her. He then rose, and a burly man, unseen by Gu, followed suit. As they both hastily exited the restaurant, it appeared that her sixth sense, which had been sharp in recent days, was indeed accurate. Someone was tailing her. However, what could their intentions be? The world is rife with enigmas, many of which cannot be unraveled in a single day. To ensure her safety, Gu kept a close watch over Li Xiang each day. Li Xiang sighed, rubbing her forehead. Gu, do you suffer from a persecution complex? Gu clutched her arm tightly, glancing around like a secret agent to ascertain their surroundings were secure before replying. I am merely safeguarding my own security. Li Xiang raised her voice. Then why are you clinging to me? After a pause, she added, why not pursue Shumang? Weren't you two basking in the glow of romance? Gu halted, pouting and tightening her embrace around Li Xiang with a hint of playfulness. Isn't it obvious that I cherish you even more? Li Xiang looked up to the heavens in exasperation. The two continued towards the faculty area, only to be confronted by a mass of deathly Barbie pink cotton. Additionally, there were balloons, faux flowers, and a large speaker. All these items were precariously balanced on two spindly arms, obscuring the vision of the individual involved. Lu Shi and his brash demeanor were already quite ostentatious. Yet he was evidently outdone by someone even more forthright. The display unmistakably signified a confession of love. Did he truly believe such an approach would yield a girlfriend? The deathly Barbie figure trembled forward, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excuse me, coming through." His tone suggested that he had already succeeded in his declaration. Li Xiang nudged Guyu's arm, inquiring, "Tell me, if Shumang confessed to you in such a manner, would you accept?" A chill suddenly coursed down Guyu's spine, her nerves taut. 3 seconds later, she relaxed and replied, "In that case, I might just perish on the spot." Shumang had already commenced his internship at the company. He had taken a special leave for Lu Shi's birthday celebration. The party was to be held on the rooftop of the Shihua building, an open-air venue. Shihua was a century-old wedding dress company. Headquartered in Paris, co-founded in the last century by a Korean-Chinese individual and an Italian. With the advent of globalization, Shihua established branches across the country, and by the 1980s, the Italian family had ventured to the Americas to expand their business. By the early 21st century, a portion of the Korean-Chinese successors had returned to the domestic market from France. Thus, hosting a birthday celebration atop such a prestigious and storied building was sure to cater to Lu Shi's psychological needs. In the venue, clusters of people gathered to discuss various topics, while in the center of the dance floor, her flamboyant brother was surrounded, laughing as if he were a blooming peony. Gu scanned the room and spotted Shumang in a corner. engaged in conversation with a gentleman. The man wore a bespoke suit, his high nose, deep-set eyes, and prominent brows lending him an air of distinction. Most notably, he held a white feather quill in his hand. The silver-framed glasses further accentuated his artistic and alluring demeanor. Shumang, when donning his glasses, resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, embodying the essence of an artist. Upon spotting her, he gestured for her to approach. Guyu was adorned in a beige long dress, her subtle makeup enhancing her elegance and politeness. Shumang was acquainted with the man beside him, introducing him as Han Jifeng, the general agent for Shuhua in the Asia-Pacific region. Guyu's heart whispered a quiet wow as she recalled casually booking a rooftop venue through one of Shumang's friends. Indeed, those blessed with beauty often delight in the company of others equally charming. Han Jifeng, with commendable politeness, greeted her. "Miss Gu, it is an honor to finally meet you." Guyu had intended to respond, yet his words rendered her momentarily speechless. Her father's reputation truly loomed large. She smiled faintly. She failed to notice the meaningful exchange between Han Jifeng and Shumang. When their eyes met, she felt a wave of humility wash over her, thankful for the moment. Just as Shumang was about to drape his arm over Guyu's shoulders, a sudden loud crash captured the attention of everyone present. The sound of glass colliding with the floor shattered the atmosphere, and as they looked up, they beheld the male protagonist of today's tale, drenched in red wine. Moments earlier, Lu Shiha had been wearing a congenial smile, but now, he turned his head in disarray, red wine dripping down his freshly styled hair. The perpetrator of this act was none other than his girlfriend. Hu Yang's chest heaved with rage, her face contorted with disdain. Clutching the dripping glass in her right hand and a phone in her left, she hurled the device at Lu Shiha, shouting, "Lu Shiha, you will face retribution." With that, she turned and departed. Lu Shiha maintained an outward facade of composure, yet internally, he felt like a volcano ready to erupt. Why had he ever gotten involved with such a woman? They should have parted ways ages ago, yet here she was, turning the tables and ruining his birthday celebration. He had dated numerous women, always ending things with clarity and without lingering attachments. Hu Yang was the first and only one to persist in her grievances even after a peaceful breakup. Lu Shiha's once buoyant mood was completely obliterated. He exhaled deeply and bent down to retrieve the phone from the floor. The phone caught the light. The lock screen illuminated, displaying a photo of him and Guyu. Lu Shiha let out a quiet huff. Feeling disdainful, Hu Yang was the first to dare use this photo as leverage against him. Chapter 25. Because I have no money left before the summer holidays came to an end. Lu Shiha attended a night gathering organized by a friend that he could not recall the exact date, but he distinctly remembered Hu Yang captivating in a wine-red short dress that exuded charm and allure. Lu Shiha enjoyed nightlife and social gatherings. Initially, Hu Yang held her tongue, but gradually, she began voicing her opinions. What had started as playful flirtation morphed into a burden. He was taken aback by Hu Yang's overwhelming possessiveness, which stifled him. He had never been one to compromise his own feelings and resolutely chose to end the relationship. Lu Shiha's stance was unwavering. Hu Yang's intuition hinted that he must have taken an interest in another woman. With a broad social circle and many female friends, she methodically ruled out possibilities, yet found no clues to support her suspicions. Until then, Sun Julia had managed to find her, presenting her with that photograph. Hu Yang hailed from a privileged background. Even if a scandal were to erupt, she could easily extricate herself, suffering little more than a tarnished reputation. However, Sun Julia was not in the same position. She could not afford to lose. The crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, casting a warm, dim yellow light that seemed to envelop every corner of the room in a cozy embrace. "What a scoundrel," Guyu remarked with objective disdain. Red wine dripped steadily from Lu Shiha's head as he leaned back slightly on the pristine white leather sofa, his gaze icy and incredulous. "What did you say?" Guyu was aware that he was in a foul mood. Yet Lu Shiha had always been more bark than bite. Unfazed, she leaned back against Shumang, poking her head out to stick out her tongue at him. Observing this, Lu Shiha straightened his posture, adopting a rather parental demeanor, feeling bold. "Are we?" Shumang pulled Guyu back protectively, like a hen shielding her chick, and remarked, devoid of any emotion, "She hasn't said anything incorrect." Lu Shiha, exasperated, gestured towards the two onlookers and ultimately conceded. "Fine, I won't hold this against you." Lu Shiha went to change clothes, while Shumang took a seat on the sofa. Guyu tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the direction Lu Shiha had taken, then quickly settled beside Shumang. Lu Shiha's romantic life must be far more thrilling than what met the eye. She placed her hands on her knees, her eyes wide with curiosity as she inquired with a tone brimming with gossip. Does my brother often get doused in red wine? Xia Shumang raised his gaze slightly, pondered for a moment, and replied with a few words, I don't know. You let out a disinterested "oh." In truth, Lu Shiha was quite handsome and enjoyed the company of others, undoubtedly attracting numerous admirers. After a brief contemplation, she turned her attention to Xia Shumang's ethereal profile. His features were distinctly chiseled without being harsh, complemented by fair skin and a gentle gaze that exuded an otherworldly charm. Xia Shumang was undeniably more attractive than Lu Xia. Logically speaking, Xia Shumang should have experienced being splashed with red wine more frequently than Lu Xia. Suddenly, she posed a question, have you ever been splashed with red wine? Xia Shumang hesitated for a moment while holding his teacup, then turned his neck to meet Gu Yu's gaze, with an aura that seemed to emanate a chill. He replied, why don't you try it? Gu Yu immediately shook her head and waved her hands. No, no, no. His manner of speaking was truly quite intimidating. Xia Shumang lifted the teacup before setting it down again. Standing up, I'll step out for a moment. He headed in the same direction as Lu Xia had left. Yu, recovering from the earlier intimidation, felt magnanimous and kindly reminded, my brother is inside. Xia Shumang paused, hand resting on the doorknob. Leaning slightly. 3 seconds later, he opened the door with a click, his expression impassive as he addressed Gu Yu. This is the door to the corridor. The corridor was adorned with a bright red carpet that felt soft and comfortable underfoot. Beyond the long corridor visible at the end, there were numerous other passageways branching off to different directions. As she passed the first intersection, her gaze flickered, catching sight of a potato colored like peacock feathers darting by. This individual had a rather prominent forehead. The headscarf could hardly contain his hair, resembling a plaster stuck atop his head. Yu halted in her tracks at a flower peacock. The top floor of the Shenghua was reserved today. Unless one possessed an invitation, no outsiders were permitted to ascend. To the right of Gu Yu lay a small grocery stall, where a diligent cleaning lady had forgotten to close the door, leaving a broom innocently placed at the threshold. She surveyed her surroundings discreetly, seized the broom, and raised it above her head, advancing toward the figure adorned in a floral headscarf. In the golden mirror lining the corridor, only Gu Yu's silhouette was reflected. She held her breath, every pore of her body suspending its rhythm. Suddenly, a half-formed flower potato materialized before her. Strike him. She swung the broom with all her might, yet instead of finding its mark, it was halted at her waist, veering off course to collide with a Roman artifact nearby. The cacophony of shattering fragments echoed through the corridor, jolting Gu Yu back to reality. She had been seized by the flower potato. Instinctively, she flailed the broom about, creating a ruckus as more items shattered around her. The pressure at her waist was overwhelming, forcing Gu Yu to press against the flower potato. In a frantic cry, she pleaded, let me go, let me go. The flower potato, fearing her commotion would disturb others, admonished her, quiet. He was too close for comfort. Gu Yu had no choice but to call for help. Xia Shumang, brother, save me. Her movements were wild, akin to an agitated loach, and the flower potato struggled to maintain control over her. With a sudden force, he pulled her closer, uttering a phrase that silenced her instantly. If you move again, I shall have to touch you. Her voice trembled as she recognized him, relief washing over her. Oh, it's you. As long as you're not a voyeur, that's a relief. Xia Shumang's previously taut nerves began to relax as well. Just as he was about to speak, the genuine flower potato emerged from the door on the left, his voice brimming with excitement. Young Master Xia, I've developed the photos of Gu Yu that you asked me to take. When shall we settle the payment and prepare for the upcoming sports meet? His words abruptly cut off. The three exchanged glances for 30 seconds. In the next moment, Xia Shumang felt a release in his embrace. When he glanced back at Gu Yu, she was clutching the broom protectively to her chest. Fear etched across her face as she stared at him and the flower potato. The flower potato, equally bewildered, gazed at the broom in her hands, unable to suppress his astonishment. This woman is quite fierce. It was the same room as before. Xia Shumang leaned against a nearby table, his head slightly bowed. Lost in thought. To the right, Gu Yu still held the broom defensively against her chest. The flower potato found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Timidly, he rose, and as he passed by Xia Shumang, he lifted his foot, patted his shoulder, and said, I'll take my leave then. You two discuss your matters amicably. He approached Gu Yu, recalling the chaotic scene outside in the corridor, and in a rather disingenuous manner. Advised, let us avoid fighting. It's not encouraged. Guyu shot him a glare, prompting the flower potato to hastily retreat. Once he departed, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. Xia Shumang showed no intention of breaking the silence. Guyu cleared her throat twice, inquiring, "Do you have something to say?" 3 seconds later, Xia Shumang sighed and began to explain, "The photo that went viral online was taken by me." That picture, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Eventually stammering, "Do you like it?" "Huh." Xia Shumang's abrupt shift left Guyu momentarily stunned. Unable to process his question, as Xia Shumang gazed into her eyes once more, he inquired again, "Do you like it?" Setting aside personal sentiments, that image, both in composition and hue, could indeed be regarded as a novel capture. The backdrop, a simple vegetable market, was elevated by the character's demeanor, enhancing the overall aesthetic, further embellished by a cotton candy that served as a whimsical accent, creating an interplay of beauty reminiscent of two disparate species merging. Guyu, feeling flustered under his scrutiny, nodded slightly. Xia Shumang approached her, prompting Guyu to instinctively step back. He halted a mere step away from her, asking, "Do you not wish to be a torchbearer?" Huh? Why did Xia Shumang persistently pose such unexpected questions today? What did this have to do with him surreptitiously photographing her? Yet, he was right. Guyu indeed had no desire to assume the role of a torchbearer. Still reeling from Xia Shumang's abrupt inquiries, she nodded in response to his question. Suddenly, Xia Shumang's tone softened. "I shall go in your stead." Huh? Confirming her bewilderment, he reiterated, "I will go for you, but during the sports meet. You must stay by my side. Uncle Wang will capture candid moments without our knowledge." Guyu appeared utterly perplexed. Why would he photograph us? Xia Shumang opened his mouth, unusually hesitant today, before finally, with a mix of embarrassment and conviction, confessed, "Because I am out of money." Guyu was astounded. Which of his pairs of AJ sneakers was not a limited edition? He had an entire wall dedicated to AJ's, for goodness sake, from the outset. Xiaji had vehemently opposed Xia Shumang's pursuit of aviation, whether as a soldier or a pilot. At this juncture, Guyu's heart softened. She discarded the broom and approached Xia Shumang. "Is it truly so?" Xia Shumang nodded in silence. Guyu took a couple of steps forward, patting his back. Despite her shorter stature, she exuded the aura of a concerned mother. "Do not worry. It shall all pass." Did she truly believe him? Xia Shumang remained silent, but his quietude translated to Guyu as the awkwardness of a man reluctant to voice his troubles. She sighed inwardly, uncertain how to console him. A young man, driven by dreams, yet at odds with his family, faced relentless opposition, yet remained unyielding, seeking a livelihood in the bustling metropolis of Dihai, even at the cost of compromising his own allure. He was simply pitiable. Xia Shumang grasped her shoulders, leaning down to meet her gaze. Thus, during the sports meet, Guyu's mind was particularly sharp at that moment. She nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, I shall cooperate diligently, ensuring Uncle Wang captures plenty of beautiful photographs." Xia Shumang was quite pleased with Guyu's current demeanor. A smile of reassurance gracing his face. Guyu was called away by a flurry of phone calls from Li Xiang, and as she departed, Xia Shumang noticed her expression of concern. He suddenly chuckled. Applause erupted, crisp and cold. Lu Shi, donned in a new outfit that exuded an air of sophistication, had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Leaning against the doorframe, he couldn't help but applaud Xia Shumang, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How delightful." Xia Shumang ceased his smile, coldly raising his eyes. "What is it?" Lu Shi and Ji turned around, hands tucked into their pockets. How could I have known that the illustrious heir of the Yaoxing group would resort to modeling to earn a living? Lu Shi harbored disdain in her heart. Only her sister could be deceived by Xia Shumang's seemingly harmless expression. Lu Shi followed him to the sofa, bluntly stating that if he wished to collect pictures of her sister, he should just say so. "Let me make this clear. I have but one sister, so do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Xia Shumang smirked. "Is she a relative?" "Not quite," he replied lazily, leaning back. "Then why the rush?" His wolfish gaze fixated on the lamb, and Lu Shi felt it necessary to remind him that even if they weren't related by blood, they were essentially family, something he had yet to disclose to her. Xia Shumang let out a soft sigh. "Then we shall discuss it once you tell her." Chapter 26. "Are you coming over?" Lu Shi's birthday celebration continued, with everyone gathered for him, none daring to mention the earlier incident. The atmosphere crew was exceptionally lively, and excitement had already begun to stir. Hu Yang had seemingly vanished, and Sun Jilin was nowhere to be found either. Guyu surveyed the surroundings, noting that Han was engaged in conversation with a young man on the rooftop. At that moment, deafening electronic music filled the air, complemented by the encroaching night and the flickering of neon lights, as a throng of youthful revelers swayed and danced. Among them, the most flamboyant and spirited was his brother. Guyu sighed inwardly. Lucy truly had a large heart. If he were her boyfriend, she would certainly drag him out and break his legs before tossing him into the Guyu vaguely heard Li Xiang speaking. And just as she prepared to pull her away, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Someone had proposed. A voice shouted through a megaphone, though the identity of the speaker was unknown. All eyes turned towards the same focal point. With people instinctively seeking the best vantage point to witness history, as the crowd shifted, Guyu was abruptly jostled, but fortunately, Li Xiang was nearby and caught her just in time. Sun Jilin, like a fish navigating against the current, squeezed through the throng, urgently calling out, "Make way! Make way!" By the time Guyu regained her balance, Sun Jilin had reached the eye of the storm, hastily pulling away the man holding a bouquet of pink roses. Now Guyu could see clearly. He was a senior managing the chemistry lab. Upon reflection, wasn't he the one who had been clutching a pile of pink cotton that day? It turned out he was proposing to Sun Jilin. Sun Jilin blushed deeply, feeling as if her face would burst from embarrassment that it wasn't he until she had dragged Li Ji to a secluded spot that she finally released his arm. Before Li Ji could utter a word, he was met with a fierce scolding from Sun Jilin. That day, the specifics of her reprimand faded from Li Ji's memory, but one thing he was certain of was that Sun Jilin would accept his proposal. No matter how much he embarrassed her, the proposal, which had yet to truly begin, ended swiftly, and the crowd dispersed to resume their activities. This minor upheaval did not significantly affect the birthday celebration. The revelry quickly resumed. However, Lucy appeared on the verge of exploding to S.I. Sure. Hai Chong, and the others had also arrived, albeit late. Missing Hu Yang's earlier spectacled S.I. Sure leaned down to inquire of Li Xiang. What just happened? Shure's height barely reached 178 centimeters, and today Li Xiang donned high heels, causing the two to appear of equal stature. With a slight turn of her body, Li Xiang shared some insights with Shure. Due to the connection with Shumang, Shure also enjoyed a pleasant rapport with Lu Xia. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, a bunch of short rabbits." Lu Xia furrowed her brow, inquiring about his meaning. Shure composed himself and recounted. "When I arrived, I spotted Sun Jili and Hu Yang engaged in conversation. Just look at their expressions. One has been dumped while the other has received a confession. How did they end up chatting together?" The latter half of the birthday celebration proceeded with the customary rituals of cake, candle blowing, and wish dash, making that the event drew to a close. Han Jifeng made a special appearance, graciously waiving the bill for the evening and even expressing his apologies for the night's unexpected occurrences. Thus, the gathering could finally be deemed concluded. The weather in Dihai was capricious. 2 days prior, rain had fallen, causing a sudden drop in temperature. Just a week ago, short sleeves were sufficient, yet in recent days, Guyu had donned a light woolen sweater due to the seasonal transition. On the day of the sports meet, Guyu awoke early to prepare herself. She had purchased an exquisite cinnamon-hued Chanel-style ensemble, complemented by pink patent leather heels. Her hair, styled into playful curls with a curling iron, framed her face with 2 charming tendrils, lending her an endearing appearance. When Wang Kai beheld Guyu's attire, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After regaining his composure, he remarked, "Guyu, I understand your desire to bring honor to our department, but as a torchbearer, doesn't this outfit seem a tad?" Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he gestured with the event schedule, his mouth twisting as he said, "Inconvenient?" Guyu glanced down at her attire, her eyes widening as she questioned Wang Kai. "Is it not attractive?" Wang Kai hurriedly shook his head, insisting, No, it looks splendid." He was taken aback the instant he laid eyes on her. With a smile, Guyu replied, "As long as it looks good, that's what matters. Shumang will be able to earn a bit more." It seems that young women possess an inexplicable obsession with such grand public events. Once Wang Kai processed his thoughts, he began advising Guyu, "Our first baton bearer is a student from the Physical Education Institute. After receiving the torch from them, we may need to switch to a new one in the equipment room to ensure the torch would arrive punctually at the stadium." The school had established an emergency shelter close to the playground. This way, regardless of whether the torch arrived on time, the emergency shelter could dispatch students to receive it promptly. Given the lower ranking of the arts department, it was conveniently positioned at this exchange point. By this time, the torch relay had commenced, traversing each department and circling the east and west campuses before ultimately entering the opening ceremony of the sports meet. After parting ways with Wang Kai, Guyu headed to the emergency shelter. University sports meets typically focus on first-year students. The playground operates under closed management, allowing students to enter but not exit until noon. Now I understand why the school only conducts military training for a week. They must be waiting for us here, complained a girl seated in the stands. Another chimed in. It's incredibly tedious. Why are second and third years exempt from participation? Why? Why? Upon hearing this, Guyu chuckled softly and continued on her way. Outside the playground, students from the journalism club were reporting, keeping pace with the trends by broadcasting live updates to the outside world. Today, Shumang donned a sports ensemble from a certain brand. Clad in refreshing blue that exuded an air of sophistication, he inquired, "What are you looking at?" Guyu, speaking candidly, replied, "I'm looking for Uncle Wang." Shumang swiftly grasped her arm, his buoyant tone carried by the breeze reaching Guyu's ears. "Stop looking. You won't find him." But Guyu found herself being pulled along by Shumang, who seemed to relish this manner of guiding her. She struggled to articulate her feelings, but it was akin to being treated like a pet. A wave of self-derision washed over her. Dear God, she surprisingly enjoyed this form of affection. Shumang's strides were modest, allowing Guyu, even in her petite heels, to keep pace. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had no idea where Shumang was taking her. "Where are we going?" she asked at TOC the torch. The school's torches this time were made entirely of eco-friendly materials and incorporated the principle of flame color, producing a spectrum of hues. In the emergency room, Wang Ji was inspecting the torches. The small space housed 5 torches on a shelf against the east wall. Upon seeing Guyu, Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback, then compared her to a photograph in his hand. Confirming several times whether she was indeed the torchbearer sent by the College of Arts. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he asked, "Are you Guyu?" "Yes," she affirmed. Upon verifying her identity, Wang Ji promptly stated, "Around 7:45. A representative from the College of Physical Education will arrive here. Please wait outside, that if they haven't arrived by 50 minutes past the hour." He gestured toward the rightmost torch. "This one matches perfectly. It has a trigger underneath. Press it, and it will ignite." Guyu obediently responded, "All right." Wang Ji needed to check other equipment, and after he left, Guyu smiled and asked Shumang, "So, torchbearer Xia, did you understand?" Shumang softly acknowledged with a sound. Just then, his phone rang, almost in sync with his voice. It was Zhou. Zhou was calling regarding Shumang's secret contract signing. She had always supported his choices, but it appeared that he intended to settle long-term in D-High. Such a significant decision, and he hadn't even informed her. This oversight left Zhou, who had always considered herself in the same camp as Shumang, feeling quite displeased. Concerned about his well-being, she had even bought him a car and a house, fearing he might struggle to find a girlfriend due to his temperament. She had even enlisted her friend Jiang Man to introduce a girl to him. The more Zhou pondered, the angrier she became, ultimately purchasing a plane ticket to confront Shumang in person. Shumang leaned against a tree, one hand on the trunk while he answered the call. "You're coming over?" Zhou replied, as if it were a matter of course. Isn't it natural for a mother to check on her son? Though she was exasperated, she had a trump card. "It's too late to say anything. I'm already at your school's entrance." Amidst the noise on the line, Zhou added, "Is there an event at your school today?" "It seems so." Before she could finish, Shumang abruptly ended the call. Zhou adjusted the fur on her shoulders, yet a smile crept onto her lips. With no job to occupy her, she spent her days indulging in skincare and shopping with friends, appearing no older than 30 despite being in her 40s. Stepping out of her black Porsche, she kept her sunglasses on, exuding an unmistakable aura of affluence. Thayen Han was only aware that D-High University was home to many affluent individuals, yet she had never encountered someone as ostentatious as Zhou, who seemed eager to flaunt her bank balance. It was evident that she was the pampered wife of a prominent figure, arriving in a luxury vehicle worth millions to visit her beloved children. Zhou cast a glance and spotted an Han, who was clad in a red vest. She approached and inquired, "Classmate, why is D-High University so lively today?" And Han was taken aback by the lady's lack of pretension and quickly replied, "Today, we are holding the autumn sports meeting." Zhou removed her glasses and nodded in acknowledgement. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her youthful allure still evident even at her current age. Zhou did not immediately enter the campus, likely awaiting someone or perhaps a ride. Han pondered this and asked, "Auntie, are you going inside?" Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, and Han instantly understood her implication. "I can escort you in." Zhou Yu glanced at her phone, realizing her precious son would probably not be coming to fetch her. She responded, "All right," uncertain of Zhou Yu's destination, but noticing her relaxed demeanor, and Han took the initiative to show her around the university, narrating the landmarks as they strolled. Meanwhile, Sun Zhili had arranged to meet Huyang for breakfast at the second dining hall. When Huyang lifted her gaze, she noticed Han entering the dining hall with a wealthy woman. She turned to Sun Zhili, saying, "Hey, isn't that one of your club's junior members?" Sun Zhili glanced over, observing Han introducing breakfast to Zhou Yu. She knew Han's family was involved in the coal business and was reasonably well off. However, how could the wife of a mere coal merchant exude such commanding presence? Fully aware that Huyang could not bear to hear Gu Yu's name, Sun Zhili still mentioned it. She saw Huyang's grip tighten. Sun Zhili added a few more provocative remarks. "Huyang, I truly feel for you that you've done nothing wrong. Yet the reaction from Lu Shi and the others over a few comments about Gu Yu is so disproportionate." Huyang was nearly ignited by these words. She forcefully pushed the soup dumplings in front of Sun Zhili, retorting, "What do you know?" Sun Zhili had already achieved her aim and played the peacemaker, saying, "Let us drop it. I need to use the restroom." As she stood, a package fell from her belongings, landing at Huyang's feet. Huyang picked it up, noticing it was wrapped tightly, reminiscent of an ancient medicinal bundle. "What is this?" she inquired. Sun Zhili feigned innocence, replying, "This is a chemical reagent from Wang Ji's lab." The conversation had already reached a sufficient level of tension, yet Sun Zhili continued to sharpen the blade, stating, "This was originally intended as torch fuel, but it was later discovered that excessive use could lead to an explosion, so Wang Ji and his team abandoned it." Chapter 27. A more reasonable pretense. Zhou Yu, beaming with delight, reassured Han, "No worries, dear. I can find my way to." Han, amused yet flustered, bid her farewell and promptly departed. The opening ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. The national flag was raised. Speeches were delivered, and oaths were taken. Simultaneously, the torch of the sports meeting was ignited. Yu glanced at her watch, noting that it was nearly 40 minutes past the hour, yet Shumang had yet to arrive. In the final 5 minutes, she resolved to venture outside in search of her. The emergency room had few people, and Gu Yu did not spot Shumang, but did encounter a familiar face, Huyang. At 45 minutes past the hour, Shumang arrived punctually at the emergency room, but the distant track remained devoid of any runners. Wang Ji called to inform that there had been a minor issue with the torch relay. Someone had fainted, necessitating Gu Yu to carry the torch to the playground at 50 minutes past the hour. Shumang hesitated for 3 seconds before finally picking up the torch mentioned by Wang Ji and making her way to the track. The cheers from the distant playground rose and fell, and calculating the time, it was indeed the moment for the host to announce the entrance of the torchbearers, with the torch held high in her right hand. Shumang focused intently on the switch's location. When counting the major cities in the country, there were only a handful, and among them, the capital, Dihai, stood out as an international metropolis with bustling business interactions. In this circle, several prominent names were well known. The chairman of Yaoxing Airlines was Xiaji, yet everyone was aware that the legal representative of Yaoxing Group was Xiaji's wife. Zhou Yu, this wealthy woman, typically preoccupied with shopping, lacked any business acumen. Yet when provoked, her influence was formidable. Renowned for her eloquence, Zhou Yu articulated to the principal the 50-year developmental trajectory of Yaoxing Group and its significant impact on both domestic and international business and political arenas. The principal assured her outside the hospital that a thorough investigation would be conducted, promising Yaoxing a satisfactory resolution. Gu Yu leaned out the window, peering down, her penguin-like head bobbing as she asked the seemingly unharmed Shumang on the hospital bed, "What do you think Auntie is discussing with the principal?" Shumang, barely opening her eyes, lazily replied, "Political and business matters." Gu Yu turned away, her penguin head filled with confusion. Why were they discussing such topics? Shumang slowly opened her eyes and softly remarked, "Because they are idle." The injury Shumang sustained ultimately stemmed from her, even though she hadn't fully pressed the switch at the time and had only sustained a minor injury to her hand. However, Gu Yu felt that had the principal not arrived in time, she would now be the one facing reprimand and engaged in a discussion on political and business matters with Zhou Yu. The principal was truly commendable. Long live the principal. She pulled up a chair and sat down, Her hands obediently resting on her knees. Two clusters of soft curls framed her temples, bobbing adorably. How could such a well-behaved girl exist? Shumang thought, reaching out to tug at her ear. Her ear felt soft and instantly flushed with crimson. Gu flinched, pouting in annoyance while covering her ear, glowering at him. Why are you touching me? Her angry demeanor possessed no real intimidation. Instead, it only heightened her adorability. Shumang, feeling a bit mischievous, asked, "Is it not permissible to touch?" "Absolutely not," she declared with righteous indignation. Leaning forward, Shumang attempted to catch her. But Guyu continued to evade. The two began to playfully tussle, Guyu shielding her ears, determined to avoid his touch. Yet, she was at a disadvantage, often falling prey to Shumang's stealthy advances. Ultimately, unable to withstand him any longer, she resolved to give in. Just as she rose, her hands gripping Shumang's arms, she looked up and collided with Zhou Yu's gaze. Guyu's heart sank, feeling guilty. She instantly released her grip and lowered her head, clasping her hands together like a remorseful schoolchild. Shumang slightly tilted his head back, catching a glimpse of Zhou Yu raising an eyebrow at him when Guyu was not looking. Zhou Yu remained silent, while Guyu braced herself for any potential fallout. Just as she prepared to utter a word, she was unexpectedly pulled over by Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu smiled serenely, as if Guyu were her long-lost daughter from 8 centuries past. Indeed, this must be Guyu. Oh my, she is far more beautiful in person than in photographs. She turned to Shumang and inquired. Isn't that so? Shumang replied with a simple, Zhou Yu reached out to gently touch Guyu's hair. From the moment she first glimpsed Guyu on Jiang Man's phone, she had taken an instant liking to this young lady. The girl was petite and adorable, her eyes crescent-shaped when she smiled, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child, untouched by the world's corrupting influences. While pregnant with Shumang, she had dreamt of having a daughter to accompany her on daily escapades of eating, drinking, and shopping. The thought of mother and daughter strolling together, indulging in beauty treatments and manicures, filled her with joy. Alas, after giving birth to Shumang, her health deteriorated, and she could never conceive again. Her hand glided down from Guyu's hair to her face, and she exclaimed, "Wow, youth truly is a treasure. Just feel this delicate face, as tender as an egg." Suddenly, she shifted the topic, asking, "What skincare products do you usually use, dear?" Guyu was taken aback. It seemed that both mother and son enjoyed interrupting her with their questions and were quite hands-on. Zhou Yu, upon hearing this, gasped, "Ah, is this from Jiang Man?" Her tone turned slightly sour. "Honestly, she hoarded all the best products in the capital, and I couldn't snag a single bottle. Really, our Guyu is simply too understanding." She began her flattery. "Look at this girl. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a kind heart. How fortunate Jiang Man is to have given birth to such a considerate and filial daughter." Countless crows seemed to flutter through Guyu's mind. "Auntie is not exaggerating. I'll be sure to visit your dormitory in a few days," she added. Shumang, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Mom." Zhou Yu's enthusiasm was akin to the scorching sun of a tropical region, bathing Guyu in rays that almost left her feeling scorched. For the past few days, Zhou Yu had been in Dihai, while Guyu had taken a leave of absence from school, hitching a ride with the mother and son duo to Chishui Bay. Even at the moment of parting, Zhou Yu continued to radiate warmth, asking, "Are you not afraid to sleep alone? Why not come and sleep with Auntie?" Shumang swiftly opened the door and pushed Zhou Yu inside, effectively putting a stop to her overly familiar behavior. Once in the room, Zhou Yu continued her chatter for quite some time before finally taking the hint to wash up. Meanwhile, Guyu emerged from her shower just in time to receive a call from Hu Yang. Guyu, "I didn't misspeak, did I?" she asserted confidently. Guyu, drying her hair with one hand, replied, "No." Hu Yang smiled. "So, how do you and Shumang plan to thank me?" Guyu was innocent, but not foolish. She set her phone to speaker mode and countered, "How can you be sure that it was indeed son Jeline who switched the medication?" Hu Yang grew anxious. "She has the medicine. I saw it with my own eyes. And if it weren't for my timely reminder, Shumang would have been seriously injured. How could she have only sustained a minor wrist injury?" Just as Guyu was about to respond, Shumang snatched the phone away, disconnecting the speaker mode, and coldly addressed Hu Yang, "Classmate, you have misunderstood one crucial point. My precaution was due to the sin I detected. And it had nothing to do with your prior warning." He paused to glance at Guyu, then spoke into the phone. "Lucy has long since lost interest in you. No matter how much you do, it will be of no avail. I advise you to cease your antics promptly." Xia Shumang mercilessly ended the call. Gu blinked, realizing that Senior Hu Young merely wished to reconcile with her brother. Xia Shumang would not entertain such thoughts, retorting, "Do you believe everything she says?" Gu Yu fell silent. Xia Shumang gently patted her head, remarking that one could fabricate lies. Gu Yu inhaled sharply, pondering whether she was indeed lying. Xia Shumang chuckled. Not entirely. Gu Yu decided to shift the topic and inquired, "Should we inform the principal that it was Sun Jilin who swapped the medication?" Sun Jilin and Wang Ji were in a quasi-couple relationship. A simple investigation would surely reveal some clues. Xia Shumang remained unperturbed, stating they would wait for the school's response. TCH, yet again, nothing was said. Gu Yu felt as if everyone in the world was in the know while she remained oblivious. As Xia Shumang passed by her, he picked up a yogurt from the cabinet, intending to poke it open and hand it to her. Gu Yu immediately pressed his hand down, having been force-fed too much during dinner. She truly could not ingest another bite. It then dawned on Gu Yu that Xia Shumang had entered her room without her noticing. That shouldn't a door be locked? Otherwise, Xia Shumang could wander into her space at will. She slightly turned to the side and asked, "Do you want to install a lock?" Gu Yu, After all, she was a girl. What if he barged in while she was changing clothes, just like now? Having just finished her shower and answered a call, he had walked in unannounced. There should be distinctions between genders. Installing a lock seemed, well, not reasonable. She pondered for a long while before finally formulating such a term. Upon hearing her words, Xia Shumang chuckled softly. He gently pushed the door open, and after a moment, Gu Yu heard him say, "Installing one is fine." Gu Yu felt a surge of encouragement. Xia Shumang added, "However, in the spacious room, only his voice, tinged with anticipation, could be heard. If we install it now, it will still need to be taken down later, so it's better not to waste money." Gu Yu. Chapter 28. I am not like you. The news of Xia Shumang's injury spread like wildfire. Moreover, due to Zhou Yu, the fact that Xia Shumang was the hidden heir of Yaoxing was also unveiled. The confession wall, which had been rather stagnant, became lively once more. That ethereal-looking senior who can fly planes and exudes a cool, somewhat ascetic aura turns out to be a rich second generation. Incredible. Well, being rich is one thing, but must he be this wealthy? Yaoxing, how many planes must his family own? Don't you all pay attention to this handsome guy? I have a friend who has liked him since freshman year. Xia Ge changes his pair of AJ shoes every 2 days, you know. Wow, how many pairs of shoes does he own? Duck? No need for duck. The senior will be flying for his future travels. Please share the link to a certain fish. I've had my eye on those limited edition shoes for ages. Is the upstairs person out of their mind? Flying a plane without shoes? What are you arguing about? Do you understand exaggeration? Are you out of your mind? Who are you referring to? Completely oblivious to the situation and unable to fathom that anyone would resort to cursing over his shoes. Xia Shumang was at this very moment seated in the office of CEO OE, leisurely sipping tea. The leader responsible for their batch, Wang Jian, a man with a beer belly, sighed 3 times before gently stating, "Xiao Xia, even the most talented individuals cannot perpetually take leave, can they?" With yet another 3 sighs, Wang Jian ultimately granted him a leave of absence. Xia Shumang was a key in turn signed by their company. Although Wang Jian had never served as a homeroom teacher, each time Xia Shumang requested leave, he felt an intuition that the young man was off to accomplish something significant. In other words, he believed that Xia Shumang must have an important matter to attend to that necessitated his absence. Much like the exemplary students in class, he had faith that Xia Shumang would not deceive him. Upon leaving the company, he received a report, a chemical testing document. Shortly thereafter, a phone call came through. "Xia Shumang, I managed to get what you needed done overnight. So, what do you think? Am I impressive, or what?" The person on the other end chuckled, clearly amused, for Lang Gu was known for his swift actions. Although Feng Lang was not a child of the elite circles of the capital, he was still a month older than Xia Shumang, which led Xia Shumang to wonder if he had somehow been cursed. Why was it that everyone he encountered was older than he? It was evident to him that none of them were particularly remarkable. Of course, with such a significant matter, how could she not report to me? Our family has strict values, he asserted confidently. Feng Lang's greatest achievement in life might very well be having shared a bed with Yimingxin without suffering the repercussions. He could say this because it was likely that Yimingxin had once again left him to wander the world alone. Did Sister Yu not take you out to play this time? Feng Lang smiled slightly, his tone suddenly turning serious. The higher-ups have issued orders. We must be ready at all times. Feng Lang's profession was rather unique. He was a criminal investigator. Both he and Yimingxin shared a reckless disregard for their lives. which explained how they had come together. She had always been tardy. Upon receiving the report, along with the video footage of the incident involving the flower peacock, Shumang brought everything to school. Sun Jilin had instigated Wang Ji to tamper with matters, later attempting to frame Hu Yang. Hu Yang, possessing a modicum of cleverness, sought to turn the tables on her at the last moment. Hu Yang administered another dose of the drug, likely from a deep-seated hatred for Guyu, intending to do so repeatedly. However, they had not anticipated that their misguided actions would almost endanger Shumang. Inside the principal's office, Sun Jilin and Hu Yang were embroiled in a heated argument, each trying to shift blame onto the other. Unable to bear it any longer, Shumang threw the video of the flower peacock in front of the incessantly bickering duo. Silence fell upon the room. Leaning back on the sofa, Shumang exuded an air of authority reminiscent of the principal himself, and his words struck fear into everyone present. Let us take this to the police station. The footage captured by the flower peacock provided a third-party perspective of the entire incident. At 6 a.m., Wang Ji was the first to arrive at the emergency room, scattering white powder inside. At 6:40, Guyu went out to find Shumang, while Hu Yang stealthily slipped into the emergency room during this time. At 6:42, Hu Yang emerged from the emergency room and stood by the lake waiting for someone. In the next 2 minutes, Hu Yang and Guyu engaged in conversation. At 6:45, Shumang arrived. Hu Yang remained relatively composed, while Sun Jilin had already begun to weep openly. Shumang raised her leg, preparing to leave, when Hu Yang interrupted. Wait a moment. What about Guyu? Why hasn't she arrived? This matter originated with her, yet she has not shown herself from the moment of gathering evidence to reporting it. Shumang retorted. Why should she come? Hu Yang replied. This has nothing to do with you. He turned his head, his striking eyes narrowing slightly. Of course, her affairs are related to me. Hu Yang clenched his fists. What do you mean? Shumang smirked, her tone cold yet arrogant. Is it not permissible for me to like her? Sure, Haichong, Su Boyu, and others had all come, including Guashan and Jiang Liwei from the neighboring dormitory, along with a host of distant relatives and various acquaintances. Brother Lu was lavishly spending for a singular purpose, to apologize to his little princess. To apologize for his lack of discernment, to apologize for his foolishness. After the incident, he had a brief encounter with Hu Yang, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, clad in motorcycle attire, exuding an aura that signaled he was not to be trifled with. This is my own sister, he thought. Hu Yang was taken aback, seated on a wooden bench as if weighed down by lead. Lu Shihe walked to the garage, his mind in turmoil. He wondered if this woman would speak recklessly in the future. He had yet to devise a way to inform Guyu that her mother and his stepfather were involved in this world. Due to differences in race, region, and gender, a myriad of emotions can arise between individuals. Some experience love at first sight, while others develop mutual disdain. The first time Lu Shihe laid eyes on Guyu, he merely wished to protect her as a sister. Guyu possessed an endearing innocence, exuding a natural charm that indicated she had not been tainted by the harsh realities of life. Fortunately, his father had managed to elope with Jiang Man. Though it was somewhat unethical, Lu Shihe nonetheless silently admired his stepfather. Guyu held deep feelings for Gu Jiasua, and he dared not reveal the truth to her, which had dragged on until now. This pure and adorable girl was someone he could only regard as a sister. Yet this fellow had set her sights directly upon him. At the nearly 5-meter-long round table, Lu Shihe sat beside Shumang, while Guyu and Li Xiang occupied the opposite end, both giggling and pointing at the entrance. Hey, are you serious? Lu Shihe exclaimed, irritated. What do you mean by serious? Stop pretending to be modest. The last time you were in the principal's office, your declaration of "is it not permissible for me to like her?" was delivered with such commanding authority that everyone within a 2-mile radius who shared your chromosomes was driven to envy. Shumang sipped her drink, remaining silent. How do you plan to pursue her? Lu Shihe continued. I warn you, unless you pledge half of your shares in Yaoxing as a betrothal gift, I will never allow you to enter our home. Shumang feigned deep contemplation, elongating her response. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Lu Shihe finally issued an ultimatum. Shumang, act like a person. Just as he finished speaking, Guyu, who had mysteriously appeared at the side of the round table, poked Lu Shihe's side with her tiny hand. What the? He nearly jumped out of his seat. She then pointed at the entrance, where a Huang was gnawing on a bone. Lu Shi and Huai were still reeling from the shock of being taken advantage of, their words stumbling and halting. After all, they were family, and unity was paramount. Xia Shumang let out a soft laugh. Guu, with a glint in her eyes, declared, "I'll go find a Huang." Once Gyu departed, Lu Shi shot a glare at Xia Shumang and took a hearty swig of her drink to steady her nerves. A voice of sarcasm cut through the air. "Haven't you said anything yet?" "Neither have you," Lu Shi retorted sharply. Xia Shumang rose, patted Lu Shi on the shoulder, and with an enigmatic smile remarked, "I am not like you." "What do you mean, not like me?" Lu Shi scoffed, utterly unconvinced that Gu Yu's bond with him, built over many years, could be overshadowed by Xia Shumang. Lu Shi was Gu Yu's biological brother. There was no mistaking that. Chapter 29. Long time no see in the resplendent banquet hall. A medley of colorful floral arrangements adorned the center of the round wooden table crafted by Su Xiangtong. Huang, with his paws flailing, eagerly begged Gu Yu for the chicken leg in her grasp. His tongue, long and soft like a delicate pancake, lolled as he panted. Gu, half squatting, instinctively leaned back, cautiously extending one hand with the chicken leg while her body radiated reluctance. Observing this, Xia Shumang stifled a laugh and approached, calling out, "A Huang." Upon hearing his name, a Huang darted over. Gu stood up, brushing off the dirt that a Huang had smeared on her clothes, exclaiming, "This dog is really fierce. Just now, I almost got knocked over by it." Yet now, as she looked at him, he no longer seemed intimidating. Xia Shumang affectionately patted a Huang's head and produced a sausage from his pocket, tossing it into the air. In an instant, a Huang leaped up. Catching the sausage mid-flight, Gu tilted her head and asked, "Why is he so obedient to you?" Xia Shumang pulled out another sausage, kneeling on one leg while partially squatting, and began to peel it slowly. "I found a Huang by the roadside during my freshman year. I brought him to school, and in the blink of an eye, he integrated seamlessly with everyone. Eventually, I simply left him on campus to fend for himself." "Does anyone take care of him?" Gu Yu inquired. Xia Shumang chuckled, tossing the sausage skyward once more. "He one T-star." A Huang seemed to understand, barking a couple of times in agreement. Xia Shumang's right hand was still bandaged. Though the flame had not completely ignited, it had still left his hand bruised. "Let me do it," Gu Yu offered, reaching for the unfinished sausage. Xia Shumang graciously handed it over. A Huang, solely focused on food, fixed his round, dark eyes on the sausage in Gu Yu's hand. Just as she peeled away the plastic wrapping, a Huang seized the opportunity and snapped at it. She yelped, her hand now slick with a Huang's saliva. "A sticky mess." A Huang, Xia Shumang commanded sharply. The dog seemed to realize his misdeed, drooping his ears and adopting an innocent demeanor akin to a white lotus seeking forgiveness. Xia Shumang retrieved some disinfectant wipes and offered them to Gu Yu, then turned to reprimand a Huang. "Look here, this is family. No biting." A Huang barked twice, as if he comprehended. Gu, having unwrapped the sausage, presented it to a Huang once more. This time, a Huang took it from her hand without so much as a brush against her. Scampering off to a corner to enjoy his treat. In the southeast corner of the round table, a sofa and a tea table were arranged, where Xia Shumang gently pulled Gu to sit down. His hand was wrapped in layers of gauze. The doctor had advised against any movement until the risk of chemical infection was completely ruled out. Gu lowered her head slightly, observing the fluffy figure in the corner swaying its ample backside. "What are you thinking?" Xia Shumang inquired. For the past few days, Gu Yu had been preoccupied with thoughts of Sun Jolene. The world was not as idyllic as she had imagined, yet it certainly harbored evils beyond her wildest nightmares. Merely driven by wounded pride, one could resort to arbitrary retaliation and deception. "I wonder if Sun Jolene will regret her actions," she mused, stealing dangerous items, inciting others to become accomplices, and subsequently attempting to frame someone else. School disciplinary measures had yet to be imposed, but they were likely to be severe. She might feel remorse, yet even if given another chance, she would probably choose the same path. Only by running into the wall can one truly grasp its hardness. This saying surely applied to her type. Gu comprehended this truth, yet found it amusing to reflect upon. Who was born to sail smoothly through life, without standing on equal ground? One cannot fathom that stardust might be hidden beneath the floorboards. Noticing her continued contemplation, Xia Shumang tapped her on the head and said, "All right, stop overthinking. Instead of pondering others, why not think more about me?" He gestured with his hand before her. "I am the one who truly deserves your gratitude. Understand? In a twist of fate, had it not been for him, Gu would likely be lying in a hospital bed undergoing treatment." She replied, "All right." At the other end of the round table, Lu Shi had organized a game of truth or dare. With everyone present participating, the spinner would determine who would be chosen. Just as Gu settled into her spot, Her companion Li Xiang pulled her aside to use the restroom. Li Xiang was feeling unwell today due to her menstrual cycle. When girls spend an extended period together, even their cycles tend to synchronize. While washing her hands, Guyu suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, an inexplicable sense of falling that only girls can subtly perceive. She borrowed an oversized band-aid from Li Xiang and dashed inside to investigate the situation. Guyu lingered for quite a while, delaying her return. Leaning against the restroom door, Li Xiang finally heard the sound of water running. Gu Xiaoyu, have you fallen in there? Li Xiang's exasperated voice barely escaped her lips when she looked up in surprise. Frozen in place, it was not Guyu washing her hands, but rather a tall, slender boy. He wore round, black-framed glasses. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain charm. The boy recognized Li Xiang and, after a brief moment of surprise, greeted her with a smile, starting with the cliché D line. Long time no see. Li Xiang clenched her fists, her chest inexplicably trembling. Meanwhile, at the round table, Si Shi grew impatient and suggested they go check that as he walked down the hallway. He turned a corner and collided with a girl. Wen Chu's head bumped against Si Shi's chest. She was petite and delicate, stumbling a step back after the impact. Once she steadied herself and her vision cleared, she recognized Si Shi's face. He was the quintessential sunny boy, with slightly long, wavy hair and strikingly beautiful eyes, a rarity among boys. Si Shi was not particularly tall, reaching a maximum of 180 centimeters, perhaps even less without shoes, but from Wen Chu's perspective, he appeared tall and handsome. Are you all right? Si Shi asked with concern. Wen Chu's mind went blank for 3 seconds, but it was of no consequence. Si Shi was preoccupied with searching for Li Xiang, leaving no time to attend to this minor episode. In front of the restroom, Si Shi spotted Li Xiang and thought to himself that girls were indeed troublesome. Not only did they require companionship to visit the restroom, but they also wasted precious time. He strode over and encircled Li Xiang with his arm, exclaiming, "What took you so long? I've been waiting forever." Li Xiang, trapped under his grip, gasped for breath and bent over, pleading, "Si Shi, let go of me. You're going to suffocate me." Typically, Li Xiang shared the best rapport with Si Shi. Their camaraderie forged through a robust friendship built on countless games of Revolution. That Si Shi released her just as Guyu emerged. Perfect timing. Let's go. Si Shi urged. Guyu washed his hands and followed suit, with Li Xiang quickly jogging to catch up. Wen Chu also spotted Li Xiang, tugging at her boyfriend Han Hanwen's sleeve. "Hanwen, shall we leave?" Han Hanwen paused for a moment before finally following Wen Chu away from the scene. Truth or dare, a rather cliché yet omnipresent game at gatherings. In the first round, the pointer landed on Shumang, who opted for truth. Lu Shi, as the first to spin the wheel, posed the question, "How many girlfriends have you had so far?" 0. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "Shu Gu, have you really not had even one girl who captured your heart over the years?" inquired a boy from the flight academy. The game continued, and when Shumang spun the wheel again, it pointed to Si Shi. "I choose dare." Shumang drew a card from the dare pile. "Share a toast with the last girl you were alone with." Earlier, when Si Shi had gone to find Li Xiang, he had spent a moment alone with her. His gaze shifted towards Li Xiang, and the crowd suddenly comprehended the implication. Su Boyu adjusted his glasses, adopting a sage demeanor. Is this a punishment or a reward for him? The neighboring dormitory Jiang Liwei and Guoshan joined in the teasing. What sort of dare is this? Si Shi strongly refuted, sour grapes for those who can't reach the fruit. He held his wine glass, turning slightly towards Li Xiang, his tone laced with curiosity. "Li Xiang, shall we?" In Li Xiang's life, this marked the first occasion of engaging in a game involving such intimate interactions between boys and girls. She felt a bit anxious, even somewhat absurd, with so many eyes upon them, making it difficult to save face. Suddenly, the image of Han Hanwen flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Resolutely, she steeled herself. "All right, let's do this." She poured a glass of red wine. Meeting Si Shi's gaze, their arms intertwined. They both finished the wine in their glasses, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Cheers erupted in a jubilant chorus. During the toast, the server entered with dishes just as the opulent doors swung open, and Han Hanwen, who had been lingering at the entrance, witnessed the entire scene unfold. Chapter 30. Write me a reflection upon your return as the server set the dishes on the table. The game resumed. The wheel was prepared to spin once more, and just as Si Shi placed his hand on it, Hai Chang interjected, "Wait a moment." Si Shi halted his motion, and Hai Chang declared, "These cards need to be reshuffled." Xia Shumang, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Allow me. He took the cards, positioning 3 fingers of his right hand along the short edge, with his index finger curved to support the face of the cards. While his thumb maintained control, though wrapped in gauze, his deft shuffling movements were still evident on the side unseen by others. He slightly adjusted the cards, arranging the 2 stacks with precision. Then, with a subtle overlap from the short side of the cards, he bent his thumb, aligning the edges at an angle, gradually applying force diagonally upwards, interweaving the 2 stacks. With a downward press of his hand, the cards lay on the table, sharp-edged and orderly, reminiscent of a parade formation. This method of shuffling is known as a perfect shuffle, a technique seldom employed, as achieving flawless interleaving at the angled alignment is quite challenging. Lu Shihe glared at him, sensing that Xia Shumang harbored intentions beyond mere mischief. For Stone spun the wheel, and it pointed to him. Indeed, nothing good would come of this. To play it safe, Lu Shihe chose truth. The question posed was about the timing of his first romantic encounter. Such revealing inquiries were no surprise to Lu Shihe, who leaned back nonchalantly and replied, 17. After sipping his red tea, Xia Shumang slowly stated, Scum. Who are you calling scum? He retorted slowly. You. Feeling quite aggrieved, Lu Shihe protested. The lady was willing. Those present were already well aware of Lu Shihe's romantic escapades. Hai Chong and the others had long since become accustomed to it. 4 Stone urged, quickly. Next round, Lu Shihe spun the wheel again. In the subsequent rounds, nearly everyone present took their turn, some opting for truth while others chose dares. The dares typically involved singing and dancing, lacking any real excitement. The truth inquiries were even duller, asking trivial questions. The only individual not selected by the pointer was Xia Shumang. Lu Shihe, slightly balding, recognized that probabilistic events could yield unpredictable outcomes. Yet when such occurrences revolved around Xia Shumang, there was undoubtedly a deeper issue at play. Though he had yet to discern what that issue might be, it came time for Lu Shihe to spin again. The game had lost its allure, lacking incidents capable of resonating with the collective subconscious. For Stone suggested, how about we make this the final round? This restaurant's game is rather uninspiring. The others concurred. Lu Shihe sighed in relief, giving the wheel a decisive flick. Once the pointer steadied, it pointed squarely at Xia Shumang. Eagerly, Xia Shumang declared, I choose dare. Lu Shihe quickly interjected, keen to thwart his shameless attempt to flirt with his sister in front of him. No, you cannot choose dare. Opt for truth instead. Lu Shihe was game for anything. There was nothing in this playful setting that he couldn't handle, yet this was his first encounter with such blatant trickery. Some protested, Lu Shihe, what someone chooses is their own prerogative. Why does it concern you? No, it must be truth. Just truth. He can say anything. Today, Xia Shumang will not have his way. Xia Shumang, unfazed, accepted the truth option. He took a truth card and opened it. The punishment was to transfer to the 5th person on his right. This was an auxiliary card concealed among the truth cards. Everyone silently counted, and the 5th person was, of course, Guyu. Lu Shihe's heart sank. He sensed trouble brewing. His foolish sister was clearly oblivious to the looming danger. Guyu tilted her head back. Having previously chosen dares, she decided to go with truth this time. Truth. Lu Shihe and... No way. He directly took a card from the top of the dare pile and placed it on the spinning wheel, landing it in front of Guyu, declaring, You choose dare. See sure. Lu Shihe, with a bold face, opted for the dare, stating, I'm her brother. I made the choice for her. The card landed before Guyu. Lu Shihe pressed down on the automatic spinner, realizing that there was no escape from this predicament. Are you sure about this, brother? Guyu asked cautiously. Lu Shihe seemed somewhat off tonight, making Guyu suspect that he might still be recovering from a moment of confusion. Resigned, she picked up the card to read its contents. The card faced her directly, and as she silently recited its message, she found herself momentarily dazed. Lu Shihe was taken aback. His sister's expression did not bode well. Could it be that his strategy was flawed? Impossible, he reassured himself. He was merely doing the opposite of Xia Shumang, ensuring no harm would come to his sister. Li Xiang nudged her hand, inquiring, What does it say? Guyu clutched the card, and Li Xiang, filled with curiosity, seized it from her and read aloud, Kiss the opposite sex who chose truth for 3 minutes. At this juncture in the game, this was the first major thrill following the previous round's toast. A kiss. Guyu and Xia Shumang. The crowd erupted in cheers, pushing the two into the spotlight. Guyu was at a loss, questioning how the card could carry such a heavy implication. Li Xiang, seated firmly, was suddenly pulled by Si Shi to sit on the edge of his chair. This person is rather animated today, Si Shi explained, Making room for Shugo, right? 3 minutes? Are they supposed to stand and kiss? With that, the atmosphere surged with excitement once more. Under the crowd's urging, Xia Shumang was pushed into Li Xiang's seat. Just as he settled in, Si Shi abruptly snatched the card from Li Xiang's hand, exclaiming, "Li Xiang, that's unethical. It clearly states that Guyu should initiate the kiss with Xia Shumang. How can you misrepresent it?" There's no such phrase. Si Shi began to raise his eyebrows at her, his tone somewhat hesitant. "Don't play innocent. If you don't believe me, show it to Haichang and the others." Si Shi outpaced Li Xiang, tossing the card to Haichang while flashing a feigned smile. Haichang instantly grasped the situation, holding the card as if it contained words, thus affirming Si Shi's nonsense. Li Xiang felt speechless internally. This group truly thrived on chaos. Gu felt even more exasperated, her sense of helplessness growing. She turned her gaze towards Xia Shumang, who rested a bandaged hand on his forehead, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze laced with triumph as he looked at her with a seemingly affectionate stare. Compared to the main characters, Si Shi and Haichang were more animated, as if they were the ones about to kiss Xia Shumang. Xia Shumang remained still, his lips slightly parted as he tentatively asked, "Really kiss?" Guyu steeled herself and nodded. "Yes." His brow arched. "You'll take the initiative?" A shiver coursed through Guyu. She felt a tingling sensation in her body, suddenly at a loss for words in response to Xia Shumang's query. "Let it be." Guyu resolved that it wasn't her first kiss, after all. Leaning forward, she placed her hands on Xia Shumang's shoulders. Their eyes met, and she discerned a myriad of unnameable emotions swirling within his gaze. Akin to raindrops in the ocean, distinct yet capable of merging into one. The time seemed to stretch indefinitely as they drew closer together. She closed her eyes momentarily, her sense of smell sharpening. She distinctly caught the scent emanating from Xia Shumang, a fragrant hint of mango. Mango? This aroma transported her back to the first time she had savored the hexagram milkshake at the cafeteria, succulent and juicy, sweet yet refreshing. It was precisely this scent, imbued with the essence of mango. Delightful and palatable. She leaned in further, eager, the alluring fragrance growing ever nearer. Suddenly, the scent vanished in an instant, and then Guyu found herself deprived of the very essence of oxygen. A large paw covered her mouth and nose, pulling her backward. Lu Shiha still had a firm grip on her, intending to perpetuate his shameless advances, and he called out, "Kiss, kiss, kiss." "What do you mean, kiss?" Guyu glared at him as he reprimanded her. "Have you grown up enough to be kissing? You little brat. Not much education, but plenty of actions." His anger swiftly redirected towards Xia Shumang. "And you? Not only do you fail to prevent this juvenile delinquency, but you also entice it. Your actions would warrant a prison sentence." His fatherly demeanor took over, his tone growing serious, with a hint of sorrow and indignation. "Sit properly." Guyu's mouth was stuffed with chicken, and though she wished to speak, only muffled sounds emerged. Full of grievance, he released Guyu, turning his attention to Xia Shumang, who wore a look of amusement, leaning back slightly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A surge of frustration flooded Lu Shiha's mind, and he snapped, "What are you staring at? Do you want to write a self-criticism as well? Damn it." Glancing at Xia Shumang's hand, wrapped in bandages, Lu Shiha suddenly recalled something. When Xia Ji was in his freshman year, he had sent Xia Shumang to Macau to study under Yan Jini, hoping to compel him to learn finance. This decision caused Xia Ji to suffer from high blood pressure for 3 consecutive days. On the endless expanse of the grassy lawn, bathed in abundant sunlight and devoid of clouds, the sun felt a tinge of loneliness and called out to the grass, "Little grass, it's your big brother." The grass struggled with poor reception, unable to comprehend the sun's words, repeatedly responding, "Day, oh day, I'm grass." Chapter 31. Is Guyu there? The school had issued disciplinary notices to Sun Jilin and Hu Yang, prohibiting them from participating in any evaluations during their time at school and stripping them of their qualifications for further studies. That Li, for personal gain, was allowed to retain his student status, pending further observation. Upon this announcement, Zhou Yu lost her composure. Clad in a qipao adorned with vibrant red peonies, she stormed to the principal's office, only to suddenly hit the brakes. Out of the blue, the long unreachable Xia Shumang called her. "Mom, I'm going for my final checkup at the hospital today." Zhou Yu stood there with her phone, grinding her back molars, his words sounding like a last testament. Was he implying that she, as his mother, should accompany him one last time? So, Xia Shumang lazily added, "Could you please bring Guyu along when you come? Her dorm is in the girls' dormitory, room 1427. Zhou Yu placed her hands on her hips. Can't you fetch her yourself? Why can't you be like other children, who always listen to their mothers? Look at you, so accomplished, now bossing your mother around. Mom, don't say you came to D-High just to see me. Zhou Yu indeed had a task to accomplish during her visit to D-High. Shumang, concealing her actions from both her mother and Ji, secretly secured an internship at a company. Had it not been for the principal's discreet warning, the couple would still be in the dark about their son's undertakings. Upon learning of this, Ji erupted in a fit of rage. But Zhou Yu managed to calm him down, suggesting they first inquire about the situation at D-High. Zhou Yu's words often fell on deaf ears for Shumang. Her purpose in coming here had shifted to discreetly alerting her son, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the girl in the photograph, whom she had taken an instant liking to. With this thought in mind, her tone softened as she reflected, I must have owed you something in my past life. During her last visit to the hospital, she had missed the chance to speak privately with Gu Yu. Now, with the opportunity laid before her, Zhou Yu, feeling bold, shoved her phone into her bag, completely forgetting her original purpose for visiting the administrative building. I in the girls' dormitory, room 1427. Today marked in Han's birthday. To celebrate. The girls pooled their resources to purchase a cake, along with an assortment of snacks. On the day the announcement was made, and Han was nearly paralyzed with shock. Sun Ji had always treated her kindly, often inviting her to events held by the Ancient Style Club. The notion that Sun Ji would attempt to sabotage Gu Yu was entirely beyond her expectations. Han was involved in 3 clubs and had encountered numerous upperclassmen. She had seen Lu Shihe several times, a paragon of wealth, adorned in designer labels, seemingly eager to flaunt his affluence. He was the quintessential rich second-generation heir. It baffled her what Sun Ji saw in Lu Shihe. She found it difficult to harbor any affection for him, especially when compared to Shumang, who was far more gentle and composed. After the incident, Han severed ties with Sun Ji and attended the Ancient Style Club infrequently. On her birthday, Han invited many acquaintances to the dormitory. The accommodation at D-High University was spacious, yet with a dozen guests arriving at once. The space would undoubtedly feel cramped. He assisted in Han in decorating with balloons. Having also purchased an array of spray decorations and streamers, Gu and Li Xiang sat at the foot of the bed, their legs dangling through the bed's railing. Gu crunched loudly on a bag of potato chips, while Li Xiang harbored a hint of resentment, questioning why they couldn't simply reserve a table outside. Han found it peculiar that someone so inclined to display wealth would choose to celebrate her birthday in such a makeshift manner within the confines of the dormitory. Balloons and streamers adorned the walls in a riot of colors, reminiscent of Li He's poetic marriage proposals. They had ordered a 12-inch fresh cream cake, and the costs for decorations and snacks were shared equally among the 4 roommates. Li Xiang felt a simmering frustration, aware that one day she might explode, but her temperament led her to endure, begrudgingly transferring her share of money to Han. Why don't you just take Gu Yu's portion as well? I don't have her, I'll pay, she suggested, perplexed as to why Han was so insistent. They were friends on WeChat. It was beyond her comprehension why Han would go to such lengths. The walls were utterly covered, yet there remained so much more to put up. Li Xiang glanced at the open streamers, snatching a potato chip from Gu Yu, crunching it even louder. Gu Yu remarked, "It's not your money anyway. Once today passes, you can simply take it all down." Li Xiang was particularly sensitive about money, having faced significant hardships during her junior high years. Consequently, the act of asking others for financial assistance left her with lingering scars. Over time, this had evolved into a situation where even when she was entitled to something, she would ponder her phrasing for an extended period, ultimately finding herself at a loss for words. After finishing her chips, Gu Yu pulled out a bag of yogurt, biting it open to drink, holding the pouch in her mouth while rummaging through her bag for a zero-sugar Jianchun. She presented Jianchun to Li Xiang. Casually leaning against her shoulder, Li Xiang held a cup of yogurt, a myriad of indescribable emotions swirling within her. Gradually, more people filled the dormitory. Han greeted everyone with warmth, inviting them to take a seat. While Li Xiang sat on her bed, observing the vibrant clusters of plastic flowers blooming around her, a girl clad in a purple shirt, seemingly close to Han, gifted her a large bouquet of baby's breath. Exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Han. I bought these from the flower shop because I know you adore purple. I took quite some time to choose them. You're so thoughtful." With the mention of gifts, others began to present their offerings in succession. In that moment, Li Xiang suddenly grasped why Han had orchestrated a birthday gathering in the dormitory, to showcase her multitude of friends, creating an atmosphere where the space felt overcrowded. fostering an impression of her being the life of the party. How exhausting must this existence be for her? Despite this, Li Xiang had prepared a necklace for her, purchased from Taobao. When Han received Li Xiang's gift, her enthusiasm was notably subdued, marked by a blend of indifference and a hint of artifice. It's the thought that counts, Li Xiang reassured herself. Han set the gift aside, and only Guyu had yet to present hers. Maintaining her usual demeanor beside Li Xiang. Han took a deep breath, her anticipation building for Guyu's gift. What are you giving me, Guyu? And Han felt a twinge of disappointment. You haven't forgotten, have you? Guyu descended from Li Xiang's bed, responding as she walked. Of course I have something. And Han finally relaxed, having awaited this moment for quite some time. Coming from a wealthy family, Guyu's gift would undoubtedly be extravagant. Su Xiaomei once said, "What resides in one's heart reflects in what one perceives." This could certainly be said of such individuals. The dormitory's wardrobe was the quintessential design of an upper bunk and lower desk, featuring a long section for hanging clothes alongside two square compartments, one above the other. Guu opened only the right compartment. The upper section was filled with SK2 skincare sets, while the lower housed an array of luxury handbags. A chorus of awe escaped the lips of all present in the room. Li Xiang marveled at Guyu's recent acquisitions of SK2, recalling her own recent declaration of wanting to try a different brand after using it for so long. The girl in the purple shirt stood at the forefront, the first to witness this spectacle, exclaiming, "My goodness, how much did all this cost?" And Han smirked, for this was precisely the scene she had envisioned. Guyu meticulously arranged all the boxes on her desk. Like the girl in purple, everyone felt a pang of envy. What fortune Han possessed to have such a wealthy roommate. Guyu beamed brightly. Wait a moment. Let me find your birthday gift. She rummaged until she finally opened the last box. Found it. The final box was a limited edition, its packaging distinct from the ordinary. Han's heart swelled with pride. Just as everyone assumed Guyu would present the limited edition set to Han, she suddenly extracted a card from between the boxes and packaging. It was a purple, lace-cut card adorned with an adorable little bunny. This is for you. I spent all night drawing it. Aside from Li Xiang, the rest of the faces darkened, and the divine water suddenly transformed into an unremarkable greeting card. Guyu smiled gently, her demeanor inherently non-aggressive. Her words posed no fault. Was there anything wrong with giving gifts or sending a card? She had even spent an entire evening on the drawing. What a thoughtful roommate. And Han's face resembled a palette, unsure of which color to adopt in this moment. Steeling herself, she took Guyu's card, and upon noticing in Han's unusual expression, Guyu inquired, "Do you not like it?" And Han reluctantly shook her head, insisting she rather liked it. Li Xiang remained seated on the bed, propping her head with her wrist, struggling to suppress a laugh. Annie emerged from the crowd, hastily attempting to mediate. "Sister, didn't you mention that at the last gathering a boy said he wanted to give you a gift? What did he give you?" At Lu Shi and his gathering, and Han had met a rather decent-looking boy. She had posted a photo on her social media, merely capturing the silhouette of a male figure. Everyone present had seen the picture, yet none knew who he was. And Han kept it a secret, only suggesting he was a campus heartthrob. Among the entire Dehai University, the notorious leaders from both campuses must possess a name. However, it appeared these two were not connected to Han in any way. The crowd gathered in the central space of the dormitory, Guyu slightly tilting her head. The connection between the Daoxiang duo was successful, and Guyu offered her a wink, though Guyu seemed oblivious. She was more perceptive than anyone else. Li Xiang still held the package of zero-sugar yogurt in her hand, feeling a warm glow within. Who could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Guyu leaned in closer to Li Xiang's ear. Lowering her voice, "It's Shumang's mother." Li Xiang struggled to keep pace with her. "Are you two in a rocket? That was fast." Guyu waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. You see, Shumang's mother is quite different from others." "In what way?" Guyu pondered her words for a moment. "It's her enthusiasm. Her warmth exceeds ordinary levels." Li Xiang cast her eyes downward, clearly unconvinced by Guyu's assertions. Unable to persuade her, Guyu chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Han and the others began cutting the cake and making wishes. After Han made her wish, someone inquired, Han, why did you take so long to decide? What did you wish for?" Another chimed in, Han must have wished to be with that handsome guy. Annie too was curious about the identity of that person, yet her sister refused to divulge even to her. A girl in a purple outfit suddenly interjected, "Han, is that campus heartthrob you mentioned Shumang? And didn't you have dinner with his mother?" It was only later that Han discovered the distinguished woman she had welcomed that day was indeed Shumang's mother. Girls often indulge in fanciful notions about trivial matters that a mere coincidence could easily inspire an entire novel in their minds. Her serendipitous encounter with Zhou Yu indirectly validated some of her speculations. Yet she remained unable to approach Xia Shumang, resorting instead to posting misleading photos on social media. That Han's pride was significantly bolstered. Yes, we did have a meal together. She refrained from mentioning that she was merely a volunteer guiding the way. The group erupted in enthusiastic chatter, each contributing to the narrative that nearly elevated Han to the status of a novel's heroine. As Gu Yu listened to their conversation, her lips pressed into a thin line. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. The door swung open to reveal Zhou Yu, resplendent in a grand peony qipao, paired with an exquisite white mink coat, standing majestically at the threshold. The girl in purple was utterly captivated by Zhou Yu's formidable presence, and she timidly inquired, "Auntie, are you looking for Han?" Zhou Yu removed her sunglasses, and the dazzling gleam of Dior 999 caught the light. As she elegantly inquired, "Is Gu Yu here?" Chapter 32. To run or not to run? Dao Xiang exchanged glances, promptly and neatly positioning their legs. Zhou Yu entered the dormitory with the grace of a high society lady, surveying the cramped space with a 360-degree glance. The floor was so crowded that she hesitated to step further. The dormitory was both small and congested, leaving no room for her legs to maneuver. Gu Yu wore a cream-colored sweater adorned with a bow at her chest, paired with a slate-gray pleated skirt and white knee-high socks, exuding an irresistible charm. Such a delightful girl deserved an entire wardrobe filled with bags, clothes, and shoes, as well as a jewelry room brimming with haute couture earrings and necklaces. That it was a mystery what had brought Zhou Yu to this place. Before Gu Yu could utter a word, Zhou Yu had already spotted her and exclaimed, more authoritative than the dormitory supervisor, "What are you still doing sitting here?" Gu Yu's lips twitched slightly, feeling quite at ease. With that, she swiftly scrambled to the edge of the stairs, ready to greet the eminent woman. However, upon looking down, she was astonished to discover that her pink, plush bunny-eared slippers were missing. Zhou Yu, with her keen eyes, immediately noticed the enchanting bottle of serum on the table that had captured her attention. Grasping Gu Yu's hand, her heart swelled with joy as she playfully remarked, "Look at you. Dear, you really have put some thought into this." Just as Zhou Yu intended to step forward, she tripped over something, and it was Gu Yu's grip that steadied her. Looking down, Zhou Yu spotted the other bunny-eared slipper, alongside a heap of fallen streamers that had failed to adhere properly, some even clinging to her silk. Crimson high heels. Zhou Yu surveyed the surroundings, her nose wrinkled slightly. Is someone celebrating a birthday today? The girl in purple responded, "Today isn't Han's birthday. Why invite so many people for a birthday and not celebrate outside? Look at all these people on the floor." Li Xiang applauded internally, as Xia Shumang's mother articulated the question lingering in her mind. Han shyly piped up, "I couldn't secure a reservation at an external restaurant." Zhou Yu, finding her somewhat familiar, mused, "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Xia Shumang's mother recalled her, and just as Han opened her mouth to speak, Zhou Yu suddenly remembered, "Aren't you that volunteer from the other day? I remember you. You gave me directions." The girls in the back began to whisper amongst themselves. She merely gave directions, but it sounds like she entered the gates of Yaoxing. Shoo, keep it down. She's right in front. And Han, overhearing their chatter, felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Today is your birthday. Annie wishes you a happy birthday." "Thank you." And Han found her birthday celebration to be somewhat less than joyful. A girl in a purple dress eagerly inquired, "Auntie, who are you to Gu Yu?" Zhou Yu paused for 3 seconds, her face radiating with a maternal smile that was as warm as spring. And mused, "I might very well be her biological mother." Gu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Her real mother is quite affluent." Zhou Yu then led Gu Yu away, leaving Li Xiang and a cluster of plastic flowers in the dormitory. Among those called by Han, a few had long harbored a dislike for her, including the girl who had just spoken, who claimed to have dined with Xia Shumang's mother. It turned out she merely provided directions. I initially thought there was something more between them. The true princess consort was not her, after all. How presumptuous! And Han could no longer tolerate the conversation and interjected, "Silence, if you lack the capabilities. Why attempt tasks beyond your means?" The girl turned her head defiantly, declaring, "Let us go." With half the dormitory vacated, the remaining 5 or 6 girls continued to console Han, who was utterly disheartened by her birthday celebration. The road was congested, and a cool, dim atmosphere settled in as the night deepened. Zhou Yu found the house on Xia Shumang's side too desolate, devoid of any warmth. And so she arranged for a 5-star hotel to deliver a banquet to Guyu. Zhou Yu, though unreliable, proved to be remarkably so. The doctor had assured that his hand was healing well and posed no significant threat. After leaving the hospital, he visited the company to formally request leave. He informed the supervisor that he would be interning at D-High during the winter break and that no holiday arrangements were necessary. Upon returning to Qingshui Bay, the two entered the door one after the other, neither carrying any bags. 3 minutes later, a steady stream of professionals in suits and ties arrived, bearing an assortment of accessories and garments. After finishing her manicure, Zhou Yu spotted a new establishment on Nanjing Road and, without hesitation, dragged Guyu inside for a shopping spree. At that moment, she was blissfully unboxing her newfound treasures. Outside the kitchen, Guyu finally managed to find a moment to seek out Shumang, who was dressed casually in a silver-gray loungewear. "Auntie, do you have obsessive-compulsive tendencies?" Guyu inquired. Leaning against the refrigerator, Shumang lazily replied, Zhou Yu insisted on acquiring every outfit and color she fancied, demanding the complete collection of her preferred jewelry. By the time she finished swiping her card, it still emitted a faint warmth. With such a consumption mindset, Shumang's residence was indeed more suitable for her. Shumang straightened up and remarked, "It does exist." After spending the entire afternoon shopping with Zhou Yu, Guyu's face was nearly frozen in a smile. She longed to take a shower to regain her composure. As she faced the arduous journey of traversing back, her hand rested on the doorknob of the bedroom when she noticed Shumang had followed her. He stated matter-of-factly, "I'm heading to the bedroom." Guyu had forgotten that their bedrooms were interconnected. It was indeed closer to pass through hers than to go through the main entrance. Zhou Yu continued unwrapping her purchases, and after a moment of hesitation, Guyu turned the doorknob and relented. "Come in." The bedroom still bore a cartoonish theme, with a massive Doraemon plush positioned near the bed, its pocket conveniently the same one where Shumang had previously hidden candy. Guyu caught a glimpse of his tall figure moving toward the bedroom, and clutching her change of clothes, she turned and entered the bathroom. The secret door was cleverly concealed, able to be pushed open from either side. And where the door met the wall, a bear's arm was visible. The arm had lost some paint, rendering it rather unsightly. Guyu emerged from the bathroom, having indulged in a comforting hot bath. Her hair wrapped neatly and enveloped in a loose, flowing nightgown. A warm mist trailed behind her, and amidst the haze, Shumang sat cross-legged opposite her, a paintbrush in hand, diligently embellishing the wall with strokes of artistry. "What are you doing?" she inquired, pondering whether he truly intended to install a lock on the secret door. His comings and goings to her room had become overly convenient. Guyu approached to investigate. Discovering that Shumang was repairing the arm of a large bear depicted on the wall, he was intimately acquainted with the comic on the wall, each line obediently adhering to his will, every stroke mirroring the original with impeccable precision. That a thought began to blossom in Guyu's mind. Were all the murals on the walls crafted by him? Over the span of 3 months, he had adorned the 2 bedrooms of both apartments entirely with his illustrations. With the final stroke of black outlining, the curves flowed seamlessly, perfectly taking shape under Shumang's skilled hands. A vibrant bear emerged anew. After hearing his words, she found him rather rebellious. Although his hands were speckled with paint, it did not detract from their naturally long and elegant appearance. Guyu, donning a hair-drying cap post-bath, had a face as smooth and pale as a peeled egg. Slightly flushed due to the lingering steam, her heart quivered, and with a gentle lift of her brow, she suggested, "Do you want to run away?" "Run away?" Guyu pondered. "Where to?" "I don't know," Shumang replied. "Speaking from experience, if we don't leave now, my mom will definitely corner you with a barrage of questions later." Zhou Yu's incessant inquiries flowed like an unending river. Guyu felt a twinge of reluctance, yet her heart fluttered with excitement. "But how can we run?" "Auntie is outside." Shumang subtly gestured towards the hidden door, his gaze profound and laced with amusement. Only he was aware of the secret door's design. Zhou Yu remained blissfully ignorant of its existence. Guyu pondered. Should she escape or remain? Suddenly, her eyes locked with Shumang's deep gaze, which was filled with the enchanting allure of a vibrant world. Chapter 33. Today, bringing the little ones to play. It snowed today in D-High. Underneath the yellow-black sky, snowflakes, no larger than grains of salt, danced downwards. Shumang and Guyu strolled side by side along the streets of D-High. This city, steeped in historical legacies, was adorned with European-style architectural marvels. Buildings in the Baroque style lined the narrow streets, and beyond the quaint old alleyways lay a financial center buzzing with vibrant nightlife. Today, Shumang donned a camel-colored wool coat, a black turtleneck, and gray trousers, exuding the charm of a prince from a fairy tale as he walked through the nostalgic district. Gu maintained her daytime attire, the only distinction being her fear of the cold, which prompted her to wrap a soft pink scarf around her neck thrice a tea. That moment, Zhou had already realized they had slipped away, prompting Shumang to silence his phone. Zhou hadn't even had the chance to ask Gu for her phone number and was now stomping her feet in frustration at Qingshui Bay. Amidst the swirling snow, the two wandered aimlessly, passing a convenience store where a pot of Odin simmered beside the cash register. The bubbling broth emitted a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the fogged windows, enticing anyone nearby. Gu ordered several skewers of meatballs, a skewer of enoki mushrooms, and a block of tofu. The convenience store offered no seating, so she cradled a round container in her hands and stuffed a large piece of tofu into her mouth. Tilting her head slightly, she mumbled to Shumang, "Where are we going now?" Her cheeks were puffed out as she chewed, resembling a little hamster. Shumang's heart was instantly warmed. How could there be such an adorable girl in this world? He sniffed, replying, "I don't know either." All he wanted was to whisk her away, not necessarily to any specific place, but certainly somewhere more enjoyable than staying with Zhou. Not far from the convenience store was a bar, its neon lights forming an irregular sign that read bar. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation as she suggested, "How about you take me to the bar?" Having grown up, she had never set foot in one. Lu Shi and Hui would take her out for fun, but never to such places. Shumang smiled lightly. "So now that you're an adult, you want to go to a bar?" In truth, a few months made little difference. One does not suddenly mature the moment they turn 18. The things one is forbidden to do often ignite a greater curiosity. She began to devise ways to persuade Shumang, believing he would be more amenable than Lu Shi and Hui. We sneaked out. Her long, curled lashes fluttered momentarily, and her bright eyes sparkled with little stars, carrying a hint of coaxing. "Come on, let us go." Shumang discerned from her gaze a suggestion that he was depriving her of delightful experiences while refusing to take her out. He chuckled at her antics as Gu tugged at his shirt, but he remained unmoved. Leaning slightly, he feigned ignorance. "What if your brother finds out? He wouldn't allow me to take you to such places." "We'll sneak out quietly. He won't know." Gu insisted. Shumang continued to play the role of the righteous. "No way. Lu Shi will come after me if he finds out." Gu's voice wavered, and for some reason, she placed her complete trust in Shumang. My brother wouldn't. She patted her chest in assurance. "If he tries to confront you, I'll protect you." Shumang was nearly overwhelmed by her cuteness, his heart melting into a puddle. With his hands in his pockets, he sniffed again, gazing intently at the bar bustling with lively patrons, and recalling a conversation with Feng Lang just days prior. He suddenly knew where to go. "All right, let us take a taxi." Gu paused, pointing in the direction of the bar. "Aren't we going there?" Shumang waved to hail a taxi. "That place is dull." His gaze deepened, becoming more enticing under the night's allure. "Your brother will take you somewhere more thrilling." Once inside the taxi, Shumang announced the destination. The two settled into the back seat, with the driver being a local of Dehai, boasting 20 years of professional driving experience, adeptly managing the brake, accelerator, and clutch. The damp, slick pavement did not hinder his performance. He navigated the streets with fervor, cursing and charging toward the traffic lights with the bravado of a hero. Just 5 seconds before the green light, Gu observed the driver in the rearview mirror, his stern gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. With a final push on the accelerator, the lively, bustling narrow street corner erupted with a sharp screech. The driver, true to his reputation, expertly maneuvered to a precise stop just before the white line. Even amidst the overtaking motorcycles, the piercing sound of the brakes reverberated through the sky. It was swiftly followed by the roaring of a motorcycle's engine. The sleek black bike sped away with an exhilarating swagger, just as the vehicle passed beneath the traffic light, which promptly illuminated in red. Everything unfolded in perfect harmony. Gu was startled by the sudden, forceful braking, her head colliding with the seat in front of her. Who possessed such a lack of decorum? Recklessly driving on a busy road, she nearly met her demise in that moment. The engine's growl gradually softened as Shumang gazed intently through the car window at the slender, dark figure, remaining silent. The elderly driver, with a fluent and authentic dialect, cordially inquired about the well-being of the ancestors of the motorcycle rider who had just overtaken him. The taxi resumed its journey, this time the old man opting for a more cautious approach, steadily steering the vehicle towards a club. Surrounding them were quaint alleyways, shaded by dense foliage that obscured the sky above, with no streetlights illuminating the sides. Only the club's imposing golden neon sign flashed assertively, casting vibrant reflections. A beam of golden light spilled onto the pavement, where illuminated spots sparkled like tiny snowflakes. Faintly, you could hear the sounds of numerous engines, varied in pitch and length, yet all growing increasingly distinct, creating a cacophony that pierced through the dreary, snowy day. Shumang stood by the roadside when suddenly, a heavy black motorcycle came to a halt beside him. Its rider, a seemingly laid-back young man, removed his helmet, revealing his sharp canine teeth, incredulously addressing Shumang. "Bro, what brings you out here today?" Shumang, recognizing him, replied coolly, "There's a race today. I came to take a look." The competition would attract motorcycle enthusiasts from surrounding provinces. The motorcycle club held a race every quarter, and today marked the fourth quarter, the final collective race of the year. Shumang had withdrawn from the club this year, missing 3 races, yet the veteran members were familiar with him. The young man, noticing Guyu behind Shumang, exclaimed with mischief, "A girl. Bro, is she with you? She's a real catch. So lovely. Who could resist taking a second glance?" He chattered excitedly, but Shumang, concerned, warned, "Don't scare her." The young man immediately straightened up. "Yes, sir." His gaze was fervent, making Guyu uncomfortable, as if she were being scrutinized like an exhibit. Shumang, noticing his stare, unceremoniously tapped the back of his head, chiding, "Still looking?" Suddenly, he proposed, "How about seizing this opportunity for you and Sister Mingxin to compete? We all want to witness a legendary showdown between the champions of your." The club was founded by Yi Mingxin, the first to achieve legendary status before she departed for the desert on a rescue mission, leaving the club in the hands of Lu Xia. After reconciling with Shumang, Lu Xia brought him to the club to meet new friends as a gesture of goodwill. It coincided with the first race of the spring, where motorcycle enthusiasts from many neighboring cities, having been dormant throughout the winter, were eager to participate. Shumang's inaugural race went largely unnoticed until, with astonishing speed and daring cornering maneuvers, he clinched victory, drawing attention to his remarkable hidden prowess, even breaking the record set by the first-generation champion, Yi Mingxin. After the spring competition, the individuals within this circle crowned him as the second generation of racing deities. However, the second-generation deity had only participated in a single race, and subsequently made infrequent appearances at the club, as most of Shumang's time was devoted to contemplating how to ascend to the heavens. This was his true vocation. Many could only watch recordings of his races to learn the art of overtaking on curves, and those fortunate enough to witness the event live could boast about the intensity of that competition. Shumang instinctively pulled Guyu's arm, speaking with a hint of indulgence. "Today, we're just here to let the little ones have some fun. No racing." Guyu felt a twinge of disappointment, as his imagined grand showdown between the two racing deities seemed to evaporate. Just as he was about to resign himself to the fact that Shumang rarely appeared at the club and never accepted anyone's challenges, he witnessed Shumang wrap an arm around Guyu's shoulders, leaning down to softly utter words he thought he would never hear in his lifetime. Yet, if someone wished to see it, it could indeed happen. Chapter 34. "Do you trust me?" Guyu glimpsed a glimmer of hope, nearly bowing before the little ancestor in front of him. "Little beauty, please agree." He clasped his hands in prayer before his forehead, as if beseeching the divine. Today, having sneaked out for some fun, Guyu was eager to witness the spectacle of divine beings clashing. A snowflake gently landed on her curled eyelashes. She blinked, shaking off the snow, her tone bright and clear. "All right." Little Guyu managed the club's operations, and within the next 10 minutes, he disseminated this news across 5 social media platforms, 3 social networking sites, and 2 motorcycle radio stations, particularly on Weibo, where the official account, usually silent, suddenly announced the impending duel of the two racing deities. Many riders were skeptical, doubting it was mere hype. But little Guyu posted a photo of Shumang stepping up the club's stairs in the snow, and a flurry of excitement erupted. Why didn't anyone mention there was a race to watch sooner? The official account is being ridiculous. To keep this under wraps until 2 hours before the race is absurd. Did the club think the plane was a rocket? Oh my, the green pasture. Yi Mingxin, is that the stunning sister with the fiery red lips from before? Seriously, do you think this so-called second-generation deity is her mysterious boyfriend? That photo is incredibly handsome. I believe it. She traveled to the desert to save her boyfriend. What a tale of celestial love. I still have that video. The media even reported on the sister's fearless spirit. Damn, I said it. Such a confident sister must have a boyfriend who is even more impressive. Did anyone see the profile picture from that little account? That nose is strikingly high. I'm in love. Is anyone writing fanfiction? I'd love to get an early preview. The young man's coat and black turtleneck are absolutely stunning. His fashion sense is impeccable. Huya scrolled through the Weibo comments, finding that while the initial remarks were somewhat sensible, it soon devolved into a frenzy of infatuation. He had merely taken a photo to confirm that today's racing deity showdown was real, not to attract a throng of girls shipping fictional couples. And if they were to ship, they ought to do it appropriately, right? The year Yijia ventured into the desert, Shu Gu was still not yet 18, blissfully unaware of the queue at the alley's entrance for candied hawthorns. Deep down, he felt a sense of disbelief. Yet as he observed the rapidly ascending comments, he silently tucked away his phone. Enough is enough. This world is no longer one that men can dominate. The club, adorned in an industrial style, featured exposed brick walls, a blend of modernity and nostalgia. On the left, various helmets were displayed, while on the right, motorcycle attire, ranging from casual to formal, was neatly arranged by size. The air was thick with the scent of heavy metal and engine oil, and a black leather sofa graced the center, adding a touch of sophistication to the space. Flanking the club were changing rooms for men and women. Shumang and Guyu had just entered through the main door when Yimingxin emerged from the changing room, already clad in her motorcycle gear. Her long, flaxen curls cascaded down to her waist, and the snug black PU leather jacket accentuated her already elongated legs. With her alluring fox-like eyes, expertly lined to enhance their upward tilt, and her signature fiery red lipstick, she exuded an irresistible charm. Not just men. Even Guyu couldn't help but compliment her sensuality. It seemed no one could resist a woman like her. Shumang glanced up, offering Yimingxin a brief nod of acknowledgement before. As if she were invisible, he took Guyu by the wrist and led her to the black leather sofa. Yimingxin, her right hand balancing a helmet that was 4 or 5 times larger than her face, let out an inward scoff as she took a seat across from him. It had been a while since they last met, yet their Shi remained so aloof and unearthly. Wasn't he a brother? How had he become a Yi? Had the hierarchy shifted? A playful smile curved her red lips as she turned her gaze toward Guyu, intrigued. Something brewing? She was not lacking in admirers. It was hard to find a man who did not find her enchanting. With her alluring and seductive allure, even that foolish man, a few years her junior, had succumbed at first sight. Despite his still undeveloped Adam's apple, this sense of superiority lingered until Yimingxin encountered Shumang. Back in her 3rd year of middle school, accompanying her mother on a business trip to the capital, all the boys in the courtyard had swarmed around her, eager to buy her skirts and bags. Yet, the one who matched her ideals and looks seemed utterly oblivious, lacking even a glimmer of admiration, considering her flamboyant appearance to be excessive. Only now did she grasp a fragment of understanding, each to their own. Most boys favored the delicacy of a refined cabbage, while some preferred the petite charm of baby bok choy, the small, tender variety. The moment Guyu stepped through the door, Yimingxin's attention was immediately captured. She had torn apart many pretenders of innocence and cuteness, yet upon seeing Guyu, she genuinely perceived a softness in the girl, devoid of guile, clad in a cream-colored sweater adorned with a delicate bow and a pleated skirt that added a playful touch. Guyu's natural ebony hair remained untouched by dye or perm, with 2 soft, curly fringes framing her face. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with purity and clarity, radiating an endearing charm akin to that of the luminous moon. No wonder Shumang found himself disinterested in her. It seemed all his aesthetic appreciation had been bestowed upon this girl. Lazily reclining on the sofa, Shumang, wary of Guyu's thoughts, languidly remarked, "There's nothing brewing." Yimingxin clicked her tongue, and it seemed evident that she had yet to win him over. She had little interest in Shumang, but her concern for the adorable little sister was palpable. Tilting her chin slightly, she boldly inquired of Guyu, "Hey, little sister, do you have feelings for him?" Clad in black, the only splash of red came from her lipstick, which not only failed to diminish her cold demeanor, but instead added a touch of wildness. Her gaze was sharp, and her words straightforward, leaving Guyu somewhat intimidated. The ever-protective Shumang grasped Guyu's hand firmly, casting a stoic glance at Yimingxin. "Don't tease her. She's still young." Such fierce protectiveness indicated genuine concern. Yimingxin had no intention of letting this opportunity for amusement slip away. Disregarding Shumang, she began to chatter, "Little sister, are you unaware of Shumang's past scandals? He has had a multitude of girlfriends." each with varying personalities. He's quite the charmer across ages. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Shumang's eyes. Why Yimingxin reclined, her arms crossed, exuding an air of playful mischief. He even dated me. You didn't know that? Did you? Xia Shumang's brow furrowed in frustration as he exclaimed. Yimingxin. Unfazed, Yimingxin pretended not to notice him, tossing her wavy hair behind her ear. So, what do you think? Little sister, do you still like him? Xia Shumang had claimed he never had a girlfriend. Yet Yimingxin insisted he had dated numerous girls. The sudden tension gripped Guyu's right hand, emanating from Xia Shumang's firm grasp. His palm was warm and soft, and at that moment, Xia Shumang was locked in a gaze with her. His expression betrayed nothing, a calm facade masking his inner turmoil. After a brief silence, Guyu finally spoke. Her 3 words resonating with strength. Do you trust me? The dynamics between individuals can be remarkably delicate. One person may unconditionally believe in another without any apparent reason. Trust, which sprouts silently, becomes the sole nourishment for blossoming love. Chapter 35, The Trophy of Champions. Yimingxin possessed an extraordinary ability to command a room and pierce through pretense with her words. As she uttered those statements, it felt as if his throat had been seized, rendering him voiceless. The moment he sensed the pressure from Xia Shumang's palm, his previously suspended heart released its tension, like a balloon bound by a rubber band that suddenly had its restraints cut. It was a sensation of openness, tranquility, and comfort. Xia Shumang began to counterattack. I heard you snuck out to participate in a motorcycle race while he was on a mission. Why Yimingxin's expression shifted dramatically. Motorcycle racing is an exhilarating yet perilous sport, where the thrill of overtaking on the track and the adrenaline of high-speed straightaways are accompanied by significant risks. The world-renowned Isle of Man TT race, often dubbed the Death Race, spans over 60 kilometers with more than 200 bends, demanding immense endurance and skill from each competitor. While Dihai may not be cold, it certainly pales in comparison to the warmth of tropical regions. The winter finale is the most physically demanding and perilous race for participants. Today, a light snow had even fallen. Wenlang would absolutely forbid Yimingxin from entering such a race, especially given her previous injuries. She simply could not afford the toll it would take. Every day, he nags like an old matron about the perils of the competition, the high mortality rate, and how lonely and desolate Yimingxin would feel should she tumble off a cliff. The mere thought of such a scenario makes Yimingxin's head throb. It dawns on her what Xia Shumang intends to do, and she quickly interjects, all right, I'll keep quiet, making a zipping motion. The fire in the backyard is promptly quelled, yet Yimingxin feels a simmering heat within her. She retrieves a slender pink cigarette, preparing to ignite it, her demeanor reminiscent of a leading lady from a Hong Kong drama. Inadvertently exuding an alluring charm, Gu remains present, and Xia Shumang is reluctant for her to witness this scene, as she should not be exposed to second-hand smoke. Yimingxin skillfully produces a Givenchy lighter, the flame casting a warm glow upon her face, which she then extinguishes with the tap of her fingertip. The flicker of light retreats, controlled by Xia Shumang's hold over her. Suddenly, she poses a question to Guyu. Little sister, if a boy sports a small leather band on his wrist, it signifies he is already taken. What might a girl possess that would indicate she has a boyfriend? Guyu shifts back slightly, shaking her head. Yimingxin abruptly rises, gliding around the stainless steel, hollowed-out coffee table, and approaches Guyu. She rests a hand on the sofa cushion, bending slightly. Up close, Yimingxin is indeed a breathtaking beauty. Flawless in every regard, her cascading curls fall gracefully with her bend, and her lips curl into an unfriendly smile as she raises her hands holding the cigarette, aiming for Guyu's left ear. The delicate, rosy lobe appears exquisitely charming, utterly delightful as she inches closer. Guyu is enveloped by the rich scent of Gucci's audacious women's perfume, notes of golden wood and blackberry intertwining with the luxurious aroma of Bulgarian roses. Yimingxin adeptly positions the cigarette against Guyu's ear, the scent of roses intensifying. Leaning in, she whispers softly in Guyu's ear, stick a cigarette in your ear. In an instant, Guyu comprehends Yimingxin's implication, her ears and cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to ripe cherries. She has just been playfully teased by a woman. Only after Yimingxin departs does Guyu feel a sense of relief wash over her. She gingerly touches her left ear, where the slender pink cigarette still rests. Removing it, she holds it in her palm. This cigarette is a limited edition from a niche brand, designed specifically for women with an elongated shape. Adorned at the bottom with a small pink heart, the more she gazes at it, the more it resembles a lollipop, appearing quite delectable. Before she can fully appreciate it, Shumang snatches the cigarette away. Glancing at the time, it's about time for a change of clothes. I'll go get dressed. You stay here and don't wander off. Gu presses. What about the cigarette? There's no cigarette. Only me. With that, Shumang rises and heads to the changing room, prompting Gu to burst out in laughter. His cheesy pickup lines are truly one of a kind, tinged with a sweet yet rustic charm. Once clad in his specially designed motorcycle jacket, which ensures warmth during winter rides thanks to its insulation, Shumang's attire mirrors that of a fitted bodysuit, accentuating his impeccable physique. Both the knees and elbows are equipped with specialized protective gear, particularly the shoulders, which exude an enchanting allure of the inverted triangle once donned in protective attire. After completing his warm-up, and without yet donning his helmet, Shumang, clad in motorcycle gear, appeared to have doubled in stature. His black and gold ensemble emanating a palpable sense of strength. Additionally, the attire was adorned with letters in a myriad of colors, the embodiment of masculinity. Shumang is indeed the epitome of charisma. He strides forward, his movements reminiscent of a giant, yet his captivating aura of youthful vitality remains evident on his hands. He wears professional motorcycle gloves, somewhat rugged, with the distinct scent of the fabric clinging to him. He gently caresses Guyu's hair, marveling at its softness, hesitant to touch her delicate, fair face with such coarse gloves. He merely brushes the top of her head before removing his hand, beyond the entrance to the racetrack. The whistle has already sounded, with the cheers of the audience resonating in waves, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of horns and drums. Despite the snow falling outside, it does little to dampen the enthusiasm of the spectators. While the outside world is filled with clamor, the interior basks in the warm glow of sunlight. She observes as Shumang dons a heavy yet stylish black and gold helmet, clicking open the visor before him. In this grand showdown of racing champions, some have traveled great distances, purchasing plane tickets specifically to witness the event in Dha. Mingxin and her companions are no strangers to this atmosphere. The founder of Weiwen, she is the only female pilot in the country specializing in desert rescue, and one of the few female racers as well. Since establishing Weiwen, she has consistently shattered her own records in winter motorcycle races. Her racing achievements had remained unchallenged until 2 years ago when an unexpected college student emerged, breaking Mingxin's record in his very first competition. Investigations into this student revealed him to be the heir of the prestigious Yaoxing Aviation Company. When gossip magazines broke this news, the publication folded the very next day, as the information was swiftly suppressed. The reasoning behind this is tied to Xia Jining's ascendance to his current position. Closely linked to his inherently egotistical nature, should word get out that his son is at odds with him, it would be a source of great embarrassment. Those within the D-High circle could easily discover that his son is studying aviation at D-High University. A son of a CEO from a Fortune 500 company, choosing to pursue a career as a commercial airline captain instead of inheriting family wealth. The heir's information has been meticulously concealed. Yet many remain intrigued by this second-generation racing prodigy. Real-time race coverage sees an exponential surge in viewership, predominantly female, with many astute observers noting that the photo of Shumang revealed by Tiger Tooth bears a striking resemblance to one taken of him in Yun County while wearing a scarf. Beneath his gentle visage lies a talent for the exhilarating sport of motorcycle racing. Screams of excitement are no longer sufficient to express their fervor. At the starting line, alongside Mingxin and Shumang, there are 58 other racers. With his helmet secured, only his eyes visible, a considerable number of spectators are already vocally expressing their exhilaration. They are all enthusiasts of motorcycle racing, and the live stream is abuzz with fervent chatter. The Weiwen Club operates as an informal organization, distinct from official competitions, where a group of passionate motorcycle aficionados convenes to race, free from the constraints of original modifications, focusing solely on racing results. The referee passionately elaborated at the starting line on the grandeur of the competition, the notable backgrounds of the participants, and the exquisite beauty of the club owner, Mingxin. Such excessive prattle, Mingxin disdainfully critiqued. Shumang's motorcycle was the Super Duke 1290, widely acknowledged as the most formidable street bike in history. Its engine boasted immense power, complemented by an exceptional safety rating that he gripped the handlebars tightly, exerting all his strength to maintain control of this 195-kilogram companion. The Super Duke 1290 is not classified as a heavyweight motorcycle. Beside him, Mingxin rode her own modified women's bike, which was smaller and more agile. At last, the loquacious referee finished his flattery. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the sound of the gun. Xia Shumang lay on his motorcycle, exuding an aura of vitality, his gaze intense and his deep-set eyes enigmatic. His fingers clenched the handlebars as the fervor within him surged like crashing waves. Chapter 36. What other tricks does he have up his sleeve? At the sound of the referee's gun, 60 motorcycles shot forth like bullets. Gu Yu mentally counted. In less than 5 seconds, these colossal insects had vanished around the first bend. The 30-kilometer track was equipped with an intelligent tracking system along both sides to sustain the audience's enthusiasm. 60 varying-sized dots moved across the tracking display. Xia Shumang's motorcycle was positioned third in the second row. 10 minutes into the race, he had dropped to fourth place, while Yi Mingxin maintained her lead. The initial kilometer of the mountainous circuit was unpaved, and with the recent snowfall, the already challenging terrain was somewhat slippery. Upon exiting the mountain track, a Japanese contestant misjudged a turn and veered off the course, colliding with 4 other racers in close proximity. An alarm echoed from the large screen, followed by the appearance of 5 red crosses. The gears of time continued to turn. The first lap concluded, with Xia Shumang in 4th place and Yi Mingxin still in the lead. This 12-lap race tested not only speed, but also endurance. Gu Yu stood at the top of the open grandstand. The night air had turned frigid, and she rubbed her hands together, burying her face in a thick scarf, revealing only her keen eyes, fixed intently on the large screen. Lu Shi scanned the audience, finally spotting a sweet figure amidst a throng of onlookers. Half an hour prior, Lu had been preparing to brew a cup of goji berry tea for a brief respite, just as hot water filled his thermos. The official WeChat account of the club announced that Yi Mingxin and Xia Shumang would be competing. They could race however they pleased. It was truly a frivolous endeavor to partake in such a time-consuming and exhausting contest, where the outcome was uncertain at any moment. The photo taken by Huya featured a shadow of a girl in the lower left corner, slender legs, a pleated skirt, and slightly bulky shoulders, likely due to a scarf. Wasn't that Gu Yu's silhouette? That scoundrel Xia Shumang had indeed set his sights on his sister. Brother, Lu Shi arrived, bringing a chill in the air, as Gu Yu discreetly leaned back. Lu Shi, clad in a long black down jacket lined with fleece, spoke with visible breath. What brings you here? Lu Shi, sensing the fragrance of competition in the air, would undoubtedly create trouble for Xia Shumang if he discovered that his sister was brought here by him. She had vowed to protect Xia Shumang if her brother ever showed up. I observed a competition taking place here and wished to broaden my horizons. To put it simply, the phrase broadening one's horizons implies encountering a multitude of foolish individuals. Lu Shi and Dun were immediately filled with indignation. Have you ever ridden a children's bicycle and now wish to witness a motorcycle race? Gu Yu, hidden from his view, pouted in protest. Lu Shi continued to press. Did Xia Shumang bring you here? She could not betray Xia Shumang and promptly shook her head, resolutely denying it. No. Lu Shi remained skeptical of her words. Then tell me, aside from Xia Shumang, who else do you recognize in this entire venue? Do you feign dejection? All right, I will speak the truth. I saw him take a taxi, and I followed him here. What were you thinking, trailing after him? Gu Yu lifted her almond-shaped eyes, the darkness of her pupils reflecting the colorful lights on the large screen before them, and spoke candidly, because I like him. Lu Shi was momentarily stunned, the thermos in her hand suddenly losing its appeal. The competition continued, having surpassed 2/3 of the course, due to mistakes and physical exhaustion. 43 contestants had their screens marked with red crosses. The black and gold figure ranked 4th, while Yi Mingxin was passed by a contestant from watching on the 7th lap, placing her in 2nd. In the final 4 laps. There were 12 participants remaining. It was late at night, and Gu Yu had purchased warming gear from the club supermarket. It would undoubtedly be quite cold once the race concluded. The racers were employing their last reserves of willpower and endurance to persevere. Xia Shumang excelled in corner overtaking and intended to surpass the 3 individuals ahead in the final 2 laps. It felt as though his fingers were encased in ice, unable to be freed, forcing him to resist with all his might. In the antepenultimate lap, as Xia Shumang exited the muddy path, another blue motorcycle overtook him. Such recklessness. Xia Shumang kept his focus ahead, noting the blue motorcycle gesturing mockingly at him after passing. Even the racing god is not invincible. Xia Shumang now occupied 5th place. In the penultimate lap, spectators began to emerge from indoors. The most thrilling portion was about to begin. The blue motorcycle consistently remained ahead of Xia Shumang, mirroring his every leftward maneuver. As the 2 motorcycles drew closer, Xia Shumang recognized him, a professional racer who once pursued Yi Mingxin. He was tall and sturdy, his motorcycle bulkier than those of other competitors. While larger motorcycles are less agile in corner overtaking, smaller ones, due to their weight, exhibit greater maneuverability. necessitating a high level of mastery over the track and technique from the rider. Ahead lay two sharp turns, one to the left and one to the right. Zhao Fei had been tailing him for quite some time. If this continued, victory in the race would slip away. Xia Shumang turned his bike to the left, his body brushing against the ground by less than a centimeter, as Zhao Fei seized the opportunity to position himself in front of him. The two motorcycles executed their left turn almost simultaneously. In the fleeting moment that followed, Xia Shumang seized the opportunity and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Zhao Fei was taken aback, overtaking on a bend and then braking. Did he want to be tossed over the edge? As he momentarily lost focus, a black and gold figure flashed past him on the right. After Xia Shumang's abrupt stop, he calculated the angle for the right turn. Zhao Fei thought, what the hell? The two turns were closely spaced. And with Xia Shumang charging forward so aggressively, could he possibly make it? Moreover, there were two motorcycles on the bend. In a mere half a second, as the distance closed, Xia Shumang shifted to the right, his elbow nearly grazing the ground, his entire form almost parallel to the earth. He skillfully maintained a safe speed, pressing the accelerator to overtake Zhang Fei on his right. With a deft application of brakes and subsequent acceleration through the corners, he executed this series of maneuvers with remarkable fluidity in an exceedingly brief span. The two sharp turns. Before Zhang Fei could fully comprehend the situation, Xia Shumang had already opened a gap of 200 meters between them. In his mind, he reached out to the sun, acknowledging that no matter how hard he pursued, he could not catch up. As Xia Shumang began to decelerate, Xiao Lu caught sight of him in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, the vehicle trembled, the tires lost traction in an instant, and it veered off the track. Chosen as the son of God, Xiao Lu's technical prowess had yet to be displayed, and it was his psychological fortitude that crumbled first. In a fleeting moment, Xia Shumang glimpsed Yi Mengxin's red and black motorcycle. The two of them crossed the starting line almost simultaneously. The final lap had arrived, bringing with it the decisive point of the race. Yi Mengxin maintained a lead throughout. Even when she fell to second place, she was quick to reclaim her position. Her strength was undeniably formidable. She consistently stayed ahead of Xia Shumang, and overtaking in the corners was his last opportunity. The aspect in which he excelled, employing the same tactic he used against Zhao Fei, he abruptly braked and then accelerated. Yi Mengxin's reactions were evidently sharper than Zhang Fei's as he prepared to make a right turn. She deftly positioned her motorcycle in front of him. Tilting her head slightly, she signaled to Xia Shumang. His sudden braking was erratic. At times, he would brake consecutively through three corners to confuse her, while at others, he would show no intention of overtaking at all. His actions were indecisive and enigmatic. Yi Mengxin despised such drawn-out tactics, yet she had no choice but to remain vigilant. Xia Shumang was neither hasty nor anxious. Yi Mengxin was left guessing when he might suddenly brake, her attention unwavering. In the final three corners, the treacherous muddy track lay ahead. Once past these sharp turns, Xia Shumang would have little chance to surpass her. She wagered that within these three corners, he would surely brake abruptly to attempt an overtaking maneuver, and she watched each turn with utmost scrutiny. Yet, Xia Shumang displayed no intention of overtaking. After navigating the corner, Yi Mengxin remained in front of him. Did he still have a trump card? In Chapter 37, was he risking it all? Yi Mengxin meticulously slowed down, her speed even exceeding that of the previous laps by 10 miles per hour. Suddenly, she heard the roar of an engine accelerating from her left in her right rearview mirror. She saw a hellish dragon ascend, hurtling towards the finish line. The thunderous sound surged past her. A black and gold figure flashing like the scales of a divine dragon, a blinding yet fierce golden light momentarily dazzling her eyes. Was he truly reckless? As he overtook her, Yi Mengxin's fighting spirit ignited. She slightly increased her speed, closely tailing him. Her teeth clenched tightly, her gaze ablaze with determination. Xia Shumang maintained his speed, not accelerating further. Yi Mengxin, resolutely closing the distance, targeted a small bend ahead, leaning into the turn and shifting right. The front of her motorcycle had already surpassed 2/3 of Xia Shumang's vehicle. Her lips curled into a smile beneath her helmet as she pressed down hard, accelerating just as the bend neared its end. In that precise moment, however, the rear tires suddenly lost grip, the vehicle instantly lost its balance, and Yi Mengxin silently cursed her misfortune. This was a mountainous track, and the front of her motorcycle was perilously aimed at the slope, as if it were about to crash into it at any moment. Xia Shumang's motorcycle was in close proximity to hers, making it all too easy for him to be flung off the track alongside her. The rear wheel skidded violently, and Xia Shumang sensed the fierce trembling of Yi Mengxin's vehicle. In a flash of brilliance, he suddenly released one hand from the handlebars, adjusting the angle of his motorcycle with his left hand while deftly grasping the handlebars of the red and black bike with his right. The entire maneuver took no more than 3 seconds. Goodness, overtaking on a sharp turn and then braking hard. How much faith does he have in his own skills? Did you all see? He even saved my goddess on the muddy bend. Hey upstairs, do you understand psychological warfare? Our goddess despises verbose tactics. His overtaking skills are simply astounding. Whoa, does this young man have a girlfriend? Can I queue up? I agree. I can't find anyone more deserving of our Yijie than him. They should be together. I adore them. I'm shipping them so hard. It was worth staying up all night. But this time, the championship has to belong to Yijie. She is still in the lead in the last kilometer that it's difficult to overtake on a straight track. I don't care. This young man will always be number 1 in my heart. Reconsider. At a certain moment, the engine of the black and gold motorcycle suddenly roared to life, and in the rearview mirror, Yimingxin felt the ferocity of a beast converging upon her once again. Shumang's bike was not stock. He had modified the engine, the motorcycle, with predatory intent, accelerated, gradually inching closer to the rear of her vehicle. She shifted her bike, already at her maximum speed. The black and gold figure drew near, and all Yimingxin could do was watch as he approached. The front of his bike was nearly level with hers. Suddenly, against the backdrop of the dim and shadowy racetrack, a delicate pink scarf fluttered out from his pocket. Pink. A striking pink scarf appeared against the cool black and gold motorcycle attire, even more eye-catching than a slight flaw on a priceless jade. As the pink scarf billowed out, the crowd erupted. Nearly 1,000 people roared, a tidal wave of sound rising and falling in unison. The cheers nearly drowned out the roar of the motorcycle engines, with some even stripping off their shirts to shout in the open air. From the second-floor window, Guy leaned against the glass, having witnessed the entire race. She hadn't slept a wink all night, her emotions rising and falling in tandem with Shumang's movements. That scarf should have been with her. She had no idea when he had taken her scarf and pinned it to himself. On the track, just 100 meters from the finish line, Shumang's motorcycle was on the verge of overtaking Yimingxin. He held his breath, his gaze intense. With a swoosh, the two motorcycles surged past the finish line almost simultaneously. To the naked eye, it was impossible to discern the victor. The back-end data was immediately processed for amplification, with results awaiting announcement. After a night of wind, the moment he dismounted, he nearly collapsed. He fought against his weary body, taking stiff steps into the lounge. The lounge was a 10-minute walk from the spectator area, and the instant Shumang crossed the finish line, Guyu dashed from the window to the black leather sofa. When Lushi and Guyu arrived here, he had already succumbed to slumber, sprawled languidly across the sofa. Guyu vigorously slapped his face, attempting to rouse him from his otherworldly dreams. Brother, wake up and take me to the lounge. Lushi, with his puffy eyes still drooping, remained in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. What on earth? Guyu excitedly repeated. We need to go to the lounge to find Shumang. Only then did Lushi come to the realization that he was indeed at Wei when he glanced at the small television in the club, which was currently displaying the beginning of the match. Marked with 5 prominent red crosses, Lushi's mind was still clouded. Had Shumang finally met his demise? Guyu, not fully comprehending his words, grasped Lushi's right wrist with both hands, exerting all her strength in an attempt to hoist her 150-pound brother upright, resembling someone trying to lift a large pet dog. Hurry. Reluctantly, Lushi donned his jacket and followed Guyu out of the club. Between the audience stands and the lounge lay a garden, its winding paths intricately paved with cobblestones, which felt quite refreshing underfoot. Lushi ambled ahead, hands buried in the pockets of his windbreaker, swaying slightly as he walked. The chilly, bracing winds of the early morning lashed against his face, fully awakening him. His sister fancied Shumang. How could she possibly harbor such feelings? What merit did Shumang possess to deserve her affection? Blast it! Who laid this path? It vexed him immensely. He turned at every bend, the large characters of lounge looming before him. Yet he found himself unable to reach it. The journey of 10 minutes transformed into a grueling half-hour walk. That Guyu sensed something amiss and called out to him. Brother! Lushi turned his head. What is it? Are you taking the long way around? Lushi, with the innocence of a lotus flower, replied. No, not at all. He began to fabricate a fib. It's been a while since I came here. I've forgotten a bit. Just then, a passerby approached, and Guyu stopped to inquire for directions before heading off in a different direction with her pink paper bag. Ignoring him, Guyu felt a tinge of anger. Shumang must be freezing, and her brother was deliberately taking the long route. What if he caught a chill? Following the correct path, Guyu reached the lounge entrance in under 5 minutes. Inside, the competition results had been announced. Xia Shumang had triumphed over Yu Mingxin by a mere 0.88 seconds. A gathering of 8 or 9 club members surrounded Xia Shumang, who was seated in the center of a blue fabric sofa. Basking in the accolades. 35 minutes had elapsed since the end of the match, yet Guyu had not yet arrived. Everyone remained enraptured in the euphoria of the recent competition, with Xia Shumang responding to each congratulatory remark, albeit with a lack of genuine interest. Would Guyu have fallen asleep? She worried, sensing her body was ready to move, and prepared to rise in search of her. Just as she stood, a sweet voice, reminiscent of lemon candy, rang out. Xia Shumang. Xia Shumang, still not fully recovered, collapsed back onto the sofa, completely overwhelmed by Guyu's sudden embrace. Chapter 38. One person competing against us. Xia Shumang's body had warmed up, but Guyu, bringing a gust of cold air, rushed in. He steadied her, and the girl's voice sparkled with a hint of delight. Are you cold? While others are preoccupied with the performance of Xia Shumang, she alone is concerned about his well-being after the competition. He lifts his slightly pale lips and firmly grasps her shoulders, claiming, despite having been warmed by the breeze for half an hour, that he is cold. Guyu rises from beside him, having discarded the pink paper bag she had just brought at the foot of the sofa. As she rummages through the bag, she declares, I bought you many warm items. One by one, she presents them. Pink gloves, a pink scarf, and pink heat packs. The brows of everyone present furrow in unison, exchanging glances. Who is this girl? Why is she so boldly affectionate? Clad in a black and gold racing suit, she seems entirely mismatched. Guyu sees nothing amiss. Pink is the most appealing color she could find at the club's supermarket. The alternatives, green, red, blue, evoked images of mechanics. She takes Xia Shumang's hand and slips a rubbery pink glove onto him, an act that feels entirely harmonious. Once adorned, fearing he might be cold, Guyu cradles his hand in hers, blowing gently upon it. Let me warm you up. You won't feel cold for long. This girl is utterly adorable. She cradles Xia Shumang's fingers, which are as delicate as orchids, slender and tender, their skin so soft it seems to exude moisture. Even more tender than a boiled egg. Xia Shumang's gaze drops, observing the girl's cheeks, which are plump and rosy, her lips pouting and glistening like a ripe peach, seemingly on the brink of releasing nectar. At that moment, someone sourly inquires, Shugu, who is this cute girl? Xia Shumang's eyes are nearly glued to Guyu, a soft bundle that makes him long to hold her close. Suddenly, Lu Shiha, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjects, what is going on here? Are the 3 heaters in this room blowing directly at your dog faces? He seems to have emerged from nowhere, abruptly positioning himself as a barrier between Guyu and Xia Shumang, arms forming a protective wall around Guyu. This is my sister. Guyu feels entirely cornered by him. A blonde youth lounges in his chair, arms crossed behind his head, remarking, Boss, do you understand what ambience means? While they are lost in each other, we hardly dared to speak, and you just barged in. Another voice chimes in, Boss, are you trying to steal love just because the girl is cute? It seems the second boss is intent on challenging Shu Ji's position. Is he under some misapprehension about his own abilities? His entire self seems to be misunderstood. The comments become increasingly absurd. Lu Shiha's irritation surges, blood rushing to his head. He raises his voice. This is truly my sister. Fearing disbelief, he slightly releases Guyu, allowing a glimpse of her to the others. He leans down, asking, Tell me, am I not your brother? Guyu remembers how he had deliberately taken a detour earlier and shifts away from Lu Shia, her soft voice emerging. I don't know him. Lu Shia's voice catches. As if stuck in a bitter throat, he opens his mouth but finds himself at a loss for words. No. Guyu inches further away. I've never seen you before. Why are you holding me? She turns her face away, evoking a sense of a delicate maiden feeling violated. Although the members of the motorcycle club may appear quite eccentric and often don a rather ostentatious style, this does not hinder their willingness to act justly and strive to become the torchbearers of socialism, embodying the ideals, aspirations, and ambitions of the new era's exemplary youth. Huang Mao was the first to raise the fluttering red flag, exclaiming, Second boss, your lack of righteousness is shameful. Even the young lady is not spared. Before Lu Shiha could utter a word, Huang Mao exchanged glances with a few comrades. In the next moment, several towering men, one approaching from the left and another from the right, seized Lu Shiha's limbs and hoisted him high into the air. Let us proceed, boss. This place is unfit for your presence. Lu Shiha's gaze swiftly shifted to the gleaming ceiling above, and he howled in despair, but his cries went unheard. Yi Mingxin, with her right hand clutching a helmet, had just reached the doorway. Upon witnessing the scene, she quickly pressed herself against the glass door, graciously allowing Lucia's entourage to pass. Once they departed, Yimingxin inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Xia Shumang replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps they are courting disaster." As Lucia was carried away, Xia Shumang rose to pour himself a cup of hot water in the break room, where he spotted a jar of Lucia's prized black goji berries from Qinghai. He took the jar down, inhaling the aroma of health and wellness. After a thorough examination, he poured a few berries into a transparent cup, watching as the crystalline hot water transformed, revealing numerous threads of blue and purple. Yimingxin had already changed out of her motorcycle attire, her waist-length hair tied into a high ponytail, clad in a vibrant red tracksuit that infused her spirit with a touch of vigor. She leaned against the sofa, remarking, "I must admit, I owe you a favor this time." The black goji berries from Lucia possessed a sweet and sour flavor, followed by a subtle ink-like fragrance. Xia Shumang wrinkled his nose and returned to the break room, lifting his teacup as the inky liquid cascaded down. He decided to discard Lucia's black goji berries, thinking to himself that he was still young and had no need for them. Wearing pink gloves, as he raised the teacup, the pink scarf adorning his chest suddenly slipped down, draping over his left side. In the break room, a tall and robust figure, dressed in a striking golden-black ensemble, was accentuated by three charming pink embellishments, an oddly harmonious sight. Outside, the award ceremony's podium had already been erected. At a 4:15 in the morning, the roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. The trophy for this event was a substantial lotus leaf design, weighing an impressive 2 kilograms. Xia Shumang walked from the lounge towards the podium, and upon his appearance, the audience erupted in fervor. Even more so than before, besides securing first place in the competition, what ignited the audience's passion was the pink scarf draped across his chest and the matching pink gloves on his hands. Amidst the cheers and screams, he received the trophy, a magnificent golden lotus leaf. With the competition nearing its conclusion, the motorcycle riders were utterly exhausted, having spent an entire night with their devoted fans. The residual excitement would only ferment until the following day. Just as he descended from the podium, Zhao Fei swaggered forward, donning a helmet nearly as large as his own head, boldly addressing the crowd. "Who among you wishes to see 2 generations of motorcycle legends compete once more?" The crowd erupted into a frenzy at his words. The individuals on the podium shot icy glares in his direction. As the provocateur seemed to relish in stirring the pot, they competed throughout the night, their endurance and energy severely strained. Yimingxin, a woman of breathtaking beauty, was also more oblivious to reason than others. Zhao Fei's family was in the lingerie business, the largest manufacturer in East China, with statistics showing that for every 10 pairs of underwear sold in the country, one was produced by his family. He desired to pursue Yimingxin, but she practiced martial arts and had a police officer as a rumored boyfriend. He had once been apprehended by the law, resulting in considerable punishment from his father. Yimingxin took a few steps forward, while Xia Shumang gestured for her to remain composed. He raised his chin slightly, exuding both arrogance and disdain, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Fei had no particular agenda today. He simply wished to stir trouble. Since both racing prodigies were present, why not engage in another competition to broaden their horizons? The implication was clear. Without a racetrack, no contest could take place. Zhao Fei's robust voice resonated. "It's only 4:30. 2 laps are more than sufficient. What's there to compare in running laps? Didn't we just compete?" A member of the atmosphere crew interjected. Zhao Fei was evidently prepared, retorting, "Of course, we need something fresh." He advanced a couple of steps, radiating an inexplicable confidence, declaring, "This time, we'll have 2 people on a motorcycle." Motorcycle racing regulations stipulated that only 1 person could ride per bike, and their design accommodated only a single rider. Having 2 individuals on 1 bike would be rather cramped, and any slight shift from the passenger during a turn could lead to a high risk of tipping over. 2 riders on a single motorcycle effectively meant 4 competitors. This innovative format had never been attempted before in the club, sure to ignite the audience's enthusiasm. Amidst the crowd, a member of the atmosphere crew caught Yimingxin's cold gaze. He was one of Zhao Fei's dubious friends. With irritation, she remarked, "If you want to court disaster, do it yourself." "Darling, how can this be considered courting disaster?" he retorted, implying that he had nearly fallen moments ago. He flashed a repugnant grin. "Afraid? Are we?" The tactic of provocation was quite effective on Yimingxin, yet she was not foolish. Falling for his trick under such circumstances was no different from being dim-witted. His term of endearment made her feel nauseous, as if she might regurgitate her last meal. Xia Shumang twisted his gloves, the pink scarf at his chest fluttering in the wind. His expression was inscrutable. Typically, this half-smile indicated he was plotting something devious. With a voice as cold as the dawn breeze, he proposed, "We can engage in another round, but on one condition." Zhao Fei paused, surprised by their unexpected willingness to accept. Faced with this sudden challenge, he inquired, "What condition?" Shumang articulated each word with precision, resonating like ancient bells in the crisp morning air. "You, alone, against us?" Almost instinctively, Zhao Fei shouted, "That's unfair." Both Shumang and Yi Mingxin possessed racing skills that could easily outclass him. Racing against them was akin to a student at the bottom of the class competing with the top three. The outcome was predictably one-sided. Shumang stipulated, "I can grant you a quarter of the distance." In a two-lap race, granting him a quarter meant giving away half of the track. Shumang's overtaking technique is nothing short of extraordinary. How could one surpass Zhao Fei with a 15-kilometer gap? "It's possible. I will compete against you all." Just as he contemplated turning away, Shumang called out to him, "Hold on." Zhao Fei halted, and Shumang, with an unhurried demeanor, proposed, "Let us add another condition to the race. If you lose, you must unconditionally fulfill one request of ours." "And what if you lose?" Zhao Fei inquired. "The same applies." The deal was struck. Shumang strode confidently down from the podium, while Zhao Fei, feeling a pang of apprehension, recalled a certain incident. Who knows what other tricks Shumang might have up his sleeve? "Wait. Both of you must surpass me for it to count as a victory," he added to Yi Mingxin, with her fox-like eyes slightly narrowed in disdain. Retorted, "What makes you think you possess the ability to defeat me? In any case, it doesn't matter. One victory alone won't suffice. Both of you must surpass me, or else, what right do you have to call yourselves the car gods? Regardless of whether she is deemed a car god, you are not even worthy of polishing her shoes." At that moment, a man clad in a black leather jacket appeared before the podium. He sported a head of blue-black short hair that matched the color of his eyebrows. His voice was more boisterous than Shumang's, laced with a teasing tone. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Mingxin involuntarily shivered. Feng Lang stepped forward, positioning himself beside Yi Mingxin, his hand instinctively reaching toward his lower back. Zhao Fei's heart tightened. It was this very policeman who had once pointed a gun at him, ultimately leading to his being bound and taken to the police station. To his astonishment, his wealthy father had not come to his rescue that time, leaving him to languish in confinement for an entire month. The sight of Feng Lang sent shivers down Zhao Fei's spine. Feng Lang's feigned actions successfully intimidated Zhao Fei, who took 2 steps back, uncertain whether Feng Lang's visit was a heroic rescue or an act of justice. He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. A motorcycle stood before Feng Lang, conveniently positioned beside Zhao Fei. He swung a leg over it, resting his right elbow on his knee, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his back pocket. Skillfully pinching a cigarette between his right index and middle fingers, he held the lit end toward Zhao Fei. "If I were to say that Yi Mingxin won't compete today, would you have any objections?" It was unclear what relation this person had with Yi Mingxin, but he was certainly someone Zhao Fei could not afford to offend. With a forced smile, Zhang Fei replied, "Feng, I have no objections." "How could I possibly have any?" Feng Lang's gaze then focused on Zhang Fei, his unoccupied hand ruffling Zhang Fei's hair as he affirmed, "Yes, very well." Turning away, his attention finally landed on the individual who had brought him here. And as he passed by Yi Mingxin, he left her with a commanding, "Come here." Chapter 39. He takes her away. Zhao Fei's original plan had been to witness Yi Mingxin and Shumang humiliated. But at this moment, Yi Mingxin was being led away by that policeman, while Shumang might very well have some grand scheme in mind. As he departed from the podium, Zhao Fei felt his legs weaken uncontrollably. Surely, he wouldn't truly fall victim to Shumang this time. Moreover, how much did Feng Lang know about his previous illegal dealings? Anxiety gripped him as he sought desperately to identify which unscrupulous individual had sold him black goji berries at an exorbitant price of 180 per pound. Aside from his own state of disarray, everyone else was engrossed in a singular question. Who would participate in the competition alongside Shuj? The 2 motorcycles would need to be replaced with heavy-duty ones. The club had no shortage of large vehicles, yet accommodating 2 burly men seemed rather incongruous. Collaborating in competitions necessitates a profound trust in the drivers. One must have unwavering faith in their every action, for even the slightest misstep can lead to catastrophic consequences. Among those present, no one harbored doubts about Shumang's prowess. Yet to entrust one's life entirely to another, to place oneself in their hands, was a leap few were willing to take. How about Tiger Tooth? He's short, the smallest man in our club. The man unexpectedly called out found himself under a barrage of scrutiny, and with indignation. He retorted, "Zhang Lei, who are you calling small? Don't look down on me. If you have the guts, let us compare in the restroom." Zhang Lei was the very one who had dragged Lu Shi out earlier. His hair a striking yellow. Conversations among men often lack embellishment, and they seemed to forget the presence of a young lady among them. Gu, seated at the back, felt her cheeks flush. "Hey, you two. Stop fooling around. We're discussing serious matters," he admonished with a serious tone. "Tiger Tooth, think it over. You are the most suitable here." Tiger Tooth clutched a cushion protectively, exclaiming, "I can't do it. I can't," though a member of the club and capable of riding a motorcycle. His motivation was purely to show off. His actual role was in back-end operations, entirely unrelated to motorcycles. Zhang Lei gave his forehead a light tap, insisting, "A man should never admit defeat. Tiger Tooth, don't be a coward. Go for it." Yet, Tiger Tooth truly lacked the courage. No. A man must know when to yield, and I cannot do it. When pressed further, he finally confessed, stammering to articulate his thoughts. "Well, to be honest, I suffer from motion sickness. I feel nauseous and want to vomit. If I throw up on Shuj, will you wash his clothes for him?" Silence enveloped the room. If a suitable candidate could not be found, the success rate of the competition would diminish by a significant margin. Guyu had been listening intently, remaining silent like a mere shadow as Lu Shi and others sat at the outer edge on tall stools. "How about I give it a try?" Her voice was soft, yet every person present heard her clearly. A circle of gazes turned in unison towards Guyu, and Zhang Lei felt uneasy about the situation. He addressed her, "Little sister, this is no laughing matter. It could be life-threatening." Guyu replied gently, "Isn't it just about holding onto the person in front tightly, doing nothing, and not moving? I can manage that." With her petite frame, she wouldn't occupy much space on the motorcycle. As long as she remained still, the heavy motorcycle could treat her and the rider as one entity. While the idea was sound, the fragility of Guyu seemed incompatible with the exhilarating and weightless nature of racing. Finally, after a long silence, Shumang spoke up, "I'll take her." Inside the women's changing room, Yimingxin was currently crouched down, searching for the racing outfit Guyu would wear. Guyu sat in the center of a rectangular leather sofa, her hands resting on her knees. "Found it," Yimingxin exclaimed as she retrieved the smallest racing suit from a pile of black spandex garments. As she walked, unwrapping the dust cover, she murmured, "This was the first motorcycle outfit I bought in high school. It should fit you just right. Give it a T or Y. Guyu accepted the outfit, expressing her gratitude with a simple thank you. The motorcycle outfit is a one-piece suit, and this is the first time Guyu is wearing it. After much contemplation, she finally discovers the correct way to don it in the changing room. There are only the two of them. Guyu removes her outer jacket and sweater, revealing a cinnamon-hued tank top beneath. From the corner of her eye, she notices herself facing Yimingxin, and after a few seconds, she silently turns away. While Yimingxin leans against the iron cabinet, arms crossed, one foot propped against the wall, and can't help but smile at the scene. After suppressing her laughter, Yimingxin suddenly inquires, "Have you ever ridden a motorcycle before?" "I've sat on one, but never ridden," Guyu replies as she slips her legs into the outfit. Rising to her feet, the suit features a back zipper that she cannot manage alone, prompting Yimingxin to step away from the cabinet and assist her. "Oh, you trust Shumang this much?" She finds the zipper and carefully pulls it up from behind. Guyu softly responds with a nasal tone, Why?" The girl, now clad in the form-fitting attire, fully reveals her previously concealed figure. The suit clings tightly to her skin, accentuating her slender legs and her notably ample chest. Despite her petite build, the tight outfit makes her appear even smaller. Yimingxin glances down from the nape of Guyu's neck and is surprised to find that she possesses a C cup. Faced with Yimingxin's question, Guyu struggles to articulate a precise reason, yet she knows she is the most suitable partner for racing alongside Shumang. Her eyelashes flutter lightly, her voice bright, akin to a refreshing spring in the scorching desert, for he is bound to WIN at 4:50 in the morning. Two heavy motorcycles are stationed at the starting line of the track. Guyu is firmly pressed against Shumang's back, having been advised by Yimingxin numerous times to trust the person before her, no matter the circumstances, when unexpected events arise. Her actions could significantly affect the rider's anticipation of impending danger. Once the motorcycles set off, there is no room for reconsideration, nor any path to retreat. The person ahead is your master. He will lead you in search of light and victory. Just before departing, Guyu suddenly halts, gripping the door handle, and turns to ask, "Mingxinjie, have you ever believed in someone this much?" I once did not believe in anyone to such an extent, but later, he nearly vanished from my world. Zhao Fei's physique is already bulky, and he has a hefty passenger of 175 centimeters sitting behind him. Two spherical forms pressed down on the motorcycle, causing the wheels to subtly sink in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye. All four of them don helmets, with Zhao Fei's particularly large. As he passes by Shumang, his helmet reveals a pair of chubby eyes through the windshield. He sets off early towards the halfway mark of the race. The snowfall in Dihai paused for a few hours in the early morning, but suddenly intensified, accompanied by a light drizzle. The inclement weather adds considerable difficulty to the race. Zhao Fei has already reached his destination, where the referee is preparing to signal the start. In the midst of the rain and snow, fine strands of rain coalesce into lines that cascade down the helmet. Gu tightly closes her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Shumang's waist. He can distinctly feel two slender arms encircling him, while Guyu's chest presses closely against his back. There is a particular area that feels soft, its texture markedly different from the rest. In the early morning of the rain and snow, the temperature drops a few degrees. Shumang, however, felt no chill whatsoever. The warm, soft sensation ignited a fervor within his spine and sent his blood boiling. At that moment, the referee suddenly issued the start command through the earpiece. Simultaneously, everyone noticed that Shumang had not moved at all. He had already ceded half the track to Zhang Fei, and now he was late to start. The audience was left in utter confusion, for Shumang's departure came a full 3 seconds after the referee's command. What on earth was happening to him? In the lounge, Yimingxin, who was closely monitoring the event, witnessed the entire scene unfold before her eyes. She suddenly let out a cold laugh. Men, with such limited aspirations. Chapter 40. You are no longer pure. Shumang's current state of mind resembled that of someone who had lost sleep and felt disoriented. Frankly, he was quite fatigued. After a night of intense focus, he nearly kissed the ground upon dismounting his motorcycle. Zhao Fei, that fool, had suddenly declared he wanted to race. The bitterness gnawed at him, to the point where he was late to start. Yet it mattered little, even if he allowed that imbecile an extra 10 minutes. Zhao Fei would hardly stand a chance against him. The drizzle continued to fall incessantly, melancholic like Dayu. Before getting on the bike, Shumang advised Guyu to poke him in the stomach if she felt unwell. His speed was not lacking, yet Guyu had yet to signal him. The fog was not too thick, and as the motorcycle made a smooth turn, it was no surprise that Zhao Fei's clumsy machine was firmly stalled on the track. The term track hardly sufficed to describe the ground beneath Zhao Fei's tires. The rain fell like needles, and the yellow earth had transformed into a semi-melted toffee. Zhao Fei and the 175, both massive in size, were caught in a passionate embrace with the rainwater acting as a catalyst, rendering his broken motorcycle utterly immobile. Guyu's world, from the moment she mounted Shumang's bike, was reduced to the sound of rushing wind and enveloping darkness. Wearing Yimingxin's helmet, everything seemed harmonious despite the relative displacement of objects. Suddenly, when Shumang applied the brakes, the rushing sound ceased, and Guyu realized that he had come to a stop. Hey! Shumang called out to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei twisted his body, and not far away on the asphalt road, Shumang's black and gold motorcycle stood firmly at a distance. He cursed inwardly that a wave of humiliation and disgrace flooded his thoughts. Shumang had given him half a lap, and yet he had not even begun. He glanced over, and his black and gold motorcycle seemed to exude an air of mockery. They were not far apart. Zhao Fei's keen eyes clearly caught sight of a small head peeking out behind Shumang, as Guyu's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately settling on a look of utter folly directed at him. Zhao Fei remained silent, yet Shumang had a rough idea of what was going on, with the cold wind no longer hitting his face. His drowsiness intensified. He rolled down the windshield, his voice laced with a lazy disdain. Brother, show some respect for your opponent. Zhao Fei's eyes bulged with rage, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Yet he found himself restrained by the cumbersome protective gear, making movement a challenge. He couldn't even see the ground beneath his bike. He kicked backward a few times, but the motorcycle remained stubbornly still. Zhao Fei, should I get off first? 175 suggested, a hint of concern in his voice. Get lost? As his words lingered in the air, a sleek black and gold motorcycle whizzed past them, sending a spray of earth into the air that gracefully traced the trajectory of a sine wave. Landing squarely upon Zhao Fei's windshield. Gu couldn't resist glancing back. The helmet provided excellent sound insulation, yet she still heard Zhao Fei utter some rather inappropriate invectives concerning certain anatomy in his ancestral lineage. When the second lap rolled around, Zhao Fei and 175 were pushing their cumbersome motorcycle, preparing to navigate out of the muddy terrain. Both were covered head to toe in varying shades of mud, with not a single clean spot below their knees. This race had started with great promise, but had descended into a predictable outcome. Victory or defeat was entirely foregone. He removed Gu Yu's helmet, and as it detached from her head, she heard a sound reminiscent of a cork popping from a wine bottle. Could it be that her head was larger than Yimingxin's? This thought plagued her until they reached the lounge. In contrast, Lu Shihe leaned against the brick wall, arms crossed, exuding an air of knowing everything. As Xia Shumang and Gu Yu entered, Lu Shihe obstructed Xia Shumang's path, saying, "I have something to say." Xia Shumang responded, "Did you, by any chance, tamper with my goji berries?" Xia Shumang quickly confessed, "I did." Lu Shihe's expression confirmed his suspicions. "I knew it was you. To catch that thief, I rewound tonight's surveillance footage twice." As Xia Shumang walked past him, he remarked, "You certainly have too much time on your hands." He plopped down on the sofa, immediately surrounded by a gaggle of sycophantic followers. Zhang Lei maintained his usual reverse-seated posture. "Brother Shu, did you calculate that half of the route would land us in the mud?" We saw Zhang Fei on the monitor, utterly dumbfounded by the mud. "It was hilarious," someone chimed in, his face turned green. "Did he dig his own grave? Is he that foolish? Yet, Brother Shu, how did you predict it would rain at this hour? If it hadn't rained, starting on the ground wouldn't have posed any issues. The distance could be estimated. Could one really expect divine intervention in such matters, bribing the heavens with red envelopes and Mount I?" Xia Shumang reclined, adopting the demeanor of someone about to deliver an international lecture, prompting his followers to lean in, fearful that such divine revelations might be misinterpreted. As he surveyed the room, a smirk crept onto his face. Clearing his throat, he prepared to mock them, not to put too fine a point on it. But his followers leaned in closer. Do none of you check the weather forecast? At the beginning of January at Dehai University, each face bore the marks of busyness, studiousness, and the pride of being exemplary young pioneers. Especially Li Xiang, who was studying literature to the point of nearly losing her hair. Lying in bed, she attempted for the third time to restart her computer, ultimately failing once more. Gu lay on her bed, a copy of New Horizons College English 1 before her, legs crossed, and propped up on her elbows as she read. Li Xiang finally reached her breaking point, exclaiming, "Oh God, what have I done to deserve this torment?" She turned to observe Gu Yu, suddenly rolling over with the same gesture. Gu, what are you reading? English. Li Xiang pondered for a moment, realizing that the English exam was on the last day. "Why don't you read a history of Chinese literature first?" "Gu Yu, I've memorized all of that. But let's focus on English for now. Engaging in conversation with a top student is exhausting. Not only do I feel like I'm constantly under scrutiny, but it's also easy to suffer emotional wounds." Li Xiang has been studying for about 3 hours, and from the very moment she picked up her book, Gu Yu has been immersed in English. However, when Li Xiang glanced over, she noticed Gu Yu was still flipping through the first page. Gu, why are you still memorizing vocabulary? The teacher said there is only one question from the first unit. Gu Yu suddenly realized, her tone remaining quite nonchalant. "Oh, I see." She flipped a few pages back, landing on the second unit. Changing her posture, Gu Yu stacked her small fists together, resting her chin atop them. Li Xiang confirmed 3 times before she was certain that Gu Yu was indeed daydreaming. Gu, the second unit 1 to be tested. "Huh?" Gu Yu nodded and, with wide eyes, inquired, "Then what will be tested?" Yet today, she was acting rather peculiarly, drifting off during her review. She had misremembered all the key points. Gu lowered her fist from her chin and pressed her cheek against the bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Observing this, Li Xiang decided to climb from her own bed to Gu Yu's. They maintained the same prone position, with Gu Yu's head facing away from her. Li Xiang peered forward, noticing Gu Yu lying completely still. Gu Xiaoyu, the class monitor shared the key points in the group chat yesterday. Did you even look at them? The response was a profound silence. Li Xiang, ever enthusiastic, intended to carry on the admirable tradition of helping others exemplified by Uncle Lei Feng. The teacher mentioned that this time, only 30% of the English exam would come from the book, while the remainder would consist of reading and writing, which carry significant weight. As she flipped through Gu Yu's English book, she discovered that not even her name was inscribed within. The entire book appeared brand new, with pages so pristine they could easily cut her fingers. Why don't you take notes in class? She remarked, doodling key points in Gu Yu's book with her pen. Perhaps you should start with the history of literature. The teacher hasn't provided any key points, and you'll need to memorize the entire book. In truth, I believe we don't need to memorize so much. Last year as seniors mentioned that the grading was quite lenient. What if I jot down some notes to bring with me? Or that you could no longer tolerate Li Xiang's incessant chatter. Her hair clung to her face, and she abruptly lifted her head. Li Xiang, caught off guard by Gu Yu's disheveled appearance, was momentarily startled. Xiang, I'm so tired. Let me sleep for a bit. With that, she buried her head into the bed, falling silent. Li Xiang, intrigued, asked, Are you off to plant rice? Why do you look so exhausted? Gu Yu's voice emerged muffled and hoarse from beneath the pillow. I wasn't planting rice. I went to watch the cow race. Huh? Li Xiang questioned. Who were you with last night? Shumang him. Li Xiang's anxiety eased for a brief moment, only to suddenly recall something and exclaimed, Ah! Gu Yu, having endured a sleepless night, now felt her mind clouded. After a moment of contemplation, she muttered, Oh, I suppose so. Gu Yu, how could you? You're no longer innocent. Chapter 41. I wish to spend the new year with you. This year's Lunar New Year approaches with remarkable haste, prompting Dehai University to commence winter break a week earlier than usual. Following the completion of the final English examination, the counselor convened a brief meeting for all students in the College of Arts. Li Xiang succinctly summarized the instructor's remarks. First, prioritize safety. Second, safeguard personal belongings. Third, ensure personal safety. Beyond these points, the most significant information pertained to new reforms regarding graduation requirements within the College of Arts. In a bid to cultivate a new generation of individuals who are idealistic, ambitious, responsible, daring to challenge outdated paradigms, innovative, and well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development, Dehai University mandates that every student in the College of Arts must accrue a minimum of 4 science credits prior to graduation. The counselor stressed that students could log onto the university's official website to enroll in tangible science courses, each worth 2 credits, which must be completed before their senior year. Failure to do so would result in ineligibility for graduation. As soon as the words left the counselor's lips, the auditorium erupted into a cacophony of discontent. Was not the choice to study the arts initially made to evade the rigors of the sciences? What is a blessing may not be, and what is a misfortune cannot be avoided. Indeed, this adage proved to be prophetic. In an instant, the dormitory was left with only Gu Yu. The once lively 4-person room now felt eerily desolate. And sitting alone on her bed, she experienced a tinge of loneliness. True to Jiang Man's character, Gu Yu turned off her phone after sending a message. She had no desire to engage in a quarrel with Jiang Man. She was gentle with everyone, yet faced with Jiang Man, a rebellious sentiment always surged within her. Having just celebrated New Year's Day, every street lamp along Dehai Avenue was adorned with vibrant red lanterns, the fiery hue symbolizing the imminent arrival of this annual festive occasion. The first day she arrived at Dehai was along this very street. Gu Jiasua's renowned artwork titled Clearwater Buffalo is a striking ink wash painting. The foreground features a black water buffalo grazing, while the background is bathed in the warm golden hues of a sunset. The stark contrast between the verdant grass and the evening glow has garnered acclaim from art critics, who laud it as one of the most celebrated color combinations in contemporary Chinese art. Standing before a colossal sign, the glaring lights illuminated her face, yet you could discern no merits in the color palette of the painting. Since the motorcycle race, Shumang had not made another appearance. According to reliable sources from Lu Shi, he had gone for intensive training. She recalled that Shumang's home was in the capital. In a sense, they belonged to the same ilk. Just ahead was a shop selling rice dumplings, and Gu Yu stepped inside to order one, then crossed the street to KFC for a cup of milk tea. The final exams spanned 2 weeks, and tomorrow marked the day of campus lockdown. Some grades had already been released. Aside from English, which was still being graded, Gu Yu ranked second in the entire college in terms of GPA. Her physical education scores were subpar, dragging down her overall performance. The rice dumpling, enhanced with crispy skin, offered a delightful fusion of its fragrant crunch and the soft, glutinous rice that danced upon her palate. After savoring the last bite, she felt somewhat full. Sighing softly, she closed the grades page. The door to KFC swung open with considerable force, and it took her considerable effort to push it aside. Suddenly, a sense of ease washed over her as someone held the door open for her. Before she could express her gratitude, Guy was greeted by a wafting scent of fresh mango. She raised her gaze, and indeed, it was Shumang. Today, he donned a maroon sweater paired with a gray woolen coat. Naturally fair-skinned, the deep red hue enhanced his soft elegance. Shumang had been exceedingly busy lately. His frequent requests for leave had caused him to miss numerous boarding opportunities. Over the past month, he had spent the majority of his time soaring through the skies, the erratic time zones and climatic shifts, coupled with the significant temperature variations between morning and evening, had unfortunately left him with a cold. Today, he finally had a moment to spare and stepped out to purchase some medicine, adjacent to KFC. A newly opened Thai mango establishment caught his attention. The floor was adorned with gray and gold marbled tiles, and to the left of the entrance stood a half-opened black cash register. The interior was suffused with warm orange-yellow tones, and the tables and chairs were crafted from imported Zongbong rosewood. True to his name, Shumang seemed to have a fondness for mangoes, as he always carried a fruity fragrance about him. And the character for mango was present in his name. When would the school be closing its gates? Shumang ordered a cup of mango juice, inserted a straw, and handed it to Guyu. Tomorrow afternoon. Have you decided where to go? Shumang nodded, remaining silent. After a brief moment of quiet, Guyu had nearly finished her mango juice when she inquired, "Why are you called Shumang?" He curved his lips into a faint smile, explaining with a hint of humor, "I was born on the day of the Grain and Ear Festival in the lunar calendar. My mother liked it. So that's what I was named." Guyu chuckled. "I was born on the day of Guyu. My father said it was a fitting choice for our surname." Shumang cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse, and remarked, "That's quite lovely." He was not merely flattering. From the very first time he encountered the name Guyu, it felt strikingly familiar. After Guyu spoke, a sense of melancholy washed over her. She had spent much of her time alone, and since entering university, she had almost always been with Li Xiang. Now, with those around her suddenly gone, she felt an emptiness settle in her heart. This was the second time today that Gu Jiazhao had been mentioned. Gu Jiazhao was not particularly kind to Guyu, failing to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. His days were consumed solely by painting. Often cloistered in his room for hours, lost in inspiration while Guyu went hungry on several occasions. Eventually, she stopped expecting him to prepare meals regularly. Instant noodles became her most frequent sustenance. During the summer, she found herself averse to instant noodles, instead sneaking into the neighbor's watermelon field to carry back a large watermelon, slicing it in half to enjoy with steamed buns. She often pondered whether her skinny frame was a result of her childhood diet of watermelon and buns, leading to malnutrition. However, she preferred to avoid such thoughts and promptly changed the subject. Shumang, do you truly not want the trophy from the motorcycle race? After the competition, Shumang had gifted the trophy to Guyu, stating, "I figured your dorm could use a fruit platter." It felt rather odd to use a trophy, earned through a night of hard work, as a mere fruit dish. Shumang cleared his throat again and said, "It's all right. If you find it too small, I have a larger one." They lingered in the CAF for a while, but as Shumang glanced at the time, he realized he had to depart. A gust of wind swept through as Guyu followed him outside. He used a ride-hailing app to request a taxi for her, the screen indicating that it would arrive in 10 minutes. The temperature was somewhat chilly, and Guyu instinctively shrank her neck, feeling the cold. Just as she was about to rub her hands together, a sudden warmth enveloped her from behind. Shumang had removed his coat and draped it over Guyu's shoulders. She remained still, allowing him to act. His coat was quite long, reaching nearly to her ankles when Guyu put it on. Following the breeze, he called out to her, "Huh?" The warmth instantly enveloped her entire being. In the cold of night, Shumang's voice resonated like the crackling of dry firewood on a snowy evening. "This New Year's Eve, I wish to spend it with you." Chapter 42. I flew over to find you in the end. Guyu declined to stay in D-High. She understood Jiang Man. She was far too ostentatious and assertive. The last time they were at the cemetery, she had restrained much of her temper due to the somber environment, yet still managed to slap Guyu. However, she had not been able to see anyone. Alone in Flower City for half a month, on the day she boarded the high-speed train to the capital, Shumang sent her a photograph that it was of his helicopter pilot's license. Beneath the image was a message. "Recently dined with international flight captains several times. They say the lavender in province only blooms for one season each year, and it is particularly beautiful when in full bloom. Tomorrow summer, I will take you there." Another message popped up. "I'll fly you there," without Lu Shi and the others. Whenever she thought of Shumang, Guyu always felt a peculiar emotion. She was uncertain about the nature of her relationship with him now. She found it difficult to refuse his suggestions, and he frequently introduced her to various fields of interest. When would this thin veil of misunderstanding finally be pierced? It was frustrating. This year, OE recruited 50 interns at D-High, with 2 years of pilot training, and upon passing the assessments, they would directly graduate and join the workforce. The last time Zhou Yu came by, he could probably guess her intentions. The prolonged calm after such a long time without action felt like the eerie stillness before a storm. He and Xiaji would inevitably have a confrontation. In their class group chat, discussions buzzed about the reforms at Dehai University for graduating students. This reform commenced from the first year and had not affected them. Otherwise, the group of engineering students would have surely raised a ruckus. The palette had become somewhat shriveled, and he had been working on this painting for half a month. The canvas measured approximately 2 meters in length and half a meter in width. Entirely filled with sketched characters, today, it was time to add color to them. Shumang remained seated, painting until the dawn of the following day. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Guyu arrived punctually in the capital. Jiang Man had sent someone to pick her up. Although Jiang Man was not particularly fond of her, her grandparents adored her. She did not visit Jiang Man's new home but went directly to her grandparents' house, which was also Jiang Man's intention. During the reunion dinner that evening, Jiang Man and Chen Xing arrived at a leisurely pace. Jiang Man was dressed in white mink, her hair elegantly curled, as if she had just come from some gathering. While Jiang Man changed her shoes, Chen Xing fussed over her, assisting with her clothing and shoes, appearing exceedingly obsequious. Jiang Guwei sat at the head of the table and promptly took his seat upon arrival. Upon seeing Guyu, Jiang Man did not utter a single word but merely sat down, as though this daughter had no relation to her. Once everyone was seated, Jiang Guwei counted the number of attendees and asked Chen Xing, "Why is there one person missing? Wasn't he said that he would be coming?" Chen Xing chuckled. She said he would be here shortly. Guyu paused momentarily. Jiang Guwei nodded, suddenly recalling something, and inquired, "What is it that you all must wait until today to discuss?" Half a month ago, Jiang Man and Chen Shang, the married couple, mentioned that they had something of great importance to discuss. Yet they kept it under wraps until New Year's Eve. Jiang Man stated, "Let us wait until everyone has arrived before we talk." Chen Shang made numerous calls to Lu Xia, ultimately receiving the news that she could not make it. Jiang Guwei, though not particularly fond of his second son-in-law, acknowledged that at least he had a job and that the two families were reasonably well matched, given that his daughter was entering her second marriage. He held no strong objections to her having found a husband like him. If she couldn't come, then so be it, Jiang Guwei thought. Mang, somewhat anxious about the news Jiang Man had mentioned, urged, "Since everyone is here, let's hear it." Jiang Man and Chen Sheng exchanged glances, and Jiang Man cast a lingering look at the absent-minded Guyu before smiling at Mang and Jiang Guwei. Slowly revealing, "I am pregnant," Jiang Guwei exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Mang, still in a state of incredulity, questioned, "Is that really true?" Chen Sheng nodded. "Mom, how could there be any doubt? The hospital's pregnancy report is quite clear." He handed a pregnancy report to Mang. Jiang Guwei had only one daughter, and he cherished lively gatherings in a bustling household. Yet Jiang Man had only given him a granddaughter. All his hopes for future generations were pinned on Guyu. The prospect of more grandchildren brought him immense joy. "Wonderful, wonderful, if you're pregnant, that is splendid news. Ha ha. Who would have thought that at my age, I could still welcome another grandson?" Chen Xing smiled as he embraced Jiang Man. But Mang, being a mother, expressed concern. Man, have you consulted with the doctor? At your age, you are considered a high-risk pregnancy, aren't you?" Jiang Man radiated happiness, replying, "The doctor said I'm in good health. There's no problem." After glancing at Chen Xing, who smiled back at her, she added, "It's all fine, Mom. I've already hired a maternity nurse." Chen Xing interjected, "That's exactly what I meant, with Dad and Mom taking care of Man. I feel much more at ease." Before she could finish her sentence, Guyu could no longer contain herself. She stood up abruptly, causing her chair to skid across the floor, and the fork in her hand clattered loudly onto the plate. Only then did everyone's attention shift to Guyu. Fearing to hurt Guyu's feelings, Jiang Guwei attempted to soften the situation, saying, Nua, your mother can have another little brother for you. This is a joyous occasion. How could they possibly know whether it was a boy or girl after just 2 months of pregnancy? From the moment Jiang Man announced the news, Guyu felt frozen in place. The entire family was engulfed in the joy of new life, with no one inquiring about her feelings. Once, when Gu Jiasu was drunk, he had confided in her, lamenting that when Jiang Guwei learned Guyu was a girl, he had glanced at Jiang Man in the hospital and never returned. At that time, she had not yet grasped the implications of gender preference. When reality brutally tore apart this truth, she realized she felt like an outsider. It was in her sensitivity that she reacted so intensely when forgotten. Guu. What do you mean by that? Jiang Man fumed, uncertain whether her anger was directed at Guyu or if it was a venting of her frustrations towards Gu Jiasu. Guyu stepped back a few paces, exiting the dining room and running out the door. Chen Sheng wished to pursue, but was intercepted by Jiang Man, who advised him to disregard her, claiming that the older one grew. The more unruly they became. Nevertheless, Chen Xing felt it was inappropriate. He sent a message to Lu Shi and requested that he search outside, after running for quite some time beyond the villa district. His legs began to cramp, and it was only then that Guyu came to a halt. The capital was blanketed in heavy snow, which had commenced falling since yesterday, unlike the snow in Dihai. The snow in the capital could accumulate to a height of 10 centimeters. Along the snow-laden roadside, she bent slightly, taking deep breaths, her chest rising and falling, struggling for oxygen. She was uncertain of her destination, merely feeling an overwhelming fatigue and helplessness within her. She yearned to weep, yet found herself unable to do so. Once she had caught her breath, she began to wander aimlessly through the bustling streets of the capital, turning at every bend, reluctant to pause, for she knew that stopping would invite a torrent of chaotic thoughts to overwhelm her mind. 3 hours had elapsed since Lu Shi received Chen Xing's message. Being an international metropolis, where was Lu Shi to search for someone in the capital? These adults truly lacked competence, he thought, kicking a tree in frustration. If someone had fled, one ought to pursue them immediately. In the country, if someone went missing, one would call 911 for assistance. Was that not foolish? With a loud thud, a large volume fell from a book and landed atop Lu Shi's head. Damn it. He swore, having forgotten that it was snowing today. Impatiently brushing the snow from his head, he dialed a number to Xia Shumang. That a few minutes later, Xia Shumang's voice drifted through the phone. So, you never intended to inform Guyu about this? Let us not dwell on that. I called her, but she didn't answer. What should I do? I can't find her. Exhaled, uncertain whether she was aware of his relationship with Chen Shang. Xia Shumang hung up the phone and extricated himself from a pile of paint. Just as he stood up, he received a call from Guyu. The girl's voice, faint and tinged with tears, reached him. Xia Shumang. Where are you? Xia Shumang reassured her. Don't panic. Take your time. The background noise suggested she was in a crowded place, likely a safe environment. Her voice trembled on the verge of tears. Xia Shumang had already donned his clothing and grabbed the keys from the table. His warm and steady voice reached Guyu's ears. I'll fly over to find you right away. Guyu wiped her cheek. How will you come here? She heard the sound of Xia Shumang closing the door, followed by the whirring of the elevator. Xia Shumang spoke calmly. I'll take a helicopter. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Chapter 43. Good children never visit bars. Xia Shumang arrived. He truly came flying. Lu Shi received the call and hurried to the airport. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows of the airport, a small helicopter, wrapped in bright yellow, descended gracefully. On the eve of the Lunar New Year at the international airport of the capital, the pearly white, futuristic terminal was adorned with vibrant red lanterns every few meters. Outside, the bright yellow helicopter, resembling a giant bumblebee, whipped its rotors in a rapid motion. The wings stirred the swirling snowflakes, and as Lu Shi looked up, he was nearly blinded by the tornado-like flurry of snowflakes. Nearby, others noticed the bumblebee, and the crowd in the airport terminal began to raise their heads in excitement. Guyu was drawn in by the commotion. The two propellers of the bumblebee had ceased their rotation, and the cabin door was suddenly flung open. Xia Shumang, clad in a striking yellow and black windbreaker, steadied himself against the sleek aircraft body and leapt down in a graceful sideward motion. It was astonishing that he managed to land without a disastrous tumble, which left Lu Shi and Xian feeling a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Ever since she could remember, Jiang Man had been embroiled in quarrels with Gu Jiasao. Guyu peered out from behind the damp, decaying wooden door, quietly observing Jiang Man's slender silhouette that moment. She was unaware of Jiang Man's destination. All she comprehended was that her mother, who had frequently displayed an irritable demeanor towards her, was finally departing. There was no sense of longing. Rather, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. The incessant clamor had dissipated, rendering her world significantly quieter. Although Gu Jiasao may have neglected her, at least he would no longer hurl objects or shout until dawn. The news of Jiang Man's pregnancy had become a matter of little consequence to Guyu. She had never been privy to the intricacies of Jiang Man's life. The timing of her marriage and pregnancy seemed to pertain solely to her. Yet, when the reality of a new life that was somehow connected to her began to unfold, she could only find it laughable. Almost unfathomable that in her recollection, Jiang Man had never smiled at her or Gu Jiasao. Yet in the presence of Chen Shang, she frequently exuded an aura that resembled happiness. The maternal love that had eluded her for 2 decades was now poised to bestow itself upon another life. She felt no jealousy, Only a profound sense of helplessness. It was evident that her grandfather did not harbor as much affection for her as he outwardly displayed. Emerging from the barber shop, Guyu's lustrous black hair was sheared to a buzz. It wasn't until the day of her car accident, during her hospital stay, that Jiang Guowei and others, including Lu Shi and her newly acquainted stepfather, came to visit. Lu Shi, in her younger years, had been rather unruly, leveraging her academic prowess to evade discipline at school. Therefore, when Qinsheng learned that Lu Shi was involved in the car accident, his first instinct was to assume she was once again in trouble. That he abandoned all work commitments to rush to the hospital in Yun County. The weather that day was exceptionally clear, with a sky as blue as the sea, yet he struggled to navigate the unfamiliar roads, circling the dilapidated county center for half an hour without locating the hospital entrance. In that moment, his gaze flickered, and he spotted Jiang Man, impeccably dressed in a similar manner. Lu Shi finished recounting her tale, and Guyu sat beside him, calmly absorbing the love story that had unfolded between her biological mother and stepfather. Connected by the threads of their offspring. Lu Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Was that it? Guyu sighed. How they had met was now of little significance. Given the current circumstances, she felt as though she had been cast aside by Jiang Man. Upon realizing this, Guyu was reluctant to linger in their world any longer, smiling as she offered her congratulations. Shumang sat to Guyu's right, still clad in his yellow and black windbreaker, with only his neatly cropped hair visible. Well then, let us call it a day, he declared. It was New Year's Eve, and with just over 2 hours left until midnight, the three of them could hardly remain isolated at the airport to ring in the new year. Lu Shi sniffled and inquired, "Where to now?" "I don't know," replied Shumang. "How can you not know?" Lu Shi pressed. Shumang raised his eyelids slightly. "Can't you suggest somewhere more respectable? Where is deemed disrespectful?" He suddenly recalled that you were the one who took Guyu to participate in the motorcycle race, weren't you? Guyu tugged at Lu Shi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, I went with him." Lu Shi, unable to suppress a cough, noticed with dismay that Shumang, the dog, was actually laughing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, his tone grew impatient. "Are we going or not?" The Yin family had a long-standing heritage of winemaking that spanned 3 generations, boasting an expansive vineyard of thousands of acres dedicated to the production of fine wines, which were exported to numerous countries worldwide. Jiyu tugged at Lu Shi's sleeve again. "Brother, can we eat first?" "I'm hungry." He collected his thoughts, remaining silent for a long while before finally asking, "Do you still recognize me?" Before Guyu could respond, Shumang interjected, "She won't recognize you. She won't even feed you." Lu Shi shot her a cold glance. Shut up. While he may not have been entirely in the right, the fact remained that his stepfather had intruded upon another's marriage, and coincidentally, his biological mother had tragically died in a car accident just weeks after marrying Qinsheng. Thus, Qinsheng was left with a son and a new wife. Were it not for him, it was likely that Jiang Man would not have divorced Gu Jiasua so swiftly. To compensate for his stepfather's moral shortcomings, he found himself inexplicably showing more affection towards this biological sister. Jiu bore him no resentment. She had already counted her blessings. Everything has its cause and effect, with both positive and negative aspects. Lu Shiha exhaled deeply. "All right, I'll treat today. Let us go for hot pot." Jiu asked. "Aren't we going to the bar?" Lu Shiha cast a meaningful glance at Shumang. "Are we going or not?" Shumang crossed her arms, casting a nonchalant look at Lu Shiha. "We good children never go to bars." Lu Shiha could hardly believe his ears. How could she still claim to be a good child? During her fallout with Xiaji, hadn't she frequented the bars in the capital? Truly a sight to behold. Jiu stood up. "Then let us go for hot pot." At that moment, Shumang could no longer hold back her laughter, bursting into giggles. Chapter 44. Greater surprises await. This year marked the eve of the new year, and the hot pot restaurant was surprisingly crowded. Lu Shiha, an extreme hedonist and a lover of social gatherings, shouted enthusiastically in their group chat, only to find that all his friends in the capital were gathered at home for family reunions, watching the spring festival gala. With strict family customs, no one was available to accompany him. The waiter led the 4 of them to a private room at the far corner of the 2nd floor. The room, less than 10 square meters, was furnished with custom-made Indian rosewood tables and chairs, and the air was infused with a vibrant red ambience, subtly laced with the aroma of spices. The warmth was palpable. Within 3 minutes of entering, everyone had already removed their outer garments. The 4 of them sat around a square table, each occupying a side, reminiscent of a mahjong game setup. That Yi Mengxin had changed her hair color again. Her roots to shoulders dyed a golden white, fading into pink as it cascaded down in magnificent waves. A breathtaking sight. Gu and Xia Shumang sat opposite each other, with Lu Shihe to their left. Ye Jia, have you changed your style again? Does Langa know? Yi Mingxin, uninterested, didn't he even lift her eyelids as she sipped her water. He doesn't care about me. As she set down her cup, do you notice that the rim of her glass was completely free of residue? Her interest in Gu far surpasses that in the imbecile across from her. Gu Xiaoyu. She called out her name. Coming to the capital for the new year? Yi Mingxin first glanced at Xia Shumang, her gaze sweeping over Lu Shihe as she inquired, who came with them? Lu Shihe, feeling displeased, retorted, Yi Jia, why am I not a good person? He certainly had more friends than Xia Shumang. In recent days, he had been video calling Xia Shumang, and one could only wonder what he was doing at home. As an array of vibrant paints had left him looking like a stray child emerging from a rubbish heap. Just as Lu Shihe finished speaking, the waiter arrived with delicate pink and white meat rolls. The dual-flavor pot bubbling vigorously, emitting steamy puffs. The topic shifted, and Lu Shihe, carefree, did not pursue the matter further. The meat cooked swiftly, followed by a plethora of vegetables and meatballs in less than half an hour. The pot was overflowing. At that moment, Li Xiang sent Guyu New Year blessings. The slight sourness from leaving Jiang Guowei's home vanished without a trace. How delightful that Xiang still remembered her. However, the ensuing conversation took a less pleasant turn. Li Xiang initiated a voice call. I accidentally snatched the math class. Boo-hoo. What should I do? I don't want to study advanced mathematics. Her voice lost its earlier fervor. What about you, Guyu? Don't tell me you managed to snag Professor Li's online course. That one is the easiest to pass. You don't even have to attend. She continued, lost in her own thoughts. Do you think it's too late for me to just drop dead right now? Guyu. Guyu, after a moment of awkwardness, replied, Xiang, please calm down. Can you tell me what you're doing? Li Xiang let out a shriek, and Xia Shumang noticed Guyu pulling the phone slightly away. Li Xiang exclaimed, you can't possibly be unaware of the course selection today, right? The instructor just mentioned it during the meeting. We need to complete 4 credits of elective courses. Guyu felt immensely embarrassed and cautiously asked, did the instructor say that? Guyu, were you sleepwalking during the meeting? Li Xiang began to lecture her. Rambling on. Li Xiang's voice was so loud that Xia Shumang overheard her words, nudging Lu Shihe with his elbow, asking, has the College of Arts undergone reforms? Lu Shihe, now the student council president, naturally knew a bit more. The entire Dihai University had reformed, and the College of Arts had adjusted its elective credits, as had the rational subjects. He sighed. It's all about comprehensive development. This started with my sister's cohort. After Li Xiang finally finished reprimanding Guyu for her lack of attentiveness in class, she suddenly shifted the conversation, recalling her need to study mathematics, lamenting, what am I to do? If I don't finish this year, I'll still have to take it later. Xiang, I didn't even get to choose. Can you not sympathize with me? After some more idle chatter with Li Xiang, Guyu ended the call. Now, Guyu found herself deep in thought. During the last instructor's meeting, she had fallen asleep. It wasn't intentional. She had been cramming for her English exam, and after several days of relentless study, she was utterly exhausted. She took the college entrance examination in Japanese and had never been exposed to English before. Suddenly, she was required to take a university English exam. Guyu crammed for a few days, yet felt the results were hardly noticeable. Besides her insensitivity to English, mathematics was a source of great distress for her. Since childhood, her grasp of mathematics had been abysmal. While others had already mastered addition and subtraction within 100, she was just beginning to recognize numbers. When God created humanity, he must have been fair, bestowing upon Guyu an extraordinary literary talent, while depriving her of the ability to comprehend numbers. When it came time to choose her university major, Guyu exclusively filled in options for the Faculty of Arts, refusing any adjustments to her application. Should she be redirected to a field related to rationality, it would render her efforts futile. She could recite the entire Heart Sutra and articulate the intricate relationships of characters within Dream of the Red Chamber. Yet she could not solve a parametric equation. Xia Shumang inquired, aside from elective courses, are there alternative methods to earn credits? Indeed, came the response, participating in provincial level or higher competitions related to the sciences, where securing a top 3 position allows one to earn credits directly. Lu Shihe added. However, such competitions typically feature elite contenders. Though Lu Shihe was not the quickest thinker, she pondered, what do you wish to accomplish? Xia Shumang then asked Yi Mingxin, Sister Yi, are there any competitions happening in our circle lately? Yi Mingxin, whose educational background made her the most qualified pilot among their group, had been among the earliest to engage with aviation, influenced by He Guangli, which led Xia Shumang to pursue studies at a flying academy. Though she preferred practical over theoretical knowledge, she frequently participated in prestigious national competitions to ensure her graduation, which had enabled her to complete her master's degree a year early due to her outstanding performance. No one was more informed about the various competitions and their schedules than Yi Mingxin. With a meaningful glance at Xia Shumang, her message was clear. Are you interested in a field that aligns with your expertise? Guyu listened intently, hesitant to entertain the thoughts forming in her mind. Yet their words were undeniably suggestive. Yi Mingxin set down her chopsticks, her tone cool yet assertive. It is exactly as you think. Ji Yu's gaze shifted to Xia Shumang, and she momentarily doubted her perception, sensing an unspoken promise in his eyes. Brother will lead you to soar. Ji Yu had always remembered Xia Shumang's act of kindness towards Yi Mingxin. She disliked feeling indebted to anyone. Wiping her mouth, she said, I have a small studio at D-High, containing records and models from previous competitions. You are welcome to use them. Thank you, Sister Yi, Xia Shumang replied. Don't mention it. I happen to have some free time after the new year and can come to D-High to check on your progress. She continued, by the way, invite Si Sure and the others as well. Having someone to handle data would expedite things. Yi Mingxin, having finished her meal, had already composed herself and addressed Guyu. Tell your friends to cancel the advanced mathematics elective. We can work on the models together, which is far more enjoyable than the LH Pytles rule. If they could earn sufficient credits through competition, with Yi Mingxin's support, winning an award was virtually assured. In other words, one rational course could yield 2 credits, allowing Guyu to avoid the torment of mathematics for an entire year. If she participated in the competition, her impeccable upbringing prevented her from expressing the profound joy within through crude language. As she liberated herself from the torment of mathematics, she pondered how to convey her gratitude to Xia Shumang. Before she could exchange words with him, he sent a message. Don't be too moved. There are even greater surprises ahead. Guyu looked up to find Xia Shumang smiling at her. His strikingly handsome visage, with his red lips and pearly white teeth perfectly harmonized, radiated warmth and allure with the slightest movement of his enchanting face. The steam from the pot continued to rise in languid curls, and for a fleeting moment, Guyu found it difficult to discern his features, mirroring her current emotional state, blurred yet undeniably real. Chapter 45. Why not? Yi Mingxin tugged at the hem of her clothing, her curled eyelashes fluttering as she concocted an excuse to engage Lu Shihe in a discussion about the accounts. Lu Shihe was reluctant, and Yi Mingxin shot him a piercing, rebellious glare that warned him not to provoke her. Lu Shihe remained steadfast, standing resolutely between Guyu and Xia Shumang like a courageous revolutionary heroine, willing to sacrifice herself for justice. Suddenly, Yi Mingxin executed a sweeping kick, but Lu Shihe deftly evaded it. Just as he regained his balance, Yi Mingxin retrieved a whip from her pocket, pushing him so that he turned his back to her. With a flick of her wrist, the whip arced gracefully through the air, and as it was about to descend, Guyu silently counted in her mind. Ready, strike. He found himself bound like a crab in a 5-colored knot. With Yi Mingxin even tying a bow at the junction, she grasped the whip tied to Lu Shihe's waist and began to lead him toward the roadside, asserting, You will go where I say. The last one who dared to negotiate with me has been exiled to the borders. The two conspired, contemplating whether they should share a hotel room. 2 single rooms, to be precise. The pace of development in the capital was akin to the rapidity of a swift strike. While the grand scheme remained largely unchanged, every building and street shimmered with palpable prosperity and cleanliness. Xia Shumang donned a distinctive flight suit, with 2 yellow stripes extending outward from his shoulders. While the remainder was crafted from a luxurious, high-end black mesh material, the flight suit was not ostentatious. Upon a cursory glance, most would simply perceive him as a cool guy, lacking a change of clothes. They sought out a large shopping mall nearby, taking the elevator down to the basement level. Xia Shumang casually pushed a shopping cart ahead of him. Upon entering the mall, they first encountered the household goods section. After navigating a couple of turns, they arrived at the toothbrush aisle. The saleswoman on duty was a young lady in her early 20s, and Xia Shumang's attire was indeed eye-catching, amplified by his face that seemed to charm numerous young girls. The girl couldn't help but steal a few glances at him before pulling out her phone to confirm. Realizing it was indeed Brother Yang and the motorcycle god, she quickly snapped several photos to share with her friends. Did you see that? Did you see that? Brother Yang is out with his girlfriend today. Sister 1. Ah, is he wearing racing gear? Sister 2. Not quite. Motorcycle gear isn't this thick. But he looks so good in it. Sister 3. Is that really his girlfriend? I don't believe it. Such a handsome man usually prefers other men. She is exceedingly particular about appearances. A handsome young man must be paired with a beautiful young lady to be aesthetically pleasing. Surely they are. The two have even begun purchasing daily necessities together. Guyu walked alongside him. And Shumang suggested, let us buy 2 toothbrushes. The ones provided by the hotel are far too hard. All right. The young lady immediately put away her phone and approached them with commendable enthusiasm, not forgetting to message the group. Sisters, await my updates. Shumang casually picked up a toothbrush and inquired, do you have any with soft bristles? Yes. She glanced at Guyu. What about single ones? We do. It seemed rather impractical for 2 people to use a single toothbrush overnight. What about double ones? The young lady felt a surge of excitement in her heart. They truly are a couple. Yes. A voice that did not belong in this context rang out from afar. What about 3-person ones? The young lady replied nonchalantly. We don't have any for 3.GUU. Shumang and the young lady simultaneously turned their heads in 250 milliseconds to look at Lucia. At that moment, Shumang's phone received a message from Yimingxin. He managed to escape. I forgot. Folang taught him how to untie knots. I was careless. Apologies. Shumang pocketed her phone and, somewhat reluctantly, asked, when did you arrive? Lucia swaggered forward like an elder. My sister and I share a telepathic connection. Wherever she is, I can find her. Guu. Shumang sighed and casually tossed a box of double toothbrushes into the cart. Lucia exclaimed, what about mine? I want one too. Shumang had already pushed the cart away. Intent on making her own purchases, Lucia muttered a few complaints under his breath and picked up a toothbrush from the shelf to follow her. With him around today, Shumang would undoubtedly not have a single moment alone with Guyu. The back row of toothbrushes led to the towel section, where Shumang remarked, the hotel's towels are also rather inadequate. He glanced at the discount section. There's a special offer, buy one get one free. Guyu looked over, I want that pink one. Let us go get it. The towels were made of pure cotton, with a smooth velvet texture, and 2 towels were attached together with a barcode. Shumang picked a pink one combined with a blue one, asking, how about this? Guyu nodded, just as the towels were tossed into the cart. A thick black square towel appeared alongside them. Guu, looking at Lucia with one arm extended, queried, why are you buying toothbrushes and towels when you're not even staying at a hotel? Lucia replied indignantly, who says I'm not staying at a hotel? I'm sleeping with you both tonight. Shumang reminded him, we booked 2 single rooms. Lucia's face froze for a moment, and then he devised a compromise. In that case, why don't you cancel those 2 rooms and book a 3-person one instead? I want to keep an eye on you both. Your every move will become evidence in court. Shumang was too disinterested to engage with him. It was true that he liked Guyu, but she was still underage, and he had not sunk to that depraved level. Just as Shumang pushed the cart forward, she suddenly felt empty in her pocket. Lucia had stealthily snatched her phone. He had mistakenly entered a password, and upon realizing he had done it correctly, he felt as giddy as a fool. Lucia, on the other hand, was overly sensitive. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart finally lifted. Previously, he had secretly interacted with Guyu under the guise of being her brother. But now he could approach her openly. It was akin to a high school senior, yearning to experience romance, who, at precisely 5 p.m. on June 8th, felt all their misunderstandings, restrictions, and anxieties dissolve in that very moment. The exhilaration they felt surpassed that of a wild, untamed donkey. In such situations, one might typically engage in adult-like behaviors, proclaiming to the world their newfound maturity. They were no longer children. They could now boldly enter an internet CAF. However, it was merely that very night that they experienced this release. Once the excitement faded, they would still revert to being the little kids who asked their mothers for treats. Lucia's current state was quite similar to theirs. In the time that followed, regardless of what Shumang chose, he was determined to obtain a share as well. He would do anything to insert himself into their world. Today marked the end of the lunar calendar, and Guyu's menstrual cycle occurred around this time. To prepare for any eventuality, as they exited the sanitary products aisle, she discreetly grabbed a pack of night sanitary pads and concealed it beneath a towel. Taking advantage of the moment when the two were momentarily distracted, Lucia's peripheral vision quickly caught Guyu's subtle movements. He fixated his gaze on Shumang, who was deliberating between Crest and Colgate toothpaste, while his right hand estimated the height of the item Guyu had just taken, clutching a soft package close to his chest. Ultimately, Shumang decided on a Colgate variant, and as he turned, Lucia's questionable item came into full view. You're using that. Xia Shumang's tone conveyed a deep sense of concern mixed with incredulity, as if questioning Lu Shihe's mental faculties. Lu Shihe, standing his ground, replied, "What's wrong with that?" Guyu also noticed her brother's odd behavior. "Brother," Lu Shihe retorted, "if you can use it, why can't I? You two better not think of excluding me." He declared, "You can't abandon me." Xia Shumang, exasperated, said, "Fine, you can hold on to it." Just as he was about to leave, he turned back with a kind reminder, "Don't let go." Lu Shihe tightened his grip even more. After purchasing the essentials, there was little left to buy. Time was also of the essence, so Xia Shumang headed directly to the checkout. "Hello, do you have a membership card?" "Yes," he replied, providing his phone number. He began to place items on the counter one by one. The cashier kindly remarked, "These bundled items are buy one, get one free." She pointed out the item Lu Shihe was holding. "These do not qualify for the discount." Lu Shihe exclaimed, "Wait, why not?" The cashier was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing as she struggled to respond. Xia Shumang interjected, "Scan the discounted items. I'll pay for the rest myself." Lu Shihe still clutched the sanitary pads. Surprisingly, they felt rather soft and pleasant to the touch. Unable to resist, he began to feel them, discovering one layer after another. After a moment, he noticed the cashier watching him with a peculiar gaze. Feeling somewhat bewildered, he thought, "What are you looking at? I'm paying separately." The cashier, suppressing a laugh, proceeded to bag Xia Shumang's items first. She then prepared a separate transaction for Lu Shihe, and after scanning, she asked him, "Sir, what about this item in your hand?" Lu Shihe replied, "Oh, here you go." And in that fleeting moment of handing it over, a petite, exquisite packet adorned with the logo of a renowned brand of sanitary napkins abruptly caught the eye. 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Oh no, that's not me. He lifted his gaze, only to find that Xia Shumang had already taken Guyu away. Behind him, a chorus of suppressed laughter ensued, and glancing forward, he noticed the cashier could no longer contain her amusement. Though her professional demeanor quickly returned to suppress her mirth. How infuriating. Lu Shi was utterly vexed. "What are you dawdling about? Just ring it up." The cashier, in a moment of brilliance, interjected, "Do you still want this?" In that instant, Lu Shi's face flushed with a rush of blood. He could almost hear the sound of his veins threatening to burst. "Yes, why would I not want it? It was the result of my meticulous selection. The finest among the finest." As he uttered those words, a nearby auntie burst into laughter uncontrollably. Chapter 46. A night of insomnia in the deep of night. The inky sky revealed no twinkling stars, nor even the moon. The city was awash in a riot of colors, with buildings aglow, devoid of any semblance of sleepiness. As the new year approached, the central square was encircled by throngs of people, each bundled in thick scarves and plush coats that a mere opening of their mouths sent plumes of vapor into the cold the traffic lights. A serpentine line of cars twisted and turned. A black sedan, emblazoned with the words "I may appear cruel, but I am wealthy," was parked in the rear. She had just had her nails painted a vibrant red that afternoon, and under the bright yellow streetlight, she admired them with delight. Xia Ji cast a sidelong glance at her. Had he severed ties with Oe? Zhou Yu's eyes darted about uncertainly. "Ah, yes, we did," she replied. "My son said you would cover the cancellation fee." Xia Shumang would never utter such words. Xia Ji's gaze shifted from the crosswalk to Zhou Yu, and he flung the Buddhist beads in his hand to the ground with a resounding crack. His voice a low, thunderous roar. "Zhou Yu!" Zhou Yu secretly slipped money to Xia Shumang behind his back, feigning ignorance. Months earlier, he had learned from a businessman in the machining industry that Xia Shumang had signed a lifelong contract with Oe. Xia Ji had only one son, yet without uttering a word, he had relinquished his future, disregarding his father's existence entirely. In his fury, he smashed a set of tea utensils worth 100,000 yuan to the ground. Nearly choking on his rage, Zhou Yu's anger flared in response. "Why are you yelling at me? You were the one who kicked our son out of the house." Zhou Yu turned her gaze as well. Xia Shumang and Lu Shi walked on either side, with Guyu nestled between them, each carrying a plastic bag in their respective hands, while Xia Shumang and Lu Shi each held a bag on the opposite side. The contents, towels and toothbrushes, were clearly visible. At the hotel reception, the middle-aged lady handling check-ins held 3 identification cards, scrutinizing each of the 3 individuals before her to confirm their identities. She set down her reading glasses and cleared her throat. Perplexed. "You 3 are sharing 2 rooms. The hotel had no additional vacancies. Only the 2 rooms previously reserved. Gu stood between the 2 and declared, "Yes." The elderly woman, with a hint of skepticism, boldly inquired, How do you two divide yourselves? Lu Shiha responded with an exuberant tone. My sister and I share a room. He cast a disdainful glance at Xia Shumang, indicating that he preferred to occupy a separate space. The elderly woman asked, is she your sister? By blood? Indeed. He replied, wrapping an arm around Guyu's shoulders. Just look at how much my sister and I resemble each other. The elderly woman, with a swift motion, slammed 3 identification cards onto the front desk, declaring, you are from D-Hai, and your sister is from Huacheng. What connection do you two have? Just as Lu Xia opened his mouth to respond, the elderly woman interjected sharply. Do not speak. She turned to Guyu and stated, young lady, you will occupy a room on your own. Without delay, the elderly woman arranged for a room, and then another. Casting a scornful glance at Lu Shiha and Xia Shumang, you two will share a room for the night. Xia Shumang accepted the room key with politeness, expressing his gratitude before leading Guyu away. Lu Shiha followed closely behind. After their departure, the elderly woman resumed her knitting, murmuring to herself, that young man at the back is quite handsome. 10 minutes later, within a certain room of a chain hotel, Guyu sat on the sofa, her legs crossed, cradling a cushion, while in her hands she held a box of a renowned brand of yogurt that was set to expire in 23 days. Her nominal elder brother and a future exemplary pilot leaned against the wall, observing her. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. When Guyu emerged from the bathroom, Xia Shumang and Lu Shiha had already assumed their positions. Resembling 2 upright carrots, Xia Shumang remarked, it is unsafe for her to sleep alone. Lu Shiha concurred. I share that sentiment. Guyu blinked her large, captivating eyes, tasting the yogurt at the corner of her mouth. I feel quite safe. You should be silent. You should be silent. Upon uttering those words, they exchanged glances. Guyu interjected. Lu Shiha stepped away from the wall, declaring, this room is spacious. I shall sleep here tonight. Xia Shumang countered, no way. You two, unmarried, should not share a room. She is my sister. Xia Shumang cast his eyes downward. Not by blood. So what if she isn't by blood? We are like family, but still not by blood. What of it? At least from a legal standpoint. The more connections, the better. Her household registration should not have been transferred yet. Thus legally, you two have no relationship. After finishing her last spoonful of yogurt, Guyu inquired, can't you two sleep together? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They responded in perfect unison, a testament to their high level of tacit understanding. Unable to reach a resolution, Guyu devised a compromise, suggesting they both sleep on the floor to supervise each other. Xia Shumang had no objections, nor did Lu Xia. Observing the distinction between genders, Guyu completed her evening routine alone before Xia Shumang and Lu Xia once again entered the chamber they anticipated. Her monthly cycle had indeed commenced. The single room contained only a bed in the center. Xia Shumang took the left side, while Lu Shiha occupied the right. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the occasional sounds of breathing and distant fireworks. In this tranquil environment, the human mind finds the most conducive atmosphere for contemplation. Lu Shiha remarked, I have already informed Chen Sheng that I have located Guyu. Guyu lay in bed, clutching her cushion, listening to his words. Chen Sheng remarked that this incident was unforeseen, and they had not anticipated it. Xia Shumang inquired, Guyu, what are your thoughts when it comes to disputes with parents? No matter the suggestions offered by those around, it is ultimately the involved parties who should determine the course of events. The choices one makes serve as a response to oneself. That Guyu did not reject the notion of Jiang Man's pregnancy. Rather, she felt a profound sadness, a heaviness in the atmosphere. Her connection with Jiang Man was largely confined to financial matters, and they had long been on separate paths, never intersecting. After a pause, Xia Shumang asked, how many people can your bumblebee accommodate? 2, was the reply. Xia Shumang clarified, I mean, including the pilot, that makes 2 in total. Wow. Lu Xia interjected, why don't you buy a larger one? I lack the funds. Indeed. You are now a child no one wants. He sighed deeply within, lamenting, we 3 are truly pitiful. One without a mother, another without a father, and one with a father who cares not, and a mother who loves not. Zhouyu was a bit impulsive. Yet she secretly provided Xia Shumang with money and helped him cover his tracks. Xia Shumang countered, my mother cares for me quite a bit. No. Even if I do not inherit the family fortune, I can still marry your sister. After saying this, Xia Shumang paused, leveraging his strength to prop himself up and gaze at the bed. Guyu had fallen asleep at some point, tightly clutching a pillow. Her long, dark, curled eyelashes casting a soft shadow on her gentle face as her breathing was light and serene. Thankfully, She had not heard his words. His artwork had only seen a third of its colors applied. The thrill still lingering in a state of anticipation. From across the room came Lucia's yawn. All right then, once you have that money, we shall speak again. Enough of this. I'm off to sleep. After 5 minutes of silence, Lucia's chatter resumed. Shumang, tomorrow I expect to be taken to Flower City, even if I have to climb aboard the propeller. You truly do talk too much. The three of them continued to breathe in a rhythm, their breaths intertwining, while Shumang turned to face the window, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his handsome features. The brightness was overwhelming, prompting him to switch to night mode. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. It is already too late. Shumang's helicopter was registered in his name. Xiaji must surely have learned of his arrival in the capital by helicopter. The moment he received the call, Shumang, without a second thought, rushed to the airport. Shumang's pursuit of flying met with Xiaji's immediate opposition. During his years away from home, he secretly obtained a helicopter license, defying Xiaji's wishes and acquiring some dubious knowledge in Macau. Now, as he ventured into the lion's den, he wondered if Xiaji's temper remained as fierce as when he had been cast out of the house. He set his phone down, facing a sleepless night. Chapter 47. He truly attracts attention. The sounds of breathing surrounded him, and suddenly, a wave of warmth surged from below. Gu was jolted awake by this life-giving force. She had come here many times, and this inexplicable sensation filled her with a tinge of worry. The hotel bed was immaculately white. The mere thought of the most undesirable occurrence sent shivers down her spine. With the left green dragon and right white tiger still present, she knew she would feel utterly mortified come morning. Ensuring her safety, she gently pulled back the covers and cautiously turned to her side, her tentative little hand exploring beneath the blanket. The absence of any damp sensation on her fingertips allowed her heart, which hung precariously above a chasm, to reclaim its composure. Rising to her side, she decided to change to a more reassuring setting. The bathroom resided on the side of Shumang, who slept soundly, turned away from Guyu. One hand rested casually on his prominent nose, while the other lay nonchalantly beside the pillow. From her vantage point, Shumang was clad in only a thin black base layer, with a white velvet cotton blanket draped over his lower half. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, enveloped in the tranquil air of muted colors, exuded an unexpected allure. She tiptoed down from the bed, noting that Shumang occupied the center of the room, effectively blocking her path to the bathroom. To proceed, she would have to step over him. Barefoot, her soft, pristine feet sank into the plush carpet. Shumang remained undisturbed, likely deep in slumber. The sense of trepidation, excitement, and nervousness enveloped her, accompanied by a palpable feeling of mischief. The firecrackers outside had fallen silent, and the sleeping city was as tranquil as a dozing lion. Her heartbeat quickened, and as she struggled to maintain her balance, she squeezed her eyes shut, like a wobbling toy. She swayed 3 times before daring to open her eyes again. Having confirmed her passage, Shumang's sleeping posture was gentle, his high nose and long, curled eyelashes were captivating. Although Gu blocked much of the moonlight, a shimmering glow still danced upon his lashes. He truly was enchanting. She slowly shifted closer, kneeling before him, the moonlight entirely obscured by her presence, casting them into shadowy obscurity where even misdeeds might find forgiveness. Bringing her face nearer, she inhaled the familiar scent of mango, a subtle yet enticing aroma that conjured memories of the star-shaped pastries enjoyed in the school cafeteria. Smooth, sweet, and melting upon contact, Shumang's lips were perfectly shaped, adorned with a slight but charmingly rounded cupid's bow at the center of his upper lip. Typically unnoticeable, it now appeared alluringly provocative under her scrutiny. Swallowing hard, she glanced towards the other side of the bed. Lucia remained still. Bending her knees, she leaned in slowly, her fingertips making the gentlest of contacts, soft, smooth, and sweet. She chuckled softly, sensing he remained oblivious. With newfound boldness, Guy ventured again, this time even more audacious. As their lips met, she teased the sensitive beat of his lip with her tongue. Before she could withdraw, Lucia's boisterous voice broke the stillness, awakening with a roar of sleep-induced irritation, akin to a stone disrupting a serene lake. "What are you doing?" Startled, Guy recoiled, covering her lips with her hands and plopping down onto the floor. Silence enveloped them for 3 fleeting seconds before Lucia's voice rang out once more. "Shumang, I won't let you succeed. Abandon all hope." He was talking in his sleep. Gu exhaled a long breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. The thrill of her clandestine escapade was exhilarating. After 3 minutes of steadying the flutter in her throat, She placed a hand on the ground, attempting to rise. Without shoes, her feet slipped on the carpet, and she flailed her right hand in search of support, finally grasping a firm, solid object. As she regained her footing, she heard herself murmur into the darkness. "Thank you, you're welcome," came the reply that Gu carried Shumang on her back. Her entire body chilled, her feet feeling as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. She resembled a naked child standing in the center of a stage, subjected to the scrutiny and gaze of the world. As her breath ceased, an unexpected surge coursed beneath her. This time, she distinctly felt that she had leaked. Lu Shihe, entangled with Shumang and Guyu, even concocted the mindless idea of hiding beneath the belly of the helicopter. Guyu remained silent throughout the journey, and surprisingly, Shumang uttered not a single word today. "Perhaps we should buy another rope and tie myself to the helicopter, as long as I don't fall." "I'm not afraid of heights," Lu Shihe suggested, taking a bite of fried dough and sipping on soy milk. "That won't work," Shumang interjected after a mouthful of steamed bun and a sip of porridge. "Isn't that contraption meant for flying at will?" He swallowed another bite of dough. "Or you could bring a soft ladder to fetch me." "Fool," Guyu scoffed, sipping her soy milk and chewing on a red bean bun. After finishing breakfast at the alley's entrance, the three ventured outside, and Shumang announced, "There's been an issue with the helicopter. The airport says it can't take off due to weather conditions." Lu Shihe, still gnawing on his fried dough, inquired, "What now?" "Last night, I happened to come across 2 tickets to Fady High," Shumang replied. "What the hell?" Lu Shihe exclaimed. "You were scrolling through that in the middle of the night?" "No," Shumang clarified. "I was asleep." "When did you purchase them?" "At 3:45 am. You're insane for not sleeping at that hour." Shumang, in a surprisingly good mood, refrained from retorting, "I was in the restroom." Guyu slowed her pace, striving to diminish her presence. Today, her sense of presence was particularly low. She trailed silently behind Lu Shihe, burdened by her thoughts, having avoided confronting Shumang all morning. Fortunately, he did not press her, and after seeing her and Lu Shihe off, he departed from the airport. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the atmosphere in the capital was vibrant with festive spirit. Red lanterns adorned the sides of streets, and as they exited the alley, they encountered several vendors selling candied hawthorn on carts. He hailed a taxi and provided the driver with a destination. "All right, off we go." The familiar accent, the well-known second ring road. Some buildings in the capital had remained unchanged, and the scenes before him overlapped perfectly with those etched in his memory. Lu Shihe lived in Dihai, and without the threat from Shumang, he swiftly dashed off to drink with his friends. That was Lu Shihe's way, living carefreely, only emerging from his shell when something piqued his interest or threatened his status. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, Guyu first went to visit Gujiasa. The cemetery resembled a portal to another world. The confessions and words spoken here seemed to hold an uncanny truth if one did not scrutinize them too closely. Guyu sat before Gujiasa's black tombstone, curling up at that moment. She had completely calmed herself. "Dad, Mom, she's pregnant." Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it remained soft and tender. "I saw Mom smiling at that uncle, smiling so happily. Grandpa too, he always preferred boys. Now he can finally have what he wished for." Jiangman harbors a disdain for her mere presence prolongs the days of suffering Jiangman endures in Yun County. Gu Jiasawa shares this sentiment, as his life revolves solely around painting, and he will endeavor to eliminate any obstacle that hinders his artistic pursuits. The notion of blood being thicker than water holds no sway with Guyu. Though Lu Shihe and she share no blood ties, he has protected her since childhood. Similarly, Shumang, lacking any familial connection, can hastily arrive in the capital at the mere sound of a phone call. It is not that they are incapable, but rather that they choose not to act that a person's will propels objective phenomena into action, and in a certain sense, both Jiangman and Gu Jiasawa have failed to fulfill their responsibilities towards Guyu. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Lu Shihe has played a significant role in her upbringing. She sat alone at Gu Jiasawa's grave for a while, her legs growing numb, before finally rising unsteadily. After some time had passed, feeling returned to her legs, and she shouldered her bag as she exited the cemetery. She lingered in watching for the entirety of the winter break. Lu Shihe would occasionally call her out for some leisure, yet Guyu felt little inclination. She nestled herself in the midst of her tatami, engrossed in the records of the grand historian. As a child, she often found herself alone, with little to entertain her in Yun County. During that time, Gu Jiasawa had not purchased a television. leaving her to embrace books as her sole companions. A single book could occupy her for an entire day, a splendid means to pass the time. Historical, terrifying, political, romantic, and danme. She devoured any book that crossed her path. Thus, while others were captivated by Little Tadpole Looks for Mama, Guyu had already grasped the circumstances of her arrival in this world. Jiyu Jiasaw was unreserved about these matters, often selecting books for her based on their visually appealing covers, for it is only through messaging that one cannot discern the tone and demeanor of the writer. Shumang's last message discussed the aircraft design competition. He had contacted several mentors knowledgeable in this field and sketched a few designs based on theoretical principles. Si sure established a group chat named 3 Baozi and 2 Kanjis, which included him, Shumang, Guyu, Yimingxin, and Li Xiang. Lu Shi had initially intended to participate, but with preparations for studying abroad this semester, he found himself unable to join. As the semester commenced, everyone appeared rejuvenated, as if they had undergone a transformation. Li Xiang had shed another 5 pounds, now weighing 125. Han's makeup skills had improved significantly since the previous semester, her face no longer appearing unnaturally pale. And Yi had also changed, now applying lipstick daily before stepping out. On the second day of classes, Li Xiang stealthily pulled Guyu out of the dormitory and asked, "Guyu, how many relationships do you think actually succeed during college?" Li Xiang seemed to have faced some profound revelation over the winter break, posing such a weighty question upon the start of the semester. "I don't know," Guyu replied. Li Xiang nodded. "I believe few can truly last. Graduation often equates to parting." She then declared, "Therefore, Guyu, I've decided to become an e-commerce live streamer to earn money." Chapter 48. A Little Mango. Li Xiang's employer was an artistic intellectual who, in her youth, yearned for freedom and romance. Traversing numerous countries, after depleting her finances, she began reselling clothes in Sajiking through a friend's introduction. In recent years, the rise of e-commerce has accelerated the development of the fashion industry. The intellectual sister has recently set her sights on a country in Africa, said to be a barren land where one might glimpse blue-skinned people, and her live streaming room is in dire need of assistance. The elder sister, who once served as an educated youth, primarily sells apparel that flatters slightly plump women, and her shop features tall, slender models, short, stout models, and short, slim models, yet she finds herself in need of a tall, plump model. Li Xiang has caught her eye perfectly. The sister mentioned that I could visit her weekly for photo shoots, and for each outfit I model, she would compensate me a certain amount. Li Xiang extended 3 fingers towards Guyu. Li Xiang is not unattractive. Her face is round, and her subtly defined double eyelids are not very prominent. She possesses a sturdy frame, and if she were to shed 20 pounds, she would undoubtedly look splendid in clothing. Were she to have a fairer complexion, she could be deemed a beautiful young lady. However, she does not particularly enjoy adorning herself, which causes many of her advantages to go unnoticed, often leading others to perceive her as somewhat unattractive. "Xiang, you could truly be a model." Li Xiang nodded, stating, "I have already withdrawn from my mathematics elective. If I pursue modeling, I will have less time for my studies." She added, "I will certainly make an effort to attend our aircraft competition." It was only upon receiving a call from Guyu that Li Xiang resolved to agree to the proposal of becoming a model. Any coincidence can serve as an opportunity for someone yearning for change. When deciding on this matter, she lingered for quite some time, with various worries and trivial obstacles swirling in her mind. Ultimately, the decision to withdraw from the elective gave her the impetus she needed. When you find yourself hesitating over a decision, you have often already accepted it in your heart. It merely requires a catalyst of unwavering determination. The registration for the aircraft competition is set for the end of March. And sure, as the leader, submitted the names of all 4 members in the group. The 5 of them discussed the function of the aircraft in their group chat for an entire afternoon. The primary purpose of this aircraft is to facilitate aerial delivery services. This idea was inspired by Shumang, who exerted considerable effort to transport a heavy picture frame weighing dozens of pounds from the first floor to the top level. In this modern age, express delivery has become an essential part of everyone's life. While small and light items are relatively easy to move, larger items present a greater challenge, as land prices escalate year by year. Developers are unable to expand horizontally and have begun to focus on vertical development. The malaise of laziness permeates the neural pathways of every individual. The act of receiving parcels has become a source of frustration for the lethargic. The larger and heavier the parcel, the more it threatens to hinder human progress. The aircraft designed by Shumang is depicted in his schematics as a rectangular, lidless box, complete with front and side views that are rendered with remarkable realism, allowing Guyu, who lacks strong imaginative capabilities, to comprehend his intricate sketches at a glance. The box features an additional panel at the bottom to support the upper box, depending on the varying sizes of parcels. The upper box can expand from the center and automatically secure the delivery box. He conducted a simple force analysis and selected the most suitable metal for the sliding rail based on the density and extensibility of various materials. Theoretically, it can bear a parcel weighing up to 20 kilograms. Xiang ding dang cat. How does it ascend? Sure. There are rotating propellers beneath the support panel, and the box is surrounded by solar panels. It can easily lift off using kinetic energy. Xiang ding dang cat. Can it truly fly 20 stories high? Is someone controlling it? Sure. No. It operates using an automated route planning system. This is an ideal design, set against the backdrop of peak technological advancement and the onset of a technological revolution in every household. Shumang. Sure. Based on this draft, please create a 3D rendering. Sure. Coming right up. Just a moment. Xiang ding dang meow. What can Guyu and I assist with? Seizing the opportunity, Sure flirted. Brothers will lead you to effortlessly earn credits. You should take a nap. By the time you wake up, you might have already won an award. Li Xiang was speechless. I'm not a pig. I can't sleep that long. Sure. Aren't pigs even cuter? Li Xiang's mind was a chaotic mess when Sure sent another message. They taste quite delicious too. Li Xiang, your dead mate. JPG, the sketch drawn by Shumang contained a plethora of technical data and jargon, which Guyu struggled to comprehend for quite some time. After much effort, she finally identified the centimeter unit among the myriad lines, only to find that Sure had already completed the 3D rendering. The rendering bore a striking resemblance to Shumang's drawing, with the digital box displayed on the computer more accurately reflecting the real object. When the mouse hovered over it, the box would automatically split open, revealing the working state within. A little rice paddy. Shumang, how long did you spend on this? Shumang, one night. A little rice paddy. You managed to draw all the sketches in just one night? Shumang, yes. Guyu had already witnessed Shumang's artistic prowess. She was well aware of his exceptional skill. And today she realized that not only could he draw beautifully, but he could also do so with remarkable speed. Upon noticing Guyu's nickname, Shumang decided to change his own to a little mango. A little mango. Thanks. Sure. Whoa. Shuj, what kind of name is that? So flashy. A little mango. Shut up. Sure. Ha, little mango. Shuj, you're hilarious. 3 seconds later, a little mango exited the group chat. Following that, a little rice paddy exited the group chat. Xiang ding dang meow exited the group chat. A minute later, Yi Mengxin exited the group chat. Sure. What is going on? He privately messaged Shumang. Shuj. Shumang ignored him. He then messaged Li Xiang privately. Why did you all leave the group? Li Xiang. Shumang gave us each 50 yuan to leave the group. Didn't he send you any? Deserved it. Serves you right for talking too much. The beleaguered students of the literature department were scurrying about attending elective courses at various rational institutes. After enduring a month of hardship, the bald old professor assigned a small task at the end of the month. Students were to configure the password for their wireless routers. This was a straightforward password change. As long as one located the correct password section, the change could be made easily. An Han had met a boy at Lu Shi in the birthday party who happened to be a student at the Computer Science Institute. She sent Zhang Jijia a delicate and theatrical plea for help via WeChat, and after much coaxing, he finally half-heartedly completed the assignment for her. Zhang Jijia had a rather poor reputation at school. Borrowing money without repaying was common, and he often freeloaded on meals. Although he had decent looks and attracted many girls, none of the girls who had been involved with him ever spoke well of him. The computer class had just ended when an E followed an Han out of the classroom. The atmospheric pressure in Anhan's surroundings was quite low, rendering Ani hesitant to utter a word in her presence. During class today, the teacher publicly criticized Anhan's assignment, emphasizing the requirement to upload a screen recording to the learning platform. However, Zhang Jijia had merely submitted a photograph, and a rather provocative one at that. The traditional-minded professor, upon seeing the image, unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon her, sternly warning that should she fail to achieve a score of 80 in the upcoming final exam, passing would be out of the question. Anhan had ranked 5th from the bottom in her class last semester. While she had not failed any courses, her GPA remained dismally low. Studying literature was already a formidable challenge for her, and the prospect of tackling computer science was even more daunting. Achieving an 80 in the final exam seemed an insurmountable goal, and failing to pass her elective this semester would mean she would have to endure an additional semester of science courses in her sophomore year. Ani found herself at a loss for words of comfort, trailing behind Han, who had a rather irritable temperament. Don't follow me. How annoying. Han snapped, her pride wounded after being chastised by the professor, unable to muster a retort. The assignment had been completed by someone else, and now she bore the brunt of the consequences alone. Han had implored Zhang Jijie for assistance for quite some time, only to be met with such an outcome. Get away, she shouted, pushing past Ani. Ani, feeling a surge of frustration, glanced at Anhan's retreating figure and muttered, "What are you tugging at?" Alone, Anhan sought refuge in a corner, weeping profusely, her eyes swollen and red, gasping for breath. Since entering university, her vanity had brought upon her repeated calamities, leaving her to reminisce about the satisfaction derived from the envious glances cast her way. The fleeting pleasure of her inner contentment concealed a myriad of malevolent sentiments. Zhang Jijie's harsh words struck her like a heavy blow. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening, and after skipping lunch, her stomach began to protest. After a bout of tears that seemed to deplete all her strength, she leaned against a tree to rise, her legs numb, only to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud. Unable to suppress her frustration, she cursed under her breath. Enduring the pain, she noticed a pair of Balenciaga retro patchwork sneakers before her, deep green in color. Shumang had no intention of offering assistance, but with Anhan sprawled on the ground in front of him, he thought that if she were to succumb to despair, perhaps a colleague from Fenglang would have to be invited for a cup of iron guanyin tea. "Can you get up by yourself?" Anhan recognized the voice of Shumang. She had recently begun to explore Weibo, having watched every second of the video featuring the two generations of car gods competing in the Weibo Stable Club. However, her fleeting hopes were dashed when Zhou came to the dormitory in search of Gu Yut. That moment, Shumang, clad in a dark green windbreaker with half of his face obscured, and black cargo pants that accentuated his long, straight legs, stood before her. From her angle, she could only glimpse his eyes, which bore a languid expression, framed by long lashes that as she gazed, time seemed to stand still. Lacking patience, Shumang lifted his foot, intending to leave. Shumang. Yimingxin called out from 100 meters ahead, riding her motorcycle. Anhan, intrigued, turned her head to look, but Yimingxin was dressed in a black leather jacket, knee-high black boots, and plaid shorts, her hair cascading in a gradient of platinum and cherry blossom pink curls. Her appearance resonated with Anhan's memory of a desert pilot featured in a past interview. She was indeed Yimingxin, the woman who had risked her life for her boyfriend, circling the desert for 3 days, nearly succumbing to the scorching sands. The silhouette of Shumang bore a striking resemblance to that individual. Chapter 49. Soon, someone will be taking care of me. Yimingxin approached them with an elegant stride. Anhan rose to her feet, observing Shumang and Yimingxin standing side by side. "Do you need something?" Anhan was momentarily taken aback, taking 5 seconds to realize that Yimingxin was addressing her. Her voice, hoarse from prior shouting, resonated. "I'm fine." She intended to express that she had matters to discuss. Yet Yimingxin's commanding presence intimidated her. She feared that any attempt to speak would leave her utterly diminished. She was uncertain of her own thoughts. The nature of her relationship with Shumang remained ambiguous. However, as she watched their retreating figures, an unexpected feeling of suffocation washed over her, an unsettling sensation, bittersweet and overwhelming. Wiping away her tears, she lingered in the shadow of the tree for a while before departing. Yimingxin parked her motorcycle, locking it and swiftly removing the key. "Who was that girl just now?" Shumang typed a message in the group chat without looking up. "I don't know her." Yimingxin playfully tapped his shoulder, thinking to herself that if he had a red flag, he ought not to flaunt it as a colorful banner. Shumang furrowed his brow, insisting, "I truly don't know her." TCH. Shumang mentioned in the group that he had something important to discuss, while Guyu and Li Xiang were busy dressing. Since Li Xiang took up modeling, she had been following Guyu to learn skincare and makeup, and had developed a habit of applying lipstick whenever she ventured out. Gu Xiaoyu. "Have you seen my lipstick? The one in the shade of bean paste." Gu adjusted the waistband of her pleated skirt and replied to the mirror. "No, I haven't." She added. "You can use mine." Shumang said. They arrived downstairs. "We need to hurry." Gu cherished this nickname. Ever since Shumang changed his name, she couldn't help but refer to him as Little Mango whenever he crossed her mind. Finding it unexpectedly charming, "Where's your lipstick?" Guyu pointed to the table. In the blue bag, Li Xiang applied her lipstick, while Guyu had already donned her outerwear, reminding her, "It's chilly tonight. Make sure to wear something warm." "Oh, right," Li Xiang replied, grabbing a jacket from the wardrobe and following Guyu out the door as the curfew approached, and he muttered, "What kind of silent riddle are they playing?" And Han's irritation simmered, and she was disinclined to engage with an and he continued, "Aren't they taking any elective courses this semester? I've never seen them attend class, and yet they have time to play." And Han clenched her fists tightly, tears betraying her as they streamed down her cheeks. Realizing that she might have misspoken, and he abruptly fell silent, burying herself in her book. Standing below, and Han lost track of time before releasing her grip. The toothbrush in her hand had been crushed into 2 pieces. It was Yimingxin's first time bringing them to her studio, located on the lower level 2, adjacent to the subway station. One had to traverse a game arcade to reach a vast array of storefronts. Shops offering Lolita, JK, and Hanfu attire nearly dominated the entire underground mall, with a few sashimi and bubble tea shops interspersed. Yimingxin's studio was situated at the easternmost end of a circular corridor, which led to the subway station. Along the hallway, young girls clad in Lolita fashion sold exquisite, delicate accessories. "Come in," Yimingxin said as she entered the password to unlock the door. "It hasn't been used in a while. I just had someone come in to clean." The shop is modest in size, approximately over 20 square meters, with a restroom situated within, leaving no additional space. The walls are adorned with pale blue wallpaper, while the floor is laid with silver-gray tiles. The center stands a large, rectangular white wooden table, surrounded by a disarray of design sketches piled haphazardly on the floor. Reaching an impressive height of 3 to 4 meters. To the right, several hollow half-body mannequins, coated in white paint, are accompanied by a collection of fabrics and silks of various textures. Guu approaches and picks up a sheet of design paper, which features a human-shaped mannequin, each rendition identical, yet showcasing different wedding dress designs. Sishi and Shumang have gathered a few chairs around the table, and after Yimingxin takes a seat, she explains, "This studio belongs to a friend of mine, a wedding dress designer. Before she became renowned, she spent 4 years here sketching designs." Dao Xiang is taken aback. "For years?" "Indeed," she replies, that it takes immense perseverance to dedicate oneself to an endeavor that may yield no results for such an extended period. To be precise, she has been drafting sketches for nearly a decade. Yimingxin chuckles, "But let us not dwell on her. Everything in this studio is available for your use. Just help me pack these drawings into boxes, and I'll call Han Jifeng one of these days to have him take them away." Guu recalls that Han Jifeng had also attended Lu Shi's birthday celebration, which took place at Shenghua Building. His family's establishment, Shenghua, founded in the last century, specializes in wedding dress design, later expanding into cosmetics, fragrances, and handbags, akin to Dior and Givenchy, boasting a century-long legacy. However, Shenghua is primarily focused on the apparel industry, leading fashion trends and influencing the prevailing atmosphere of style. The enigmatic figure towering 3 to 4 meters high must be associated with Shenghua. After a brief discussion, the group resolves to first organize the design papers. The young girls at the entrance, selling trinkets, happen to have some unused boxes, and Sishi steps outside to borrow a few. Once the scattered materials and design papers are tidied up, the space feels significantly more open, with the cleanup complete. They commence their deliberations on how to construct their flying machine for the upcoming competition. Sishi opens his laptop and refines the 3D model, clearly outlining the materials required for each component, showcasing the wood grain where wooden panels will be utilized. He begins. "This design is not overly complicated. Solar panels are readily available online, yet the wooden boards and these assorted metal scraps may prove challenging to source. Given the need for flight, the metal sliding strip materials must be lightweight. Shumang calculates that aluminum alloy and magnesium alloy would be optimal. The baseboard should be made of Chelsea maple. This wood strikes a balance between softness and hardness, with the primary advantage of excellent wear resistance, allowing it to serve as a tray for over 10 years. Sishi adds, "Aside from the materials, there is another concern. The sliding strips have numerous fine notches that need addressing, necessitating a sander and a cutting machine." He continues, "I've researched online, and the cheaper sanders costing a few hundred are ineffective. Moreover, the cutting machine we need must be of the smallest size, with high precision. Otherwise, the sliding strips won't function properly." preventing the upper box from opening. Mang interjects. Sanders and small cutting machines are highly specialized equipment. Aside from professionals and factories, it's quite difficult for the average person to acquire such machines. Sishi inquires, "What shall we do then?" The design was concluded even before it commenced. Li Xiang, seated beside Sisher, responded after listening to his words, "My father is in the renovation business. He might possess those materials." She paused momentarily before continuing. "If I recall correctly, my father knows the owner of an iron market, and he should have stock available." That a spark of interest ignited in everyone's eyes. Mengxin pressed on. "Are you certain?" Li Xiang pondered seriously for a moment, then confirmed, "Yes." The five of them exchanged glances in pairs, silently nodding in agreement. Sisher smiled. "That simplifies matters. With the machines and materials at hand, crafting the model will be considerably easier." Shumang, positioned such that he could observe the scene outside, noticed the young girls engaging in trade with their small trinkets. The girls were adorned in charming dresses embellished with delightful cakes and whimsical little boats, crowned with princess-like tiaras atop their heads, and clad in pink round-toed shoes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern exquisite golden threads and lace trimmings on their dresses. Some even sported adorable bunny ears. Shumang remained silent throughout the evening, fixated on the enchanting and romantic sight of the little dresses outside, lost in thoughts of when Guyu might don such a cute outfit just for him. That would render him utterly content. "Ah," he said softly. "What's the matter?" There was a hint of peculiarity about him, which did not go unnoticed by the others. "Our tasks have been allocated, yet we are still missing Guyu's." "Then let's proceed with the promotion," he suggested. "Our project requires a presenter who is professional, possesses clear logical reasoning, and can articulate beautifully crafted language to explain our work to the teachers and judges." Most of the projects showcased innovative creativity, and the produced works were sophisticated, aesthetically pleasing, and exuded a sense of technology. However, some presentations lacked linguistic coherence, resulting in a disjointed narrative that left the judges and teachers struggling to comprehend the primary functions of the projects, ultimately leading to lower scores. The designs submitted for the competition would later require a creative concept document, a design book, and descriptions of the operational functionalities of the aircraft components. That a skilled wordsmith could craft exquisite language material tailored to the characteristics and advantages of each project. This particular aircraft design faced a significant drawback. Its operational context was set against the backdrop of a technological revolution, where every household enjoyed the conveniences brought by artificial intelligence. During the judging process, it was inevitable that some discerning judges would pose challenging questions related to the projects. That a student's adeptness in deftly addressing such incisive inquiries would surely enhance the project's appeal. Everyone present concurred that this task should be entrusted to Guyu. 149. "It's not merely a boast," he declared. With the division of labor complete, a collective sigh of relief was shared among the group. Once the serious matters were concluded, Sisher began to organize some lighter activities. "Well then, let us call it a day, Ddo. It's still early. Let us go for a late-night snack." Today, apart from speaking less, he also exuded an air of mystery, with half of his face deliberately obscured beneath his dark green jacket, concealing something. "I sustained a minor injury. It's nothing," he stated as he stood up. "I might not be in D-High for the next month. He has his annual assessment. Yi's annual assessment occurs biannually, and those who pass can gain priority access to increase their flying experience. Indeed," he affirmed, "in addition to enhancing flying experience, there is also remuneration involved. Are you unable to even afford a car now?" Yi Mingxin inquired, standing before him. "Pretty much," he replied nonchalantly, unconcerned, confident that he would not starve in the short term. Yi Mingxin chuckled softly, letting out a sigh. "All right then, just speak up when you're out of money. I still owe you a favor." Suddenly, Shumang recalled the furtive actions from the eve of Guyu, his eyes sparkling with delight as he smiled, and said, "I don't need it." The subway was approaching, and Yi Mingxin could only see half of his face, yet his blissful smile radiated throughout every corner of the subway car, emanating from his jacket. "Soon, someone will be taking care of me." Chapter 50. Swift Return. In the capital city, at Platinum Manor, the pebble path leading to the central garden, the gazebo, and even the large locust tree at the entrance of the home, Shumang could accurately pinpoint their locations with his eyes closed. Memories surged like a tidal wave, and Shumang felt a pang in his nose, inhaling deeply as he pressed the doorbell. Platinum Manor is the largest villa district in the capital, situated in the highly coveted Eastern Second Ring. where every inch of land is invaluable. The Xia family had purchased several hundred square meters here. Aunt Zhang, clad in a half-apron, opened the door, exclaiming, "You're here! You're here!" Aunt Zhang had been working as a nanny for the Xia family since Xia Shumang could remember. She had a daughter, and her husband had tragically died in a car accident years ago, raising her child alone. Xia Shumang held her in high regard, always considering her an elder, when Xia Ji had forced Xia Shumang to leave. Aunt Zhang had pleaded with him for a long time, nearly wearing her lips raw, nearly resorting to kneeling by the end. She ushered him into the main hall. Zhou Yu sat elegantly on the opposite chaise longue, adorned in a vibrant ensemble of peony patterns, draped with a dark green mink shawl. The shared silence between them rendered Aunt Zhang's surprise somewhat jarring. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Xia Ji set down the Xinhua dictionary and directed a firm gaze at Aunt Zhang, saying, "You may leave. I have matters to discuss with him." His tone suggested he had been waiting for Xia Shumang for quite some time. All right, Aunt Zhang said, glancing between Xia Ji and Xia Shumang, who nodded subtly in response. Once she exited, Xia Ji's demeanor shifted abruptly. More volatile than a sudden genetic mutation, he hurled the Xinhua dictionary through the air in a graceful arc, its initial speed magnified beyond measure. Landing forcefully on Xia Shumang's shoulder, the moment of impact, he leaned back slightly, his expression unchanged. He could have dodged it, yet he chose not to. She theatrically caressed Xia Shumang's face, her eyes filled with concern, making it seem as though he were at death's door. "Look at you. After such a long time apart, you've lost weight." Xia Ji was taken aback by his own actions. As soon as he released the Xinhua dictionary, he regretted it. However, the dignity of an elder and a leader forbade any display of emotion. Not long ago, she had visited Dihai to see her son. Feigning this demeanor, her tone of protection for Xia Shumang unchanged. Her entire life had revolved around him. Xia Ji remained silent, acquiescing to Zhou Yu's arrangements, which was one aspect he appreciated about her. She always found a way to provide him an exit. "I want to eat," Xia Shumang stated firmly, "that I'll say a few things and then leave." With the larger matters stabilized, she addressed the smaller ones. "Xia Shumang, your father was wrong to withhold your helicopter. But you've been gone for 3 years. He misses you too." Xia Ji appeared to be justifying himself, pondering for a moment before ultimately remaining silent, exuding an air of authority befitting a leader. Zhou Yu interjected, "Moreover, that incident was hardly solely your father's fault. And yet, you chose to storm off for 3 years in a fit of anger." The atmosphere among the three became palpably tense. The matter of aspirations had always been a hurdle for Xia Shumang. "I have nothing to say. You released my helicopter, and we are even," Xia Shumang declared. Xia Ji retorted vehemently, "Is this how you speak to me?" "Indeed," came his crisp and decisive response. He possessed a charm capable of ensnaring many a girl at first glance, and the capacity to infuriate Xia Ji to the point of spitting blood. With the house keys clutched in his hand, he was so enraged that he spent 3 days in the hospital. Xia Ji, so incensed that he resorted to profanity, exclaimed, "Say that again, you bastard!" Unable to tolerate the exchange any longer, Zhou Yu took a stand, declaring, "Enough? What is there to argue about? You both seem to have deep-seated grievances that must be resolved today. You've both disrupted the peace of my home." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, leaving one uncertain of their authenticity. "Must you tear each other apart today? Can't this family find peace?" she sobbed. "If neither of you wishes to live harmoniously, then let there be a divorce." Upon hearing the word divorce, Xia Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Yu retrieved a silk handkerchief from her pocket, discreetly dabbing at her eyes. She cast a furtive glance at Xia Ji, whose gaze met hers, prompting her to quickly hide behind the handkerchief. Xia Shumang let out a weary sigh. "Enough, stop pretending." Xia Ji's countenance darkened further, his elbows tensing. Veins bulged on the back of his hands, and the ring on his thumb seemed on the verge of splitting. Xia Shumang was correct. Xia Ji had indeed secured his big yellow bee. His usual demeanor forbade any indication of new thoughts being discerned. He forced out through clenched teeth, "Xia Shumang, you know better than I the events of that year. I, Xia Ji, have never wronged you in any way." Struggling to suppress his fury, he endeavored to reason calmly with his son. "After you left, your mother secretly deposited money into your bank account every month." Xia Shumang interrupted, "I have no intention of spending a single cent of your money." Both Xia Ji and Zhou Yu were momentarily taken aback. Standing tall, Xia Shumang extracted his wallet from his pocket, methodically laying out the bank cards on the table. "Thirdly, these cards, your so-called charity, I shall return to you from this moment forth that he paused. My contract with OE is valid for life. I have signed my life away. His words undoubtedly ignited a cacophony of fury within Xiaji, akin to 1,000 firecrackers exploding. Abruptly, Xiaji surged to his feet, extending his hand to slap Xia Shumang with a force that rivaled the earlier act of throwing a book. Adorned with a ring set with an emerald, as his hand connected with Xia Shumang's face, the gemstone dislodged, and the sharp prong grazed Xia Shumang's cheek, leaving a deep gash before Zhou Yu's horrified eyes. Causing her to cover her mouth to stifle a scream, her once vibrant peonies now dulled and despaired at first. There was only a barely noticeable line, but soon, droplets of blood began to trickle from the crevices. Increasing in number and intensity, the crimson beads coalesced, cascading down the delicate contour of Xia Shumang's jawline. 1, 2, 3 streams, until it became a gruesome mess. Blood splattered onto his clothing, the flow quickening, saturating half of his shoulder. The places where the droplets fell were stained with a deeper hue. Xia Shumang felt half of his face lose sensation. He couldn't move the corners of his mouth. In other words, he dared not disturb the wound. He feared that any movement would result in a greater outpouring of blood, akin to a leaky pipe. Zhou Yu, terrified, collapsed onto the chaise lounge, utterly at a loss for what to do. Zhang Ma had been dismissed and was not present at that moment. After a while, Xia Shumang managed to move his mouth slightly, discovering he could still speak. Thankfully, the cut had not marred his face beyond repair. Enduring the unbearable sting, he locked eyes with Xiaji, his voice laden with pain, yet tinged with a sense of relief. We are even now. Following the departure from Platinum Bar, he took a cab to the hospital to tend to his wounds. Passers-by regarded him as a monster, as if he had just committed a heinous crime with a machete. 8 stitches adorned his face, administered without anesthesia that felt akin to someone driving a sharpened blade into his fingernail. With his fingers violently flinging outward, colliding with an iron wall, the dagger penetrating deeper and heavier. Upon completion of the stitching, beads of sweat covered his body, akin to the torturous pain of scraping bones to heal. The tumultuous waves lamented his plight, as he had surrendered his entire salary to his superiors, leaving only 50 yuan for himself. When he answered the phone, Yi Mingxin happened to be beside Feng Lang. After hanging up, Yi Mingxin sent a message to He Guangli. Chapter 51. Are you looking to try again? At Qing Shui Bei, Xia Shumang took his grand masterpiece for framing, opting for Windsor Blue New Oak. The framer recommended adding a layer of wood grain along the edges of the frame. Initially hesitant, he was captivated by a pattern called Bangkok Rain Silk in the catalog and decided, without further deliberation, on the frame and texture. Did you paint this yourself, young man? The framer chuckled. It must have taken considerable effort. How many characters are there? He clicked his tongue a few times, carefully placing the work inside and issuing a receipt. The QR code was affixed to the wall. Xia Shumang responded, cash. After settling the payment, he exited the building materials market and took the subway to OE, dressed in a bright yellow jacket and black work pants. He casually grabbed a pair of shoes from the AJ display. Today marked the day of results for the assessment at OE. The practical evaluation was not overly challenging, as Xia Shumang had a history of flying and possessed remarkable resilience under pressure. After this assessment, individuals would be eligible to take to the skies, with OE assigning 4 experienced captains to mentor the interns. In the office, the director rubbed his face and inadvertently brushed his hand over his balding head. Xiaoxia. The director hesitated, struggling to articulate. That face of yours? It's nothing. Just a few stitches, Xia Shumang replied nonchalantly. The director expressed concern. Will this leave a scar? Though not prone to scarring, the depth of this particular cut made it likely to leave a mark. Uncertain, he replied lazily, then inquired, will this affect my ability to fly? Not at all. Not at all. The director shook his head, turning away. It's just a shame about your face. The crew is not lacking in male members. Their tidying up can at most be deemed a mere display of spirit, much like a girl learning to dance. Regardless of whether her features are exquisite, her poise is undeniably resolute. Her legs are quite long. Indeed. All right, Xia. I have other matters to attend to. Right? A new medical examination report is required prior to boarding. It needs to be submitted next week. Xia Shumang nodded in agreement. Understood. After Xia Shumang departed, the director rummaged through his elementary school classmates group to retrieve the contact information of a plastic surgeon who had once borrowed 50 cents from him and never returned it. The registration review for the aircraft competition has been approved. Sishi shared a screenshot in the group, prompting a flurry of congratulatory messages. A small rice grain exclaimed, throwing confetti. Xiangxiang Ding Dang Cat, throwing confetti. Yimingxin, throwing confetti. A Little Mango, throwing confetti. The preliminary selection for the aircraft competition will take place in early May, with submissions sent in video format to the responsible email, and results will be announced in mid-May, following the preliminary round. The finals will be held in mid-June at the D-High Twin Technology Incubation Base, showcasing the complete operational process of the aircraft. The finals will be co-hosted by 13 associations, including the Youth Science and Technology Center of the Science Association, the Aerospace Foundation Association, the Astronautics Association, and the Aeronautics Society. The competition will award special prizes, first, second, and third prizes for the entries. The special prize boasts a monetary reward of 40,000 yuan. The prestige of a national-level competition is immensely significant. Securing even a third prize grants full elective credits, as per the official decree from D-High University. During the recent Guyu days, she felt almost fused with her bed, following the incident of the stolen kiss. She instinctively sought to avoid Shumang, haunted by the fear that her misdeed might be unearthed. The mere thought of him prompted anxiety over whether he might unexpectedly inquire, "Why did you just kiss me?" Psychology suggests that a girl deprived of paternal affection may subconsciously seek male care from boys around her to ensure fairness. Guyu deliberately compared photographs of the youthful Gu Jiesao and Xia Shumang. She scrutinized every angle, yet they bore little resemblance to one another. Furthermore, how could her nostalgia for her father be projected onto Xia Shumang? Or perhaps, in her subconscious, Guyu had unwittingly begun to perceive Xia Shumang as a father figure. Ever since she accepted this notion, sleep eluded her even more. Tossing and turning in bed, she recalled that her father had recently suffered an injury. Perhaps she ought to check on him. Sighing deeply, she resigned herself to the thought. This weekend, Li Xiang would accompany Ran Jie to familiarize herself with the filming process, and afterward, Guyu would join her in seeking materials from Uncle Li for their production. It was only 2 in the afternoon, and Li Xiang would not finish until at least 5, as she buried her head under the covers and let out a few loud groans. After venting, feeling breathless, she emerged from her cocoon, her hair disheveled across her face, resembling a mournful specter from every angle. She hastily swept her hair back and fished her phone out from the crumpled blanket. The first attempt at facial recognition failed. It took 3 tries before she succeeded. Xia Shumang, how did you get that injury? Feeling uneasy, she deleted it. Xia Shumang, does the injury on your face hurt? Of course, injuries hurt. She realized she had asked a foolish question. Having mentally prepared her words, she picked up her phone but hesitated, ultimately sending only a solitary. She truly felt quite cowardly. Guyu stared blankly at that point, when suddenly the interface for a voice call appeared on her phone. It was a call from Shumang. At that moment, the phone became unexpectedly hot, to the point where she nearly dropped it from her bed. After steadying the device, she let out a few tentative ah sounds into the air, ensuring her voice was functioning properly before answering the call. She greeted cautiously. "Hello, Xia Shumang." Likely walking, spoke softly. "Guyu, I'm at the bottom of your dormitory building. Come down." She endeavored to calm herself. "Is there something you need?" Xia Shumang looked up towards a certain balcony of the girls' dormitory. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, and in that moment, his voice resonated. "I wanted to ask you something." Guyu had a vague premonition, but was uncertain if it pertained to what she feared it might be. Her voice was even softer than Xia Shumang's. "What is it?" After dawdling for nearly an hour upstairs, Guyu finally descended. Standing before Xia Shumang, she dared not lift her gaze, feeling entirely uneasy. It was a predicament of her own making. Yet, she couldn't place all the blame on him. He had indeed been quite alluring that night, lying motionless on the ground, a serene and handsome figure. Her lack of assertiveness was a flaw in her character. With this thought, she suddenly found the resolve to meet Xia Shumang's eyes that it was all his fault. He was simply too handsome, which had caused her to lose control over her most primal instincts. With this realization, her courage swelled. That it was also worth noting that all his jackets were of the same style, differing only in color. Leaning against a ginkgo tree, half of his face concealed within his clothing, only his captivating eyes were visible. This posture accentuated his long, slender legs. He held a blue folder in one hand, a neutral pen in the other, and without lifting his head upon noticing Guyu's arrival, he inquired, "Name?" The semi-military tone startled Guyu. What was he up to? Xia Shumang corrected her. Mind. Guyu was at a loss for words. Xia Shumang. Height? He was certainly not referring to his own height. Yet Guyu had no idea how tall he truly was. She stood at 165 cm, while Shumang towered over her by a head and a half. 185? 188? Quite tall. Shumang paused his writing, glanced at her once more, and noted a number on the paper. Gender. Guyu momentarily faltered. Gender? Male, I suppose. She distinctly sensed Shumang freeze for a moment before his gaze shifted back to her. In certain respects, he was known for being meticulous. The last time they were at 700 ping, she had mentioned his legs weren't long enough, which had led to a series of passionate encounters. Guyu met his eyes with unwavering certainty. Male? Fearing he might harbor ulterior motives, she repeated emphatically, Male. Male? Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely. How do you know? Guyu was grateful she couldn't curse. Otherwise, she would have let out a stream of expletives. As she struggled to formulate a response, Shumang straightened up, closed the folder in his hands, and clasped both hands behind his back, leaning slightly closer to Guyu. The half-concealed demeanor exuded a subtle, tantalizing allure. His eyes possessed a captivating curvature, adorned with a smile that drew Guyu in. As she leaned closer, she found herself entranced, gazing at him in a daze. She couldn't help but unprincipledly deem him handsome. How do you know? Shumang reiterated. This she was at a loss for words, as Shumang clearly did so on purpose. Then, Guyu heard a statement that instantly flushed her cheeks. Could it be that you've secretly met him? Oh my goodness, Guyu felt the urge to curse. She had merely stolen a kiss, not descended to the depths of something more nefarious. She was no wanton woman, Shumang chuckled, observing her innocent yet vexed and embarrassed expression, which unexpectedly lifted his spirits. He straightened up and said, I won't tease you any longer. Let me show you something. With her face still flushed, Guyu asked, What is it? Something you will undoubtedly adore. Shumang replied, A painting. Guyu recalled her prior commitments for the afternoon. But I promised Li Xiang I would gather materials together. Sishi has already left. She hesitated, appearing as if she had suffered a great injustice. Shumang inquired. What? Guyu then heard herself ask a foolish question. Lip cells, something fresh? Shumang chuckled lightly, stepping forward until he was right before her, leaning close to her ear. His warm breath turned her ears crimson as he said, Are you eager to try again? Guyu's eyes widened. A certain barrier within her heart crumbled in an instant. Chapter 52. I want you to be my girlfriend. Ranjia was a remarkably easygoing person. She guided Li Xiang through an overview of the studio's workflow. By the end, they had signed a 6-month contract. Ranjia's voice was brisk. Next Saturday at 8 a.m., we'll try on the first outfit. No need for makeup, just wear your usual skincare products. Li Xiang expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ranjia. Upon exiting the studio, Li Xiang felt a wave of relief wash over her, accompanied by a surge of nervous excitement and anticipation for her future work. She took several deep breaths, gazing around for the time. Guyu had yet to arrive. After calling Guyu, she was met with silence. Guyu had been whisked away by Shu Ji. Sishi's voice. Li Xiang observed, still holding her phone. Do they have something going on? Sishi replied. Well, perhaps. He added, let us go. There is still time. I'll accompany you to gather materials in the machines. Li Xiang glanced at her phone again, hesitating briefly before following Sishi. Uncle Li had found a store at the building materials market, ordering a set of aluminum alloy panels and some magnesium alloy strips, as per Shumang's specifications. The grinder and cutting machine were directly delivered by Uncle Li. The shop he introduced had a massive blue canopy, with CPU pipes, rebar, and cables strewn about. Despite the apparent chaos, the shopkeeper could effortlessly retrieve any item from the cleverly concealed nooks. After settling the payment, Sishi and Li Xiang exited the building materials market with Sishi carrying the aluminum panels. Walking side by side along the roadside, Sishi remarked, Why do you seem so tall today? Li Xiang had purchased a pair of high heels online. She was already tall, and at that moment, she was nearly towering over Sishi. Today, they had signed a contract with Ranjia, fulfilling their requirements. Sishi suddenly realized, Oh, that's the part-time job you mentioned before. I senti it? He pondered for a moment, and I had researched that company. It seems quite reputable. Li Xiang halted and turned to him. What did you look it up for? Sure, striving to conceal his intentions, let out a couple of chuckles. I've done many part-time jobs before, for my mother, as you know. Once, I worked as a data analyst for 3 months. And when it came time for the salary, they vanished. Upon belatedly checking their company, I discovered they weren't even registered. Li Xiang pursed her lips. I thought you, like Lu Shi, were from a wealthy family. Not at all that I hail from an ordinary household, I sure continued. You girls who venture out seeking part-time jobs must be especially cautious. This world is not as dazzling as you imagine. Li Xiang remained silent, prompting Si Sure to believe his words had unnerved her. Don't carry any burdens in your heart. I've done all the background checks for you. This company poses no issues. He asserted in fact. I should be the one burdened with concerns. He slightly raised his gaze to glance at Li Xiang, who immediately understood what he meant, unable to suppress a chuckle that I'm sorry. Ranj said I had to wear high heels. You needn't apologize for everything. Si Sure grinned at her. Li Xiang, I've noticed you've lost quite a bit of weight this semester. Li Xiang felt a wave of embarrassment at his comment. Lowering her head, it's not that significant. Si Sure, like a furnace, radiated warmth. No, you should proudly announce the results of your hard work in losing weight. He leaned slightly, lowering his voice. Let me share a secret. I was only 169 centimeters tall in the second year of junior high. Really? Si Sure is not short now. At least around 180 centimeter, he nodded sincerely. Indeed, during high school, I drank milk and ate meat with fervor, practically wishing to stretch myself with 2 ropes every night. Li Xiang stifled a laugh. So, did you succeed in the end? Si Sure replied with a slight sigh. Not quite. While my height didn't increase much, I surely gained width. Haha. Si Sure gazed at her with a smile. Having known her for so long, he rarely witnessed such joy in her. Li Xiang. Huh, you look lovely when you smile. Her expression, however, vanished in an instant, replaced by her usual bashful demeanor. I sure reiterated. I mean it. They shared a comfortable silence as the evening breeze caressed the faces of those who harbor sunshine in their hearts. On line 7 of the subway, the crowd was moderate, yet all seats were occupied. With each stop, a few seats would become vacant. Shumang and Guyu cleverly refrained from desperately vying for seats with the new passengers. There was over 3 meters of space between them. One clung to a pole while the other, leveraging her height, grasped the handrail. They neither looked at each other, feeling more estranged than strangers. The subway resumed its journey. Shumang cast a glance at her before turning away. If you want to pretend not to know me, you could at least keep a greater distance. After saying this, Guyu abruptly swung one leg over. Her movement so exaggerated that it nearly strained her thigh. After 3 consecutive muscle cramps, she finally managed to position herself beside Shumang, having not glanced at him throughout the entire ordeal. However, the subway's glass reflected her, revealing her in a rather foolish pose as she maneuvered over. After moving aside, she realized that she seemed to be just out of reach of the rings. Dazed, the subway began to turn, and Guyu stumbled slightly, her hand instinctively grasping for something, landing on a familiar bone-like structure. Once the train resumed its steady course, Guyu did not release her grip, prompting Shumang to tilt his head and raise an eyebrow at her. In an instant, Guyu relinquished her hold, feigning that nothing had transpired. The two maintained a calm demeanor for 3 seconds. The subway continued its journey. Guyu swayed left and right, striving to secure her footing in the cramped space. If she wanted to grab, then so be it. Shumang regarded her. It's not as if she hadn't done so before. The last time they had shared a subway ride, Guyu had just quarreled with Jiang Man. Disputes with one's parents are always something one wishes to keep private, especially since Jiang Man had slapped her. The turmoil was evident on her face, her emotions a tangled web. Shumang had been her sole support during that time. She sought solace, and he had provided her with an escape, never once bringing up the incident afterward. At this moment, though he did not articulate it, the provocation in his tone ignited a defensive reaction within Guyu. She had grabbed him. She had even embraced him. What of it? Did he think she lacked the courage? Shumang suppressed a laugh, tilting his head back. Why was she so endearing, so adorably charming? As the subway arrived at the station, Guyu quickly released him and dashed away. Sigh. Shumang chuckled helplessly. At Qingshui Bay, Shumang removed his windbreaker and hung it on a hook, exposing his bandaged face to the Guyu perched on the armrest of his sofa, her legs swinging, her round eyes fixated on his face. Your face. Shumang approached her, and she caught a glimpse of his injury. He chose not to elaborate, and she refrained from pressing further. She lifted her leg and spun around, her hips serving as the pivot. His home was spacious, and with the removal of all non-load-bearing walls, the central sofa and coffee table appeared diminutive in comparison, if memory served. Entering the house once granted a clear view of his Air Jordan wall, but it seemed he had relocated it, rendering it untraceable. Shumang settled on the opposite side of the sofa, legs crossed, Engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to her presence, Gu quietly inquired, "You called me out to see a painting?" Shumang swiftly scrolled on his phone and, after sending a message, replied, "No, I'm here to give you a painting." Gu asked, "Qingming, right?" They exchanged glances. Though Shumang concealed his emotions well, a fleeting moment of subtle awkwardness flickered in his eyes, which Gu promptly detected. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Shumang exhaled deeply. "I'll go answer the door." 10 minutes later, Gu was taken aback. 3 men clad in white work uniforms, wearing coarse gloves and blue baseball caps emblazoned with the slogan "Serving customers is our honor," entered, maneuvering a massive painting frame measuring 2 meters in height and half a meter in width. As they walked, bits of debris fell from the frame. One man supported the front, another lifted the rear, while the third held up the middle, resembling a trio of Super Mario characters transporting mushrooms. Among them was a man from Hunan, speaking fluently in his dialect. "Hey, this painting is quite a task." They set the painting down, clapping their hands, sending debris flying in a 360-degree explosion, reminiscent of fireworks. 3 bursts. The elder brother revealed a smile reminiscent of Wang Baoqiang, both dangerous and charming. "An arrow. Be sure to call me next time." Shumang settled the payment with them, and the trio of Super Mario marched away from Qingshui Bay in perfect unison. That a large oil paper concealed the frame, rendering the contents within a tantalizing mystery. Shumang stood before the frame with his arms crossed, and Gu cast a glance at him, sensing that he found the artwork quite to his liking, which elicited a smile from him. "Is this for me?" Gu inquired, pointing at herself. Shumang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he approached one corner of the frame and dramatically unveiled the canvas. The white oil paper, under his precisely measured force, fluttered through the air like a cape worn by a hero in a martial arts epic, creating an exaggerated arc along with it. All the white debris and wood shavings from the painting were sent spiraling into the air. Instantly, the entire room was saturated with the pungent odor of formaldehyde, as wood shavings rained down, dancing cha-cha with the invisible dust that had previously lingered in the room. The swift white paper landed squarely on Guyu's face. "Guyu." Shumang promptly helped her remove it, apologizing, "I applied too much force." The moment the paper departed from the top of Guyu's head, she felt a sudden clarity, her vision sharpened. And only then did Guyu discern the content of the painting. Measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in height, the artwork contained nearly 1,000 cartoon characters, arranged chronologically from left to right according to their respective dynasties. Each character donned the most iconic attire of their era, as Shumang had transformed them into adorable cartoon versions. There was Confucius, slightly tanned with 2 pearly white teeth showing. Li Bai, holding a wine jug and a brush. Lu Sun, sporting a distinctive mustache, and Lin Huyin, glaring at the scholar opposite her while cradling a cat, alongside Qian Zhongshu. The portrayal spanned from the spring and autumn period through to the Republic of China, featuring representatives of scholars from each dynasty. Each character bore distinct traits. Easily recognizable at first glance, Gu found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement, satisfaction, impulsiveness, and confusion. "Did you draw this?" Shumang nodded. "I did." "For me?" "Yes." "Why?" Amidst the swirling dust in the air, a few whitewood shavings still clung to Shumang's head, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Yet, even in this hilariously chaotic setting, Gu heard Shumang's light-hearted voice say, "Because I want you to be my girlfriend." Chapter 53. May I have a kiss? Outside the gates of Dehai University, there lay a street filled with culinary delights. Si Shi and Li Xiang meandered their way here, both feeling a bit peckish and deciding to dine together. Along the way, Si Shi regaled Li Xiang with an array of jokes, causing her to burst into laughter. "Please, no more. I can hardly take it." Li Xiang laughed so hard that her front pressed against her back, one hand on her hip for support while the other rested on the railing. Si Shi maintained his pose of carrying something, turning to look at her with a smile. Once Li Xiang had laughed enough, Si Shi suggested, "There's a yogurt shop up ahead. Would you like some yogurt?" Just as Li Xiang was about to decline, Si Shi swiftly interjected, "Oh, come on. A little yogurt, 1 tea hurt. I'll get you the unsweetened kind." He placed the materials in her arms and said, "Wait here while I go buy it. Li Xiang accepted his proposal. She sighed, once again having been swayed by others, since the time she arrived in Dehai with Uncle Li from her hometown. She had become increasingly conscious of the gazes and thoughts of those around her, often withholding her own opinions until the very end. never displaying much assertiveness. I might as well drink, she mused. Having not indulged in yogurt for quite some time, I sure was a genuinely warm person. At least for Li Xiang, he was a comforting senior. She had rarely experienced protection from others, and she sure could be considered the first. Before this, no, that shouldn't be counted. Han Hanwen could not be included in that category. I sure crossed the sky bridge to the other side of the street, where the yogurt shop's walls were adorned with solid blue and green wallpaper. On the left wall, a gigantic cartoon cow gleamed intermittently. The yogurt was prepared rather slowly, and he regretted not bringing Li Xiang along. Just as he took out his phone to message her, the 2 cups of red bean yogurt he had ordered were ready, and he paid before heading out. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a girl in a princess dress with 2 ponytails standing before him. Oh, what a coincidence! She greeted him. I sure recognized her as the girl he had encountered in the lobby last time. Wen Chu, cradling a soft, plush rabbit bag, smiled sweetly. What a coincidence, Si sure replied. Did you buy 2 cups of yogurt, brother? Wen Chu inquired. I sure found it somewhat difficult to adjust to such girls, and without thinking, he responded, Ah, yes, it's for my girlfriend. Wen Chu's expression shifted slightly. Li Xiang had been waiting for Si sure for quite a while, and she, with her considerable strength, carried a pile of materials up the sky bridge. The view from the bridge was much broader, and given her height and keen eyesight, she could see the scene of Wen Chu and Si sure conversing at the yogurt shop's entrance. In any other circumstance, Li Xiang would not have thought much of it. Instead, she would have approached to inquire whether Si sure was a close friend of his. But this was different. This was Wen Chu, a figure in Li Xiang's life who seemed to exist like a devil. She turned on her heel and started to walk away, but barely had she taken a step when Han Hanwen stood before her. Less than 3 meters away to Li Xiang. She halted and looked at him. Han Hanwen maintained his refined demeanor, smiling as he said, Long time no see. You've become more beautiful. You found the situation somewhat amusing yet exasperating. During her teenage years, she harbored a deep obsession with 2 romantic ideals. First, she desired a boyfriend who was wealthy, powerful, handsome, and had a pet. Shumang's looks could easily score a 9.9. He had an entire wall dedicated to Air Jordans and could barely be considered a minor wealthy heir. He owned a dog named Huang, which qualified as a pet.as for power. He was only a junior in college, which remained to be seen. Second, she envisioned a grand traditional Chinese wedding. 3 books and 6 rites. A 10-mile red bridal procession, proposals, engagements, and weddings. None could be omitted. However, there was something amiss. She had never truly contemplated what the scene would be like when her boyfriend confessed his feelings. Yet, no matter what, it certainly wasn't supposed to be like this, with sawdust and dust swirling in the air, the atmosphere thick with formaldehyde and the pungent odor of new wood. After Shumang spoke, Guyu reminded herself to remain calm, composed, and serene. She assured herself that her words held no ulterior meaning. After all, Shumang, people typically confessed with roses. Shumang pointed to his painting. Look how beautiful and how much effort went into it. Each outline and color of the characters in this painting was the result of his painstaking research and effort. She found herself in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears, evoking both humor and poignancy, albeit with an air of rustic simplicity. How had he managed such a feat? His uniquely crafted confession was indeed a stroke of ingenuity, while it lacked the essence of romance. It was undeniably touching. In comparison to the heart-shaped candles and other confession tools available on Taobao for mere tens of yuan, she felt a deeper emotional resonance with the painstakingly crafted comic he presented. A lover of literature, she was gifted an entire chronicle of Chinese literary history, a distinctive expression of feelings that transcended material form. She gazed at Shumang. A sudden pang of bittersweetness washed over her. He seemed increasingly appealing with each glance. The void of paternal affection began to swell within her heart. Shumang pressed on. Will you agree? His gaze was fervent, his inquiry sincere. All right, Guyu murmured, almost inaudibly. Considering you resemble my father. What did you say? Shumang inquired in a flustered state. Guyu shook her head, believing he had heard her subsequent remark that no. The earlier part, he insisted. Guyu let out a small gasp, her voice barely above a whisper. All right. Shumang took a few steps forward, nodding in affirmation. Fine, he said. May I steal a kiss? We are already a couple. Guyu remained silent. The outcome of this confession was that they neither kissed nor experienced the delightful surprises and romance typically associated with such moments. In a room that resembled a warehouse, There was a distinct lack of romance. Just as Xia Shumang finished speaking, his phone rang unexpectedly. The flight from Dihai to Guangzhou had been interrupted. The original pilot had tripped over a small dog at the entrance and needed to be replaced. Both man and dog were injured and required hospitalization. Xia Shumang's mentor, Zheng Shouguang, aged 48 and a veteran of over 20 years in the aviation industry, was called in as a last-minute replacement, allowing Xia Shumang to board the plane ahead of schedule. The boyfriend she had just secured had, in the blink of an eye, vanished into thin air. After he departed, Guyu sat alone in his expansive warehouse, inexplicably amused by the absurdity of it all. Vanished, gone. Indeed, it was true. She called Li Xiang, having failed to reach her since that afternoon. While seated in a taxi, her mind buzzed with several versions of the confession narrative. The preliminary context could be omitted. She needed to incorporate 3 rhetorical devices and 8 parallel descriptors to convey the profound impact of Xia Shumang's parting words. Oil paintings are clear and bright, and comics can also be tender and endearing. That he understood her thoughts and desires. That Jiyu felt the absence of her family, now that Gu Jiasu had left. Some individuals, regardless of their coldness or unkindness, occupy an irreplaceable place in your heart. Yet, he could emerge in her future life under a new identity. Li Xiang had been acting strangely in recent days. Despite securing a new job, she remained listless and dispirited. Jiyu, concerned for her friend's well-being, refrained from mentioning her relationship. Xia Shumang's phone had been confiscated, and after sending a text to Guyu, he fell silent. On the 3rd day of his disappearance, he finally reached out. Through his clumsy prose, laden with the unmistakable tone of a science student grappling with composition, Xia Shumang conveyed his heartfelt apologies. Xiang, let us depart, Guyu suggested, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Si Shi. Oblivious to the events that had transpired, Li Xiang had been in a state of melancholy for several days. Guyu deemed it essential to coax her out for some fresh air, lest she sprout mushrooms atop her head. Let us go. Hurry up and finish, for I still need to write a report. Li Xiang lingered, hesitant, but Guyu added, once we're done, we shall go sing. Li Xiang, after a moment's contemplation, capitulated. 10 minutes later, she followed Guyu out of the dormitory and he had a slice of cucumber affixed to her face. Report? What report? Did the teacher assign a report? And Han inquired. Who knows? And E replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. They truly haven't participated in any elective courses. The sensation was rather disheartening. In the studio, Shumang was absent, leaving only the 4 of them. Si Shi was already measuring dimensions with a ruler, 1 foot placed upon a wooden board, sawing it diligently. You have arrived. Guyu and Li Xiang each carried some metallic materials into the room. Yi Mingxin was applying nail polish, her attention solely on her own dainty, rounded nails, which seemed imperfect. Jiyu, could you help me determine if this color looks good? Oh, Guyu responded, setting down her belongings and approaching her. Li Xiang, with nowhere else to go, placed her materials beside Si Shi's chair. As Si Shi continued sawing, he inquired, Li Xiang, why did you leave that day? Si Shi finally ceased his focus on the wooden board. His stomach pained. Haven't you been unwell these past few days? Li Xiang exclaimed. Nothing much. Please hand me that flexible measuring tape, he requested. She replied, retrieving the tape for him. I sure gestured to measure, continuing, if you're feeling unwell, you ought to inform me. I searched for you for quite some time. I'm sorry, Li Xiang apologized, her tone exasperating him. Forget it. It's also my fault for making you wait so long. He marked the wooden board with a marker, then set down his tools, reaching into a nearby bag to present Li Xiang with a glass jar filled with thick yogurt, adorned with a large image of a cow. The milky, fragrant yogurt was topped with a layer of soft, sweet red beans, with a sprig of mint standing proudly at the center. I Shi's hands, slightly soiled from work, carefully cradled the yogurt jar as he said to Li Xiang, here, this is for you. A debt repaid from last time. Upon seeing the yogurt, Li Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 54. That was my kiss. Uncle Li's cutting and polishing machines had just been delivered, dressed in camouflage smeared with white paint. He effortlessly carried the 2 machines. Ladies, he bellowed into the studio. Li Xiang quickly wiped away her tears, as Uncle Li's robust and resonant voice drew everyone's attention. I Shi paused momentarily, while Li Xiang accepted the yogurt. And he clapped his hands to receive the equipment. Uncle, greetings, he said, extending his hands to take the items from Uncle Li. Shi offered an awkward smile. Upon entering, Uncle Li noticed the wooden boards and saws alongside the blueprints. Setting down the machines, he picked up the blueprints for inspection. Whose drawings are these? They are quite detailed and precise. Li Xiang composed herself, replying, "These are the blueprints for our upcoming competition." Uncle Li nodded. And suddenly a smile spread across his face. "Ah, this is simple. We could complete it in just a couple of hours." Uncle Li is a man of action, characterized by his warm-hearted nature. As he spoke of plugging in the cutting machine. His sleeves rolled up, he exuded a readiness to embark on a significant endeavor. He picked up the saw previously used by Si Shi, expressing a hint of disdain as he remarked, "Look, I told you. You students are sheltered from the elements. What era are we in? Using a saw to cut wooden boards, just like Bald Chong." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Si Shi replied, "Uncle, I can handle this." However, Uncle Li appeared skeptical, his gaze filled with doubt. Li Xiang tugged at her father's sleeve. Her character was heavily influenced by her upbringing. She was introverted and self-effacing, often seeking to please others, with her words steeped in self-deprecation. Noticing his daughter's intervention, Uncle Li relented, saying, "All right, you can assist me that I have some free time this afternoon. We can wrap up this little task in no time." "Sure," Si Shi readily agreed. Uncle Li possessed exceptional manual skills and, coupled with his familiarity with machinery, managed to bring the model to near completion by the end of the afternoon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, "Well done, young man. The steel plates were cut remarkably." Si Shi responded, "No problem." Uncle Li continued, "We just need to buy some lubricant tomorrow and add a few drops of oil here." With Uncle Li's involvement, the process of crafting the model felt almost effortless. As evening approached, Uncle Li had another task to tackle, and he waved goodbye, his imposing figure illuminated as he left. Ye Mingxin, having observed the model, lamented, "Had I known we would have such external assistance, we wouldn't have spent 3 days cutting wooden boards with just the two of us." She clicked her tongue in exasperation. "Let's call it a day." Checking the time, she noted it was time for her to get her hair done. "You all go have fun. My night out is about to begin." Si Shi, the laborer of the day, leaned against a high stool, panting. A glance revealed Uncle Li's glue gun left behind in the workshop. This was Uncle Li's essential tool for work. Without it, he could not function. "This belongs to Uncle Li," Si Shi remarked. Li Xiang responded, "Ah, yes. Looking at the time, my dad should have already boarded the subway." She inquired, "Shall we take it to him? Do you know where he is heading tonight?" "I do." Si Shi went to wash his hands, preparing to depart, while Li Xiang looked at Guyu, who was about to speak. Guyu interjected, "Go ahead. I'll take a taxi back myself." Si Shi soon emerged, bidding farewell to Guyu before stepping out of the workshop alongside Li Xiang. Outside, they encountered the same group of cute girls selling merchandise. While the glass windows were adorned with delightful pink trinkets, resembling a miniature fairy tale castle. Li Xiang, in her flat shoes, appeared slightly shorter beside Si Shi and held the yogurt he had just given her. Uncertain of what he said, she responded with a smile, so sweet that a twinge of jealousy stirred within Guyu, who felt a pang in her heart. Previously indifferent to displays of affection, she now realized she was being unceremoniously fed dog food. Where was her new boyfriend? She picked up her phone to check. "Oh, esteemed passengers, welcome. The flight from Guangzhou to Dihai, flight number XXX, has arrived at Dihai International Airport. Thank you for your patronage, and we wish you a pleasant journey." In the bustling international airport, individuals of various skin tones and cultural backgrounds weave through the terminal. A group of flight attendants, having just disembarked from a delightful flight, strides in unison towards the lounge. Clad in form-fitting red skirts adorned with golden edges and immaculate uniforms, each flight attendant sports a red and gold scarf elegantly draped around her neck. Their poised demeanor captivates the attention of travelers nearby. "Wow, beautiful sisters," a child exclaims in awe. The flight attendants pass with proud smiles gracing their lips. The child screams again, this time even louder, "What a handsome brother who can fly a plane." The little girl, though still mastering her words, effectively conveys her admiration. Shumang, dressed in a crisp white shirt emblazoned with the OE insignia, pairs it with dark blue trousers. His right hand supports a suitcase, while a coat of the same hue is draped over his arm. Wearing a black mask that conceals the lower half of his face, his striking presence radiates an aura of confidence that permeates every corner of the airport. Feng Xingyan steps out from the exit, her gaze instinctively locking onto Shumang as if guided by an infrared beam. Previously feeling that she had no fortune with handsome men, fate surprises her by bringing Shumang into her path while she is at Dihai to collect her medical report. Outside of his uniform, he exudes a gentle demeanor, occasionally donning work attire. though this is the first time she has encountered him in his official capacity. The allure of his maturity and charm ensnares Feng Xingyan completely. Xiao Xia, you've worked hard this time. Captain Zheng pats him on the shoulder. Not hard at all, that I'm heading home, he replies, eager to reunite with his new girlfriend waiting at home, not one to indulge in romantic gestures. He possesses no tricks to charm young ladies, yet he has somehow managed to find a girlfriend, a testament to his diligent hands and passionate heart. She had promised to arrive on time. A slight smile graces Xia Shumang's lips. Xia Shumang, the voice is not that of Gu Yu, yet it feels familiar. Feng Xingyan approaches with a smile. Long time no see, handsome Xia. Xia Shumang, holding his phone, fails to recognize her. Who are you? Feng Xingyan falters momentarily before replying. We took the helicopter pilot exam together at DHAI.IT dawns on him, though his voice is somewhat muffled by the mask. Feng Xingyan comprehends every word clearly. The one who hit my hand. Feng Xingyan's lips twitch as she notices his mask and swiftly changes the topic. Why are you wearing a mask? Caught a cold? Gu Yu meticulously prepared herself, transforming into a little princess before heading out to greet Xia Shumang, her heart fluttering with excitement. Adjusting to her new identity has proven somewhat challenging. The intimacy of kissing, hugging, and all that comes with a romantic relationship now intertwines with her life. Suddenly, the presence of another person connects all her experiences, as if many aspects of her life have found their footing. There is a sense of belonging and a subtle reassurance. Life unfolds with clarity, and thoughts of someone special fill her heart to the brim. Upon arriving at the airport, she scans the surroundings but fails to spot her boyfriend. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, after taking a few steps forward, she finally catches sight of Xia Shumang behind a large pillar. Only a silhouette, yet Gu Yu recognized him instantly, with long legs, a slim waist, broad shoulders, and an alluring sense of uniform charm. He was unmatched in the entire airport. Just as her excitement waned after a brief 3 seconds, she noticed a girl standing in front of Xia Shumang. Possessing an extraordinary memory, she quickly recalled the person Feng Xingyan. After a mere 3 seconds of contemplation, it was her hand that struck Xia Shumang. The details of that moment eluded her. But as fellow aviators, it was inevitable they would cross paths. Her understanding of Xia Shumang's profession was limited, as was her familiarity with his circle. Consequently, as the current situation unfolded, she felt a flicker of anger that she could not quite express. Neither Xia Shumang nor Feng Xingyan seemed aware of Gu Yu's presence. Xia Shumang lowered his gaze, indifferent. Feng Xingyan, bouncing with energy, continued, "You can't seriously be coming down with something. The change of seasons has brought flu infections. This is too dangerous for you." Xia Shumang glanced at his phone. Gu Yu had sent a message 2 minutes prior. Arrived. Eager to meet his new girlfriend, he interrupted her, stating he had matters to attend to, and turned to leave. With unfinished words, Feng Xingyan, impulsive as ever, blocked his path. Changing her position, Xia Shumang looked up to find Gu Yu standing less than 5 meters away. Feng Xingyan exclaimed, "I know a friend whose family runs a traditional Chinese medicine shop. They have many rare herbs effective against the flu that I can arrange for you." Her words were once again interrupted. Gu Yu approached the two, revealing that Xia Shumang wore the mask not due to illness. Feng Xingyan turned at the sound. This girl seemed somewhat familiar. While she couldn't place Gu Yu, her mind lingered on Gu Yu's words about Xia Shumang. As Gu Yu reached over Feng Xingyan, Xia Shumang instinctively extended his hand as well. With a gentle tug, Gu Yu pulled him behind her. "He's mine," she stated earnestly. Chapter 55. Homeless in the taxi, Xia Shumang and Gu Yu sat on opposite sides. The space between them ample enough for 2 small dogs. After uttering her earlier statement, Gu Yu had taken Xia Shumang away. Feng Xingyan must have been livid. What had she been thinking at that moment? It left her feeling quite displeased. A wave of resentment coursed through her veins, spreading rapidly. After calming down, she reflected on her reaction and realized she may have been overly zealous. Such fervor had manifested once before during her initial days at school. Gu Jiasoa was the sole pillar of support throughout her upbringing, yet also the most vividly etched figure in her memories. Human beings possess an intrinsic self-protective instinct, in the face of losing their most cherished and reliant individuals. They often adopt an air of indifference, feigning well-being. It is only when a monumental blow shatters that facade that the subconscious returns to a state of normalcy. The stark difference between these two states is often described as living in a daze. Once one surpasses this hurdle and endures the tribulation, normalcy resumes. Her dazed state manifested in the protection of her cherished people and things, amplifying their significance and capabilities in the most suitable manner. The starry tide bag was one such instance, and Xia Shumang was another. Upon reaching Qingshui Bay, she checked in at 20.5 and decided to give 20. The driver presented a QR code. Cash, Xia Shumang stated. The driver paused momentarily before accepting the money. For the first time, they strolled together in the guise of a couple, the air infused with a subtle tension. Xia Shumang, having not changed his attire, walked ahead of her. There was something undeniably captivating about the uniform of a pilot. Suddenly, Xia Shumang halted, and Guyu followed suit. The two exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. Jiyu Yukim. Xia Shumang extended his hand toward her, palm facing up, his tone playfully teasing, laced with an unspoken invitation. Shall we? She hesitated. His approach to romance was rather forthright. She reached out her hand, but before she could grasp his, Xia Shumang swiftly seized her and pulled her tightly into his embrace. The force of his pull sent Guyu crashing against his chest, her forehead colliding slightly. In an instant, darkness enveloped her. When she regained her senses, the faint scent of mango wafted from Xia Shumang, filling her nostrils. He draped his navy blue jacket over their heads. Jiyu felt a supportive grip at her waist as she was unexpectedly pressed against a tree, her vision still obscured. The dimming of her sight heightened her other senses. By the lingering fragrance, she could discern that Xia Shumang was now less than an inch from her. What are you doing? The elder will be patrolling soon. At this hour, he ought to be asleep. Suddenly, her nose was touched by something cool and soft. His warm breath enveloped her. What happened last time is still unresolved. What do you mean? The kiss. He remembered Guyu had never encountered such a situation. Newly initiated into this realm, she was unaware of its unspoken rules. So, a kiss? All right. In the stillness of the night, just past midnight at Qingshui Bay, the lights in both Xia Shumang's and Guyu's rooms remained unturned off. A wall separated them, concealing their faces, yet their presence was undeniably felt. This sensation was exquisite and comforting. Jiyu turned on her side and poked the wall with her hand. Suddenly, a piece of sponge fell upon her head, neither too light nor too heavy. She sat up against the wall. Xia Shumang had dislodged the sponge from his pocket. A white earphone tumbled out. The kind with a wire. Jiyu? Yes, I'm here. Xia Shumang leaned against the wall as she did, propping one leg up. The other end of the earphone nestled in his ear. Did I bite you just now? Xia Shumang's lips, as sensual to touch as they appeared, held a small, soft protrusion that, each time it brushed against her lips, made her acutely aware of his movements. He continued, I apologize. I'll be more careful next time. His tone resembled that of an exemplary student, adorned with a red scarf, who, having forgotten his book, earnestly approached the teacher's office to admit his oversight. His sincerity was palpable, tinged with a hint of regret. Guyu felt her cheeks flush, too shy to respond. Fortunately, the wall concealed her expression from him. Noticing the silence from her side, Xia Shumang inquired, Are you listening to music? After a brief wait, he gently tugged on the other end of the earphone wire. In silence, they shared a connection. The melody of a piano piece, T.S., filled their ears. They maintained the same posture, connected by a single earphone wire, immersed in the same song. In the absence of the external clamor, the vast city of Dihai transforms into a serene and gentle haven. At this moment, Point One fled from the imperial capital to Dihai, while the other journeyed from the flower city to pursue studies here. The sound of the piano lingers on, as two lost souls find solace in each other's warmth. There is an utter stillness surrounding them, which brings a sense of tranquility to their hearts. Suddenly, a phone call interrupts the moment for Xia Shumang. It is the director from OE. Xia Shumang answers the call, without removing her headphones. Xia, I still find your face to be quite unsatisfactory. The director exclaims, I happen to know an old classmate whose son works at a cosmetic surgery hospital. I shall recommend you to visit. The director continues, We at OE have never had anyone as handsome as you. We cannot afford to lose face. After May, things will be less hectic, so do check on those facial injuries. Scars hardly present a pleasant appearance, do they? The director rattles on with a plethora of sympathetic remarks. And it is only when his vocabulary runs dry that he finally concedes to end the call. Once again, the piano melody fills the air. He wonders about the origin of the scars on his face. And Guyu is oblivious to the circumstances. He is reluctant to share, and Guyu does not pry. She comprehends his sentiments, much like her own unwillingness to mention Jiang Man after a brief silence. A voice emerges from the pocket of Ding Dang Cat, belonging to Xia Shumang. That I could have joined the Air Force, he states, but I failed the political review. My father has an uncle, not by blood, whom he met in the early days of his company. After my father became successful, that uncle repeatedly solicited loans from him. He once saved my father's life. During my senior year, that uncle got into trouble, and my father bore the burden for him. Later, when Shumang applied for the Air Force, he was outright rejected. He inhaled deeply, yearning to clarify the truth, but the uncle opposed him. They quarreled fiercely, and eventually, he left. He had exerted pressure on OE numerous times, and the director sought me out several times, which left me with little to attend to last semester. It was exceedingly easy to request leave, and I came and went freely. Upon realizing this, I signed a lifelong contract with OE, effectively selling myself to the organization. But he recounted his experiences in the most mundane tone. You felt a whirlwind of emotions within her, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet she found herself unable to articulate a single syllable. His desolate voice resonated once more. So, Guyu, this time, I find myself in a situation akin to yours. I have no home. After a few seconds of silence, Shumang sensed Guyu removing her headphones, causing a tightening sensation in his heart. Then, he heard her say, Shumang, please open the door. I wish to embrace you. Before Shumang could articulate a response, a text message arrived on his phone from the director. The doctor's surname is Han. His name is Han Hanwen. A distinguished student from Dihai University is scheduled to give a lecture. Admitted to be university through recommendation, he boasts exceptional academic achievements, having published numerous papers in the field of medicine and won several awards both domestically and internationally. He is handsome, though not as striking as Shumang. Yet he qualifies as a good-looking gentleman. What captivates the female audience most is his profession. He is a cosmetic surgeon. One girl jested, "Do you think Dr. Han could enhance my bust? Mine is rather small." "Nonsense. You merely wish to take advantage of him." Another girl scoffed, "Has Shumang given you permission to ogle boys from other schools?" The lecture by Han Hanwen is set to take place in the grand auditorium of the university. On this day, over 3,000 students attended the lecture, predominantly female. And Han also participated. She had always been dissatisfied with her appearance, uncertain of the speaker's credentials. She nonetheless felt intrigued by the prospect of learning how to enhance her beauty. The promotional slogans preceding the lecture were excessively fervent, yet the content itself was rather mundane and failed to captivate the audience. He not of our age. Indeed, he has yet to achieve anything noteworthy before stepping onto the stage. Has Dihai University run out of funds to hire professionals? Did he not mention that he was merely filling in for the professor? The prior advertisements were extravagantly exaggerated. The girls were rather unimpressed, perceiving it as a case of borrowed authority. Han could not hear the speaker below, as he maintained an air of superiority. At this moment, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to my girlfriend. When Han glanced at a girl seated in the front row. I am grateful for her unwavering support, which has led me to achieve what I have today. I appreciate her bold confession that gave me the opportunity to take my first step. As soon as he concluded his statement, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Few could recall the theoretical knowledge he had shared, yet his declaration resonated deeply with every gossiping girl present. The crowd responded with a chorus of awe, their voices a chaotic blend of excitement, whispers, disdain, and envy. When Shu was invited onto the stage, and before the attentive eyes of the audience, she embraced Han, resting blissfully in his arms. "Girls, if you like someone, be brave and pursue them." When Shu proclaimed into the microphone, prompting another uproar from the audience, Li Xiang stood at the entrance of the auditorium. Leaning against the wall, her gaze devoid of emotion, her lips pressed tightly together, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiang. Guyu called out to her, Xiang, we need to go. Today we're filming the drone. Li Xiang hesitated momentarily. "Oh, I'm coming." Chapter 56. Fierce, like the gray wolf today, Yiming Xin was distracted, leaving only the four of them to film the video. I sure selected a spacious park to conduct several test flights, achieving satisfactory results. This location lacked long benches, so Li Xiang squatted at the edge of a flower bed, her eyes darting like a cat's, following the movements of a teasing cat. I sure secured the wooden block firmly on the ground. "See, sure, are you sure this unsightly wooden lump will win any awards?" she inquired, pointing at the oddly shaped piece of wood with a hint of uncertainty. I sure scratched the back of his head. Sister Xian said that for the preliminary round, the video creations do not need to be overly refined. The threshold is quite low. After passing the preliminary round, we will repackage this little object. It will look much more appealing than. Li Xiang nodded. "All right, when shall we film the video?" Sisha replied, "Let us do it now. The wind is light." Li Xiang rose and asked, "How do we film it?" Sisha gestured towards the distant Zhonghua bridge. "In a moment, I will stand here, place the delivery box on the wooden lump, and then press a button. It will automatically chase after Shumang and Guyu. There is a camera on the opposite side, and we will record from both ends." "Sounds good." At Zhonghua bridge, the weather was somewhat overcast, and the temperature had dropped. Guyu had left home without checking the weather forecast. Wearing only a thin, long-sleeved jacket, standing at the forefront of the whirlwind, I suddenly felt a chill. Why haven't Xiang and the others started yet? Shumang, donning a black mask, remarked that it would commence soon. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It was Sishi calling. "Shugo, it's begun." Received, he set down his phone and turned to Guyu, saying, "Come, you take the shot." Before him stood a simple tripod, upon which a phone was already recording. "Oh, all right." She approached, her hand just resting on the side of the phone when Shumang unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his masked profile brushing against her ear as he adjusted the phone's angle. His sudden movement startled her, his breath enveloping her, causing her to instinctively shift her body and tilt her head away. "Are you trying to evade me?" Shumang inquired. "No," she murmured softly. That he chuckled lightly. "Don't shy away. I am still quite gentle." Guyu found herself momentarily taken aback, her neck mechanically tilting toward him in an attempt to convey his gentleness. Shumang sensed her response, his smile deepening. The wooden drone had taken flight, a small black dot against the sky, and Shumang pressed the record button. Yet, his embrace tightened around her. "Shumang, are you certain you've never been in a relationship?" "Quite certain." "Then why are you?" "Well, so expressive." Her voice dwindled, uncertainty creeping in. "Fortunately, there will be many more expressions to come. Just wait." Guyu. The wooden drone soared back, halting at the designated altitude, where a cardboard box rested quietly. The recording phone captured the wooden block as Shumang reached over Guyu to retrieve the box, simulating the act of collecting a package. Technology is indeed wondrous. It has the power to transform people's lifestyles and methods. With economic advancement, the future will unveil even more modern products that serve humanity. Shumang, don't you think our design might genuinely find application in our lives someday? Guyu watched as the wooden drone diminished in size until it vanished from sight. Perhaps. 10 minutes later, Sishi called, praising the footage but requesting additional shots of varying sizes and qualities of delivery boxes to showcase the practical functions of the wooden drone. The four gathered in a small pavilion within the park. The video would be handed to Guyu and Li Xiang for editing, after which Guyu would draft the project introduction before sending the video out. "Leave it to me," Guyu declared. Crafting such a product introduction was relatively straightforward. Clarity of logic and succinct language were paramount, ensuring the message was conveyed effectively. Guyu took the memory card and recalled something, asking, "What tone and color do you prefer?" Sishi replied, "Tone and color? Can that even be written?" "Of course it can. Language is a fluid entity. Adding or omitting a single word can alter its meaning entirely. Language flows like water, allowing for diverse expressions. Humorous, fearful, concise, or intricate," Shumang suggested. "Then let us write something more succinct with a touch of humor." Agreed. The hour is still early, and Sisha suggested going out for a meal, but Shumang declined. "I have an appointment with the doctor. Perhaps next time." "Come on, Shugo, that's rather inconsiderate. Since we entered our third year, our dorm rarely dines out together. Su Shiokai has been juggling classes and working at the newspaper since the beginning of the third year. And this semester he is residing at the newspaper office. Haichang has taken on a project with a gaming company, started writing code, and his forehead is increasingly shining. He has given up on hair growth treatments and is directly seeking out a few hair transplant doctors." Shumang went to OE. Whether he is still in the air or on the ground remains uncertain. He himself is busy this semester participating in competitions to earn prizes. Running back and forth between the two campuses, Shumang said, "How about this? Let us call Su Boyu and Haichang to see if they can join us for dinner tonight." "All right." Si sure took Li Xiang to Wanda to reserve a table at Hai Di Lao, while Guyu accompanied Shumang to the hospital. Han one had been waiting for Shumang for quite some time. He received word that Shumang would be visiting the hospital regarding the scars on his face. Initially, he was dismissive, but after attending Dihai University, he realized that Shumang was the heir of the Yaoxing group. Furthermore, the girl who could not bear the burden of being penalized and losing her qualifications for further studies ended up taking a leave of absence. Han one had been waiting there since morning. They were of similar age, and perhaps through mutual exchanges, they could become friends, providing opportunities to speak in the future if needed. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Hello, I am Han Hanwan." Shumang sat across from him, observing his outstretched hand without any intention of shaking it. The air he exuded was one of pretense. "Do you possess a medical license?" He spoke while still wearing a mask, his gaze unfocused, his tone cold. Shumang glanced around. "This isn't your office, is it?" Han Hanwan began to sweat nervously. "Well, this is my mentor's." An hour later, an elderly professor wearing a white coat and slightly hunched over, with round spectacles, arrived at the office. "You must be Han Hanwan, right? The hospital has quite a strong aroma, doesn't it? Your father asked me to look after you for a few days. I'm off work now. Let us go have hot pot. On the subway. Today the subway is less crowded, and there are adjacent seats available." After sitting down, Guyu leaned against him, observing her injured face. "Shumang, are you really not going back to the hospital for another check?" She expressed her concern. Shumang replied, "The doctor recommended by the director should not be him. I did not expect to encounter such a character. Han Hanwen is not actually employed at the hospital. He is merely a freshman this year with a bit of family connection, and he is accompanying a professor from a prestigious 985 university in the capital to give a lecture." His words subtly hinted at how impressive he is, as if the lecture was his own and the doctor was also under his purview. The director, perhaps due to age, was a bit forgetful and had not accurately remembered what Han Hanwen was actually doing, mistakenly recommending him to Shumang. "When do you have time? I'll accompany you back to the hospital for another look." Shumang turned to her. "Is this scar really that unattractive?" His stubbornness flared up again, and Guyu reassured him, "No, with it, you appear even more formidable." What I mean is fierce." Indeed, she pondered for a moment, "fierce like a wolf." Shumang wore a smile at the corners of her lips as she pulled her into an embrace, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "In the future, you shall witness even more formidable ones." Coincidentally, today both Haichang and Su Xiaozai were able to join. Xiaozai, arriving the latest due to some matters at his newspaper, found everyone already indulging in their feast. Upon his arrival, he brought along his girlfriend, a slender girl donning leopard print glasses, somewhat shy, exuding an aura of a top scholar. After a long period of separation, they engaged in a myriad of topics, eventually centering their conversation on Shumang. "Look, our Shuj is different now that he has a girlfriend. He rarely graces us with his presence, but when she's around, he's here." Haichang, the most enthusiastic when it came to organizing group meals, noted that Si Shur and Xiaozai were both at D-High, while Shumang's attendance was uncertain due to some of his training being conducted in isolation, rendering him unavailable. I sure chimed in. "Who can argue with that? Just look at this flying machine competition." Shuj said he would participate, all to elevate his girlfriend's rank. Li Xiang, seated beside Guyu, was utterly bewildered and tugged at her. "When did Shumang get a girlfriend? Who is she?" Guyu glanced at her and replied, "It's me." Li Xiang momentarily held her breath, absorbing this revelation, before she could let out any exclamatory surprise. Guyu continued, "Aren't you the same? You've been spending every day with Si Shur lately. Don't tell me you can't see that he likes you." Li Xiang waved her hand dismissively, her expression somewhat grim. After a moment of contemplation, she admitted, "Well, there was a boy I liked in high school, but after many unfortunate events, I never saw him again. Recently, he reappeared." Guyu listened intently. "You still have feelings for him?" Especially after discovering he was quite a despicable person, she had completely moved on. So, Li Xiang bit her lip. "Can you comprehend that feeling? I no longer like him. In fact, I loathe him. Yet, he represents a significant chapter in my life. Seeing him again stirs emotions within me." Being inherently sensitive, she could never forget someone who nearly derailed her life's trajectory. Li Xiang truly struggled with her emotional life, grappling with her thoughts without arriving at a conclusion. "What are you all discussing?" Si Shur suddenly interjected. Li Xiang froze at the sound of his voice, feeling even less inclined to meet his gaze. Fortunately, Si Shur's conversational focus was not on her. "Guyu, Xiaozai had just asked you. The poetry competition is about to commence, running for a year, and if you secure a spot in the top 3, you will be directly recommended for graduate studies at the prestigious Daijing University. Will you participate?" Chapter 57. The deadline approaches. The registration for the poetry conference took place during this summer vacation, involving multiple rounds of selection over the course of a year to determine the rankings. Su Boy strongly urged Guyu to enter the competition, lamenting his own missed opportunity for recognition in the previous round. Gu possessed a profound literary foundation, making her a candidate he had always believed in. Su Boy sent her the registration form along with detailed participation procedures, and without even opening it, she declared, "I will participate." Wow, that was beautifully written, well-reasoned, and substantiated. Once she confirmed everything was in order, she packaged the edited competition video along with the Word document, compressing them before sending them off. With a sigh of relief, Si Shi, Li Xiang, and Guyu simultaneously exhaled, after weeks of relentless effort. Staying up until the early hours each night, the wooden blocks had finally transformed into silver nuggets. The four of them had spent several nights in the studio for meticulous polishing, and Guyu, glancing in the mirror, noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Li Xiang exclaimed, "We've finally finished." Si Shi added, "Now we can rest easy. All the improvements have been made as per Shu Ge's suggestions." Shumang was once again swept away by his busy schedule. Whenever he found a moment, he would video call to participate virtually. Si Shi called out, "Guyu, it's all up to you now. Writing these things is the most tedious." "No problem." They tidied up the mess and exited the studio. Li Xiang had arranged to shoot with Ranjie today. It was her first time being photographed, and Si Shi accompanied her. He had just disembarked from a flight, and the cacophony of airport announcements filled the air. "Guyu, have you arrived in Jinan?" "Yes," she replied softly. They fell into silence for 3 seconds before Guyu spoke again. "Shumang, may I ask you for a favor?" "Of course," Shumang chuckled on the other end. "Is that all?" Guyu hesitated for a moment. "There's one more thing." Shumang patiently awaited her words. "I have to take the CET for in June, and I can't manage to study on my own. Guyu had taken the Japanese language in the college entrance examination and had never studied English before. She barely passed her first semester with a score of 60, plummeting from the top rank to 6th. She had checked her raw score and found it to be only 37. "All right." Shumang was about to say more when Guyu heard a growl on the other end of the line. A fierce dog came barreling towards Shumang, colliding with him. The call abruptly disconnected. "Shumang?" Guyu shouted into the phone, but it was too late. The line had gone dead at Yaoqiang International Airport. Shumang was greeted by Huang, who leaped towards him. When he found the dog, it had been no longer than his forearm, but after 3 years at school, it could now knock him over. His suitcase was sent flying 5 meters away, and he fell to the ground as Huang bounded around him, barking excitedly. The dog jumped forward, licking Shumang's face, its tail wagging incessantly like a perpetual motion machine. "Huang." Shumang stood up, ready to scold, but the dog's big, watery, grape-like eyes gazed up at him, darting between his legs, instantly diffusing his anger. Huang eagerly pushed his suitcase towards Shumang, continuing to frolic around his legs. "Shumang." Lu Shi rushed over, panting. Once Huang entered the airport, it started running wild. "It's impossible to catch him." Shumang steadied the suitcase, asking, "Why did you bring him to Jinan?" Lu Shi replied, "The school is organizing an event with Yokohama, and a bunch of beautiful girls are coming. I figured girls love fluffy things, so I borrowed your son for the occasion. They're coming to Jinan." Shumang pulled the suitcase forward. "Not quite. There is a girl who bears a resemblance to Satomi Ishihara, quite beautiful indeed. She mentioned having a Chinese friend in Jinan. Upon hearing this, I thought, an international friend in need of assistance. How could I possibly stand idly by?" He followed Shumang into the lounge. Just in time, Shumang sent a message to Guyu, and upon turning around, Lu Shi and Sui had found a table to settle at. "You're looking rather flamboyant today," Shumang remarked. "Not as flamboyant as you," came the retort. Huang, trailing behind Shumang, lifted his body, his 2 pudgy paws landing on Shumang's chest, his pink tongue lolling out as he gazed at him intently. What on earth is wrong with Huang? Normally, he would not react so strongly upon seeing him, but today's behavior was exceedingly unusual, repeatedly launching himself at him. Lu Shi peeled an orange, popped a segment into his mouth, and mumbled, "Perhaps it's been too long since he last saw you." He misses you. He shoved another piece into his mouth, adding, "Or maybe he's just riled up seeing you." Lu Shi stated, "Attractiveness knows no boundaries." To which Shumang replied, "Get lost." Lu Shi mimicked a zipper motion, jumped off the table, and exclaimed, "No, no, no." He called out to Huang, "Huang, let us go." Yet Huang remained fixated on Shumang. With such fervent devotion, it would take some time to coax him away. Lu Shi sighed and gently patted Huang's head. "Ungrateful creature. After all I've done to spoil you these past few days." Shumang first set Huang down, but he continued to circle around him with tireless enthusiasm. Since Xia Shumang's flight allowed pet transport, he immediately contacted the captain to arrange for Huang's transport. Meanwhile, Lu Shi bounced off to meet with the Japanese girl, and it was only after Xia Shumang had sorted out the arrangements that he remembered Gu Yu's earlier call. However, when he dialed, Gu Yu's phone had already powered off. Gu Yu, hearing the commotion, soon discovered her phone had died. She rushed back to her dormitory to charge it, only to find a message from Xia Shumang, which brought her a moment of calm. Yet, her heart was still frantic and hollow. This familiar sense of helplessness washed over her, reminiscent of the time she lost Gu Jiasa. She felt a pang of fear and, out of curiosity, searched online for reasons why a golden retriever might suddenly become agitated. The comments were mixed. He's in heat. He wants to date. Can't the dog have a moment of joy? He must be thrilled to see his owner after such a long time. My dog nearly jumped through the roof after 3 months apart. Dogs are quite mysterious. It could be a sign that the owner's time is running out that they become so agitated. Just a few years had passed since the Malaysia Airlines incident, and her mind replayed the news like a slideshow, contemplating the possibility of no survivors, the captain's misjudgment, and sending her wishes. While she was lost in these thoughts, her phone screen suddenly lit up with a video call from Xia Shumang. Guu. I hope I didn't startle you. His handsome visage appeared on the screen. But the phone was jostled and turned off. Guu remained silent in the video, prompting Xia Shumang to tap on the screen. Why aren't you speaking? Is it frozen? Gu shouted. Xia Shumang. Don't take the plane. Take the high-speed train. Her tone was urgent, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was uncertain about what she was afraid of. A particular phrase she found on Baidu left her feeling quite unsettled. Xia Shumang reassured her. It's nothing. I merely bumped into Huang. Look, I'm perfectly fine now. As she turned her phone screen to face Huang, she continued. See, Huang is right here beside me. I truly am all right. Guu, still wanting to say something, was interrupted as someone called for Xia Shumang. That he responded, and then told Guu, I have a matter to attend to. I'll call you in the evening. Guu stared at the abruptly disconnected call, momentarily at a loss for words. If you like him, just pursue him. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Hearing this, she remarked, he's wealthy and handsome. If I were in your position, I would have gone after him right at the start of my freshman year. An Han, engaged in a video call with her former close friend, expressed, I'm not certain whether he has a girlfriend. Do you know Yi Mingxin, the girl who appeared on Zhongtai News? I saw them walking together at school. Could her rumored boyfriend be Xia Shumang? It interjected, how could that be? When Yi Mingxin went to the desert, he should have still been in high school. A's reasoning held some merit, and in Han nodded. There's a girl in our dormitory, the one I mentioned before, who flaunts her father's inheritance and spends extravagantly. She knows Xia Shumang's mother, B remarked, and Han learned from her. She knows how to leverage connections with her elders. How cunning. Perhaps his mother is trying to keep her son away from her. Didn't you say she had a favorable impression of you? I responded, indeed. And Han, you have an advantage. If you wish to confess your feelings, do it soon. Don't let other wildflowers bloom before you. On her way back to the East Campus, and Han kept her head down. She had once again been reprimanded by her professor, the reason being her abysmal homework. After venting to her close friends, the conversation shifted to Xia Shumang, and their comforting words brought her some solace. However, Guu and Li Xiang had not signed up for any electives and frequented the San Kang market daily. This market was a large underground shopping venue that integrated Hanfu, JK, and Lolita styles, where many well-known influencers had held fashion shows. Although she had heard about it from the ancient style club she attended, they couldn't acquire tickets for the Hanfu fashion show. A wealthy senior had gone once and shared numerous photos and videos in their group, one of which had briefly gone viral on a short video platform. She felt a pang of jealousy, wondering why she couldn't even compete with Li Xiang. She was more beautiful than Li Xiang, had a better figure, and came from a wealthier family. Recently, Si Sure had been appearing at the classroom entrance daily, waiting for Li Xiang after class, all thanks to Guu's influence. If it weren't for Guu's affluent and influential family, enabling her to associate with elite individuals like Lu Shi and Xia Shumang, how would Li Xiang have come to know Si Sure? Si Sure's family background remained unclear, but his association with Xia Shumang suggested that he must come from a well-off family. And Han resolved to integrate herself into their circle, to penetrate the realm of the upper echelon. Chapter 58. I Want to Kiss You. Ran Jie provided Li Xiang with an address. The filming location was approximately 20 kilometers from Dehai University. Si Sure and Li Xiang took over an hour on the subway to arrive. The shooting venue was a modern, expansive area, The entire wall was painted in irregular white, and in the center of the concrete space stood a constructed backdrop, the very spot where Li Xiang would soon be photographed. Aisha nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'll wait for you at the door. Li Xiang followed Ran Jie inside for the shoot, while Sisher leaned against the white wall, smoking a cigarette. Bored and listless, he extinguished his smoke and made his way to a nearby tavern. He settled into a seat by the window and ordered a Swiss cocktail. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Li Xiang and lifted his glass to take a sip. Across the street, a group of girls in bright uniforms were engaged in a spring outing at Runyuan, gathering in small clusters, chatting and laughing. A strong wind blew outside, tousling their hair. After 10 minutes, a few girls pushed open the bar's door and chose a large round table to sit at. I sure played 6 rounds of games in the bar until Li Xiang arrived. Li Xiang had not removed her makeup. Her face was adorned with DW foundation and a layer of banana powder, appearing both fair and rosy. The highlighter and contour perfectly concealed all her imperfections, enhancing her inherent beauty. She naturally had double eyelids, but Ran Jie had added another layer, making her eyes appear larger and brighter. I sure was momentarily taken aback. "You? How have you changed?" Li Xiang took a seat and replied. "No, is it not beautiful?" Ran Jie did it. "I didn't look in the mirror, so I'm not sure if it looks good." I sure immediately exclaimed, "It looks good," fearing she might not believe him. He reiterated, "Really, it looks good." Li Xiang shyly smiled in response. She ordered a glass of peach liqueur, the pink liquid shimmering brilliantly, mirroring the radiance of her eyeshadow. "Isn't the finals of the flying device competition approaching?" Li Xiang inquired. "Shumang and Gu Yu. I sure. Do you know when Shumang got a girlfriend?" Li Xiang asked, pondering the matter. "They are simply incredible." Sure chuckled. "Probably during the motorcycle competition. All the members of the motorcycle club know." He pulled out a photo from the club to show Li Xiang. "Look, this is Shuj's flamboyant pink. In the picture, Shumang rode his motorcycle across the finish line, with a pink scarf billowing in the air. The image had been edited with a color filter that emphasized the pink. Isn't that scarf Guyu's? Or did she buy it with Guyu?" Li Xiang's expression remained neutral, realizing they had been together during the motorcycle competition. She pouted, feeling deceived for so long. I sure let out a leisurely sigh, but Li Xiang hardly paid him any mind. "Hurry and drink. Once you're done, we'll go eat at a tea the neighboring table." And Han had overheard their entire conversation. Shumang has a girlfriend at a motorcycle. Mengxin had come to find Shumang on her motorcycle, the time she fell before him. They truly were in a romantic relationship. Noticing in Han's unusual demeanor, someone nearby patted her shoulder. And Han, your drink has spilled." Mengxin, a person she felt she could never aspire to reach, nor had the courage to look up to. The weight in her heart sank heavily once more as peace finally settled. Upon seeing Shumang's figure appear at the airport, Guyu's tears cascaded down her cheeks. He noticed her, and in the next moment, she was sprinting towards him. Though her pace was not swift, she exerted every ounce of her strength, wearing a pink fluffy light jacket adorned with a plush white rabbit in her pocket. A rosy bundle, she leapt into Shumang's embrace. Overwhelmed by fear, terror, and helplessness, dogs possess an enigmatic quality, perhaps a reflection of their owner's impending fate, which stirs such restlessness within them. After a sleepless night, as dawn broke, her delicate pink silhouette graced the airport. She held him tightly. His physique, robust and muscular, radiated warmth. With her face nestled against his chest, she felt the soft fluff at the nape of Shumang's neck, her fine hair brushing against her skin, provoking a gentle itch. "I told you it's nothing," he reassured her, chuckling lightly at her excessive timidity that had startled her. A sigh of relief escaped him. Guyu lifted her gaze, her face marred by disheveled tears, hair and tears clinging together, her eyes reddened, and her dark pupils shimmering with a sense of grievance and sorrow. Shumang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Repeatedly smoothing Guyu's hair behind her ear in an attempt to comfort her, the tender, tearful tone of the girl resonated in his ears. "Shumang, my father passed away just like that." His movements halted, his gaze fixed on her, as waves of guilt and self-reproach surged within him, stemming from his earlier trivialization of the matter. His heart softened immeasurably, akin to melted spring water cascading freely. On the eve of the earthquake, the neighbor's small dog, Saihu, had barked incessantly throughout the day. Gu Jiatsao seldom ventured outside, and Saihu rarely saw him. Yet that day, the 30-centimeter-tall dog leaped over a meter-high iron fence, barking frantically at Gu Jiatsao's bedroom. Annoyed by the noise, Gu Jiaozhao had taken a broom to shoo Sai-Hu away. When the earthquake struck, his legs grew numb from prolonged kneeling, and as he attempted to flee, one leg felt as though it were being corroded by ants. Losing sensation in an instant, he desperately tried to escape, but his leg refused to cooperate, leading him to collapse beneath the debris. In Gu Yu's bedroom, after washing her face, she recounted the entire ordeal with a calm demeanor. The death report confirmed that her father had not managed to escape. She accepted the warm water Shumang offered and drank it in one go. Gu Yu sat partially upright in bed, pulling the covers up to her waist. Shumang settled into the armchair beside her, holding one of her hands as he listened intently. He brought her hand to his lips, kissing her palm gently. I promise you, no matter what happens, I will be there safely by your side. She set down the cup, extending her arms to him, yearning for an embrace. Shumang moved to the edge of the bed, enveloping her in his arms, resting his chin atop her head. Shumang, she called softly. Don't deceive me. After a moment of closeness, Gu Yu gently pushed him away, her eyes no longer as swollen, revealing a sweet, yet bashful smile. I'm hungry. Shumang took her hand and leaned in to kiss her. The takeout arrived half an hour later. Boneless fried chicken wrapped in amber, honey mustard boneless fried chicken, a serving of sweet and spicy rice cakes, and 2 cups of cola. Having eaten nothing the night before and skipping breakfast, her stomach felt hollow. Shumang retrieved a small table from his bedroom and placed it on Gu Yu's bed, the 4 corners perfectly resting on either side of her legs. The spicy aroma of the chicken mingled with the sweet scent of the rice cakes, and as Gu Yu stuffed a generous piece of chicken into her mouth, she quickly followed it with several pieces of rice cake before even swallowing. The mingling of 2 fragrances intensifies rather than diminishes their allure, as the crispy texture of the chicken intertwines with the soft, glutinous essence of the rice cake, creating a delightful amalgamation that slides down the throat with ease that a final gulp of cola adds to the refreshing experience. The act of indulging in gourmet delicacies allows one to temporarily forget myriad sorrows. Gu Yu, picking up a few morsels, inquires, when shall we begin discussing the matter of the aircraft? Shumang, unable to keep pace with her thoughts, struggles to comprehend her query, and a pang of sympathy washes over him. Any time will suffice. Gu Yu's healing presence surpasses his expectations. How about now? She asserts, stuffing her mouth with several pieces before swallowing. The finals are approaching soon, and I must admit, I am not well versed in many principles of aviation. Her notes, densely packed across more than 30 pages, lie before them. Here, Gu Yu points to a section marked with a question: why do the solar panels continue to function within the confines of the box? I consulted Shur, who explained that a reflective panel inside directs light onto the main panel, making the solar cells aesthetically more pleasing when enclosed. There are numerous similar queries, which she has documented on the first page. Totaling 16 areas of confusion, Gu Yu's concerns seemed to resonate with Shumang. Evoking an overwhelming urge to weep that on the last sheet of paper, she inscribed the date from the previous evening. How is it that she evokes such tenderness? Gu Yu offers a piece of chicken close to Shumang's lips, and as he bites into the morsel she provides, her hair brushes against his neck. The delightful sensation travels from his nape to his heart, as if her strands ensnare his very essence, proliferating into a dark cocoon that envelopes his last vestiges of sanity. Gu Yu, I wish to kiss you. Chapter 59. Still thriving in recent days, Shumang has remained in Gu Yu's room. During the day, he explicates the principles of aviation, while at night, they snuggle under the covers to watch films. Their moments are filled with embraces and kisses, spontaneous and liberating, akin to both release and the embrace of survival after calamity. Shumang's warmth is reminiscent of a walking furnace on this particular day. Having just concluded the final explanation of a topic, Gu Yu, upon absorbing his last words, feels an immense tension finally dissipate. She languidly rests her face upon the bed, at last comprehending. Shumang lies beside her, setting down his pen, propping his head with one hand. As long as you understand, that is what matters. Gu Yu mumbles. Shumang, how do you manage to memorize so many formulas, numbers, and letters? I'm not certain. It just comes with practice. From amidst her cascade of hair, a fierce gaze emerges. That's excessive. Shumang chuckles softly. Her struggle with numbers renders many concepts elusive, and only by starting from the most fundamental principles can she grasp the material. Gu Yu brushes her hair back, revealing half her face. Are you about to leave soon? Yes, 2 flights await me. I will try my utmost, Gu Yu softly replies. All right. Her hesitance causes a tightening in Xia Shumang's chest. He draws Guyu into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Rest assured, I am fine. Guyu subtly nods, her small hand slipping beneath his clothing. Xia Shumang remains still, feeling her delicate fingers lift his shirt, tracing along his waistline. Continuing on, her petite paws traverse the waistline, brushing against his taut abdominal muscles, rigid yet yielding upon a gentle poke. The sensation was delightful in the hushed confines of the room. Guyu heard her utter, Xia Shumang, can your abs wash clothes? No sooner had her words escaped than the once luminous chamber succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, enveloping the figure before her. On the floor, Huang, engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Mario, was startled by the sudden blackout, his canine instincts igniting a sense of bewilderment, prompting him to leap onto the bed. Guyu inquired, is the power out? Huang, seeking warmth, jumped onto the bed, nestling close despite the blanket. Where has Huang gone silent? Guyu questioned, noting the stark contrast to his demeanor in Jinan. Xia Shumang, equally perplexed, speculated, perhaps he is unwell. After the finals, I shall take him to see a doctor. With the power outage, the air conditioning was rendered useless. Xia Shumang lay atop the blanket, while Huang, adorned in his natural, non-commercial, handcrafted coat, had nothing to offer. Guyu, caressing his abdominal muscles, proposed, would you care to join me? He readily acquiesced, sure. Feeling the chill, Huang leapt off the bed in search of his own cozy nook. As her hand withdrew from his body, Guyu felt she had not yet satisfied her curiosity. His abs were smooth and exquisite. She found herself unconsciously caressing them for half an hour. A sudden chill enveloped her, the cool air swirling around, tightly encircling her. Is it cold? Guyu honestly replied, a bit. Xia Shumang drew her hand back to his abs, hinting at further intimacy. Shall we engage in some heat-generating activity? Guyu's hand instinctively halted its descent as she playfully queried in the darkness, running. Sounds good, Xia Shumang. Then on the day of the finals, the event was hosted at the Dehai High-Tech Incubation Base, where contestants from various esteemed universities congregated. Li Xiang had taken special leave to participate, much to her sister's displeasure. Yet, permission was granted on the condition that Li Xiang finish a batch of garments beforehand. Their wooden prototypes, upon meticulous refinement, transformed into a striking embodiment of opulence and technological prowess. 18 teams competed, each allotted 15 to 30 minutes for their presentations. Shirsi drew lots, landing the last position. The disparity between the top and bottom entries was significant. Initial judgments often faltered, leading to inconsistent scoring. The last few teams, particularly the one in last place, risked lower scores due to the evaluators' fatigue after prolonged assessments. Li Xiang expressed her concern. We're going last. Will the judges possibly err in their evaluations? Yimingxin's cool voice echoed from behind her. Of course not. Striding over in her sky-high heels, a subtle arch of her brow exuded an irresistible charm. These judges are seasoned professionals, veterans in the field of aerospace engineering. Without even removing their trousers, they can discern the essence of your presentation. She settled into the outermost seat beside Guyu. Today, the young lady donned formal attire, a sleek black ensemble that accentuated her petite frame. Her hair was elegantly styled, each strand neatly arranged as if under surveillance. Obedient to an extraordinary degree, Guyu bore the weighty responsibility of being the spokesperson for the entire team, tasked with delivering their explanations. The entire process from the conception to the completion of the wooden knot, as well as the operational principles behind it, was meticulously crafted. She composed 3 distinct explanatory drafts, which underwent several rounds of modifications and integrations, ultimately being finalized just before midnight on the eve of the competition. Fortunately, her thorough understanding of all the operational mechanisms, coupled with her remarkable memory, enabled her to recite the entire content flawlessly by this morning. As the competition commenced, they had reached the 5th contestant according to the draw order. Guyu observed attentively. While the creativity of the first 5 participants was commendable, some of the works were mediocre, and several presentations exhibited evident logical flaws, resulting in low scores from the judges. She clenched her small fists in frustration. Yimingxin, noticing her unease, inquired softly, nervous. Guyu lowered her gaze, replying, I'm fine. Xia Shumang exhibited formidable logical reasoning skills. Her presentation progressed seamlessly from simple to complex, devoid of any logical errors. Unless Guyu had misremembered the content, Yimingxin patted her shoulder encouragingly. You got this. An Han was also present today, While Li Xiang was on the phone with Ran Jie in the dormitory, she fortuitously overheard this, and no wonder the two of them never participated in elective courses. It appeared someone was facilitating their way through. From her observations of Gu Yu and Li Xiang, she knew neither excelled in academic theory, especially Gu Yu, who, relying on her superior skills in language and comprehensive studies, had inflated their overall scores. Her mathematics grades were even lower than those of Li Xiang. Such individuals, she mused, had no right to gain credits effortlessly in any case. She felt a surge of indignation. If they failed to win today, that would be one thing. But if they did, she would be the first to confront Gu Yu about her unscrupulous behavior, sitting quietly at the end of the last row by the door. She awaited her opportunity. After Gu Yu finished a bottle of water, the judges called for a break after the 11th presentation. Ye Jia, I'm going to the restroom, she announced. Ye Mengxin flicked her bangs and replied. Following the signs, Gu Yu located the restroom, but instead of rushing in, she closed the door and called Xia Shumang. Where are you? Xia Shumang inquired first. I'm in the restroom. It's too noisy outside. She paused. What about you? Xia Shumang had already reached the lobby, standing in front of a storage room. I'm here, right next to the storage room. Receiving the message, Gu Yu stepped out and glanced to her right. Noticing a small door leading to the storage room beside the sink, looking around to ensure no one was watching, she slipped inside through the partially ajar door, discovering another exit. Xia Shumang remained stationary when suddenly a delicate hand tugged at his left arm. Sensing the presence, a smirk appeared on his lips. He willingly allowed Gu Yu to pull him into the storage room. An Han, seated at the entrance, witnessed this scene unfold. Was that not Gu Yu? It seemed she was indeed involved with Xia Shumang, and it was Gu Yu who had taken the initiative. A crowd had gathered around Yi Mingxin, recognizing her identity and clamoring for her autograph and photographs. Her expression stiffened slightly as she politely declined each request. She was not in a particularly good mood if she were to discover that her boyfriend had been charmed by a sweet and adorable girl. She would undoubtedly explode. Gu Yu, petite and endearing, possessed the quintessential looks to ensnare a man's heart. While Yi Mingxin was notoriously fierce, Gu Yu was certainly no match for her. Inside the storage room, Xia Shumang was seated on a wooden bench by Gu Yu. He tilted his face upwards, a radiant smile illuminating his features as he gazed at her. Gu Yu playfully pinched his lips, teasing. Didn't you say you couldn't make it? Xia Shumang replied with a hint of pride in his smile. How could I miss my girlfriend's competition? After saying this, he leaned closer, maintaining eye contact with Gu Yu. What are you planning to do by pulling me in? Unfazed by his tone, Gu Yu raised her fist, declaring, I'm going to kiss you. Xia Shumang closed his eyes, inviting. Then come on. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, they caught up with the second half of the competition. Gu Yu waited backstage for her turn to perform. From behind the curtain, she noticed Xia Shumang sitting beside Yi Mingxin, precisely where he had been earlier. Xia Shumang also spotted her and nodded in acknowledgement. She could vaguely see his lower lip, swollen from Gu Yu's playful bites. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly disappeared from Xia Shumang's view. Yi Mingxin couldn't help but laugh, remarking, that little girl is quite fierce. Xia Shumang showed no hesitation, responding, indeed, it's rather enjoyable. Yi Mingxin smirked and shifted the subject, asking, all right then, your girl hasn't eaten anything since this morning. After a moment's thought, she added, there's matcha cake and a self-service drink machine at the entrance. Why not grab some? Xia Shumang chuckled. She is not suited for that. Yi Mengxin instantly grasped his meaning, smiling in silence. In the last row, and Han observed from her perspective, noticing that Yi Mingxin and Xia Shumang were engrossed in conversation, reminiscent of a pair of intimate lovers. The host took the stage to announce the next participant. Gu Yu, Chapter 60. The tangible mistress. Gu Yu took a deep breath, and with the enthusiastic applause from the audience, she gracefully ascended the stage. Hello everyone. I am Gu Yu, a contestant from Group 1A. In the front row sat 8 judges from various committees, while the subsequent rows were filled with spectators. The competition venue was a grand hall, designed to accommodate aerial performances. The audience stretched into over 30 rows. When she arrived, a nearby conference on aerospace was concluding, and with dinner still a bit away, many had come to join the excitement. During the interval of Gu Yu's self-introduction, Si Shi brought a wooden block to the center stage. With the advent of the information age, electronic technology has brought numerous conveniences to our lives. But it has also introduced various troubles. Gu Yu's clear and bright voice resonated in everyone's ears. I Shi descended from backstage and approached Xia Shumang, saying, Brother Shu, did you see that? A whole bunch of experts just came in. As I was making my way down, I even spotted a few in camouflage uniforms, adorned with stars. Shumang turned and looked into the vast sea of people. His gaze suddenly focused as he locked eyes with Guangli for a few seconds before turning back to his seat. Sisher continued. The moment they entered, the atmosphere felt like it had solidified. They all sat as still as stone pillars, as if preparing for a fight. Do you think you will get stage fright? I'm shaking just watching. I've heard some experts are here too. You had an excellent memory and was well prepared before taking the stage. Having practiced repeatedly with Sisher, don't worry. She can do it. The introduction by Guyu was executed deftly, allowing her to swiftly delve into the core topic. However, upon glancing further, it became apparent that some members of the audience were indeed stifling yawns. Yet, a slight pause in her tone captured the attention of several listeners. Our aircraft can deliver your packages directly to your doorstep. You need only stand by the window to collect your delivery. Already, some individuals had straightened in their seats. According to Shumang, Guyu elaborated on the entire process from design to material selection and ultimately to production, providing a comprehensive overview of the manufacturing and division of labor. In this segment, Guyu had evidently prepared thoroughly, speaking at a measured pace with a gentle tone, her language unfolding logically and progressively. The two judges exchanged glances, nodding as they scribbled notes on their papers. Guangli seized a moment of leisure to send Shumang a message. Don't tell me you're participating in this competition? Just then, Guangli received a call from Yimingxin, coinciding perfectly with a discussion organized by the team. After it concluded, he found himself at this competition, feeling somewhat at a loose end. As he settled into his seat, a large black rat scurried past him. And following its path, he caught sight of Shumang. He was somewhat aware of the issues between Shumang and Xiaji. Their discord had not arisen overnight, and he had heard that the situation had escalated significantly. Guangli, mature and composed, was a man of his word, earning the trust of the elders in the courtyard. It seemed that Yimingxin had approached him in hopes of mending the rift between the two. After all, they were father and son, and a severe rift would not bode well. Lost in thought, he was intermittently distracted by the technical jargon and formal English emanating from the microphone. The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. The design concepts and philosophies were reminiscent of what he had previously encountered on Shumang's desk at that time. The Yaoxing Group was striving to develop side ventures and had collaborated with a courier company to merge aviation with delivery services. This design bore an uncanny resemblance to the documents on Shumang's desk. Indeed, you're quite audacious. Does your father know you're entering this competition with such a project? This is my own creation. Why shouldn't he? Guangli was momentarily taken aback. The discord between Shumang and Xiaji stemmed from one desiring independence while the other sought team cohesion. Zhou had claimed he lacked talent, suggesting that perhaps he should reconsider. Now, it appeared that he was merely engaging in folly. Now, I shall demonstrate the process of his work, she proclaimed. Not a single step was misrepresented, as she elucidated while demonstrating. Guangli overheard an expert remark. The theoretical implementation holds significant promise. Gu continued. The courier inputs the logistics information into the system, which will then devise the most convenient and expedited route based on infrared pathways, ensuring delivery to your doorstep within 20 minutes. Gu further showcased this with boxes of varying sizes and weights. 10 minutes later, she concluded, this is our Group S project. Thank you all for your support. The audience erupted in applause. As Guyu bowed, she lifted her gaze and, from behind the crowd, spotted an Han. It seemed that Han had not registered for this competition. Why was she present here? Without further contemplation, Guyu descended from the stage. Next came the judges' scoring. Allowing the others a brief respite, Guyu trotted down from the stage, dashing to the vacant seat beside Shumang, exclaiming, I've conveyed everything without omission. Her tone hinted at a desire for recognition. Shumang took her hand and urged her to sit down, responding with an approving hum. The results of the competition were swiftly compiled, and the host took the stage to announce them. According to the rules of the contest, our scores had been finalized. The two hosts exchanged some tedious pleasantries, after which the male host reported, the third prize of this competition goes to Group 2, Group 6, and Group 17. The second prize is awarded to Group 5 and Group 11. The two groups with the highest scores are Group 7 and Group 18. Let us now turn our attention to the large screen displaying the scores of these two groups. The bar graphs ascended steadily, ultimately revealing that Group 18 scored 0.3 points lower than Group 7. A murmur of discontent arose. Their display was indeed superior to ours. Moreover, Shumang glanced at the stage and remarked, Such results are merely the product of monetary influence. The competition had been ongoing for quite some time, and the vibrant, captivating presentations, along with the dazzling metallic flying models, certainly left a lasting impression. Seashore expressed some dissatisfaction. The materials must have cost more than the prize money. Quite likely, replied Li Xiang. How extravagant. Upon hearing Li Xiang's remark, Guyu noticeably tightened her grip on Xia Shumang's hand. The third and second place awards had already been distributed, and to ensure ample space on stage, the host invited the representative of Group 18 to come forward to receive their award. Li Xiang, who had not applied any makeup today, was somewhat reluctant to go up, but Xia Shumang encouraged Guyu, saying, "Go ahead. You are the most beautiful today." Guyu nodded and had just risen when a voice rang out. Echoing through the hall, "I report, there is an issue with the assessment of this group's performance." At the utterance of those words, all attention pivoted towards Han, as if a switch had been flipped. With movements as synchronized as a performance at the CCTV Spring Festival Gala, Han stepped forward to take the microphone from the host's hand, advancing 2 steps before pointing her right hand at Guyu. "I report that Guyu from Group 18 did not genuinely participate in this competition. Her report and the design concepts of the aircraft were entirely Xia Shumang's. In campus activities, particularly in collective university endeavors, the issue of unequal contribution has always been prevalent. For instance, during the shooting of a microfilm. If a team member merely suggests, 'This background music isn't quite right, let me replace it,' they might later claim in their report that they contributed to the film's sound design. Thus, actual involvement and final assessments often do not equate." Han had always harbored doubts about Guyu's mathematical aptitude, believing that Guyu's classroom performance merely showcased exceptional memory and a broad range of reading. After Guyu's presentation, Han took a trip to the restroom and happened to glimpse Xia Shumang's WeChat profile picture in a chat with Guangli. She had previously added him via Xiaoyu's account and recognized Xia Shumang. Why should she be subject to criticism from the teacher and endure disdain, while Guyu merely rode on Xia Shumang's coattails to effortlessly earn credits? Was it merely about memorization? She could do that too. Why should someone who enjoys such privileges not be herself? When the host announced that Group 18 had secured first place, she could no longer contain herself. She intends to expose them, to make them experience the torment of failing. This world has been unjust to her, so she shall seek fairness in her own way, under the gazes of so many. Han feels a sense of vulnerability. It is a physiological reaction she cannot control. She forces herself to remain composed. Our college mate, Guyu, is utterly inept at mathematics, having barely passed the math section of the college entrance examination. And that was on the easier national paper. Therefore, given her capabilities, it is simply impossible for her to have conceived the work for this competition. Some in the audience, who had also taken the easier national paper, began to feel a sense of unease upon hearing this. The host inquired, "Everyone possesses potential. How can you be certain that Guyu did not strive to improve later on?" Han gestured towards Guangli. "Because I saw Xia Shumang send him a message on WeChat, stating that he single-handedly handled all the data for this competition, that I have evidence. If you don't believe me, you can check his phone right now." She added, "That individual is a soldier. Surely he cannot lie." Yi Mingxin smirked slightly, having unknowingly positioned herself beside Guangli. Han noticed her presence, still seething with anger, and felt emboldened to say one more thing. "Moreover, our fellow student Guyu from the School of Literature is, in fact, an outright mistress. She has stolen Yi Mingxin's boyfriend." This revelation astonished not only the onlookers, but also left Guyu in a state of shock. Chapter 61. Especially suitable for you, the only female pilot for desert rescue in the nation. She circled the desert for 3 days, retrieving the captain of the special police team from the clutches of death in the deepest part of the desert. Located in the northwestern region of our country is the Taklamakan Desert, the largest desert domestically. When the special police team received their mission, a group of drug traffickers found themselves cornered at the desert's edge, desperate rabbit's bite. With no escape, they plunged into the desert. After their first confrontation with the traffickers, engulfed by swirling sands, when he finally emerged from the dunes, his arm had been shot. Had it not been for the sandstorm, that bullet would undoubtedly have been aimed at his heart. He had lost contact with his comrades, or perhaps it could be said they were worlds apart. The harsh desert environment, following a storm, buried the footprints of those who had come before beneath newly formed dunes. Wandering aimlessly in the desert for 2 days without any trace, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow ahead. He recognized the clothing of the traffickers' leader. They engaged in a fierce struggle upon the scorching sands at over 40 degrees. And after sustaining 3 knife wounds, He subdued his opponent on the third day of the search and rescue mission. Another sandstorm swept through the desolate area. When Yimingxin discovered them, the trafficker was already concealed beneath the relentless sun and sands, while Feng Lang was two-thirds buried in the sand. After flying for 3 days, she was forced to land just before the storm hit, taking refuge in the cabin to escape disaster. After 2 hours of walking, she finally located them. She cut open her wrist to provide blood for Feng Lang, dragging him for 4 hours before finally getting him onto the aircraft. In that final, life-threatening moment, she desperately activated the rescue. No one knows the identity of the person for whom Yimingxin is desperately searching. When pressed by the media from various regions, she merely states that it is her boyfriend. Consequently, the phrase searching for love dominates the headlines, and coupled with Yimingxin's captivating appearance and her bold, rebellious personality, her name resonates with everyone, from the most seasoned individuals to toddlers just learning to walk. However, the true identity of this person remains a source of intrigue for all. After the uproar subsides, the toxic nest is thoroughly dismantled, and once the threat is lifted, a provocative photo with Yimingxin is leaked, lacking a clear visage, yet sufficiently satisfying the curiosity of gossip-hungry netizens. In the photograph, Feng Lang's pronounced Adam's apple suggests an undeniable charisma capable of conquering the world, even in the absence of a face. Subsequently, no further news regarding Feng Lang emerges. When Han speaks, the attendees engage in hushed discussions, each afraid of revealing their secrets. Some of Yimingxin's devoted admirers, already suspicious of Xia Shumang's identity, hear this unsubstantiated rumor and, in a fit of fervor, without considering its credibility, begin to blame Guyu. To interfere in the marriage of a special police officer is a criminal offense. Nonsensical and distressing comments spill forth, prompting Li Xiang to clench her fists in frustration. In truth, and Han seems to be targeting her. And Han's interest lies solely in Guyu's wealth. Han inhabits a world marked by star-class divisions, where the affluent are expected to associate with their own kind, leaving individuals like Li Xiang incapable of earning Guyu's friendship. Contemplating this, Li Xiang rises to confront her. On what grounds do you claim that our group's achievements are solely attributable to one person? And Han retorts, is it not so? Xia Shumang's design was crafted while you contributed nothing, merely seeking to reap the benefits. Xia Shumang firmly pulls Li Xiang back, who had intended to speak further. Receiving this signal, Li Xiang obediently sits down. Their seats are relatively close to the front, and many in the rear cannot discern Yimingxin's expression, only observing her with her head bowed, engrossed in her phone. She refusing to confront reality, and Han's face fluctuates between shades of blue and white. And after much restraint, she finally exclaims, her science grades are poor. Such a challenging theory must have been imparted by you. Xia Shumang lifts her gaze, disdain evident in her demeanor. Did you witness this? And Han stammers, I. Xia Shumang immediately interjects, before you slander others without basis, have you ever weighed your own worth? As her words linger in the air, an awkward tension envelopes the room, particularly given that it is directed at a female. This farce is aimed squarely at Guyu, and the murmurs from the crowd reach her ears, prompting her to grasp Xia Shumang's hand. Guyu rises, and the hall falls into an instant hush. Our team, from beginning to end, has not had a single member who merely consumed without contribution. Her voice is soft yet resonates throughout the space. The entire design concept was proposed by Xia Shumang, who toiled through several sleepless nights to refine his original work, consulting us numerous times. Thus, what you see now is the result of our collaborative discussions and researched. As I mentioned earlier, the design process incorporated numerous rare metals and advanced techniques. The finished product that everyone is currently observing has been entirely crafted from raw materials provided by Li Xiangwei's team. Among these, numerous cutting tools, which are difficult to procure in the market, were borrowed under a usage contract signed by her, bearing considerable risk. Shirley, too, has endured injuries from the cutting machine, resulting in several cuts on his hands, rendering him unable to eat without a spoon. As everyone listens attentively to Guyu's words, do you not perceive the immense effort we have invested for this accolade? Instead, you only focus on the splendid glory that follows the award. Does that not seem rather narrow-minded? And Han's back began to perspire. Having not participated in their activities, she was, of course, oblivious to these matters. You have said so much, yet have you done anything yourself? And Han ultimately sought to justify herself. She refrained from disclosing Shi's injuries, fearing it would hinder progress, and, additionally, worried about Summer Shumang learning of it, dreading the potential repercussions. Given his character, he would certainly remember the last time he mocked Summer Shumang. Some matters, when deliberately concealed, become quite challenging to uncover, or rather, it depends on whether one wishes to discover them. After being praised by Guyu, even a grown man might feel somewhat embarrassed. If he remained silent any longer, it would be quite unbearable. From the preliminary selection to the finals, the various analytical charts created with software, submission of materials, and the final summary, friends who have participated in the competition are well aware that, due to the involvement of state-owned enterprises, a plethora of materials and proofs are required, all of which Guyu single-handedly accomplished. In addition to this, she was responsible for ordering takeout, purchasing milk tea, and participating in the production. How could one claim she merely sat idly by? And Han found herself at a loss for words, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground while standing on stage. Why is their collective sense of honor so formidable? Each individual speaks on behalf of the others, considering one another, yet none speak of themselves. The host then interjected, "This student, as you can see, every member of their team has contributed to the competition." Contestant Guyu's recent speech was remarkable. Even I, as an outsider, could grasp the most challenging aspects. One cannot produce such a comprehensive summary without diligent effort. And Han retorted, "Her report may very well have been penned by Summer Shumang. She is only proficient in the humanities." This statement seemed rather illogical. Can one not possess a modicum of scientific knowledge simply because they study the humanities? Guyu amplified her voice. "Host, I can substantiate my claims. All principles and knowledge addressed in this report were authored by myself." The host inquired, "How do you intend to prove that?" "Today, many experts in aerospace have arrived. They can pose questions to test me." The auditorium fell silent for 3 seconds. Was she serious? That group behind her comprises individuals who build rockets and airplanes. Their expertise must be extraordinary. Indeed, I can sense this girl exuding considerable confidence. Is the one on stage perhaps envious of her? Who knows? The true nature of their relationships has yet to be revealed. And Han had not anticipated that Guyu would dare to assert herself in such a manner. Her tone was formal, yet laced with undeniable confidence, which made her feel somewhat insecure. Could Guyu truly possess knowledge of such intricate subjects? Well, however, the questions must be flexible and not merely repeat the originals. And Han insisted. The experts behind had yet to express their agreement. Yet Han had already made her demands. "Host, may I inquire if the esteemed experts and scholars at the back would be willing to pose a question to our contestants?" The tasks assigned to the experts today have been completed, and they find this situation rather intriguing. The young lady in the audience appears gentle and composed, speaking with a sense of dignity and consideration for others, one who could indeed lend a hand in proving someone's innocence. "A gesture welcomed by the wise elders. I can formulate a question," spoke Yong Lao. "Having participated in the construction of our nation's stealth fighter jet since his youth, he has delivered countless aircraft to the vast expanse of the skies. Now, at the age of 80, his mind remains as sharp as ever, still actively contributing to significant endeavors. Han descended from the stage, nearly trembling. Now that she had regained her composure, she realized the embarrassing nature of her actions. The words had been uttered, and now all she could do was pray that Guyu would falter and be unable to answer the expert's queries. Observing Guyu's demeanor, could it be that she truly lacked the knowledge? Overwhelmed with anxiety, her stomach began to ache as she recalled that she had not eaten breakfast before rushing over. Suddenly, a slice of matcha cake appeared before her, accompanied by a bottle of green tea placed on the table beside her. Confused, she lifted her gaze to find it was Shumang. "This is for you." He elongated his tone, particularly suited for your current state. Chapter 62. Depart. When one encounters a certain situation, they subconsciously steer it in the direction they envision. And Han accepted the matcha cake handed to her by Shumang, perplexed by his intentions. Without lingering, Shumang set down the cake and departed. At such a moment, no girl would fail to understand his meaning. Li Xiang pondered briefly and remarked, "I just saw them leave together." After a while, Guyu arrived. "Do you have confidence?" he inquired. Regarding the upcoming QA session, Guyu let out a soft sigh. "Yes. What were you and Yi Mingxin doing together?" Guyu gently responded. "Sister, you wanted to find an Han." This transpired after the two had conversed privately. In Yi Mingxin's world, she despised troublesome matters. To safeguard her interests, she had made numerous sacrifices. When a young girl disrupted her plans, she sought the quickest solution: confrontation, regardless of the method employed, be it coercion or temptation. The goal was to achieve the desired outcome. Shumang nodded slightly. "And then she saw you give Han a slice of matcha cake, and simply left." Guyu replied in a calm tone. not differing much from her usual manner of speaking. Oh, that I hadn't eaten anything before leaving this morning. As she continued, her words grew increasingly peculiar. I wonder if the cake at the entrance is any good. Shumang was momentarily taken aback by her non-aggressive gaze. He reached up to touch his head and retrieved a slice of swan velvet cake from his side, presenting it to her. He leaned closer to her ear. The matcha cake was complimentary with this. Upon hearing this, Guyu's lips involuntarily curled upwards. After a short while, the questioning session commenced. Yang Lao took his seat at the center of the dais, adjusting his reading glasses. Below, there are many who are unfamiliar with the esteemed elder Yang. His profession is rather peculiar, and the current youth's attention towards this domain is far less than that lavished upon the youthful celebrities. The discussion ensues among the crowd. Is the expert on stage genuine? Surely, they cannot merely pose a few questions and be done with it. One contestant exclaims, Elder Yang, you do not know? The YouTube series was delivered by him. The other party is left astounded, jaw dropped in disbelief. Elder Yang, with his graying temples, bears the marks of age etched deeply upon his visage. He coughs a few times, and the assembly falls into a profound silence. I have just listened to this classmate Gu's presentation. Elder Yang states. The audience listens intently. Speaking deliberately, he addresses the pivotal aspects of the report submitted by their group, capturing everyone's undivided attention. Elder Yang, with a leisurely demeanor, articulates. Completely different. A murmur of confusion spreads among the crowd. Completely different? Could there be instances of plagiarism? Coughing again, the venue quickly returns to silence. The report she submitted was crafted with the utmost rigor and scientific thought. However, her earlier presentation was delivered in a tone of wit and humor. It even referenced Socrates' Mutic and Han Bonching's floral tributes from the sea. What surprised me was her remarkable ability to elegantly intertwine the philosophies of an educator and a literary figure while elucidating the principles of aerodynamics. I believe this inquiry lacks substantial merit. Elder Yang, gazing perplexedly at the materials in his hands, ultimately delivered a decisive remark. All those present who can participate in this competition are university students. This theoretical knowledge, if I may be frank, is exceedingly simplistic. Upon hearing this, a collective trio of question marks appeared above the heads of all present. Did he overestimate us? Or was this an insidious form of mockery? I suspect he may be subtly chastising me, yet I possess no evidence to substantiate this. Before Elder Yang could finish his statement, he asserted that the knowledge contained within the report is comprehensible to anyone willing to engage with it earnestly. Thus, he declared, I shall not pose a question here. After Elder Yang concluded, he descended the stage with heavy steps, departing the incubation center amid the support of a throng of star-bearing individuals. Following his exit, the entire hall erupted into fervent discussion. Each person bore a serious expression, as if peering into the depths of existence. Surely, this young lady's report must have been authored by her. Elder Yang's comments indicated a literary quality within. I too surmised that this Gu might be the daughter of the renowned painter Gu Jiasua. Look at the watch on her wrist, a personal creation by Rice. I had encountered it at an art exhibition. Among the audience were also students from Dihai University. Guyu is that little goddess from the School of Literature, frequently mentioned by professors in class, possessing a particularly profound cultural depth. And at times, she could even sway the professors. I recall that she is also well known in our Foreign Language Institute. The instructors claim her literary scores approach perfection. Yet despite her daily vocabulary drills and constant visits to the professor's office, she barely scraped by, nearly driving the instructor to exasperation, leading them to question whether their own teaching was at fault. In light of this, it appears Guyu is not that dependent individual described by Han. She is, after all, the daughter of a celebrated artist. What need has she to embarrass herself here? The situation gradually deviated from Han's expectations. There were even calls for Han to apologize. With a cap pulled low over her brow, she buried her head against her chest, attempting to conceal her presence. Yet, she was still discovered. She is here, someone exclaimed. And Han, like a startled bird, widened her eyes in fear. Unable to utter a word. Apologize already. How can you speak of others in such a manner? Yang Lao had remarked that this report bore her unique style, and no one else in the group seemed to object. What was she trying to prove? And Han found herself speechless, yet the word sorry was utterly beyond her. Even if she could muster it, her role as the third party in another's relationship deserved no forgiveness. She firmly asserted that Guyu had indeed intruded upon the bond between Yi Mingxin and Xia Shumang. Her tone so resolute that even Xia Shumang began to believe it in this day and age. Anyone with a mobile phone is aware of the term cyberbullying. Times are changing, and an increasing number of people are beginning to grasp the principle of refraining from judgment without full knowledge of the facts. Young lady, her emotions are her own affair, but to slander her achievements as fraudulent is an entirely different matter, someone remarked. First apologize, whether you intruded upon someone else's relationship. Yi Mingxin is here today, and she certainly knows the truth. Let us hear her speak. Yes, apologize. The crowd grew more agitated, the scene spiraling towards chaos. At that moment, Gu finally emerged into the public. Eye and Han. You accuse me of intruding between Xia Shumang and Yi Mingxin. Where is your evidence? She stood slightly taller than Han, speaking with a commanding presence. I just witnessed you pulling Xia Shumang into the storage room, she declared. Before this, Yi Mingxin and Xia Shumang were racing together. The pink ribbon on your chest is the same as the one in Yi Mingxin's hand. As the mention of the ribbon was made, many turned their attention to Yi Mingxin, who had been seated, seemingly unfazed. Si sure, sitting not far from her, had a fair understanding of her temperament. Yi Mingxin despised the color pink. Indeed, she loathed it. Yet, at that moment, a pink ribbon was undeniably wrapped around her wrist. Tied in a bow, curiosity bubbled among the onlookers. Sister Yi, is what she said true? Yi Mingxin remained seated, her composure unwavering. Yes, this ribbon indeed belongs to me. With that, she raised her wrist to examine it closely. Goodness, it is real. Gu Yu was indeed bold to meddle in the affairs of the elite. Given Yi Mingxin's temperament, one would expect an explosion of fury. How was she so composed sitting there? Truly shameless. Finally rising, Yi Mingxin felt the time was ripe and elegantly approached Gu Yu. Were they about to clash? The tension was palpable, as the onlookers speculated. One was alluringly seductive, the other sweetly charming. The male in their midst was surely in for a tumultuous fate. Suddenly, Yi Mingxin grasped Gu Yu's wrist, exclaiming, "But this ribbon was gifted to me by my sister-in-law." Gu Yu, sister-in-law? What? Yes, indeed, sister-in-law. Yi Mingxin continued, echoing the astonishment of the crowd. This individual beside me is my dear sister-in-law. And Han was the first to shout, impossible. With her gaze already fixed on Yi Mingxin, she now found it even more difficult to meet her eyes. If the revelation regarding Gu Yu succeeds, and Han intends to leverage this opportunity to entangle herself with Yi Mingxin, who represents a significant advantage. However, it now appears that the plan has fallen through, leaving her with not only a failed scheme but also a tarnished reputation. As Yi Mingxin approached Han, she lifted Han's chin with a single finger, her voice dripping with disdain. My dear, I, Yi Mingxin, have lived for quite some time, and no one has ever dared to spread such substantial rumors in my presence, especially when the rumors involve my boyfriend. I warn you, he would never even consider cheating, let alone glance at another woman. Should he even entertain such thoughts, I shall be the first to ensure he wishes he were never born. Releasing Han, she found herself collapsing to the ground, her legs trembling. The surrounding murmurs grew louder. Initially filled with astonished gasps at Yi Mingxin's explosive outburst, they gradually transformed into a chorus of criticism and vitriol directed at her as she lay on the floor. Her fingers brushed against the matcha cake that Xia Shumang had given her. The cake lay overturned, likely a consequence of her fall. How she adored Xia Shumang, his striking looks, his gentle smile, and his thoughtful gestures of bringing her cake when she had skipped a meal. Suddenly, a pair of blue AJ sneakers appeared before her. Following the line of sight upwards, she met Xia Shumang's silent gaze. At that moment, her mind went blank, and she placed all her hopes upon him. Xia Shumang, I truly like you. He would never let her suffer embarrassment. How kind he was, raising such an adorable golden retriever named Ah Huang. Yet, she had forgotten that in the face of Gu Yu, Xia Shumang could exhibit an utter lack of limits. Get lost, take your green tea with you, and do not ever show your face in front of me again. Chapter 63. I have arrived since the incident at the finals of the flying machine competition. And Han requested a change of dormitory. Her pride was wounded, being thrust into the spotlight and publicly apologizing, only to face a humiliating confession, was unbearable. Initially, the dormitory supervisor was reluctant to approve her request. Introducing a new resident into an already established space would be a considerable disruption for those already residing there. However, Han remained resolute, and after some discussion, the supervisor communicated with the senior students occupying the top floor, who were preparing for their graduate entrance exams. They stipulated that Han must not disturb their studies. Without hesitation, Han vacated her room by the end of this semester, and he had found a boyfriend in the mathematics department. and after 2 months of dating, they decided to move in together. As the semester drew to a close, only Guyu and Li Xiang remained in the dormitory. The sudden absence of 2 residents left Li Xiang feeling somewhat disoriented. Sitting in a chair while perusing a Japanese textbook, Guyu inquired, "Has Ranjia left?" This semester, Li Xiang had tirelessly worked to produce sample footage for Ranjia, who had been in urgent need. She had single-handedly completed a year's worth of work and even taken on the responsibilities of a shooting assistant. Such a diligent girl was rarely encountered and in her good graces. Ranjia had generously awarded Li Xiang an additional 10,000 yuan during the salary settlement. "Yes, my flight is tomorrow afternoon. By this time the day after, I will be communicating with the indigenous people of Africa through sign language." Guyu smiled and continued to flip through her book. It was only this semester, through the introduction of a senior, that Guyu learned she could exempt herself from English studies. Her college entrance examination focused on the Japanese language, but after entering university, her thoughts became muddled by the events surrounding Gushi, causing her to forget to submit her report to the school. Fortunately, it is not too late this semester, but in order to comply with school regulations, she must retake the exam for the first semester of her freshman year. For Guyu, Japanese is not a daunting challenge. The novice students in the foreign language college had been learning the basics, such as the hiragana and katakana, last semester, so she has no reason to fret over this course's examination, with no need to study English and no worries about next semester's elective courses. She feels quite content this term. In comparison, Li Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief. This semester, she has exerted herself far more than when she first arrived, managing to understand the content delivered by her instructors. Whenever she encounters difficulties, she consults Guyu after class. She has created a mind map, summarizing the key points and challenges of each subject. What astonished Li Xiang the most was Guyu's ability to predict the examination content. During the last finals, Guyu had accurately forecasted 3 major questions. The class group chat erupted with excitement, inundated with messages of gratitude and admiration, such as "Thank you, Master," and "I love you. You're so beautiful." Her social standing soared dramatically. And Han, seeing the critical points discussed in the group chat, resisted the urge to open it for 3 days, but ultimately succumbed and accessed the folder, reviewing the material according to Guyu's suggestions. The shame and embarrassment of seeking assistance weighed heavily on her, but she buried those feelings deep within. She was determined not to fail again, for the experience of failing an exam was more unbearable than eating dirt. The examination week at Dihai University was just 2 weeks away, and once the exams were completed, the atmosphere on campus lightened considerably. Infused with the essence of summer vacation, Li Xiang took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Ah, the fragrance of vacation is truly delightful." Thus, she remarked, "So, earning 4 credits is hardly a challenge for you all." Some students even complained to the teachers about why the College of Arts studies mathematics. Fellow students, in order to realize our nation's great rejuvenation, we must strive to become the guiding lights of our generation. Ha! As she spoke, Li Xiang chuckled to herself, feeling utterly exhilarated. Once she composed herself, she asked Guyu, Nua, where do you plan to go this holiday?" Li Xiang sent a message in the group chat, and no one opposed the idea. The resilient Shirtu chimed in, "But where shall we go?" A small rice grain suggested, "To the seaside?" Li Xiang replied, "We'll get sunburned. I've only just managed to lighten my skin a bit." Another small rice grain proposed, "To the northwest?" Li Xiang countered, "Isn't the grapes in Xinjiang still unripe?" A small rice grain suggested, "To the northeast?" Li Xiang remarked, "Let us go in winter. Summer is rather uninteresting." Then another small rice grain proposed, "To the southwest?" Li Xiang responded, "I can't eat spicy food. Spicy food causes breakouts." The two continued their conversation in the group chat for quite a while Shir, observing their exchange, found himself unable to interject. He privately messaged Shumang, "Shugo, why can't I contribute to their discussion at all?" Upon reflection, Shir found some merit in this, realizing he could go anywhere. Meanwhile, Li Xiang and Guyu found themselves at an impasse. After much deliberation, Guyu suggested, "Why don't we ask for their opinions?" Li Xiang agreed, and she tagged Shirtu in the group chat. "Do you have any good suggestions?" Shirtu replied, "None. You all decide. Anywhere is fine with me." Li Xiang sought answers from him, yet Shir merely returned the hot potato to her. Xiang. Angry. JPG. What use are you? JPG. Can you speak like a human? JPG. Li Xiang bombarded him with a flurry of emoticons, leaving Shir at a loss for words. Guyu also tagged Shumang. "Is there a place you wish to visit?" Scientific research indicates that girls possess a resistance level of 0 towards flowers. Any floral entity can ignite their passions for romance and love, particularly for Li Xiang, who, exhilarated after her exams, exclaimed, "Great, this is the spot. Let us go, 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 go." Si Shi, holding his phone, appeared utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had been used as a pawn by Shumang. How shameless. Province is located in the southeastern part of France. Li Xiang, lacking a visa, spent some time obtaining one, and the group finally embarked on their journey to France in early August. Before their departure, Li Xiang discovered numerous photographs of lavender fields online. The endless expanse of lavender estates, with their delicate purple petals, formed clusters that coalesced into a magnificent tapestry of purple splendor. Not only girls, but even Si Shi, upon seeing the photos sent by Li Xiang, felt his youthful heart ensnared. Shumang had been waiting for them at the airport. From checking tickets to handling luggage, they had not once caught a glimpse of him that Gu called Shumang. But he did not answer. Boarding was imminent, and his whereabouts were unknown. Do not worry. Shumang works here. Perhaps something delayed him. Strangely, Gu suddenly recalled Huang. The seat beside her remained conspicuously empty, causing her heart to sink gradually. At that moment, a large backpack was tossed onto the adjacent seat, momentarily lifting her spirits. Just as she was about to speak, she turned to find that the individual beside her was not Shumang, but a stylish French gentleman who smiled gently at her. Where could Shumang have gone? This semester, Guyu's most significant achievement was finding a boyfriend, yet throughout their few months of dating, Shumang seemed perpetually distant, soaring like a celestial being more often than as a mere mortal. His work hours were erratic. At times, when she was rising, he would be asleep. The nature of their relationship had evolved into one of intermittent communication, maintaining an elusive connection until now, only for him to vanish just when he finally had time to spend with her. Tio claimed she was not disheartened would be disingenuous. The promised roses had ultimately transformed into foxtails. Having been stood up once before, Guyu felt a pang of trepidation. Her emotions soared only to plummet sharply. Fear, bitterness, and a touch of grievance intertwined within her. She felt suspended in the air, caught in a state of discomfort and insecurity. The flight attendant's gentle and soothing voice resonated. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard this flight. We are about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and enjoy your journey." Guyu felt her eyes welling with tears, defiantly turning her face towards the window. The aircraft glided down the runway before lifting off the ground. Inching away from solid earth, Guyu's heart grew utterly cold. 20 minutes later, the airplane ascended into the stratosphere. Yet Shumang had yet to arrive. Li Xiang nudged him gently, whispering a caution. "Do not speak further." Guyu seems rather displeased. Another 10 minutes passed. Guyu gazed at her phone, her thoughts seething with indignation. Wretched scoundrel. Fraud. Cretin. The promised lavender was all a ruse. Lured her here only to leave her waiting. How exasperating. A figurative effigy of Shumang, adorned with countless pins, had taken residence in her heart. How outrageous. She had anticipated this journey for so long. At that moment, a gentle and magnetic male voice emanated from the overhead speaker. "Dear passengers, good day. I am Shumang, the co-pilot of this flight. Welcome aboard." Subsequently, Shumang uttered a few words. The clarity of his English pronunciation and the romantic allure of his French were lost on Guyu. Ever since the passing of Gu Jiasua, she had harbored a fear of losing those close to her. Hearing Shumang's voice, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. When she looked up again, Shumang stood before her, clad in navy blue trousers, with a belt cinched at his waist, the metallic buckle glinting under his stride. His white shirt accentuated his upper body, exuding an irresistible charm. Only she knew the allure that lay beneath his attire. He wore a smile, his soft and delightful pink lips accentuated by a subtle beauty mark in the center of his upper lip, enhancing his charisma. His thick, curled eyelashes were distinctly defined, and his deep-set eyes brimmed with warmth and affectionate admiration, transforming his gaze into a radiant light. Guyu was the source of that luminosity. Guyu found herself entranced, and by the time she regained her composure, Shumang was already before her. The elderly Frenchman had seemingly vanished, and Shumang crouched before her, gazing up at her with starry eyes. He reached out to gently pat her fluffy head, smiling as he said, "I have arrived." Chapter 64. All concluded. Shumang and Guyu locked eyes. In the depths of his gaze, Guyu's astonishment and slight excitement were mirrored. Her large eyes sparkled with a glimmering sheen, the corners tinted with a hint of pink. Guyu's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing with fierce determination. Reminiscent of a small tiger issuing a warning at an adversary's provocation, her gaze, fierce yet playful, seemed to convey a message to Shumang, akin to a petite kitten raising its soft pink paw in a charming display. Are you anxious? I was just. Before Shumang could finish his sentence, Guyu unfastened her seatbelt and brushed past him. He remained crouched, bewildered by her sudden disregard. Exclaiming, "Hey, wait!" He immediately sprang to his feet in pursuit. From the moment Shumang entered, his professional attire had captured the attention of numerous young women. He was strikingly handsome, drawing the admiration of foreign ladies as well. In the 2 rows ahead of him, seated before the fashionable Frenchman, was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed French model. Her nose was elegantly high, with deep-set eyes framed by impossibly thick eyelashes that, when closed, could entirely obscure her pupils. She obstructed Shumang's path and greeted him. "Hello," as she pulled out an unlit cigarette. Speaking in English, Shumang furrowed his brow, and an unmistakable look of impatience crossed his face. He addressed her in English, saying, "I apologize, madam, but smoking is prohibited on this aircraft." He pressed the call button, leaving the matter to the flight attendant, and as he slipped past her, he caught a glimpse of the model engaging in flirtatious conversation with Shumang. Yugu turned to see the model casting a teasing glance at him, her irritation palpable. In a huff, she swung open the restroom door, letting out a cold snort as she prepared to enter. Just as she was about to close the door, a long, fair hand suddenly appeared in the gap. The force with which Yugu shut the door was unexpectedly strong, resulting in a loud thud. The door rebounded, startling her, and upon looking back, she found Shumang standing there. Before she could utter a word, Shumang swiftly pushed her inside and promptly locked the door behind them. The model's focus remained on Shumang, who seemed rather disinterested, and she did not press the flight attendant further. Yugu blinked rapidly, ensuring she wasn't mistaken. Had she just witnessed the infamous Shumang, referred to as the flight grasped by the entire crew, ushering a young girl into the lavatory? The cramped airplane restroom could barely accommodate one person, let alone a man and a woman, creating an undeniably awkward situation. Shumang bent slightly, lifting her onto the sink, his hands resting on the edge, enveloping her in his embrace. Yugu was forced to meet his gaze, her voice trembling. "What are you doing here? I need to use the restroom. Get out." She pushed against his chest a few times, but he was immovable. Shumang cautioned her, "Keep your voice down. The sound insulation here is poor, and we wouldn't want anyone overhearing us." Suddenly, his hand began to roam, slipping beneath her clothing to rest on her delicate waist. Yugu squirmed in protest. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." She was still angry, finding him insufferable. His other hand gently pressed a finger to her lips, kindly admonishing her. "Shh, be quiet. Someone is approaching." At his words, Yugu ceased her protests, glaring at him, as if her anger had been momentarily quelled. Outside, someone tugged at the door, but after several attempts with no success, the footsteps gradually faded away. Yugu exhaled in relief, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace the next moment, the familiar and refreshing scent of mango enveloping her senses. From above, his raspy, low voice, tinged with longing, reached her ears. "Stop messing around. Let me hold you. I've missed you terribly." Initially furious, to the point of wanting to kick him, she found her anger dissipating upon hearing his words, replaced by an overwhelming sense of longing and the joy of reunion. After a moment, Shumang released her, cradling her face in his hands. "Were you startled? Did you fear I wouldn't come?" Her cheeks flushed crimson, a deep hue spreading to the tips of her ears. Such brazen words were beyond her. She opted for silence. Shumang playfully tapped her nose and kissed her lips. "I wanted to surprise you, but it seems I frightened you instead," with a soft nasal sound. Yugu huffed in response. Shumang kissed her again. "All right. I'm here now. I was wrong. You may punish me as you wish." He opened his arms toward her, awaiting his fate. Gu found herself in a predicament. She merely wished to throw a minor tantrum without any intent to cause him distress. Shumang's attitude of contrition was unexpectedly sincere, which was truly commendable. Gu pondered this, remaining silent for a while, until Shumang inquired, "At this time and in this place, are you certain you do not wish to do something?" He tilted his head, gazing at her with a pure and innocent expression. How excessive, this man. Gu summoned her courage and commanded, "Come here." Shumang approached her, and she clasped the back of his head with one hand, drawing him closer while her other hand tugged at the white shirt he had tucked into his trousers. slipping her fingers inside to feel his firm and solid abdominal muscles. It was the sensation she had dearly missed, smooth, taut, and warm. Where had they both wandered off to? Surely, they were not about to argue mid-flight? Sure folded the newspaper in his hands, adjusting his non-existent pretentious glasses with a sardonic chuckle. Given Shuj's nature, by the time Guyu speaks, he would have already knelt down to apologize. The Mangdao duo had engaged in some undisclosed activities, exchanged some sweet nothings, and were about to take their leave when the voice of a female model pierced through from outside. This restroom has been unusable for over half an hour, and it cannot be opened from the outside. I've called in, but there has been no response. The flight attendant, Xiao Xian, who was flying internationally for the first time alongside her mentor, had indeed witnessed Xia Shumang pushing a young girl inside. The girl, whom she recognized from Xia Shumang's lock screen wallpaper, was his girlfriend. Being adults, they understood the implications without needing further elaboration. The fleeting separation had rekindled their passion, and she chose to feign ignorance. Given the current situation, she needed to devise a way to usher the model away and inform the two inside to come out. The model's demeanor seemed rather challenging to handle. It must be exhausting to be with Xia Shumang. As his affections would occasionally attract attention from others, the model exclaimed, "If it can't be fixed, what about all these people on the plane? How are we to manage for such a long time?" At this point, it was evident to anyone with eyes that she was intentionally causing a scene. Xiao Xian maintained a polite smile. "Madam, I sincerely apologize. We will address this promptly to ensure you have a satisfactory flying experience. Alternatively, there is a restroom in the economy class." The model appeared to be gravely insulted. "Economy class? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you suggest that I go to the economy class?" The model, named Mary, was a somewhat well-known fashion runway model who had initially gained fame for her strikingly glamorous appearance. Subsequently, in a bid to emphasize her sensuality, she discreetly underwent cosmetic procedures against her agency's wishes. However, as she aged, her features began to take on a more grotesque aspect. In late September, she was scheduled to participate in a high-end fashion week in France, but had secretly traveled to Korea for a cosmetic revision. Fearing recognition, she purchased a ticket from Dehai to fly to France. Xiao Xian was genuinely unaware of the model's identity and responded, "I apologize, madam, but if you are in urgent need, there is another restroom available in first class that you may use." Mary retorted, "I want to use this one. Open it for me. Unable to open the door, I shall file a complaint against you." As Xia Shumang listened to her voice, the memory of her identity finally dawned upon him. During their middle school days, he had accompanied Shoyu to attend a spring haute couture wedding dress fashion show organized by Xinhua's headquarters in France. In that event, Mary had made a misstep on the runway, falling dramatically and leaving a significant dent on the right side of her face, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. Han Jifeng, as the heir of Xinhua Group, was still working in France at the time. Xinhua had a contract with the modeling agency, stipulating that the models must be professionally trained and have never undergone cosmetic surgery. Following the incident, Han Jifeng unilaterally terminated the contract with Mary. However, the owner of Mary's agency had verbally negotiated with Han Jifeng's wife at that time. Incarnation had guaranteed that Mary would not be released from her contract. Up until now, Han Jifeng had yet to sever ties with Mary. He must now be in need of a valid reason to dismiss both Mary and her agency. Guyu tugged at Xia Shumang's sleeve, her eyes still glistening with tears from the bite he had inflicted earlier. "What shall we do?" Outside, there were brothers ready to fight to the death, while in his arms lay a beauty, soft and fragrant, shedding tears. "You hide behind me. I have a plan." Guyu switched positions with him, the petite figure concealing herself behind Xia Shumang. Just as they settled into their new positions, the door was suddenly swung open with a click. Xiao Xian, still inexperienced in practical matters, found herself no match for the brash and audacious Mary. The door creaked open. Her stiffened lips betrayed a strange smile. Due to Mary's commotion, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. In this world, there was not a man that Mary could not have. Xia Shumang was the first Asian man she had set her sights on, far more pleasing to her than those rigid Korean men. She was not about to falter. Xiao Xian tentatively inquired, "Is anyone inside?" Closing her eyes, Xiao Xian felt a sense of dread wash over her. It was all over. Chapter 65. Are you implying something? As the door opened a crack, Xia Shumang pressed against it. My hand is injured and I am attending to it. It is rather inconvenient with only one hand, hence the slight delay. Xiao Xian hurriedly asked, "Is it serious?" "I'm fine, just a bit of blood. I'm bandaging it now." Please explain the situation to this lady for me. Oh. Alright. The female model, upon hearing Xiao Xian's explanation, remained skeptical. Her intention was never to use the restroom, but to see your injured hand. An injured hand. Where do we find one? Shall we cut it? Xia Shumang opened the door a sliver and extended his hand at Guu, then caught sight of the red, swollen, and purple bruise on his left hand, evidently a result of the recent encounter with the door. Xia Shumang's swift motion had caused her to forget how he had managed to block the door. The female model retorted, "If your hand is injured, why can't you open the door? I am using the restroom. Do you wish to enter? Is it really taking this long?" "Indeed," Xia Shumang replied with a hint of provocation. With a stomp of her foot, she turned and walked away. With no further entertainment to behold, the crowd dispersed. With no one at the restroom door, Xiao Xian knocked softly, signaling for Xia Shumang to emerge. Guu, feeling bashful, hid behind him, resembling a boiled red shrimp, reluctant to show her face. The female model had already taken her leave. "Let him thank you. You're welcome. We are colleagues." Taking advantage of the conversation between Xia Shuming and Xiao Xian, Guu darted out from behind. Xia Shuming and Xiao Xian watched Guyu's flustered escape. This truly startled her. TSK, quite thrilling. The airplane landed smoothly, and Guyu, Li Xiang, and Sishir waited for a while at the airport entrance until Xia Shuming finally emerged. "Li Xiang, Xia Shuming is here. Guyu is over there. Hey, why are you blushing?" As Xia Shuming approached them, she smiled in confusion. Sishir whispered into Li Xiang's ear, "Sure, those two are indulging in romance." The one there to pick them up was Han Jifeng. A long Lincoln Navigator was parked in front of Dalish Airport. The jet-black vehicle exuded an aura of affluence. The driver stepped down from the driver's seat to open the door for Han Jifeng, who was dressed in a bespoke cashmere suit, accentuating his tall and elegant figure. "I apologize for being late. I picked someone up along the way," he said softly. Han Jifeng left a deep impression on Guyu. He was always polite, unlike the typical wealthy science, displaying refinement and humility with a warm, graceful smile. The driver assisted in loading their luggage. The car drove towards a countryside manor. Inside the vehicle sat another person, a girl not much older than Guyu. She was seated in the innermost corner by the window, with shoulder-length wavy hair of a flaxen hue, clad in a green floral dress that cinched at the waist, complemented by a green chiffon bow. She exuded a gentle elegance. Her eyes sparkled with liveliness, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Han Jifeng sat beside her, and they looked remarkably well-matched. "Allow me to introduce. This is Feng Ling, my designer," he unexpectedly faltered, catching Guyu off guard. "Hello." Feng Ling's voice was soft and delicate, akin to a melodious violin sonata. Guyu found her quite likable. Xia Shuming elaborated. The studio used for the aircraft competition was previously Feng Ling's design studio. So that extraordinary person is her. Guyu thought, if this were ancient times, she would undoubtedly be the treasured jewel of some emperor. "Hello, sister," Guyu sweetly called out, her smile radiant. "Hello." Feng Ling's smile was equally enchanting, warm like white crystal. She wished to befriend the beautiful sister. Han Jifeng was not merely a wealthy second-generation heir. More accurately, he could be considered a second generation of second-generation heirs. The Han family owned a manor, and driving through the front yard scenery alone took over 20 minutes. The mansion, a relic from the last century, was said to have been built by a prince to welcome a foreign princess. However, political upheavals later led it to the Han family. Han Jifeng prepared a bedroom for each of them, each equipped with a bathroom and a seaside balcony. Facing the sea, it was a springtime paradise. To avoid making them feel constrained, dinner was delivered to their rooms by a professional maid, featuring authentic French foie gras with toasted crispy bread, a medium-rare Pullington steak, and wine freshly opened from the cellar. The appetizer was a bowl of escargot soup, followed by desserts crafted by a Michelin 3-star chef. The wealthy truly do indulge, following the custom of dining together while chatting and heeding everyone's suggestions. Han Jifeng instructed the maid to serve the dishes directly in the dining hall. The space is adorned with an array of European-style furniture, each piece eloquently narrating tales of romance through its distinctive French flair. Han Jifeng has been waiting at the main table for quite some time, and once everyone is seated, Guyu notices the absence of Feng Ling. Where is Sister Feng Ling? Upon mentioning her name, a flicker of regret flashes in Han Jifeng's eyes. She is unwell and has already retired to bed. Everyone relishes the meal, feeling utterly satisfied. After indulging in food and drink, the previously inconspicuous Li Xiang inquires, "How shall we reach Pulyuoshwang?" Xia Shumang replies, "There is a helicopter here. I will take you." Guyu asks again, "What about Sister Feng Ling? Is she coming?" Han Jifeng, with a graceful smile, responds, "We will go together. At this moment, during the peak of tourist season. The fervor for international travel is palpable. Lavender has been in bloom for over a month. One wonders if the pristine purple sea of flowers can still be witnessed. Reports of poorly behaved tourists circulate online." Li Xiang raises her concerns, and Xia Shumang, using a specially designed metallic fork, delicately spears a luscious strawberry and remarks, "There is a patch of lavender that belongs to our family. Rest assured, it will remain untouched." Li Xiang is impressed, acknowledging the privilege of wealth. The following day, the group embarks on their journey to the floral paradise. 3 kilometers beyond the Han family's garden lies a helipad at this moment. A colossal golden helicopter stands majestically at the center, poised for takeoff. Xia Shumang is already seated at the controls, clad in a black and gold pilot's uniform that accentuates his long, straight legs. With tousled strands of hair casually framing his forehead, Guyu's mind conjures a singular phrase, free-spirited. He chuckles as he lifts her onto the helicopter, securing her in her seat and placing noise-canceling headphones on her. The sound may be loud, and you might experience some ringing in your ears. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know, and I can adjust the helicopter's speed. All right. Are you afraid of heights? No. After donning his own headphones, Xia Shumang helps her fasten her seatbelt. If you happen to feel anxious, just close your eyes. We will be flying for quite a while. Having secured the seatbelt, he points to the number on his headphones, saying, "If you need anything, just press the communication button on the side, and I will hear you." Guyu nods in understanding. Once all precautions are in place, Xia Shumang closes the cabin door and gracefully leaps into the pilot's seat. His long legs effortlessly propelling him upward, Guyu perceives a certain strength emanating from him, a quality she identifies as masculine power. Han Jifeng does not join them, as the helicopter's capacity is limited. The Han family possesses a dedicated helicopter emblazoned with their Grand Shihua logo. Before Xia Shumang lies a plethora of colorful buttons, and with an air of calm, he presses a few, skillfully maneuvering the controls with ease. When he is fully absorbed in his task, there is an undeniable allure to his authoritative demeanor. A man who can pilot an aircraft is undeniably handsome. The thought that this man belongs to her fills Guyu with even greater joy. After a brief slumber, Guyu awakens to find herself enveloped by a sea of purple. We've arrived. It's lavender. Li Xiang and Si Shi, upon hearing Guyu's exclamation, are instantly roused from their slumber. It really is lavender. It's lavender. The aerial view presents a breathtaking panorama. The lavender stretches endlessly, winding across the landscape like purple tendrils embracing the earth. In her eyes, a captivating shade of purple was reflected, and the romantic essence brought forth by the flowers seemed to ignite every ounce of adrenaline within her being. Guyu, filled with excitement, pressed the button and inquired of Xia Shumang, "How long until we arrive?" Xia Shumang glanced at the dashboard and replied, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the helicopter smoothly descended onto the helipad. As soon as the aircraft came to a halt, Guyu could hardly contain herself, urging, "Hurry, Xia Shumang, unfasten my seatbelt. I want to get down." Xia Shumang opened the cabin door and released her safety belt. Guyu sprang out of the compartment like an innocent little rabbit, eagerly pulling Xiang Rabbit along as they bounded towards the lavender estate. Having changed into a different outfit, Xia Shumang found that Guyu had already ventured far ahead, nearly out of sight. This expanse of floral beauty belonged entirely to her, no matter how far she ran. He would surely find her. Clusters of lavender bloomed vibrantly, forming a pathway that stretched outward, a meter wide, with half a meter of space between each row. Perhaps the illustrious reputation of France as the city of romance permeated the very air, which seemed infused with a romantic fragrance. Guyu and Li Xiang joyfully dashed away, circling the lavender in delight. Xiang, do you smell this? There is a delicate fragrance." "Indeed," she replied, taking a closer whiff. The lavender petals were diminutive, adorned with a layer of star-like fuzz, exuding a hint of passionate red and cool-toned blue. "Come here and smell this," Li Xiang called to Guyu. Upon approaching, Guyu spotted Feng Ling standing among the blooms from a distance. She resembled a celestial fairy, gracefully adorned with a straw hat, dancing amidst the floral cluster. As Feng Ling removed her hat, a gentle breeze tousled her hair, accentuating her beauty, as if the heavens themselves had favored her. The graceful arc of her hair magnified her elegance, and at that moment, a dashing gentleman appeared beside her, Han Jifeng, holding a lavender-woven hairband, the purple lavender encircled in a ring, weaving thoughts into wisps of delicate smoke that enveloped Feng Ling. He placed the crafted lavender headband upon her head, at which point Feng Ling finally acknowledged Han Jifeng's presence. This harmonious and visually enchanting scene lasted but a brief moment, as Feng Ling removed the headband from her hair and placed it onto Han Jifeng's wrist. Gliding past him, Li Xiang remarked, "They are not a couple," her tone laced with an endless sense of regret. "Sister Feng Ling looks so beautiful wearing the lavender headband," Gu Yu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Suddenly, her vision was obstructed by a lavender plant, as a ring appeared above her head, followed by another, then 2, 3, 4, and even more around her neck. Oh my! Xiaoshumang. Xiaoshumang held at least a dozen lavender rings. Yet none of them were remotely presentable. Weeds and flower clusters intertwined, nearly suffocating each other, the colors of the blossoms obscured by the wild growth, resembling a headband crafted from foxtail grass. Do not envy others. The floral crowns you possess are greater in number. Floral crowns. Are you implying something about me? Chapter 66. Write me a 3-line love letter. His handmade creations could only be described in 4 words as utterly grotesque. Do you don a short dress with red polka dots on a white background today? Although Xia Shumang's crafts were decidedly unattractive, they were abundantly made, with a multitude of floral crowns adorning her neck and head. Resembling a street-performing clown, with the scent of lavender saturating her ears and nostrils, the lavender bore but a solitary, oval-shaped cluster of purple blossoms at its tip, while its stem soared to a height of half a meter. The summer air was thick with the mingled scents of damp earth and lavender, and suddenly, Gu felt an itch at the tip of her nose, followed by the emergence of tiny red spots upon her face. Achoo! 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 She sneezed thrice in quick succession, her nose aflame with irritation, a tingling sensation spreading through her mouth and nasal passages. Jiyu. What ails you? Xiaoshumang asked, still preoccupied with the half-finished project in her hands. Only to glance up and discover Gu Yu's face had begun to flush. The tingling in her mouth transformed into a swelling sensation, her visage becoming increasingly puffy, to the point of obstructing her breath. As the world around her began to spin, I think I might be having an allergic reaction. Jiyu is allergic to lavender. The realization struck her with disbelief. How could she possibly be allergic to lavender? Fortunately, assistance from the nearest hospital was within reach. The physician, upon assessing her condition, confirmed it was indeed an allergic response. Each year, Proswan welcomed numerous visitors, some of whom, upon arriving in the floral sea, discovered their own sensitivity to lavender. The doctor, a black man with tightly curled hair, administered medication and prescribed a spray to alleviate the itching and swelling. In the hospital room, Xia Shumang and her companions gathered around. Jiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. The first to notice her awakening was Shu. Shugu. Gimei is awake. Guyu, momentarily dazed, propped herself up. At last, you've awakened. You fell so abruptly that you nearly scared the spirit out of Shugu. He thought you were possessed. At that moment, Guyu's face had suddenly turned red and swollen. One moment, she was an adorable girl, and the next, she resembled a stiff zombie, as if a steel pipe had been inserted into her body. Causing her to topple backward, Xia Shumang rushed over, sitting beside her and taking her hand. How do you feel now? My head is still spinning, and it feels as if I've been coated in chili powder. It's burning hot. It hurts a bit. The doctor has said this is a normal reaction to an allergy. Once the 4 is finished and you apply the medication, you will feel better soon. Why is it so asymmetrical? Li Xiang and Feng Ling sat on the left side. Upon an ornate European-style mahogany sofa, Jiyu repeatedly assured herself she was awake. Yet why were they stifling laughter? Feng Ling was also giggling. And though she tried to conceal it, Guyu still caught a glimpse. Behind the small sofa, Han Jifeng leaned against the dark red wall, casting a glance at Guyu, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Why was Han Jifeng smiling too? What on earth was happening in this world? Shu, driven by curiosity, leaned closer to Guyu and observed her intently, exclaiming, "Goodness, you've swollen up so much. You look like Thai rice." Thai rice is 3 times the size of domestic rice. Shu stepped back, unable to contain himself any longer. "Huh? Guyu Mei, you look absolutely hilarious." Xia Shumang, seizing a magazine from the bedside table, hurled it at Shu. "Shut up. What's so funny about this?" His gaze shifted back to Guyu. "The redness suits you quite well." Guyu's heart sank bit by bit as she reached into her bag for a mirror. Before she could, Xia Shumang's hand swiftly caught hers. No. The doctor said you mustn't move around too much. You might accidentally tug on the 4 line. Guyu was momentarily taken aback, and the more she contemplated, The more she felt something was amiss. Surely, she must look utterly unattractive now. Am I truly that hideous? Xia Shumang hurriedly refuted. No, no. Gu Yu, feeling wronged, spoke with a tone that was almost whiny. But they are all laughing at me. Ah! A wave of bitterness washed over her as she thought, pulling the blanket around herself in an attempt to find a corner to hide. Just how unsightly must she appear for Feng Ling to be laughing? Today, Xia Shumang wore a cardigan-style shirt. He lifted one side of his garment to shield Gu Yu's face, declaring, they simply lack the discernment to appreciate beauty. Suddenly, the world before Gu Yu shifted to a hue of blue. As she raised her eyes slightly, she discovered Xia Shumang had obscured her view with his clothing, all while smiling gently at her. Leaning against the bed's edge, Gu Yu lay on her back, gazing up at him. Am I truly not unattractive? Not at all. To me, you are the most beautiful. Feng Ling, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in her eyes. After a moment, she set down the newspaper she had been holding and approached Gu Yu's bedside, saying, Gu Yu, just now, Sisher told us a joke, and everyone laughed except you. She parted the blue barrier slightly to reveal her eyes, cautiously inquiring, is that true? Indeed. Gu remained skeptical, but Sisher just laughed at me. Sisher quickly interjected, I was just being cheeky. It was nonsense. Gu Yu, with her tear-filled eyes, looked at Xia Shumang, who grinned broadly in response. You are the most beautiful. Gu Yu pulled the blanket over herself, distrustful of everyone, exclaiming, Woo, they are all mean people. For the past few days, Xia Shumang had been accompanying Gu Yu at a hotel outside the lavender fields, and her once swollen, ruddy face had regained its color. With no more itchiness in her mouth. That on the third day, Han Jifeng suggested that they stay in Paris for a few more days to enjoy the autumn fashion show before departing. Shenghua, whose English name is Shulfa, is one of the largest fashion consumer brands in France and worldwide, with a high-end holding company. Every quarter, Shulfa hosts a haute couture wedding gown fashion week. Shenghua's original craft is a wedding dress company, boasting a legacy of several centuries while never forgetting its foundational principles. Han Jifeng arranged for them to sit in the prime front row seats at the fashion show. As the lights dimmed, a brief moment of restlessness ensued before the audience fell silent in anticipation of the show. The lighting in the venue was a specially treated cream-white, translucent glow, and the runway was in close proximity to the audience as the models walked. The lights shifted in rhythm with their steps, illuminating only the contours of the wedding gowns. Utilizing the principles of physical refraction along with glittering sequins and layers of delicate tulle, each gown was gracefully revealed under the venue's lighting. This spectacle was enough to stir the heart of any girl. That a wedding dress is the most coveted attire for a woman throughout her life. The ethereal, resplendent drapery stands opposite the one she wishes to cherish for eternity. That a warm, tender dream lingers in the depths of her heart, as if a gentle breeze could sweep across the entire landscape, carrying the blush of youthful longing far and wide. From the moment the show commenced, Xia Shumang's gaze remained fixed, and it was only after Sisher called out to him several times that he finally deigned to acknowledge him. What is it? Sisher remarked. No way, Shumang, you like things that girls fancy too. Xia Shumang cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, Sishi, there is a reason you have remained single all these years. Sishi instinctively glanced at Li Xiang, whose gaze rivaled that of Xia Shumang. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, a look so intense it could inundate the entire fashion show. He subtly shifted closer to Li Xiang. Xia Shumang was utterly defenseless against such glimmering, radiant, and endearing displays of youthful affection. While at the studio, he often found himself standing at the entrance of the Sand King boutique, mesmerized by the plethora of pink-hued, classical doll-like dresses. Now, as he found himself in a relationship, Gu Yu, petite and adorably charming, would surely look enchanting if adorned in one of those gowns. Suddenly, he felt a gentle weight on his shoulder. Gu Yu leaned against him. Xia Shumang turned his head, unable to suppress his excitement. Darling, Gu Yu, in a daze, replied, which one do you like? Whichever it is, Brother Xia will buy it for you. Although Brother Xia is currently out on his ear and devoid of funds. But you must believe, Brother Xia will ensure you wear a haute couture wedding dress and become the most beautiful girl in the room. Gu Yu nuzzled against his shoulder. I don't really like any of them. Xia Shumang's heart sank. What? Before he could express his astonishment, Gu Yu yawned. I'm a bit tired. Xia Shumang, puzzled, asked, with so many options, are you sure you don't like a single one? Gu Yu squinted slightly. Xia Shumang, deep down, found it hard to believe. No girl could possibly resist haute couture. No young lady could turn down a wedding dress. He pointed to a gown currently gracing the runway. What about this one? It was a pure white chiffon gown, supported by petticoats, creating a perfect circle from above, adorned with embroidered pomegranate red and Su Xiangtong red roses, resembling red gilded paper affixed to the dress. As the lights gently illuminated it, the gown sparkled like a sea of stars. That Gu shook her head. The roses are beautiful. Then how about this one? He asked, showcasing a standard mermaid wedding gown. Its delicate tulle veil snugly enveloping the model's figure, fading from summer white to Windsor blue, reminiscent of Icelandic moonlight, exquisite and luminous. That it's all right. And this one? This gown incorporated elements of traditional Chinese aesthetics. Crafted from smooth red pear silk satin, with golden threads weaving intricate Chinese floral patterns upon the surface, its design was rather simple, resembling more of an evening gown than a wedding dress. Gu Yu's half-closed eyes finally widened. This one is beautiful. I like this one. Xia Shumang sought confirmation. The red one? Yes. Gu Yu sat up, leaning slightly forward, her eyes fixated on the approaching model, eager not to miss any subtle details the designer had concealed. As the show progressed, Xia Shumang and Gu Yu exchanged opinions until its conclusion, at which point Xia Shumang had thoroughly discerned Gu Yu's preferences. She exhibited no interest in the pristine white European wedding dresses. Yet she praised every gown infused with elements of Chinese style. 3 of the wedding gowns showcased were the creations of Feng Ling. After the show, Han Jifeng accompanied her for a press interview. While Cixi took Li Xiang to the Eiffel Tower, the allure of Paris at night surpasses that of the day, as slumbering sirens awaken under the moonlight, seeking exhilarating companions in this city that embraces every naive whim. Xia Shumang grasped Gu Yu's hand, her small fingers feeling as soft as the caress of the sea. Amidst this enchanting vista, it seemed a disservice to not partake in some venture, especially with the fragmented golden glimmers reflecting upon the distant river's surface. Are you tired? Gu Yu nodded. A little. Xia Shumang halted. I shall carry you. He bent down before Gu Yu, inviting her to ascend. Without hesitation, she placed her hands upon his shoulders and leapt up, drowsy yet entranced by the scenery. She whispered, Xia Shumang, I have a secret to share. The evening's ambience was just right, and Gu Yu, unable to contain herself, confessed, I have a dream that I hope that one day, the boy I adore will gift me a phoenix crown and colorful robes, and compose a 3-line love letter for me. Chapter 67. Settled to score a phoenix crown and colorful robes. 3-line love letter. After jotting down her words, he set the pen down, lost in thought over the 8 characters on the page. He sat like a statue for a moment before glancing at the time, rising to approach Feng Ling's room. Sister Feng Ling, a melodious voice floated from within. Come in. Feng Ling was brewing tea before a daybed, and Xia Shumang pulled out a chair to sit opposite her. Sister Feng Ling, still drinking tea at this late hour? It's for calming my mind. Xia Shumang, usually unreserved, mentioned. I have a few bags of fine Westlake Dragonwell tea and black goji berries from Qinghai. Since you enjoy them, I shall have Feng bring some over for you another day. Feng Ling readily agreed. That sounds great. After a brief exchange of trivialities, Feng Ling discerned, you must have something on your mind. Right? Xia Shumang bit his lip. Indeed, there is something. Speak. After much hesitation, Xia Shumang retrieved his phone, opened the album, and presented it to Feng Ling's sister. Feng Ling, can this type of wedding dress be made? The photos showcased a collection of Chinese-style phoenix crowns and colorful robes that Xia Shumang had downloaded online. Dominated by celebratory crimson hues and adorned with golden embroidery, the designs varied yet unmistakably reflected a traditional Chinese aesthetic. As he flipped through each image, every piece exuded grace and elegance, echoing the style of the Ming dynasty. They appeared splendid and, indeed, expensive. Observing intently, Feng Ling teased, Is this for Gu Yu? Yes, Xia Shumang replied. She has an affinity for traditional styles. And what about you? Upon finishing the last page, he answered, I prefer fluffy skirts. The kind fit for a princess, he lamented, but she does not like them. Feng Ling's eyes sparkled with envy. Shall I order one for her? Absolutely. Do you have a particular design in mind? She inquired. Xia Shumang shook his head, uncertain if she would appreciate the Ming-style attire. He returned the notebook to Feng Ling, reflecting, the Ming dynasty was an era of Han sovereignty, a time of national pride and integrity. No princess of the Ming would marry off or travel far. Indeed, observing his lack of interest, Feng Ling suggested, add me on WeChat. I have a collection of traditional Chinese garments, each dynasty having designed at least a few sets, though they are merely design sketches, numbering in the hundreds, allowing you to select at your leisure. Xia Shumang retrieved his WeChat and agreed. After adding her, he received a compressed file from Fengling, but upon attempting to download it, he discovered that the file was too large to be supported. Sister Fengling, there must be more than just a few hundred images in here, right? He inquired. Thank you, Sister Fengling. You're welcome, she replied. What? Xia Shumang hesitated, biting his lip before asking. How much would it cost to create a set of such a phoenix crown and bridal attire? A look of incredulity flickered in Fengling's eyes, quickly replaced by a more composed demeanor, as she gestured a number with her fingers. 7. Xia Shumang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Perhaps due to low blood sugar or elevated blood pressure. After he departed, Fengling shook her head with a fond smile. How wonderful it is to be young. One can love someone with reckless abandon. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind of Han Jifeng placing a hairband on her head. Having completed her nightly routine and preparing for bed, she was interrupted by a soft knock at the door, accompanied by a sweet voice from outside. Sister Fengling, are you asleep? It was Gu Yu's voice. Not yet. Come in. Gu Yu entered, clad in a pink onesie adorned with tiny hearts, complete with a hood boasting 2 rabbit ears. She cradled a Hello Kitty plushie in her arms. Understanding now why Xia Shumang cherished such adorable items, Gu Yu appeared even more delicate than the toy she held, with her large, dark eyes glistening like purple grapes. And her lips freshly coated with lip balm, she radiated a silvery sheen under the light. Fengling felt an overwhelming desire to embrace her. Sister Fengling, are you about to sleep? She inquired. Fengling momentarily lost her train of thought. Replying, not yet. She fiddled with a curl at her temple, standing silently for a moment. Fengling chuckled softly. Did you come to see me for a reason? Gu Yu nodded, a flicker of curiosity crossing her mind. What could that possibly mean? Realizing she had misspoken, Fengling added, if it's not too much trouble, come up and share. She patted the plush, elevated mattress invitingly. All right, the two settled on the bed, with Gu Yu finding a comfortable position while hugging her toy. Sister Fengling, do you still have design sketches for wedding gowns? Gu Yu asked. Instinctively, Fengling inquired, do you prefer a Chinese style or a Western one? While Gu Yu spoke, Fengling retrieved a notebook from the bedside table. Upon hearing Gu Yu mention Western designs, she quietly reached into a compartment beneath and produced another design book. This contains the final drafts for the upcoming season. Feel free to peruse. Thank you. Sister Fengling. Gu Yu placed the design book atop the Hello Kitty plushie, flipping through the pages with a solemn expression, devoid of the spark of excitement typical of a girl viewing wedding gowns. Not to your liking? Fengling asked. It seems so. Gu Yu replied thoughtfully. Fengling then retrieved her initial notebook, suggesting, what about this one? The traditional bridal attire has only recently gained popularity. Gu Yu continued to flip through the pages while listening to Fengling. She eventually reached the last page. Hesitating, she returned the notebook, stating, I still prefer Western styles. Fengling chuckled softly, clearly favoring the phoenix coronet and the flowing robes a tad more. Pondering why Gu Yu did not consider this particular book if she preferred the traditional Chinese style. Xia Shumang is not fond of it, Gu Yu murmured. Understanding everything, Fengling grasped the situation entirely. The young couple was undoubtedly on the same wavelength. Have you not inquired about his opinion? Fengling questioned. Discussing wedding attire with him at this juncture felt rather presumptuous, as if she were desperately eager to marry. Her visit today was, in truth, an exploration among the myriad of European wedding gowns at Fengling's place. Seeking a style and design that resonated with her, should the day come when they were to wed, a quarrel over such matters would likely arise. Given Gu Yu's temperament, it was probable she would struggle to counter Xia Shumang's arguments. The acceptance of traditional bridal attire was still not widespread. Gu Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she hesitantly articulated her thoughts, biting her lip and casting her gaze downward. The two were undeniably alike, even in their mannerisms, leaving one to wonder who had learned from whom. In the realm of marriage, mutual concession is not always requisite. Gu Yu lifted her gaze to meet Fengling's. Coexisting in harmony meant they would inevitably face various challenges together. If one continuously yielded to the other, disputes would emerge over time. What then? Gu Yu inquired. Clarify matters and resolve them together, Fengling replied. There was merit in her words. What shall we do next? Gu Yu asked. They needed to articulate their true feelings to one another. In that moment, Gu Yu perceived Fengling as a person of remarkable clarity. Though upon reflection, she realized Fengling merely possessed a keen understanding of others' emotions. Fengling affectionately ruffled Gu Yu's hair, affirming that he was indeed someone worthy of a lifetime commitment, who would respect her preferences. Noticing Gu Yu still hesitating, Fengling added, in romance, sometimes it is essential for the boy to indulge the girl. To me, The distinction between what is given to you and what is given to others represents the sweetest moments in love. All right, Guyu replied with a smile. However, Feng Ling's expression shifted dramatically. Sister Feng Ling, you mentioned that both parties should be open and clear with each other. After Guyu departed, Feng Ling lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The following day, fashion news outlets reported a significant event. Mary had been released from her contract with Han Jifeng, and beyond that, he had completely severed ties with the agency they both belonged to, rendering their relationship irreparable. Carnation had pleaded with Han Jifeng throughout the night, but the man who once forgave her unconditionally had drastically altered his stance, terminating the contract in the early hours of that night. He issued a resolute announcement regarding the contract termination, displaying an attitude that was starkly different from his usual leniency. Some suggested that Mary had offended the heir of the Xia family. Shenhua and Yao Xing shared a long-standing friendship, and in a bid to save face for Yao Xing, Mary became the scapegoat. The degree of truth in these rumors was inconsequential. What mattered was that Han Jifeng owed Xia Shumang a favor, while Feng Ling owed Guyu one as well. Thus, the debts balanced out. Chapter 68. I never imagined after enduring a rather mundane holiday in Huaqing, the second year of university commenced as expected. The dormitory had transformed into a two-person room shared solely by Guyu and Li Xiang. If the first year was devoted to acclimatization, then the second year marked the official beginning of their university life. At the onset of the new semester, Su Boyu had reached out to her. Around mid-October, a selection round for the poetry competition would be held at Dihai University. During the spring festival, 2 representatives would be chosen from several universities across the province to form a team for the national finals in May. The top 3 participants would be granted direct admission to Dihai University. In recent years, the fervor for traditional Chinese culture has garnered much acclaim. Thanks to the vigorous promotion by relevant individuals, an increasing number of people have begun to recognize the significance of preserving traditional culture. This semester's courses have become markedly more specialized. Since the beginning of the term, Guyu has immersed herself in the library, diligently preparing for poetry recitation alongside her essential major courses. For Guyu, prolonged immersion in the literary realm is both a sweet and agonizing delight. While she busied herself with preparations for the competition, Xia Shumang was exceptionally transferred to international aviation. Previously, he had been flying domestically under the tutelage of his mentor, and his journey to Paris was earned through countless days and nights of intense focus. International aviation demands greater adaptability and command skills from its captains. It requires the ability to navigate through turbulent air layers under special weather conditions, execute smooth landings, and maintain communication with the control tower. On one occasion, Guyu stayed up until 3:30 in the morning, eagerly awaiting his call. As soon as she received a message saying Xia Shumang had just landed, she immediately called him. The noise on his end was quite overwhelming. Nua. Just arrived. Are you not going to rest now? He asked. Why are you still awake? Isn't the competition approaching? Guyu replied. I am confident about the school competition. I am already preparing for the semifinals. Xia Shumang chuckled softly. That's great. Someone called for him on his end, and they exchanged a few words in English, which Guyu could not comprehend until he finished speaking. Nua. His voice had noticeably risen. I'm here. She suddenly yearned to become a flight attendant, to be part of Xia Shumang's crew, revolving around him daily. Ever since they started dating, their relationship felt no different from a long-distance one. She often found herself alone or walking around campus with Li Xiang, devoid of any sweetness associated with college romance. Perhaps she should consider dating Xiang instead. Xia Shumang, I have a situation to resolve here. I'll message you when I have time. A wave of disappointment washed over Guyu. I quickly go to sleep, and don't wait for me at night anymore. Staying up late will cause acne and make you less attractive, he warned. Reluctant to end the call, her voice, tinged with disappointment, said, But I miss you. After a prolonged silence, Xia Shumang finally replied, Be good, listen to me. I miss you too. Just as she was about to speak, someone urged him on the other end, and he had no choice but to hastily hang up. A flash of light darted through the silent darkness of the night, rendering the already dim evening even more somber. Xia Shumang's rapid advancement surpassed her expectations. Transitioning from domestic to international flights left him with no spare moments. That moment, Guyu desperately wished to message him, suggesting, Why not give up being a captain? I could sell a few sketches of Gu Jiasua and earn enough to support you. Upon reflection, Guyu found herself recalling Xia Shumang's father, Xia Ji. This evening, her memory sharpened with remarkable clarity. Following the aerial competition, a soldier adorned with a shoulder insignia had approached Shumang, engaging him in conversation. At that time, Guyu was so engrossed in the events of the day that she failed to notice the chill in Shumang's demeanor. However, in hindsight, she realized she had overlooked his emotional state. After the competition, Yimingxin's popularity only surged. The name Feng Lang had been a topic of fervent interest long before it was publicly revealed. On that day, her words had been recorded and circulated online, sparking a frenzy among netizens who began to investigate from the phonetics of Fei Ji La Ji, attempting to uncover any clues. To their astonishment, no information regarding Feng Lang could be found. The audience, taken aback by this revelation, felt as if their jaws had dropped to the floor. Speculations arose, with some questioning whether this individual was perhaps a fugitive from an international assassination syndicate, a spy, or even an undercover agent. Some even resorted to writing fanfiction online, their updates more frequent than those of published authors. As the whirlwind of imagination unfolded, the crowd gradually regained a semblance of rational thought. Could he possibly be a narcotics officer involved in the case? The mention of such sensitive words jolted everyone back to reality. No wonder there was nothing to uncover. No wonder the netizens could find not a single clue. Visually, things appeared much more pleasing, exhibiting a softness that was absent before, less dazzling yet more graceful. Yimingxin invited Guyu to dinner, typically reticent in extending invitations. Her motivation today was largely driven by a yearning for the adorable, rosy-cheeked girl. The venue for Yimingxin's treat was a bubble tea shop, adorned in pink and brimming with kawaii aesthetics that catered to youthful hearts. Mengxin Jia, her sweet, endearing voice resonated with Yimingxin's innermost sentiments. One day, I must teach Feng Lang as well. He seems to have remained unchanged, lacking humanity and principles. Learning this would surely come easily to him. TSK, just a few months apart, and she had grown even cuter. Yimingxin propped herself up, tilting her head, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable fondness. Filled with uncontainable joy, Yimingxin quickly composed herself, dispelling her love-struck demeanor. I won't tease you today. I have a gift for you. Guyu inquired. What gift? From beneath her feet, Yimingxin produced a pale purple gift box, embellished with an extravagant bow. This is from Shumang. Guyu took the gift, asking, Shumang? Yimingxin nodded. Yes, it has been quite a while since you last saw him. Hasn't it? Guyu replied. Indeed, he flies international routes, dealing with time differences, and is quite busy. Yimingxin's perceptive gaze was overlooked by Guyu, who was now wholly focused on the purple gift box. I too have not seen him in ages, she remarked, taking a sip of her brown sugar pearl milk tea. The pearls were soft and chewy, leaving her to savor them for quite some time. Guyu, unhurried in her opening of the gift, raised her eyes to Yimingxin. Mengxin Jia, may I ask you some questions? She smiled warmly. Of course, ask away, especially given your cuteness. Without beating around the bush, Yimingxin stated directly, he has signed an agreement with Uncle Xia. Guyu cautiously inquired. What is the agreement regarding? The specifics, you should ask him when you find the time, Yimingxin replied, tapping the box. It should pertain to the contents within. She gestured a 4 to Guyu, stating that after each day's live broadcast, it was a matter of 4 and 6, with her having 4 and Guyu 6. Guyu placed something in a box and pulled Li Xiang, signaling her to come down. Xiang, I need to ask you something. Hurry down. Li Xiang, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless descended from her bed and sat across from Guyu. What is it? We had a quarrel, Li Xiang replied. He doesn't even know how to use a smartphone. I have no idea how he found out about my modeling. You and your uncle didn't argue too fiercely. Did you? Li Xiang shook her head. Not really. Ever since I was little, I've relied on my father. He worked hard to support my education, and although there are times I cannot accept some of his views, our arguments usually end after a few exchanges. Noticing something amiss with Guyu, Li Xiang inquired, What's wrong? Did you argue with your mother? Guyu shook her head. I've lost contact with Jiang Man and haven't heard from her in quite a while. I just want to know, during a quarrel with one's father, what thoughts race through one's mind? Can it ever reach the point of severing ties? Gu Jiatsua was wholly devoted to painting, and much of the discord between him and Jiang Man stemmed from her relentless nature. After she left, Gu Jiatsua handed over the money he earned to Guyu and retreated into his small room for solitude. With Guyu being obedient and Gu Jiatsua genuinely feeling indebted to her, they had never quarreled throughout her life, thus leaving her lacking in that particular emotional experience. Severing ties seems far-fetched. He is my only family in this world. Neither of us can do without the other. However, her tone shifted. Yet sometimes, I truly cannot accept my father's mindset that he constantly urges me to pursue civil service exams, teacher qualifications, and secure positions, insisting that a girl should have a stable job rather than seeking wealth and luxury. While I can understand his perspective, the salaries of teachers in our area are dismally low, earning merely $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Frankly speaking, if a serious illness were to strike, there wouldn't be enough funds for treatment. When people argue, especially in the heat of the moment, their words cannot be trusted. Take this recent birthday celebration for my father as an example. He made a wish for me to secure a stable position that I was immediately agitated and confronted him. He claimed that I was naive, potentially falling victim to deception, stating that it is difficult for a girl to work outside, making her vulnerable, that I showed him the business license from Rangia. Yet he dismissed it as potentially forged. Ultimately, I presented my salary as evidence. Surely that couldn't be fabricated, right? Yet he retorted that was merely a delaying tactic, designed to deceive us inexperienced young women. I found it perplexing. He had never been like this before. Why the sudden shift to such worry? In private, I wore a mask. When my father could no longer argue against me, he resorted to asserting his authority as an elder. Proclaiming that his words were law and I must obey, he then went on about how hard it was for him to raise me, counting the expenses and meals he provided over the years. Sigh. That's entirely a different matter. Hearing those words made me wish to sever our father-daughter relationship, but then I reconsidered, realizing how deeply that would wound him, and it didn't truly come to that. Guyu listened intently. Under what circumstances do you think one would sever a father-daughter relationship? Her relationship with Jiang Man was also strained, yet Guyu felt that the step of severing ties in a legal sense was still far off. Li Xiang pondered and said, "Murder, robbery, illegal activities." She shook her head. "I can't think of anything." Chapter 69. Something happened to Shugu ultimately. Guyu decided against opening the box. Whatever agreement Xia Shumang and Xia Ji had reached, or perhaps whatever relationship had been severed, was essentially contained within that box. In this era, the salary of a civil aviation captain should not be considered low. Xia Shumang had just started his career and bore no burdens of mortgage or car loans. After deducting monthly property and utility fees, the remaining funds were more than sufficient for living expenses. The remuneration for international flights was slightly higher than that for domestic ones. Why was Xia Shumang working so hard? Could it be that he was in need of money? Aside from his fondness for shoes, Xia Shumang paid little attention to other adornments. Once, Guyu noticed that the collection of shoes on Xia Shumang's AJ wall was gradually diminishing. Had he given up his obsession with shoes? If so, he did not possess the habit of indulging in luxury brands, feasting on rare delicacies, or collecting antiques. What was the point of working tirelessly? Was he perhaps trying to assert himself to Xia Ji, to convey that even without entering the company, Xia Shumang could sustain himself? But that didn't seem right. The monthly salary from domestic flights would suffice for self-sustenance, especially considering he had a girlfriend eagerly awaiting his return at home. After much contemplation, Guyu was left perplexed about what Xia Shumang was truly up to. In mid-October, Guyu attended the preliminary selection for the poetry and verse competition as promised. With little pressure, she successfully represented Dehai University in the provincial selection. The recently concluded National Day holiday had left the exuberant youth still seeking a sense of belonging, as social media was filled with waves of love and beautiful photos. A year later, the once plain female students now radiated an air of sophistication as if they had uncovered the secrets of makeup, exuding refinement from head to toe. Upon returning from the holiday, the temperature in Dehai plummeted dramatically, and by the end of the National Day break, Guyu had already donned a light jacket. Unexpectedly, Li Xiang bought a cup of sweet lemon tea from a milk tea shop while walking with Guyu towards the boys' dormitory. Just as Li Xiang took a sip of her lemon tea, she was bumped into by a playful couple coming from the opposite direction. Had it not been for her quick swallowing, that overly sweet lemon tea would have undoubtedly splattered onto the couple like a peacock displaying its feathers. The couple recognized their recklessness and hurriedly offered apologies. Li Xiang was not one to seek trouble. She brushed it off. "It's fine, it's fine." The young girl nestled into her boyfriend's embrace, her face displaying both apology and the shyness from their earlier playful scuffle. The boy pulled the girl closer, repeatedly apologizing as they walked in the direction of Li Xiang. Were today's girls' makeup skills truly augmented? The girl who had just passed sparkled with diamond highlighter, shimmering like a luminous jewel under the streetlights. Li Xiang recalled something and asked, "Guyu, why aren't you wearing any makeup?" Reflecting on the first time she had seen Guyu at the freshman welcoming party, Her stunning natural beauty combined with exceptional makeup skills had captivated all of the first-year students present. The soft light of Guyu caught sight of the recently passed couple. Her tone languid. Does your boyfriend not even know which piece of sky he is drifting upon, and for whom he is putting on this show? Li Xiang rolled her eyes, pondering whether she had perhaps overthought summer Shumang. She took a deep sip of lemon tea, wondering why he had yet to take a break after such a long time. I don't know, Li Xiang replied. Sishi has been quite busy lately. His mother's health has deteriorated, and he is preoccupied with making money. Guyu let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of malaise. As they approached the boys' dormitory, Guyu sent a message to Su Boyu, who promptly replied, coming down shortly. The two of them idly leaned against the tree trunk below, seeing Guyu's boredom. Li Xiang offered, care for a sip. Today's lemon tea is exceptionally sweet. Guyu gently pushed her cup away, shaking her head. Love truly has a way of ensnaring the mind. How could such a fine young woman succumb to melancholy? How had she reached the advanced stages of lovesickness? Su Boyu descended with a few swift strides, and to her surprise, he seemed to have gained weight since their last meeting. Apologies for the delay. Junior, he said, adjusting his blue-framed glasses. Su Boyu handed Guyu the materials. I attended your competition. You performed remarkably well. Competitors often experience nerves to some degree, fearing inadequacy, dreading public speaking, worrying about performance mishaps. Psychological and physiological factors intertwine. Even Su Boyu, having participated in numerous large-scale competitions, still feels anxiety when addressing an audience. He had watched Guyu's entire performance. She appeared remarkably composed, engaging in a fluent exchange with the host in the answering segment. He sat in the front row and even caught a glimpse of the impatience reflected in her eyes. That day, Summer Shumang had promised to call and offer her encouragement, but as she waited from the moment she rose in the morning until the competition neared its end, he didn't even send a single message. The disappointment weighed more heavily than the nerves of the competition itself, rendering the event less impactful on her mood. The format of that competition was rather straightforward, primarily consisting of essential classical poetry learned in middle and high school, along with some lesser-known works encountered in university. Guyu had a good memory. This posed no significant challenge for her, especially since she had diligently reviewed. Thank you, senior, Guyu said as she accepted the materials. Their interactions had been scant, and after expressing her gratitude, she prepared to politely excuse herself. Dio, keep the materials safe. There has been some trouble in the dorm today, and Shu Gu is waiting for me. As she feigned a smile to send Su Boyu on his way, her heart sank. Who? Su Boyu, with his 800-degree lenses, quickly detected the shift in Guyu and Li Xiang's expressions. Although Su Boyu wasn't often in the dormitory, he had heard whispers about the relationship between Summer Shumang and Guyu holding hands. For the sake of world peace, for justice and strength, Li Xiang swiftly interrupted Su Boyu's words with a pointed look. Are you certain you didn't see incorrectly? Isn't Summer Shumang interning? There is no way I could mistake Shugo. Guyu's complexion had already darkened considerably. Su Boyu, sensing something amiss, hastily added, Shall I go fetch Shugo? How true it is that a scholar speaks with precision. Each word striking at the heart of the matter. Guyu cast her gaze towards a certain window, and then turned her attention to Su Boyu. She coldly declared, No, I hope he remains up there for the rest of his life. Li Xiang had never witnessed Guyu display such intensity. She dared not utter a single word or inquire further. Who was it that sent 3 messages of concern each day? Who was it that reminded someone daily to dress warmly according to the weather? Who stayed up until the early hours of the morning just to converse a little longer on the phone? It was her, it was her, it was all her. Guyu proclaimed that from this moment forth, Xia Shumang was no longer her boyfriend. She buried her head into the covers, bidding him farewell, an eternal goodbye to her ex-boyfriend, wishing him happiness. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, similarly cocooned in her blankets, occasionally peeked out to assess the situation, while intermittently poking at the glowing screen of her phone. Xiang Zeo, what is going on with Xia Shumang? Sure too. What? Xiang Zeo, why didn't he inform you that he is back? Li Xiang glanced at the dumpling across from her before retreating back into her cocoon. Thankfully, the world remained tranquil. Sure too. Shu Gu is back? Damn, I haven't even reached my dorm yet. Xiang Zeo, hurry back and ask him. Guyu is upset now. Sure too. Is she throwing a tantrum or just sulking? Xiang Zeo, no. She is surprisingly calm, almost eerily so. Sure too. You should test the waters. For the first time, Li Xiang poked her head out from beneath the covers and softly called, "Guyu." A gentle nasal sound emerged from within the bedding. Li Xiang sighed in relief internally, grateful it hadn't escalated to a full-blown outburst. She cleared her throat and tentatively inquired, "Xia Shumang." Before she could finish her sentence, Guyu shrieked, "That scoundrel does not deserve to appear before me." In some alternate dimension, Li Xiang imagined the sound waves emanating from Guyu's cocoon, magnified infinitely. Shattering the exterior glass, startled, she fell to the ground, soothing herself with the thought, "One must not provoke her. One cannot afford to provoke her. Sure too. Block the road. Xiang Zao, what use are you? Sure too. Crying.jpg, Guy was not merely angry. The yearning, longing, and worry that had accumulated over the past few months converged into a tempest of rage within her heart at this moment. She could not confront him like a shrew. That would make her seem unreasonable. Reflecting on this, she wondered why she had just turned away moments ago. Cuddled in her blankets, she felt a profound sense of defeat from not winning the argument. Frustration, indignation. Did she even want to continue this relationship? Guyu grappled intensely with her thoughts, while Li Xiang and Sure had already initiated a preliminary analysis regarding how Xia Shumang should apologize to Guyu. Sure too. If you ask me, if Shugu performs 3 bows and 9 kowtows from the boys' dorm to the girls' dorm, filled with sincerity, perhaps Guyu would forgive him. Xiang Zao, that's a bit extreme. Isn't it? Have you done something similar to win back an ex-girlfriend before? Sure too. I am innocent, I swear. By the heavens. Li Xiang chuckled and stretched out. I don't believe it. Hasn't anyone confessed to you in all this time? You're not lacking in charm either. Where is he? Where has he gone? Hello? Li Xiang was puzzled as Sisher sent a message. Shu Ge has encountered an incident. Chapter 70. It is not destiny, but self-belief. The instrument panel displayed a lack of signal. The captain had attempted numerous times to establish contact with the control tower, all in vain. With insufficient fuel remaining, the captain, after considerable deliberation, resolved to proceed with the planned emergency landing. Prior to the landing, in order to ensure the safety of the passengers on board, the crew informed everyone to fasten their seatbelts and prepare for an imminent descent. The aircraft gradually lowered its altitude, aligning itself with the designated runway at that moment. The captain suddenly realized that another small passenger plane was taxiing ahead. The small aircraft, gliding at a slow pace, posed a significant risk of collision due to the rapid descent speed of their own plane. Before the nose stabilized, the captain swiftly maneuvered the aircraft, executing a thrilling turn reminiscent of a roller coaster. Ascending back into the sky, with no means of contacting the control tower, there was uncertainty regarding the conditions at the airport below and potential dangers. The aircraft circled in the sky. Dehi boasted 2 airports, one located in the western suburbs, distanced from the city center, a newly established small airport, and the other, the one designated for the emergency landing. The airport sprawled over a vast area, bustling with a constant flow of passengers as various aircraft took off, landed, and taxied. The control tower, recognizing the inability to reach the captain, reported to higher authorities and planned to clear the airport to facilitate a safe landing for the aircraft as a first-tier international metropolis. Dehi received over 100,000 individuals daily, making the task of clearing the airport formidable. With the aircraft circling above, devoid of the flight altitude provided by the control tower, numerous planes traversed the sky, significantly increasing the risk of collision. Remaining aloft was untenable, and another emergency landing posed considerable threats, plunging the captain into a dilemma. Captain, how much fuel remains on the aircraft? Xia Shumang inquired as he entered the cockpit, gripping the back of the pilot's seat. Right here, the captain gestured towards the fuel gauge. The fuel was critically low. I am currently attempting to signal the control tower, hoping they can receive the message and clear at least one runway. The captain replied. However, the communication system failed to connect with the ground, and some passengers had begun to express their agitation. Notify the crew to calm the passengers and prepare for another potential emergency landing. The captain instructed. The Boeing 747-8I, en route from Moscow to Dehi, was a large aircraft that required a sufficiently long runway for landing. Following the recent National Day peak, the volume of returning personnel was substantial, leaving only 3 runways suitable for the aircraft's emergency landing. After circling the skies for nearly half an hour, the captain discovered that 2 of the 3 runways were occupied by 14 to 15 aircraft of varying sizes, making it challenging to clear them. The remaining runway was under maintenance, and from the aircraft's vantage point, the repairs were only halfway complete. The control tower was exerting efforts to manage the takeoffs and landings of surrounding planes. Yet the instrument panel indicated a multitude of large aircraft still in the sky. Shumang calculated the remaining fuel from the gauge, borrowed a pin from a flight attendant, and exited the cockpit. Xiao Xian had just arrived from the passenger area, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She tilted her head back and gulped down 3 large swigs of water, setting the cup down to find Shumang seated at the table. Engrossed in writing, their co-pilot, typically amiable and accommodating, possessed a meticulous plan behind every action he undertook. One knows what he is doing at this very moment that I in this critical juncture. The captain's decision is the ultimate outcome. Shugo, what are you doing? Xiao Xian could not help but inquired. He slightly furrowed his brows, his lips pressed tightly together, the once delicate and lovely pearl of his lip now stained with the tension in the air. Shyly avoiding the gaze of others, the pen tip produced a rapid scratching sound on the paper, his attention fixated on the dense array of formulas before him. Shumang's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. Yet under the rapid and intense workings of his mind, the characters appeared somewhat unsteady, revealing the marks of diligent practice in regular script. Shumang continued to immerse himself in his writing, and Xiao Xian seemed to perceive an invisible barrier forming beside his ears, isolating him from the sounds of the outside world. His mind filled with incomprehensible mathematical symbols. 5 minutes later, Shumang finally set down his pen. Exhaling deeply as he picked up the densely calculated papers from the table and turned towards the cockpit. Captain, the distance from here to Shijiao Airport is not considerable. A forced landing there is entirely feasible. The captain appeared to acknowledge his suggestion. The remaining fuel was limited, yet just sufficient to reach Shijiao. However, without precise calculations, he dared not take the risk. The original intention behind the establishment of Shijiao Airport was to facilitate travel for the numerous residents in the western part of the city. Should the aircraft run out of fuel en route and be forced to descend, the only path would lead straight into a residential area. The magnitude of risk was not to be underestimated. The runway at Shijiao Airport runs east to west, and in 20 minutes, a strong wind would blow in from the east. I have calculated that the aircraft's current fuel will just allow for a forced landing at Shijiao Airport. And if timed correctly, it could aid in the descent. The captain took the A4 sheet from Shumang, which contained formulas derived from various disciplines such as mechanics and aerodynamics, yielding the most conservative estimates based on specific situational values. The other co-pilot, assisting the captain in flying, expressed concern. This isn't acceptable. What if a miscalculation occurs? The consequences are not something you alone can bear. The captain replied. Xiao Gu, re-establish contact with the tower. Co-pilot Gu pressed buttons on the complex dashboard, attempting to reach the ground, but to no avail. Shumang interjected, Captain, this figure is the result of a 15-minute backward prediction from the start of the calculations. In other words, he had taken 10 minutes to arrive at the result, intending to use only 5 minutes to make a decision with the captain. Master, time is running out. The captain's fingers clenched tightly around the white paper. The lives of everyone aboard the aircraft rested entirely on his next thought. After a moment of contemplation, he bore the heavy burden of responsibility. Xiao, what is your confidence in the number you calculated? Shumang's voice was fervent and resolute. 90%. In the next instant, the captain sat upright, exhaling deeply as if facing a formidable adversary in a final decision. Notify the crew to disseminate a message in a location visible to the ground. Boeing 787-8I, returning from Moscow to Dihai, is making a forced landing at Shijiao Airport at 17:35 this afternoon. All crew members, stand by and remain vigilant. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Xian collaborated with the crew to devise a strategy. They used a black marker to inscribe West and E on the inner side of the cabin glass. The cabin crew issued an urgent announcement to the passengers, stating that every window must display a signal notification. They implored everyone to remain calm, assuring them that the aircraft was preparing to land at Shijiao Airport. Trained professionals, they vowed to prioritize the safety of all on board that a passenger seated in the front row. With a prominent beer belly and adorned with a gaudy gold chain, felt the safety belt constricting around his ample waist, he unfastened his belt and pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoxin, exclaiming, "How many times have you deceived us? Over half an hour ago, you claimed we were about to land, yet moments ago, you instructed us to fasten our seatbelts, and now you're writing last words on the windows. Are you trying to take us all down with you?" Before Xiaoxin could respond, the corpulent man continued, I noticed when we boarded that the entire crew is nothing but fresh graduates. Are you toying with our lives? The words ignited a wave of unrest among the passengers, who erupted into a cacophony of accusations, curses, and expressions of fear. Some even unbuckled their seatbelts in a bid to confront the cockpit for answers. Xiaoxin and a few flight attendants employed every ounce of patience they possessed to explain the situation. Yet their words fell on deaf ears. One particularly vocal woman, clad in a black shirt adorned with red flowers, shrieked, "What do you mean by this? You're sending us off with a bunch of inexperienced graduates, entrusting our lives to your care with such irresponsibility. Where is the captain? Bring him out to speak." Others chimed in, "What use are recent graduates, nowadays, who isn't living off their parents? It seems we're all destined to perish here today." Another voice interjected, "That one, the son of the Yaoxing group. I've heard he was merely bought his position on this crew." The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, with shouts about the recklessness of gambling with human lives echoing throughout the cabin. Among the flight attendants was Sisterly, a stewardess with over 20 years of experience in managing disputes. She promptly informed Xiaoxin to summon several men. Any rank would suffice, but not to call for the deputy captain. Xia. Most of the passengers were women, and should chaos ensue, at least they could exert some control. The corpulent man, seated near Sisterly, overheard her instructions, and his voice boomed. "Xia, the deputy captain? Could it be that Xia Shumang is truly piloting this aircraft? What? Are they compelling us toward our demise?" Xia Shumang. Isn't he a motorcyclist? I've seen videos of him racing online. How did he end up flying a plane? The mention of motorcycles, particularly to the middle-aged passengers, conjured images of irresponsibility, plunging the scene into further disarray, with profanities flying amidst the chaos that in the cockpit. Xiaoxin blocked Xia Shumang, insisting, "Deputy Captain, you cannot go out there. The mob is coming for you. If you step outside, you will be verbally assaulted." The captain was preparing for a final descent, aiming to signal the ground with information regarding the emergency landing at Shijiao. Without the assistance of the passengers, the likelihood of that message reaching Shijiao Airport diminished, making the landing as challenging as attempting to touch down in the current circumstances. The priority now was to exert every effort to communicate the intent to land at Shijiao. Xia Shumang furrowed his brow, his voice low and resolute. "Step aside." Inside the passenger cabin, chaos ensued as an individual wielding an object struck a flight attendant. Xiaoxin observed her colleague's hairdo had become disheveled, and a streak of blood marred her forehead. Following closely behind Xia Shumang, Xiaoxin suddenly witnessed a leather shoe hurtling toward Xia Shumang's face. He did not flinch and bore the impact. Xiaoxin realized that with Xia Shumang's nonchalance, the shoe was now aimed at her. A voice rang out, exclaiming, "He is Xia Shumang." This proclamation undoubtedly served as the final straw, conjuring in Xiaoxin's mind an image of rural women engaged in a fracas, hurling eggs and spoiled vegetables at one another. Before the altercation erupted, a cold, disdainful voice erupted from Xia Shumang's throat. "Do you all wish to die?" This prodigiously gifted strategist, who typically greeted everyone with a warm smile as the co-pilot, now radiated an aura of malevolence akin to a demon. His words reverberated, shocking everyone present. One desired death. At the very least, they wished to survive. The greasy man, seated in the front row and nearest to Xia Shumang, was indignant. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing the collar of Xia Shumang's white uniform. "Who do you think you are confronting?" In the fleeting moment that followed his declaration, Xia Shumang swiftly grasped the man's corpulent wrist, elevating his knee to deliver a blow to the man's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Shumang forcefully shoved him back, pinning him against his seat, his hands restrained above his head, rendering him immobile. Despite being at a disadvantage, the greasy man remained defiant. Growling, "Let go of me. I swear I'll file a complaint." With renewed force, Xia Shumang pressed down harder, prompting the greasy man to tightly shut his eyes, anticipating a blow. Listen closely. The man was compelled to open his eyes and meet Xia Shumang's gaze. From the very day he entered the flight academy, he had achieved perfect scores in all physical assessments, and every decision he made had been flawless. From last year to this year, he had safely transported thousands of passengers across numerous flights without a single incident. Gritting his teeth, Xia Shumang declared, "If you believe that placing the controls of this aircraft in your hands will ensure the safety of all passengers on board, I will resign from my position the moment we disembark." The greasy man was left speechless, his expression begrudging. "Not possible, is it?" Xia Shumang pressed down once more on his hand. His gaze shifted from the greasy man to the other passengers, conveying an unmistakable message. "Is there anyone among you willing to step forward?" The passengers remained silent, and the elderly woman, who had been so vocal earlier, had vanished without a trace as Shumang's focus returned to the greasy man that if you cannot, then sit tight and wait for the crew to devise a solution. This statement was intended not just for him, but for everyone in the cabin. In such a dire situation, the last thing one feared was passengers panicking. The greatest concern was individuals deliberately inciting chaos, those colloquially known as fools, who could accomplish nothing but ruin. Releasing the greasy man, Shumang took a moment to compose himself before addressing the crowd. "The aircraft lost contact with the control tower 45 minutes ago. Our planned landing has been obstructed, and we are now in a state of disconnection from the ground." An evident sense of unrest permeated the cabin. Shumang continued. "The crew has swiftly decided to land at the West Suburban Airport. However, due to the lack of communication with the ground, we must resort to the most rudimentary methods to signal our presence. Therefore, I kindly ask everyone to use the markers distributed by the crew to inscribe West or 1 the windows. In 1 minute, the captain will execute a final descent." Sisterly promptly directed everyone to fasten their seatbelts. With insufficient markers available, a flight attendant retrieved her lipstick and eyebrow pencil from her makeup bag to distribute among the passengers. Within 30 seconds, the windows were adorned with West NW, and some even drew smiling faces. To Shumang's right, a communication device lay at hand. He picked up the intercom, his deep, raspy voice transmitted through currents and magnetic fields to every ear. "This is Shumang from the crew of the National Airlines Boeing 747-8. I assure all passengers that we will safely land at the West Suburban Airport in Dehi City within 1 hour." True to his word, the flow of personnel at the West Suburban Airport was minimal, and within 10 minutes, the area was cleared, with all staff on standby. Police, fire, and ambulance vehicles rushed to the West Suburban Airport at breakneck speed, awaiting orders. The control tower monitored the large passenger plane as it glided towards the western outskirts on the radar system. At that moment, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the aircraft. Fragmenting the warmth of daylight, it marked both an ending and a new beginning. As Shumang had indicated 30 seconds before the aircraft's emergency landing, fuel reserves were nearly depleted. The plane glided towards the runway. Propelled by inertia, a vast net was deployed to intercept. The landing gear tires engaged in braking, and the wings unfurled their spoilers, harnessing the newly arisen wind to decelerate. The aircraft continued to glide rapidly along the runway as the captain relinquished control. "Surrendering to fate," Shumang corrected his mentor, saying, "It is not fate, it is faith in oneself." His calculations were infallible, based on the total weight of the aircraft and the maximum stopping force achievable. The plane would halt within 5 to 6 meters of the net. As anticipated, the aircraft collided with the intercepting net, coming to an immediate stop. His computations were precise to the last detail. All on board landed safely. Chapter 71. A common outcome. Shumang was suspended from duty. Following the smooth landing, all passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion. The next day, a greasy man continued to report Shumang to the airline and relevant authorities, alleging that he had exploited objective factors for personal gain. This was particularly evident in the recent incident, where the greasy man suspected that Shumang's piloting had contributed to the mishap. The captain promptly stepped forward to clarify the situation. A large or medium-sized aircraft is equipped with 1 captain and 1 first officer. This flight had 2 first officers, with Shumang merely assisting the captain in executing the flight plan. Upon hearing the clarification, the accuser promptly shifted his assault towards claiming that Shumang had risen to prominence through the Yao Xing group and had failed to adhere to the standard training schedule during his tenure. Shumang had garnered significant attention online, with the sheep bleeding and locomotive incident being the most notable events. Evidence of these incidents was readily available on the internet, prompting the airline to temporarily suspend Shumang pending investigation. The matter of suspension was neither trivial nor monumental. The entire flight process was meticulously recorded, demonstrating that the incident bore no relation to the actions of the flight crew. The primary cause of the incident remains elusive. The official WeChat account can only endeavor to provide an objective explanation of the matter. Until the truth is fully unveiled, Shumang has been in a state of suspension. 3 days later, Guyu encountered Shumang at Qing Shuiwan. Upon their second meeting, he donned a black hoodie and gray sweatpants, a quintessential student attire, making it impossible to discern that he had calculated the appropriate landing time amidst the aircraft's transitions. Guyu nestled against the nape of Shumang's neck, while he reclined on the sofa, his chin resting upon her hair. The two maintained this position, neither making a move, after a prolonged period of such closeness. Guyu felt a tad awkward. "Were you frightened at that moment?" she inquired. Shumang replied, "To be honest, of course. Is there any way to lie about this?" He then languidly uttered two words, "Not afraid." Guyu propped her chin on her hand and, resting her arm against his chest, asked, "Why?" He pondered for a moment before responding, "Because aside from making an emergency landing in the western suburbs, there are other options available. According to precise data from the year 2000, the probability of an incident occurring per 1 million flights is approximately 0.85. This implies that if a person takes a flight every day, they would encounter an air disaster only once in 3,223 years. Conversely, the exceedingly low rate of aviation accidents and the meticulous calculations of aviation professionals are intricately linked to the spirit of craftsmanship. Particularly in our nation, as a formidable power, the emergency preparedness of aircraft is among the most comprehensive and advanced globally, in addition to diverting to alternate airports in the event of insufficient fuel. Aerial refueling can be performed, and landing can occur once a runway is cleared. There are myriad rescue methods, and Shumang opted for the fastest approach given the circumstances at that time. After listening to his explanation, Guyu bit her lower lip and smiled faintly, her smile radiant yet strangely eerie. Shumang sensed a hint of danger and instinctively leaned back slightly. Shumang. Guyu called his name with utmost seriousness. He replied. Guyu, gazing intently at his face, continued, "Before this incident occurred, I was quite angry with you." Shumang regarded her thoughtfully. "I kept trying to reach you, sending you messages daily. And what happened? Don't think that just because you narrowly escaped a mishap, I can forgive you for treating your girlfriend with such disregard. Since you have been suspended and your return date is uncertain, I expect you to reflect on your mistakes over the coming days. Write a reflection of no less than 3,000 words, and then await the disciplinary actions from your superiors. Your transgressions are grave." With that, Guyu shifted away from him, settling into another corner of the sofa, crossing her legs and changing the television channel. Shumang promptly rose, his mouth about to open, when suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. Guyu caught a glimpse of the screen and quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in the television. The message was from Feng Ling. In her note, Feng Ling had sketched various designs, seeking to authentically replicate and align with traditional Chinese attire. After consulting with colleagues who specialized in designing such garments, she had developed a Ming-style wedding dress grounded in theoretical support. A small mango icon appeared. "Beautiful." It was a heartfelt exclamation from him. The atmosphere suddenly turned unfavorable. Feng Ling remarked, "In the coming days, the company will import a batch of golden silk from South Africa. I have requested a role from my superior, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should commence production once the final draft is confirmed next week." She continued, "Here is a size chart that must be meticulously tailored to Guyu's measurements." Shumang opened the size chart, which detailed height, 3 measurements, leg length, and even the length of her neck. As he tapped away at the screen, fatigue washed over him, and he shut off his phone, his vision blurring. A deposit had been made, rendering his efforts over the past while futile. Setting aside financial matters for now, he faced a more pressing dilemma. How could he accurately ascertain Guyu's measurements without her knowledge? His gaze shifted, mirroring the turmoil within, to the back of Guyu, who bore the brunt of his distress. His intense stare caught her attention, and she sensed an unusual tension. "What are you staring at?" Did he not realize she was quite upset? His presence was particularly imposing, his voice drawn out, and his physique commendable. Guyu hurled the cushion she was holding at him, exclaiming, "Foolish and frivolous man." The cause of the airplane malfunction was still under investigation, leading to Shumang's indefinite leave. A silver lining emerged from this misfortune. He now had ample time to spend at school. What was he to do at school? Earn money, marry, and buy his bride a beautiful wedding dress. It was a Saturday, with a clear blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and gentle sunshine. On this utterly ordinary day, Lu Shihe made an appearance. Though a bit disheveled, his sharp intellect compensated. Lu Shihe's grandfather had retired to Japan. During his summer and winter breaks before his stepfather's arrival, he would spend a month in Japan. This background influenced his choice of a major that offered him an advantage over his peers in Japanese studies. With the upcoming graduate entrance exams, he performed admirably and set up a celebratory table, reveling in his success. He was the type to boast about even the smallest fortune, relishing the limelight. Such good fortune warranted a banquet that could last 3 days and nights. The gathering was scheduled for Christmas Eve at Shenghua's building, transforming the night into a grand dance party. Colorful projection lights swayed wildly, creating a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. Amidst the clamor, Guyu spotted Shumang on a low leather sofa. He sat with his legs crossed, his black shirt adding an air of mystery and elegance to the dark ambience. Shumang appeared detached, his gaze lacking any desire or ambition. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the primary cause of the aircraft losing contact with the control tower was due to aging equipment that had not been promptly addressed. Unrelated to the actions of the flight crew. In addition to this revelation, the official WeChat account published Shumang's assessment results, even going so far as to display his academic records from Dehai University to quell public speculation. Labels such as improper driving and unrefined operational skills were stripped away. Despite the evidence presented, some continued to argue that grades do not tell the whole story. Shumang had a troubled past, particularly with racing, which some netizens relentlessly clung to. A student engrossed in such activities was deemed incapable of serving as a co-pilot. With rumors swirling, the situation escalated, igniting a wildfire of speculation, with the story morphing into various versions. The central theme has strayed, beginning to convey a focus on frivolous pursuits. Shumang, the heir of the Yaoshan group, has his identity regarded as a shining halo. The public harbors a preconceived notion about the offspring of the wealthy, associating them with idleness, motorcycles, and the glamour of affluence. The truth fabricated from these four terms, idleness, motorcycle, car god, and rich second generation, is so persuasive that even Shumang himself might believe it if he were not the protagonist. Observing fan fiction about himself, he inadvertently urged the author for updates upon noticing Guyu's presence, even taking a moment to leave a like. My brother is becoming increasingly flamboyant. Shumang also caught sight of the perpetual motion machine at the center of the dance floor. Indeed, it was quite ostentatious. As dawn broke, though his eyes had yet to open, breakfast awaited him downstairs. Thirst had yet to register, yet a bottle of Ibao was already at his lips. Hunger had not yet made its presence known. But a WeChat message from Shumang had already arrived. Darling, how about we have a braised pot for lunch? Living a life orchestrated by others was exceedingly comfortable, given his commendable behavior and amiable attitude towards his prior misdeeds. Guyu chose to overlook past grievances. On Christmas Eve, they exchanged peace apples. The large screen displayed a series of numbers, marking the commencement of a gift exchange between the two. The atmosphere on stage was palpably intense, with young boys and girls filled with curiosity and excitement for the mysterious gifts. Guyu nudged Shumang, inquiring about his gift. I won't tell you. Guyu huffed. Fine. If you won't say, my gift may not even end up in your hands. Suddenly, Shumang wrapped his arms around Guyu's waist, pulling her into his embrace. He whispered near her ear, don't worry, your gift is surely mine. Guyu responded, the scrolling program was created by me. He pondered, it's rather average. Guyu retorted, Chapter 72, The Taste of Money. Shumang put considerable thought into preparing this gift. Initially, his pockets were light, and to save money, he devoted all his spare time to painting. Aside from occasionally writing code for pocket change, his artistic skills were not as refined as those of the masters, yet they sufficed to earn some spending money, besides sustaining himself and Guyu. The expenses for 2 apartments, water, electricity, property management, and other daily costs pressed heavily upon him. He suddenly understood the weight of responsibility that rests on a man's shoulders. For Guyu, he selected a set of Guerlain lipstick. Priced at over 4,000 yuan, it was quite a burden for a child neglected by his parents. Living idly. Guyu was the first to notice something amiss, just a week after their initial closeness. She distinctly sensed that Xia, her classmate, was contemplating an escape from reality once more. It is often said that a woman's intuition surpasses even that of fortune tellers. Shumang, a person who had never lifted a finger in domestic chores and was solely focused on flying planes, suddenly proposed to cook for himself. Guyu had some experience in cooking, yet her skills were rusty, resulting in mediocre meals. Shumang was even less proficient. During the most strained moments with Xiaji, he had never taken it upon himself to prepare food. Shumang, are you hiding something from me? Guyu leaned against the counter, questioning him. Yes, he chopped vegetables. The cutting board was strewn with disheveled vegetable leaves. What could I possibly hide from you? His tone was unremarkable, suggesting nothing amiss. She pressed on, shall we order takeout? She could not bear to see Shumang continue to squander the hard-earned produce of the farmers. Trust me, today's dish will be delectable. The stir-fried oil wheat. He doubted it would pose much of a challenge. Guyu unable to counter his assertion, silently retreated to the living room to await his return. Half an hour later, Shumang emerged, bearing a bowl of oil wheat that was somewhat presentable. Although slightly scorched, it surpassed her expectations overall, reaching a point where it was edible that he brought over rice and sat cross-legged. Guyu appeared somewhat troubled. Shumang, is this all we're having for lunch? MHM. But what? Don't you think the vegetables are a bit scant? The vegetable matter diminishes significantly when stir-fried. A generous amount of leaves, upon heating, reduces to less than a fifth of its original volume. The plate contained only a fist-sized portion of vegetables, insufficient for two. He realized the discrepancy and offered. I'll stir-fry more. Guyu grasped his hand. No need. I've already ordered takeout. Shumang, who was so impoverished he could barely afford a meal, willingly accepted this reality. Subsequently, he drifted further along the path of courting his girlfriend. The following day, a Weibo post inexplicably surfaced. The opposing party's high-definition photograph captured Shumang's features with remarkable clarity. The image depicted him assisting Liu Shi in descending the steps from the Shenghua building. Liu Shi was inebriated, her head lowered throughout, rendering her identity indiscernible in the photograph. Clearly, the focus was on Shumang. Strangely, he appeared particularly enchanting in the image, clad in a black shirt amidst the alluring ambience of Christmas Eve. Golden light streamed from the upper right, perfectly illuminating his chiseled jawline. This did not resemble a candid shot but rather an artistic photograph. The photographer intentionally widened the frame, obscuring the identifiable architecture of the Shenghua entrance, which lacked any golden spotlights. It was evident that digital enhancements had been applied post-capture. The malicious comments were still from the same few accounts, yet this image generated a different effect, as its artistic quality attracted a wave of admirers. Brother's photo is so handsome, truly photogenic from every angle. Such a handsome brother is also a top student at the Flight Academy of Dehai University. Those comments online are merely expressions of jealousy. Agreed. The official Weibo has clarified that Brother Xia is beautiful, has a sweet voice, and possesses great charm. He is an academic powerhouse, while others are simply envious. Are those claiming he relied on connections to Yaoxing devoid of reason? Have they ever considered the implications of inserting their own child into the opposing company? If one were to leverage connections, it wouldn't be executed in this manner. Yaoxing and OE are both airline companies, often in a somewhat adversarial relationship. Could Brother Xia be a mole sent by Yaoxing? Has anyone ever seen an undercover agent being slandered? What is Yaoxing up to? Regardless, I won't concern myself with it. My brother Xia is innocent. Who says university students merely indulge in leisure and neglect their studies? Surely, there is a misunderstanding regarding contemporary students. Contemporary students lounging in bed while munching on fried dough sticks concur with that sentiment. Count me in for those nibbling on steamed buns. With the growing inclination of public opinion leaning towards Shumang, Feng Xingren sat before her computer, clicking her tongue in contemplation. Her primary occupation was that of a flight attendant, with a passion for aviation. Initially, she had aspired to become a female pilot. However, she fell short of the physical requirements and subsequently pursued helicopter training. Her ambitious and competitive nature ignited a desire to conquer upon encountering a prodigious talent like Shumang. Regrettably, her first attempt at communication faltered, resulting not only in an unexpected outcome, but also an unfortunate mishap that injured his hand. Feeling remorseful, she visited Shumang's residence, where she unexpectedly encountered Guyu, a person who valued her pride. She would never engage in acts that might diminish her dignity. Yet, as she descended the stairs, it dawned on her that the young woman bore no significant relation to Shumang. She had come to inquire, with every right, so why should she feel any trepidation? Later, during a chance meeting at the airport, the young girl regarded her with the animosity of a sworn enemy, seemingly eager to ensnare Shumang in a sack. From that moment onward, she redirected her focus onto Shumang once more. An enigmatic force compelled her to draw nearer to him. Disregarding all moral boundaries, she remained steadfast in her pursuits. Online, she meticulously scoured every available video regarding Shumang. The more she observed, the more captivated she became. From his nose to his eyes, every feature was impeccably sculpted. He effortlessly mastered every style, as if the very concept had been birthed from him. Diligently monitoring online discourse, she was among the first to notice the emergence of negative reviews. The intent of these derogatory comments was merely an outlet for their creators' frustrations, relying on the most credible strength to voice their opinions. This farce could have concluded swiftly, but at that moment, Feng Xingyan seized the opportunity to steer public sentiment, redirecting the narrative. During her university years, she had a boyfriend, 5 years her senior, who worked in public relations. After years of companionship, she gained insight into how PR firms and studios manipulate public perception. Drawing upon this experience, she tarnished Xia Shumang's reputation while simultaneously rehabilitating it. The videos, intangible yet ever-present, showcase Xia Shumang's striking visage, igniting an obsession within her. She yearned for him to owe her a favor. With a pre-existing fanbase, this alter ego gained traction, rapidly becoming a leader in public discourse. It was also during this period that Xia Shumang stumbled upon this account, his curiosity piqued by the substantial amount of narrative guidance disseminated through this alias. He began to follow her, subsequently investigating the account's background. Initially, nothing seemed amiss. The login location and registration time did not indicate malicious intent. However, leveraging Shershur's expertise, he discovered that the account had changed its IP address following an official clarification post. And the content shared diverged significantly from its previous iterations. Employing advanced technological methods, he ultimately identified the individual behind the account, Feng Xingyan.inacaf. Feng Xingyan and Xia Shumang sat across from one another. The allure of his flawless appearance was undeniable, and as she sat there, Feng Xingyan's mind began to wander toward unsavory thoughts. The photo was taken by me, and I enhanced the lighting as well. What do you think? It looks quite good, doesn't it? Xia Shumang, maintaining his composure, replied, "Why did you take candid shots of me?" Feng Xingyan retorted, "First, tell me how you found me." Xia Shumang did not keep her in suspense. There are 360-degree surveillance cameras installed at the entrance of Shanghua. And the owner of the advertising company from whom you borrowed the DSLR used to be my personal paparazzo. Feng Xingyan snorted coldly, "I never expected you to have such connections with the flower peacock." Sipping her coffee, she continued, "Now, why have you sought me out? Let us not forget, my photographs could save you from peril. Surely, you don't think I came here merely to express my gratitude." Feng Xingyan's hand trembled. "True, the photos were taken by you, but the public discourse has spiraled to such an extent that you probably never anticipated it. You have a knack for tapping into people's sense of kindness, morality, and justice, but cleansing a person's image is far from simple. In today's society, superficial beauty holds far greater significance than many other factors, which has led us to this predicament. Tracing the IP is quite straightforward. And if I recall correctly, before you obtained your helicopter license, the address on your insurance policy matched that of your account. According to your instructor, you have only one sanctuary in Dihai." Feng Xingyan twitched her lips. He was right. She was not a person of high principles. A single favor could alter Xia Shumang's perception of her. Initially, her intentions were not so pronounced, but as the number of commenters grew, and those supporting her falsehood increased, she found herself reveling in the situation. She was blissfully lost in her own amusement. Regarding the photographs, she thought she could take the smear campaign to its zenith but unexpectedly reaped a delightful surprise. Thus, a brilliant idea struck her. She would leverage it to exchange a favor from Xia Shumang, capitalizing on her advantageous position. In truth, even if Xia Shumang had not approached her, she would have found an opportune moment for a chance encounter. "Since you are already aware, what is your purpose in seeking me out?" "Surely, it cannot be merely to humiliate me." Xia Shumang smiled innocently. "This matter pertains to my honor and profession. I have the right to take legal action against you." Feng Xingyan's mind raced with alarm. "You wish to sue me?" "Indeed," he continued. "Miss Feng seems somewhat unfamiliar with legal matters. In the realm of cybersecurity, those who maliciously defame others are protected by law." Ensuring the safety of the defamed party, he emphasized his words with a hint of intimidation. The consequences could range from detention to imprisonment. Feng Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, sensing that he was not fabricating his claims. Xia Shumang observed her expression keenly. "In truth, I could choose not to pursue legal action against you." "What would that entail?" Feng Xingyan was not naive. She realized he would not merely scare her without intent. Recently, she had taken a fancy to a high-end outfit, pleading with him to purchase it for her. He regarded Feng Xingyan thoughtfully. "You see, I am unemployed, so impoverished that I can barely afford a meal. When my girlfriend pouts and throws a tantrum, where do you think my clothing and future living expenses will come from?" Feng Xingyan grasped his implication. He was attempting to extort her. "Xia Shumang, this is blackmail. Think as you wish. There are merely 2 ways to resolve this dispute, through litigation or private negotiation. Since Miss Feng is dissatisfied with my private chat proposal, we shall meet in court." Feng Xingyan, "Stop right there." Xia Shumang smiled at her. In that moment, The flush of Feng Xingyan's cheeks, red with anger, transformed in his eyes into a resplendent crimson gown. Taking a gentle breath, he savored the scent of wealth. Chapter 73. Easily dealt with. Feng Xingyan deactivated her account. The dissemination of harmful information ceased, and the path to redeem Xia Shumang became considerably smoother. That a group of young girls established a support club for Xia Shumang, leading a campaign against defamation, spearheaded by her striking beauty. While public opinion still lingered, the situation had improved markedly compared to before. This year's Lunar New Year arrived unusually early, and the final examinations were advanced by a week. On the way to the last examination, students wheeling their luggage made their way out of the school gates. The poetry competition suddenly rescheduled its finals to April upon receiving the urgent notice. Gu Yu and other students who had passed the preliminary selection, along with students from other schools, were to compete at the School of Arts. Dehai University. 2 individuals would be selected to represent the province in the competition. Time was of the essence, as the event was set for a week later. Coincidentally, that week also marked the day Xia Shumang was to return to work. This year was different from the last. Gu Yu would stay at Dehai with Li Xiang. Ran Jie had several large boxes of new winter fashion garments, all samples that had yet to be officially linked. She hoped that after trying them on, Li Xiang could offer her some suggestions for improvement. Li Ba firmly opposed Li Xiang continuing her modeling career, and upon learning this, Gu lent her the Qing Shui Bay. Gu and Jiang Man had not been in contact for nearly a year. She wondered if Jiang Man would remember her during the new year. The day before the competition, Xia Shumang organized a dinner gathering, attended by Gu Yu, Li Xiang, and Si Shi, while Lu Shi and Shun found their way to the dining table. Drawn by the aroma of the meal, a Huang was led in by Lu Shi, and Xia Shumang tossed it a beef bone, which had happily gnawed in the corner. Lu Shi, Shu Gu. Once the holiday is over, we will be graduating too. What about that person in the corner? Lu Shi was taken aback. By your tone, it seems you have reconciled with your family. Xia Shumang smiled faintly, providing a vague response, something along the lines of more or less to Gu. Her large eyes sparkled with immense confusion. Wasn't he the purple box supposed to contain proof of severing the father-son relationship? The narrative had strayed somewhat from her initial conjecture. The adage that art originates from life, yet transcends it, could it not simply imply a deeper meaning? After the meal, Li Xiang received a call from Ran Jie. Today, while visiting the warehouse, a delivery truck happened to be available, and instead of incurring high shipping costs, several large boxes of new clothing were delivered directly to the entrance of Qing Shui Bay. Ran Jie stored the boxes in the security room and called Li Xiang. There had been some issues with the filming location, and after dropping off the clothes, Ran Jie departed. A group of strong men, treating it as mere post-meal exercise, helped Li Xiang carry her luggage upstairs. After 2 hours of labor, Lu Shi sprawled on the floor of Xia Shumang's warehouse, complaining, "Wow, this Ran Jie has quite a lot of goods. Is the designer in debt to her? How could so many clothes suddenly appear?" Li Xiang purchased several bottles of purified water to distribute among the laborers. Exhausted, Xia Shumang asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Gu Yu inquired earnestly, "May I pose a question to you?" Xia Shumang replied. "Go ahead." Gu Yu continued, "Is the item within that purple box evidence of the termination of parental rights?" Xia Shumang noticeably hesitated, his tone taking on a somewhat frivolous air, something akin to that. Gu Yu, feeling a flicker of annoyance, urged, "Please take it seriously." Xia Shumang, with a hint of amusement, asked, "Haven't you opened it to take a look?" Gu Yu responded, "I haven't." "Why?" Taking a deep breath, Gu Yu explained, "After my father departed, my relationship with my mother deteriorated steadily. She has forged a new family in life, and has since welcomed another child." Before their meeting, Yi Mingxin received a message from Lu Shiha, stating, "My stepfather has become a father." In Gu Yu's heart, she eternally felt like the abandoned one. Jiang Man harbored no affection for her and remained distant, while her maternal grandfather's side offered little emotional support. Following that dinner gathering, aside from her grandmother occasionally reaching out to inquire about her well-being, there had been no communication from anyone else. Even the news of Jiang Man giving birth to a son reached her ears solely through Lu Shiha. She yearned for familial bonds yet recoiled from them. The notion of severing ties had taken root within her. She was unwilling to confront those who shared similar experiences and outcomes. "Xia Shumang," she articulated, "I wonder if you can comprehend my sentiment. If you are no longer their sole focus, your significance to them diminishes." This statement bore another implication, to which Xia Shumang responded, "Rest assured, my mother is preoccupied with her weight loss endeavors and has no intention of having a second child." He further remarked, "I grasp your meaning. My grievances with my father did not accumulate from childhood. When I discovered he had taken the fall for someone else, it felt as though my long-held beliefs had shattered that I could not accept it. And as a result, my aspiration to become a soldier was extinguished. Over the years, Yaoxing has flourished under his stewardship, its foundation solidified and economy thriving to outsiders. Yaoxing appears an unattainable dream. Only those in the know understand its unglamorous beginnings. Years have passed, and those deserving of punishment have received their due. For me, the path of a soldier is unequivocally devoid of hope. He sighed and continued. Ultimately, one must look forward. There is nothing to be overly concerned about. While enlistment may be off the table, I can still soar. Nothing in this world is ever perfect. Contentment brings joy and makes life splendid. Gu pondered. Thus, he concluded, I no longer cling to the past. My father and I cannot remain in a perpetual standoff. This arrangement is quite satisfactory. With work and a partner, aren't those the two most significant aspects of life? As he mentioned partner, he gently caressed Guyu's face, causing her to bite her lip in embarrassment. I have another question. Speak. How did you reconcile with your uncle? Shumang reflected for a moment, then stated, he entrusted He Guangli to send me the verdicts of those involved at that time, along with a contract. A contract. I cannot divulge that just yet. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Gu pouted. If you choose not to share, so be it. Then her mind shifted gears, and she asked, did you sign it? Yes, the terms he proposed were acceptable to me, so I signed. He spoke with a nonchalant air, as if the contract was nothing more than an agreement devoid of any inequitable terms such as land concessions or reparations. Guyu, eager to voice her thoughts, found herself urged to sleep by Shumang. Guyu exited through a small door, the sensation of having a girlfriend in his bedroom, yet not truly being present there, lingered with him. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed, and soon, he heard a rustling sound from the other side. Gu also climbed into bed. She switched off the light and feigned sleep for about 10 minutes. She heard Shumang extracting a foam stopper from a small hole, followed by his deep, enchanting voice, wrapped in the allure of spring grass. They all do not want you, but I do. Guyu was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face. The following morning, upon rising, Guyu discovered that Shumang had already disappeared. At this hour, he was likely at the company. What could the contents of that contract possibly entail? Leaving her unable to fathom, what clauses could persuade Shumang to sign so readily? Could it be related to his employment at OE? Xiaji had consented to Shumang working as a pilot at OE, leading to reconciliation between them. Guyu felt her reasoning was sound. Having come to this realization, her mood lifted slightly. After sending the gate password to Li Xiang, she grabbed her backpack and headed straight for school. The elite youth from various prestigious universities gathered in one place. Only 2 individuals were selected to participate in the competition. Upon reviewing the competition schedule, Guyu noted that there were over 50 participants. The competition was fierce. Guyu received the competition process details. A total of 52 participants would compete in pairs drawn by lot. The first round would eliminate 26 individuals, followed by the second round with 13. Ultimately, the final 13 would draw 13 sets of questions, each comprising 10 questions, with 1 point awarded per question. The 2 individuals with the highest scores would represent the province in the competition. The format of answering questions in pairs was straightforward. Participants would draw topics and respond with related poetry until one could no longer continue. The first round held no surprises, as Guyu drew a topic centered around mountains. Most ancient scholars had composed poetry themed around mountains, rendering her relatively fortunate with a simpler topic. Her opponent was a student from a technological university. Concurrently, 2 students from Jiaodong University were also participating. Though the numbers were few, their quality was evident. In recent years, Jiaodong University had closely followed national development, significantly enhancing